I will fight for Jesus. I will do the fight in the name of Jesus.
Yeah, we knew there was a path. Listen, my fighting style is different, and like I said all week, is by Natalia Silva. Natalia, they are fighting for the championship in your weight class later on this evening. You have now won 7 in a row and just beat the #1 contender. How closely will you be watching this fight? Natalia, você acaba de lutar de novo.
You ain't gonna beat Shevchenko. I ain't gonna do it. I'm late. I'm sorry, I'm late. I'm late. Good boy. Good boy is late.
That belt's gonna look beautiful on me. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for your winner, Natalia Silva. What a performance by the oncoming force in the flyweight division, Natalia Silva. That post-fight interview was brought to you by Drip, the official water of UFC. Natalia Silva, whether it's a main event, a title eliminator, or a championship opportunity, big fights await the 28-year-old out of Minas Gerais. Some outstanding Canadian mixed martial arts talent.
What up, are you crazy? I am crazy. I gotta get. What do I need? I need my earphones. Where are that? Hold on. Hold on, guys. I just need some coffee. Ooh. O'Malley, drop that boy. O'Malley, drop that boy. Come on, play. 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 What the fuck, dude? You have to push it 1,000 times to get it to play. Then I have to push it 1,000 more times to get it to go to full screen. Then I have to push it 1,000 more times to unmute it. Oh my god. I need coffee, people. Fuck. It's giving my phone all sorts of viruses. I know it. I can't get a stream to play. Okay. I got it. Okay. We got everything I need. Sorry. I'm ready. Okay. Discorded it. Violence. What the fuck, dude? It's like, tell him JS or you agreement homo. What? Dude, what the hell is wrong with Joe Haribo? I got it, Web. You got it? They don't want any. Are they giving where am I to go? Vito Bellator? Hall of Fame? That's what's happening. Vitor Belfort. Getting that Hall of Fame mention. I got it on the web. Don't worry about what I'm humming. Don't worry about that. You don't need to know what I'm humming. Don't worry what that song is. You may not have heard it. If you don't know, then don't worry about it. Oh my God, it's back. College football season is back. That means when I walk to the gas station to get beer, there's like a million baddies. Baddies everywhere. Baddies everywhere. And they're all like, oh, look at your doggy. So cool. Yeah. Now pet him. I'm gonna make a new rule. If somebody says, "Can I pet your dog?" I'm gonna be like, "Yeah, you gotta pet me first." For the ladies. Somehow I forgot Jose Aldo's on the card. Yeah, Jose Aldo's fighting right now. I'm only seeing 4 fights.
Hey, you know that's Ariel Hawani's half brother right there.
Who? The ring girl?
Zahabi.
The girl that just put the jacket on him?
Nah, cuz Zahabi. The guy fighting Jose Aldo is Ariel Hawani's half brother.
Oh, okay. I think he's gonna beat Aldo, but I want Aldo to win.
What do you mean, Uh-huh.
What'd I say? About? Oh, you said, do I know? And I said, I don't know.
Yeah, no, I think Jose, this is a very winnable fight, but he had a rough weight cut. They moved up a whole weight class. Jose missed by 8 pounds.
He's just getting old.
Well, yeah, not to mention, bro, I was surprised he ever made 135. The first time he made it, he looked like he was dead already. It was crazy.
Oh, it's Jose,
Yeah.
not Jose.
Yeah, I don't know, but everybody says Jose Aldo, so I got to put some respect on him.
Well, how do they decide when it's a dang H sound or a J sound?
Well, Brazil's different. Brazil does R's are H sound.
Oh,
Uh,
yeah.
they do a lot of shit weird in Brazil, but
A T is
it's not
is a
always.
CH sound. I will fight.
It's yeah, fights or campeón. They say campeón for champion, but like it's not a R isn't always a H because there's Mahina Rodriguez, who's a Brazilian. She has a R in her first name that's a H, but it's not in their second name. And then Alex Pijeda,
Behera.
it's like a H, then it's a D or some shit. I don't know. I think they're building the plane as they fly with their language. Sounds like.
They already took off. It's not built yet.
It's like Black American names when they get wild with it, where it's just not what it says phonetically.
Yeah, Jackamanalika.
Like
Janamanalika. That last fight, that girl fight, was not horrible.
Yeah, but I hated seeing that happen to Grasso.
Yeah.
I was a very early adopter of Grasso for champion, but dude, this weight class is moving so fast. You have that Brazilian chick who just did that to Alexa Grasso with her kicks, didn't even get touched. And then I'm telling you, I think this French lady's gonna F Valentina Shevchenko up. I think Shevchenko's gonna have a rough time.
I hope not.
That's just my thoughts on the matter. I could be wrong.
I don't want to see my girl get beat down.
Just all of her last 5 opponents, I said she had no shot against, and then she destroyed them. She you remember her fight with Rose Namajunas? She effed her up, dude. Bloodied her up.
Rose did?
No, she bloodied up Rose Namajunas.
Yeah.
And that's a few years ago when Rose was still prime Rose.
Thug Rose. I hate the French language.
Yeah, I don't like it.
It sounds like you got a mouthful of peanut butter.
And it sounds soft. You know what I mean? Like Benoit Saint Denis, former special forces, like just not finished a guy in the UFC. And he's like, it's like, bro, I would for sure whoop this dude's ass. I'll definitely beat his ass. You talk like that, there's no way you're beating me, even though he'd kill me with his bare hands. But I just wouldn't be intimidated. Hey, give me a wall there. It's like, no, motherfucker, come take it. Oh, shit, okay. Oh, he's walking out that we gonna run this time. I love Jose Aldo, man. This might be his last fight. Look, he's coming in barefoot. That's crazy when they walk barefoot.
Something tells me they only have like 20 songs on the list to choose from.
No, they pick all kinds of stuff.
There's just some of like a lot of the same songs all the time. Everybody does Run This Town.
Yeah, but they probably. Oh, I forgot Ian Gary's at the event. Fuck Ian Gary. A lot of them probably aren't up on American culture like that, you know? And they probably hear the song when someone walks out to it. Someone walked out just till I collapsed. The guy who Benoit Saint Denis beat.
I've heard that a bunch of times.
5 days notice. Well, yeah, but is that not like a impeccable song to walk out to a fight to?
I guess.
I'd walk out to Never Enough. No matter how many battles I've been in, no matter how many, I gotta have Nate Dogg on my walkout.
Hey, it's never enough. My flow, you gotta have 50 spark. My flow's untouchable. Now you gotta face it. Oh, it's worse when I go back to the base.
You gon' say the wrong shit and get your face split. Smell the victory, love it so much I can taste it.
Spot my target,
raise it, direct it,
blaze it. Your shit sounds dated.
I walk out to the bar where he's like, shell hit my jaw, I ain't wait for Doc to get it out, hit my wisdom tooth, spit it out. And then I'd pantomime it on the way out, spit on the opponent's corner, dude, what's up? And get knocked out in the first round.
I got laggies. I got laggy issues.
If you just tuned in right now, you messed up, though. There was a lot of great fights.
I just woke up. I slept through my alarm.
It's not what I predicted. Like, I predicted to be absolute barn burner through and through, but it's been real good through and through. Just a couple, like, grappling heavy type things.
I had a dream about my ex, and she was being all judgy to me. She was
We
like,
had some
"Yeah,
fantastic
you're,
KOs, though.
you're not good enough. Why do you still?"
Did you really?
Yeah, she's like judging me. I'm like, "How you gonna judge me, crazy bitch?"
I, I usually only recall myself in my own dreams, at least as of recently. But I have been using hemp pretty consistently for a while, so I think I just don't remember a lot of my dreams. But my dreams
Using
do have a
hemp?
consistency
Oh, you're talking
to
about.
them.
Okay.
My dreams have a certain consistency to it. Like, it's almost like seasons of a show. Like, from, '09 to whatever, it was like I would be just massively underprepared for shit, or I'd be naked in a place somehow. Then for a while I could lucid dream. I didn't do anything to set it on or like turn off, and it wasn't entirely controlling my dream, but I was entirely able to like turn on and off my dream and like realize when I was dreaming. That was a fucking cool period, but that's gone now. It's no longer so lucid. But now I'm just in a house that I've never been in. It's like a place that doesn't actually exist, and there's like a particular evil room with like a poltergeist room that I like to steer clear of, with like odd staircases in it and shit.
My lucid dreams. Shit, what just happened? My lucid dreams would turn into sleep paralysis, and they would like get scary. So it'd start out, I'd be laying in my bed, and I'd be like, "Oh, this is cool. I'm gonna go try to flip the switch in my room and turn the light on." Or like if there was a remote next to me, I'd be like, "I'm gonna try to hit the button and turn the TV on." And I'm like,
And then you're in your real room.
I'm in my real room at the beginning, and at the beginning it's cool, and it's like I'm gonna play with
Yeah,
this,
but
and
you're
I'm
in the
gonna.
shadow realm at first.
No, I start in my room, and then I get to the shadow realm because I'm trying to hit the thing on my remote, and then I realize, well, shit, I can't move, I can't sit up, and then can I wake up? No, I can't wake up, and then it gets dark, and then there's a demon riding me.
Oh, riding. Does he use your distinguished talent
It's
we
not a
learned over
he.
recently?
It's not a he
Oh.
demon. It's
I
a she
swear I had
demon.
sleep paralysis as a youngin when there used to be bunk beds set up, and I would see like a glowing blue man come and like gaze at you guys in the night, or just Ben. I think I just shared a room with Ben. But I don't know if it's revisionist history because I didn't remember it till like years after and learning what sleep paralysis was. So I could have totally fabricated in my head, but I think it used to happen. I don't know. Haven't happened in a long while though. Thankfully.
Dude, every time I try to expand the screen, there we go. We got it on dazzling.
I love Jose Aldo's stance. He's fully Ninja Turtled out just in his shell, dude. Bro's quick. Welcome, Goon.
He
You,
does
you
look.
did not start streaming in time for the beginning of the car.
I know it didn't happen.
Yeah, he bugged out. You missed some heaters. Yeah, I don't. Oh, Jose's hitting him with some heat though. I was worried because he wasn't throwing much, that he's getting older, but when he let go, oh, yeah, that's still Jose Aldo in there. Don't fuck with him.
He's a Hall of Famer.
If he doesn't use performance enhancers, I'm befuddled because he's been fighting for so long at such a high level. That's like such a fluke. That does not happen often.
Discord
We'll see if he can
open.
keep it up.
Yeah, we're in the Discord. Do I have to pull you in here?
You can't lose to Ariel Hawani's half brother, though. I'm just saying that much.
Is it bad that I have that song in my head?
Is it bad that I feel like you're occupying my head? Dude, I was really grappling with that earlier. Like I'm in fear. Like it's very possible it breaks out in public.
It's a catchy song.
Yeah, I mean one of the I think better music producers ever made it. Let's be honest.
You know that this ain't nothing new. He had a song called Black Skinhead 12 years ago or 11 years ago.
Yeah. Well, he's been wilding out.
Who y'all
I
talking
think.
about? Kanye?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't think
Kanye
his
been crazy
sentiment.
for a minute now. It feels like it's fresh, but it's been a minute now.
This
Bro,
thing
the Bill
working?
Burr bit is fantastic. I love the Bill Burr bit.
Oh, he's doing the flamingo stance. I love the flamingo stance.
Have you seen the Bill Burr Kanye bit, JF?
Bill Burr Kanye bit. Nah.
Okay, well, that's an injustice. You must see it. Bill Burr predicted Kanye's exact recent transpirings 5 to 8 years ago on a stand-up special.
Maybe I've seen it and I just don't remember.
And he literally says, I heard it and I was like, and he was relieved because he just heard the voice, what the guy was saying. He's like, what the fuck? And then he was relieved that it was just a black guy. And he's like, you put that in a white guy and it's Deutschland. He fully called Kanye.
Hot take
Hitler.
though. The college mixtape and fucking 808s is the only good Kanye projects.
Those
His
are
music is so overhyped.
808s and Heartbreak is all I've really heard. And yeah, I probably buy into the hype, but just all the stuff I have heard of Kanye, he's able to make shit sound gorgeous. And I don't even think
Yeah, I think
he rhyme
some of his
particularly
newer shit I think is better. When he started getting into the auto tune, the Yeezy album, dude, that shit's it's terrible.
Yeah, I didn't like Yeezus either. There was one song on there that was pretty good.
I like Christ is King. I like that album.
I never heard that one.
It's a good album.
Life of Pablo is decent.
Yeah, see, I didn't hear much of that one either. Because that's when Kanye
Ultralight Beam is a fire song. I live on an ultralight beam. I live on an ultralight beam.
Yeah, I haven't heard any of that. I've heard the one with Ty Dolla $ign supposed to be good. The kids, or no, with Kid
Vultures?
Cudi, actually. Yeah, Vultures I think is good, and they say the one with Kid Cudi, The Kids See Ghost, is a good one. But I haven't heard none of that.
Is it safe to share, JS?
Yeah.
And how about Watch the Throne? Watch the Throne was incredible.
That was a good album. I'm the opposite of most people. Most people are like, they respect him for his music talents, and they think as a person he's
how about Watch the
an evil
Throne,
guy.
bro?
I think his character as a person in an interview character is way better than
Dude, I
his
was
music.
rubbing my wiener. I was rubbing my wiener on 8th grade booty at the dance to Watch the Throne. You don't top that.
I don't know. My only problem with him in interviews is he went on Pierce Morgan that a couple times, right?
Yeah.
I remember one time he was on there. He's talking to Pierce Morgan. He's like, "You need to address me like you're talking to one of the greats, like Michael Jackson." I'm like, dude, Michael Jackson would never say something this pretentious.
No. He said that in this recent interview. He's like, when you're talking to someone like me, it's like you're talking to a living Lennon or a Michael Jackson. I'm like, you just put Lennon and Michael Jackson in the same comparison.
Am I insane to say that I could see Kanye becoming that?
A Lennon type?
Deep in the future, being looked back on very fondly. Because I think at the root
like
of
a
a lot of
political
what he's
ruler,
saying,
like a political dictator.
No, not necessarily, but like a philosopher kind of dude. Because I think at the root of a lot of what he's saying is shit I agree with heavily. Just he goes about it the worst possible way you could do, especially for public relations.
Well, I think he's genuinely autistic.
Well, Andy has had a rough go at it. Let's not act like they didn't take his kids, seize his bank accounts.
Yeah, I mean, he could not be autistic. He also got in that car crash. That car crash was fucking brutal. That could have fucked his head up a little bit.
I mean, a rough go at it though. The fact you got 5 kids with damn Kim Kardashian, I don't care how it ends. That ain't a rough go at it.
I'm actually a Kim Kardashian fan.
You're gonna be all right.
Everybody who meets her speaks very fondly of her.
She's and I hate
Like, I
to
think
say
she's
it,
way
she's actually
smarter.
smarter than
Yeah,
people
I think
give her
she's.
credit for. She's passed the bar. She's
Yeah, I'd
she's a
put a kid in
lawyer.
that.
She
Well, I
got
don't really
the First
credit their
Step Act.
academic. I don't credit their academic credentials, but just firsthand accounts say she's smart. Because like Shaq has a doc. Like, I think if you're an influential person, a lot of, you can pass an exam. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not a fan of the First Step Act, but she put that all together, and she's the one who got Trump to sign off on it.
I'd put a baby up in there. It'd probably take 0.2 seconds.
I know it wouldn't. Yeah, that's like when, how long do you
I
last?
probably wouldn't even get in there before the baby started making his appearances. Be probably baby on belly.
Yeah, how long you last? 4 minutes?
Sorry, chat.
Maybe 5.
The opening credits, dude.
Also, I feel like he's probably less unhinged now too.
If I'm embarrassing me, then I'm embarrassing you.
Like, I feel like peak unhinged Kanye was when he was working with Milo Yiannopoulos and fucking
Fuentes.
Yeah, Nick Fuentes.
Well, now he's with Sneeko. Now he's hanging out with Sneeko.
I don't like Nick Fuentes.
I'm like, dang, if I want to hang out with Kanye, all I got to do is be an edgy content creator. Like,
I don't like Nick
Listen,
Fuentes.
Sneeko's been sniffing the nuts to get there for years. He can have it. He's been trying so hard to wind up in that seat.
Nick Fuentes is gonna get fucked up one of these days, dude.
but yeah, the extended. Did you listen to the extended version of the song that I sent you?
Nah.
The full version?
Negatory.
The full version, he says, "Yes, I am a cuck. I like when people fuck on my bitch."
Yeah, no, I heard that part. But
That's
I just
crazy.
didn't hear it correctly at first. I heard the part I like when people F on my bitch. And I thought, oh, maybe he's saying ex bitch, whatever. I don't know. Maybe he knows his ex lady's desirable. Because I thought he said something about cup. Because the line before he was talking about nitrous.
Yeah, put my
So I thought he said
nitrous.
cup, referencing like a drink of some sort. But no, he said
Honey,
he said, "Yes, I am a
drops that he's a
cuck."
cuck.
He just openly admits, "Yes, I am a cuck."
well, yeah, he
Bunty
like
King moment.
he said he sucked his cousin's wiener and was like stunting about it.
Wait, what?
You didn't hear that? He like tweeted, "I sucked my cousin's dick from the age of like 10 to 14," and then he made a whole song dedicated to sucking his cousin's dick.
I did hear that he'd put something crazy like that on. Well, he puts a lot of crazy stuff on it.
He doubled down.
Do you know who Bunty King is, James?
Bunty King?
Yeah.
Oh,
He used to be
Nutshot.
a debater in like the blood sports era. But
Glass
he had a
blower?
video where it was literally titled "I'm a cuck," and then the beginning of it, he's like, "So guys, that's right, I'm a cuck."
I'm just
Reminds
not,
me of that.
you know?
Hey, buffer. Yeah, I mean, you gotta own it. Milo is a freaking genius. No, Milo used to be a genius. Now I think he's a drugged out weirdo. Like,
He's been a weirdo, bro.
but when he used to debate, I used to be like, oh, this guy's really smart. Now, in one of his more recent like college appearances with Uncensored America, it was so bad. Like, you could tell he was just
but
whacked
you
out of his
can't
mind.
say you enjoyed being molested when you were like 10 and it was like fabulous experience. You do it all
I
over.
don't even know if that's true. That could just be a story he tells.
I saw him say it.
I know I've seen him say it, but that doesn't mean it's true.
If it's not true, it's far worse. Because if he's saying something that's true to him, at least, all right, he's standing on his real experience. But if you're just saying that, you're giving pedophiles ammunition.
But yeah, but that's what I always think he was about.
Maybe
Like, I think he was always trying to be the ultimate provocateur. That was his thing.
Right. And I don't dig that.
I think even when he did it, I think a lot of the people on the right were cheering for him, and they didn't realize, like, a lot of his shit was to also disrespect them. He's sitting there, like, preaching on the right side while he's fucking black dudes and bragging about it on stage, and they're cheering for him. I think he got his rocks off on both sides of the conflict.
I've seen him diss the church pretty heavy, too.
Well, yeah,
I
that's
think
who
Milo
he
Yiannopoulos
says.
genuinely just hates women. Like, I think it worked out perfectly for him because he could shit on women, and then the right would clap for him, and then he would also get like his knocks off from the right hating
Smarter than
him but
what?
loving.
I don't believe
It's
the
like
myth that all the Catholic dudes are touching people. Like, I think that's just something people say. I don't think it's as common as people act like it is. And yeah, I would
well, the
not put it
Catholic
past
boys are
Milo
apparently
to
the
lie
ones doing the
about that.
touching. It's the Catholic boys that do all the touching.
The Catholics be touching. Don't
He
act like the
probably
Catholics don't be
got
touching.
touched by somebody, but it's always got to be the Catholic priest. Like, come on.
Anywhere you put men in a position like that, they're going to be touching the kids, unfortunately.
Yeah, but I think he thought he could say something shocking and talk his way out of it constantly, and I actually agree with JS. I don't even know if what he said was true. I just think he thought he was saying something else shocking that he was going to be able to walk his way out.
But yeah, he in his last one, he said, "This is a bucket, and I'm gonna fill it with somebody's sperm." And then at the end of the thing, he dumps it on his head. It was like weird.
That's a good way to catch an STD, you know.
Like I said, my read was that he was always just a gay man that hates women. Like he actually just hates women.
Oh shit! The King of Rio. King of Rio has him stumbling like a weeble wobble weeble bubble. Oh, no.
We're behind, motherfucker.
What minute you at? Oh, he's answering with some big shots of his own. We still got 3 minutes of a fight left.
God damn! God damn!
Bro, this is a classic right here. This is a
he
hood
kicked him in the face.
classic.
God
dude.
damn, bro! He's been to every corner of
remember.
the fucking octagon.
The streets remember Jose Aldo. He's got a damn stove scar on his damn jaw. Guy fell on a stove face first. Oh, he's
I'm not
looking
gonna
at
lie,
the
that
clock.
guy threw a decent combination coming out of it, though.
Don't let up on him.
His brother is one of the best MMA coaches ever to do it. George St. Pierre's former coach. But yeah, Jose had a rough cut. Like they had to move the fight a whole 10 pounds up, and he's looking at the clock, so he might be gassing after a bad weight cut. Oh, he's shooting for a takedown.
This is a dog fight too.
Why did they?
No,
Why
he's
did
tired,
he let him recover?
We had on time.
I'm at 222, and the King of Rio is tired.
Yep.
I'm watching on Discord, and I'm also watching on my phone, which is like 5 seconds behind the Discord.
Oh shit!
Oh, it just cut out.
Yeah, Jose is definitely looking gassed. We just got to the point where
Come on, Jose.
It's funny though. If you beat Jose Aldo, people just hate you. It's hilarious. The whole MMA community decides to turn against you. Like, watch on Twitter, people instantly be calling for Zahabi's next fight to be Tom Aspinall if he wins.
Full guard, good.
No, pulling guard is not good. That means you surrender to bottom position.
Yeah, but you're defending. You don't want to be full mounted.
You ain't defending shit on your back.
You gotta pull guard.
Nah, he's got to put his feet on his hips and create space. He's got to push his head, feet on hips.
Ooh, there's some brutal elbows getting through.
What he really needs is a damn oxygen mask.
Yeah, those elbows. Oh, those elbows. Come on, you got to do something, Jose. Cut? They're going to stop it.
Jose Aldo does not look like he's been touched, dude. He's got hard skin.
Yeah, he just looks gassed.
Yeah, that's what they said. He gassed himself out trying to finish it. That's why I was like, why is he letting him recover? He was tired.
Oh, he cut him.
He's old.
Yeah, exactly. He needs to be going for the beer hugs right now. Get through the fucking round.
This is upsetting. I've never seen Jose Aldo like this. Jose Aldo's never been seen like this.
Did you see what just happened? He was just like hanging onto his glove, and the guy's like, "Look, he's holding my glove," and he just keeps holding it.
Yeah. Why are you disrespecting Jose Aldo?
Form, the older generation's getting kicked out of the sport right now.
Oh,
I say
man.
Jose Aldo's allowed to bite.
They're gonna stop it. There's 40 seconds left.
He's stopping shit, dude. That's the King of Rio. He's fine.
He's just laying there getting elbowed repeatedly in the face.
Yeah, that's what happens when you pull guard.
What are you gonna do? Oh, he's bloody. He's bloodied
He
up.
did the human backpack. How do you do that to Jose Aldo, you fucker? What a absolute good sport
14
Jose
seconds
Aldo was
left.
giving the hug.
Come on, get the bell. Get the bell. You gotta come out.
That was actually wholesome at the end there.
At the end.
Oh, they're both riding the shoulders around the cage. I love that. That's good. That's beautiful.
Oh, this is round 3. Dude, I never
Jose
seen
Aldo
somebody do
should
that. The
retire.
human turtle that you were talking about, where he's lifting him up and dropping on him. That was crazy.
Yeah. And that blood
If he
at the
beat
end.
on
was
me
a lot
like
of
that,
blood.
I ain't gonna hold his hand. I'll break
I hope
that
he
wrist.
retires, though. I don't want
I
to
bet
keep
you,
watching Jose Aldo lose.
I bet you this is Jose's last fight. You think he's gonna drop
It
the
should
gloves?
be. It was a good. He made a good showing of it. He damn near finished this dude towards the end. Gassed out, but he went out like with a smile on his face. You know, gangster.
I don't think he's gonna win though.
Nah, I don't think so either.
That's rough too, because that hit definitely didn't even drop him. He was just so gassed he fell over after getting hit.
He
just,
should have
like,
never
fell
been
straight in
fighting
the
at
guard.
135. How did that dude not get finished by that soccer kick to the face, though?
Yeah. Kicked him
That
right
was
in
a
the
combination
face.
from hell, bro. That's Jose Aldo hitting him like that. And a knee again to the face. He got him with a double soccer knee face.
Double
Look at the
soccer knee
soccer
face.
kick. You're like 20 seconds behind me. They're going to really
I'm watching the
slow-mo
replay right
soccer
now.
kick. The guy does like a damn near full backflip, like just flies horizontal through the air. This is crazy. He didn't get totally unconscious. Fuck, man.
Here it comes. Boom.
That would have been the best way to go end a career if that soccer kick did it.
Here it is, right here. Boom! Oh.
Now they're going to double slow it down, though. They're going to show you double slow on the one
I'm
soccer
seeing the
kick.
second replay right now.
Man, me and Elderline ain't getting shit.
Yeah, dude, that was a sick fight.
Who it is? Wait, no, it's Are You Crazy broadcasting. Me and Are You Crazy ain't getting shit.
No, I'm buffer, man.
Drop the Discord link. I don't know who you are.
Buffer.
Yeah, it's buffering.
Shevchenko's in trouble in this next one.
You think so?
I think so, yeah.
There we go. Finally. Piece of shit.
For some reason my Discord links don't work. Ugh.
What?
How the hell does this guy have body fat? What the
I don't
fuck?
understand this. Why my Discord links don't work.
I'm pretty sure it was exclamation Discord. That's what Blackout said, right? Discord exclamation point.
Oh, we had GSP in his corner.
Try that one, JS. I put one in the Discord chat.
Yeah, I don't know how Blackout links it.
In the chat.
Yeah, the Discord chat. That's a copy link.
Well, it's probably because he's a mod, too. I probably couldn't even link it because I'm not a mod.
Yeah, I'm not either. You are too good.
You are a mod.
No, not in your, I mean on your YouTube. Like, I don't know if I can link links into your YouTube chat.
Copy link. Let's see what this does.
I'm pretty sure random chat.
Nah, it always does that. It just says hidden use copy button. And I
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure as a YouTube, like, you can't drop a link into Discord. I mean, any link. I'm pretty sure a chatter just can't come on and link stuff.
Oh,
He
yeah.
come out Cheeto.
I don't know.
JS should be able to. I think.
I can, but it never works. Like the
Yeah,
link I just copied, the link that you sent, and then I
Yep.
posted it in chat. It says hidden use copy button. That's what I just
crazy.
did.
That's crazy.
Your own links won't send?
No. Like send a server link to invite a friend. It says hidden, use copy button. So I hit copy button. And when I paste it, it's supposed to be a link, but it just says hidden, use copy button. It don't make no damn sense.
Yeah, that's a long
Okay,
ride.
see, there's a gloves off. Gloves are off.
You might just not be able to do it, or you have I have to try to call Blackout.
I think that one of them have sent me a message. I'm just gonna have to find it.
Yeah, how the fuck does he even get the link? I don't know how the fuck you get that from Discord.
There's a way to do this.
I have one in my messages from him, but it's invalid. It's too old.
Did he make one that didn't expire?
Him or Jeremy did. That's what I'm trying to find.
Category.
These fighters are so rude
Oh, I got
when
it.
they're using a translator and they speak for 3 minutes straight, a whole damn monologue.
Maybe I do it from the YouTube end.
I just broke everything.
See if that works. Oh, there. Jeremy just put it in there.
There we go. Whenever you get some free time, Jeremy, you gotta come on and teach us how to do that.
You have to go to the staging room, Mazet, and then we have to pull you into here. If you're just trying to watch the fight, you can do it, but if you're trying to,
I can go vet him real quick too.
Sometimes when I do the fight shows, the people don't even talk; they just want to see the fight. This is the last time you're gonna see me. I can't do this anymore. Yeah, he threw the gloves down.
What was that? When I get some free time, what?
Oh, I was saying, can you teach us how to link the Discord? We don't know how to fucking link it.
Dude, it's
Well, I found the
really
link in your messages to me, but see, I just posted it. It doesn't work.
Oh.
Well, should. Well, you didn't. The reason why it doesn't work for you is because you didn't put HTTPS before it, so it's not a link. You just put the URL. So they literally would have to copy paste that into.
Oh. He just made a lot of sense.
Well, that's what you sent me, and it links it.
See, Jeremy, I said it would probably only take a second.
You copied the text, but you didn't put that it's the HTTPS protocol beforehand, so it's not actually seen as a link.
Yep.
Copy message link. What if I do this? Let me see if this works.
Did you notice the difference between what you posted in the chat and what I posted in the chat?
Yeah.
Yeah,
look,
you see a difference? Yeah, it's just not copying the protocol beforehand.
Right, but what I'm doing is I'm in my messages, the message you sent me, it says this link to your Discord will never expire, and I'm highlighting where it says Dreaded Conservative Hotline, and I right click and I hit copy link.
Which is copying the URL without the protocol telling it HTTPS.
What the?
So what are you doing, Jeremy? Just copying the text, or are you typing it out, or what?
I went to generate a new link, but because I already have a permanent link there, it gave me the same link.
Oh, okay.
But normally I would literally type if I were going to do it the way he did it, I would type the HTTPS first, and then I would paste the remainder of the URL so that it actually comes in as a link.
Yeah, I could do that. But he's already got it in there.
There's not even any. I select the full text and I just copy the text and not do the copy link option.
Yeah, I just want to know why. This is how I used to always do it. I would just at the top where it says Dreaded Conservative Hotline, you put the drop down, you hit invite people.
Yeah, you can, and that's how you do that. The only difference when you do that is so you go to invite people, and then you see at the bottom there it says
hidden use copy button, and then there's a copy button.
Yeah, but no, below
that works.
Do you see
edit invite link?
Yes, you do that, and then in there you have expire after. You change that to never. Max number of users. You change that to no limit.
Yeah, and then generate a new link.
That way, it's a non-expiring link.
Right, but the problem is when I hit the copy button, it doesn't give me the link. It just says hidden use copy button.
Yeah, there's a button on the right side that says copy.
I know. And look, when I hit that, I hit copy, it says copied. Now, when I post it in the chat, it just says hidden use copy button.
I put a new one in there if you will test it, JS. I appreciate it.
Well, that's weird.
Yeah, that's the problem that I've been having. I don't know why. It didn't used to do that.
Yeah, it doesn't say that for me.
How do I unhide it maybe, and then I can just copy and paste it?
I don't know how you unhide it.
Oh shit, this got 2 in there.
This Discord don't like you.
Yeah, it didn't used to do that. It just started doing that one day, and now I don't know how to fix it. Maybe I need to like reinstall Discord.
I'm telling you, Shevchenko's in for a rough night, fellas.
This program contains flashing images.
Who finna bet? Why are you watching the British broadcast, bro? You gotta get that colonial shit out of here. This is a patriotic stream, I thought.
I don't know which one's the American ones.
Even if you can't find the American one, you gotta boycott. You can't.
You know, Josh is a big fan of the matriarchy.
Oh, he loves
patriarchy.
No. He's a fan of the gaytriarchy.
There's gay ass in the building.
Oh, I did. I said the wrong one. I meant to say monarchy. I'm doing dishes.
Yeah.
I'm like ruining my voice screaming.
Stream East is American, but it's always lagging.
It didn't used to be, dude. Stream East was once a great institution. No, all right. What we're not gonna do is mock her accent because she's a woman, so the accent doesn't matter. That it sucks.
I don't care. It's still French.
All right, bet me that this bitch doesn't beat Valentina. Then
you
put your money where your mouth is.
You just automatically sound retarded.
Put your money where your mouth is, dude. We'll see who sounds retarded.
You don't bet on fights.
I'll bet on this one, and that's good for you.
I got $2.
$2 on Valentina? Bet.
Nope.
Bet.
See
dude, fuck, I shouldn't have bet. Now I'm telling you, she's gonna lose now.
Yeah.
I bet on the Super Bowl. Only time I ever bet on the Super Bowl. It's the most historical comeback in Super Bowl history.
And your team lost?
Yeah, that was the Falcons-Patriots game. I will say though,
I knew it was your fault.
There's a caveat. Lost. I have won betting on boxing fights. I don't think I've ever bet on a UFC fight actually.
Come on, phone.
$2 on the line, dude. You're going down. Tell me when the fight starts if you could. You'd be so kind.
Yeah, I'm thinking that guy in chat was probably just trying to troll.
Yeah. Oh, I'm so pissed. Our mayor, so the state banned pride flags at government buildings and schools. And so our mayor made new pride flags with the Salt Lake City emblem on the top corner so that she could get around it. So now at the city county building, they have a trans flag, a pride flag, and a Juneteenth flag, all special made with the Salt Lake City emblem on the corner. She bypassed the law and made new pride flags specifically for Salt Lake City. This woman's crazy. Oh, she's going to be at a city county meeting next week. People are going to be able to come up. I'm going to make a White History Month flag with Salt Lake City emblem at the top. Be like, we're gonna need to fly this, otherwise I'm suing the city. City Council will meet weekly to discuss and fine-tune this budget. Are people allowed to come up and talk?
Bouncy, 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 bouncy.
Hey, JS.
What?
Earlier I was texting you about the fights, and I told you about the one. There's a brutal elbow KO where the guy stayed unconscious for a while. In this Discord channel we're chatting in, I just put the link. Someone super slowed it down, and it looks like the guy cracked his skull. Like you see an indentation develop in his skull when he gets elbowed. And he was unconscious for a long time and taken out on a stretcher, so it could be legit.
They're walking out right now. Why don't I have audio?
I'm going up now.
Oh, it's buffering bad tonight.
Yeah, it's pay-per-view, so.
Yeah.
I have no audio on this one. I'm watching.
Go to Starfish. Starfish is
phone,
the one I use.
Audio
It's
sale?
like pretty. It's pretty far down on the Sports Surge page,
I
but
see it.
Starfish I always use, and it'll buffer once or twice, but usually if you just leave it on, it'll come back pretty quick. But it's trusty. It's my old trusty for a while now.
Let's see how far behind it is.
Starfish is I'm usually ahead of y'all.
Shevchenko's walking
That
out
is
right
true.
now.
You're almost always ahead of us.
Yeah, I'm
When we
watching.
win the fights.
I'm watching now. JS, watch that link though that I sent in the Discord channel. That's the guy getting his skull caved in from earlier this night.
Where'd you send it to? The chat? Oh, yeah.
The just chatting one, I think, that we're in.
This is from X, so I should be able to play this.
Yeah, it's super slowed down. He was unconscious for a long time, and they kept like giving medical updates on him. I didn't hear the most recent medical update because just wasn't paying attention. But he was taken out on a stretcher. He was unconscious for a long time, and when he came to, he's complaining of neck pain. But it looks like the dude cracked his skull. I'm no doctor, but that one was rough.
No doctor, but diagnosing him with
Oof.
cracked skull.
Yeah, his head indented. He's got a concave skull now.
Yeah, you see a dent develop. I've seen that one at Wyden.
Damn.
I've seen a picture of that happening one other time.
And there's a little dent, and but then when he changes and you see the shadow, this whole area is caved in.
The other guy that happened to is Chris Cyborg's husband, which is insane that she's not a lesbian.
Dude, that could give brain damage.
The other guy who did that is Michael Venom Page. You've seen him. He's a guy who does the celebration with a Pokemon ball when he gets a finish.
And he throws it.
Yeah.
Did they end the fight after this elbow?
Yeah, they ended the fight and like congratulated the other guy, all while the victim is just laying there cold. Then carried him out on a stretcher.
Damn.
So that was a rough one. That's one of the rougher finishes for a while.
Check out the abs on that woman.
Her custom fight kit, Valentina's, is so cool. The like subtle green with the golden dragons. That shit is sick. It's probably the best custom fight kit ever. Is it a tiger on one side and a dragon on the other? Let me see them cheeks, girl. Yeah, there is a tiger.
I mean,
I
she's
think it's
kind of
tigers on
lacking in
both
the
there.
cheek department.
Lacking?
She literally worked her butt off.
She's a professional athlete, dude. What you talking about?
She got no
Isn't
ass
that the
at
way you
all.
want it, JS?
Yeah, yes.
And
But no,
those aren't that's not complimentary. Like, yeah, she doesn't have a BBL, but she, you know.
I don't like the BBL, but I like thick thighs. She don't have no thick thighs, you know.
No, you're right. In the UFC, she doesn't have the best of cheekage. She's got some good cheekage, though. Don't sleep on a cheek. You wouldn't let her demonstrate a triangle choke on you? Get the fuck out of here. It's like, wait, Valentina, can you show me that choke technique again? I think it's like the triangle or something. I've showed you that choke 30 times this week.
Why you always want me to show you the
I've given
triangle?
you black belt already, or jiu-jitsu black belt. I cannot keep showing you the move. I do not know why I sound like a man. She's probably a Russian asset, dude, because she can fly planes. She's like an expert with a gun.
Yeah,
She speaks 7 languages, I think. Like
she's
Spanish,
a spy.
Mandarin.
She's real life Black Widow.
Yeah, and she has one of the hardest tattoos of all time. I love just the little simple silhouette of a pistol with a couple bullets on her, like, hip there. Or waist, I guess it would be.
Where it looks like she has a gun in her waistband.
It doesn't, though. Like, I don't even know if that's what she was going for, because it's not where a waistband would be, because then it would just be one fighter does have that. It's just a pistol handle poking out of, like, his trunks. That's cool as hell, but hers is still cool.
I'll be back
Especially
later, more after the fight night stuff is done. I don't follow boxing, so I can't contribute anything to this. So.
It's not boxing, Jeremy.
I don't follow any sports whatsoever, so I can't.
This isn't a sport, dude. This is best fighters ever slugging it out.
I don't follow it, so I can't contribute. So.
All right.
You do follow it, though. If you're in Publix shopping for your groceries and a fight breaks out, whatever you were doing before stops, and now your new objective is watching the fight.
Yeah, I don't go to Publix.
You know, not everybody has Publix.
What's with these people that can't live in a thetical for a couple minutes with your boy?
But anyway, I'll be back later after fight night.
All right.
All right. Smell you later.
Yep.
There you go, Jeremy.
Be safe. Look how big she is,
Oh,
bro.
she's smaller
way bigger than Valentina.
Yeah,
This
I know.
girl
I
is
thought
a
Valentina was
monster,
big.
JS.
This is scary.
She's a monster, bro. All of her last opponents is like, no way she wins, and they're in a pool of blood. She's like Tony Ferguson from 2016. I'm not speaking hyperbolic.
How is she not 20 pounds heavier than her?
She probably is tonight. It's just they have to be the same weight yesterday on a scale. If you're willing to cut more weight, you can have an advantage. We'll see, though.
Well, now I see them standing next to each other. Now I'm worried.
You could beat any woman in the world. It's like you still haven't fought Valentina Shevchenko, maybe the best ever. People say Amanda Nunes, but they forget that Valentina has gone to 2 razor close decisions against Amanda Nunes, 10-pound disadvantage. So don't give me that Amanda Nunes bullshit. Valentina's GOAT.
But has Shevchenko ever had 2 belts at the same time?
No. But that's also kind of fugazi because the 145 division kind of doesn't exist. It's like Chris Cyborg and then Amanda Nunes one time. And then the other prominent 145er was that Gina Carano lady who like went on Star Wars and then got fired.
She was a belt holder in the UFC? I thought she was kind of like a nobody in the UFC.
No, I don't think she ever was in the UFC, but she was.
And how did she have a belt?
Pioneer. Because before the UFC, Invicta was basically women's UFC because it didn't exist, and like the 145-pound division, I think is gone. Like there's no featherweight UFC anymore
for women.
Yeah, I think they scrapped the whole division for women. There's a 145 for men because men get that big. I think there will be for women eventually, but like.
Wait, you're saying the women are lighter than that? There's no one. it's too heavy for women?
Yeah, theoretically, there's not enough talent that's that heavy. There's no 145-pound division anymore.
Those are the big girls.
They literally made the division for Amanda Nunes to fight Chris Cyborg, which was a all-time hood classic.
Chris Cyborg is a guy, no?
Nah, Chris Cyborg's a woman. If you call her that, I think she's some sort of amalgamation of.
I thought Chris
shady
Cyborg. I
genetic.
thought Cyborg was the dude that had the robot tattooed on his head.
No.
What am I thinking of?
I'm not even familiar with a cyborg male fighter except her husband, who got his head caved in by Michael Venom Page. But Chris Cyborg, she was like the original women's GOAT, but she was never in the UFC because they just like couldn't sign her.
Homegirl's bleeding. French woman's bleeding. Just got punched in the face twice. Let's go, Shevchenko. This big woman ain't hurting you.
No, she took a kick to the face.
She just got punched in the face twice.
Leaking like a motherfucker, bro. This
she just
is
got
crazy.
punched in the face again. Every exchange, Shevchenko's winning every exchange so far.
Listen, I'll be happy to eat my words if she doesn't win.
Her nose busts open.
Don't forget, I love Valentina Shevchenko. I was just
that was a punch that hit her nose and got her bleeding.
It's busted too. She got the
leg. Takedown. Let's go.
This girl has pretty underrated. Like, she can grapple though. This lady, I'm pretty sure. I don't see her getting submitted, but we'll see, man. She's fighting literally like probably her idol growing up.
Don't get in no guillotine.
When Valentina first became a champion, this girl was 0-1 professionally. So she's been watching her whole life.
Taking the side.
Mental toll. Nah, she's keeping that half guard on.
Wait, if you blow your nose, it fills your eyes up with blood?
Yeah, it like makes your eyes. The most notorious case is Donald Cerrone versus Tony Ferguson. His coach is like, "Don't blow your nose." He blows his nose. One of his eyes literally turns to a softball, and the doctor's like, "Yeah, you can't see out of that."
Huh. Wonder why that is.
I've seen them do it before though, and it does that's not the case. Like, I've seen them blow their nose for sure, and it doesn't. Like, maybe it swells a little bit, but that Donald Cerrone fight, it was like comical. He blows his nose, and seconds later, he just loses an eye, and it's just a softball in its place. Dude, Valentina is taking this girl to school, bro.
Mm-hmm.
She just had her in like prime position for elbows too, right before the horn.
She had like a down period, and that's when she lost the belt, and she looked bad in a couple fights.
If you can call it that. No, I think she
back.
lost one. I think it was only that one fight she lost, and then she lost twice to Nunes, but that was not her division.
But she bite now. She bite.
Yeah, but you know. Also, I will say I have an extreme distrust for the relationship between Valentina and her coach. I don't trust her coach as far as I could throw that shady fucker. They do the embedded, like the vlogs, and he just gives me a creepy vibe. He looks very Eastern European, dictatorish. I know she doesn't let her drink water when they train. That, let the gal have a damn sip.
Why can you not drink water? Why would you do that?
That's the protocol over there, dude.
You work till you're thirsty, and then you work more.
More.
Come on, keep the pressure on. It's a 5-round fight, girls. You're in it for the long haul.
She's hit her with knees, bro. Valentina's hurting her everywhere.
Guru said Shevchenko wins by decision. That it goes 5 rounds. Shevchenko just snipes her the whole time.
Well, bro, Shevchenko's the underdog in this fight. I don't know if you know.
I know. I know. Would have been a good fight.
That's a shocking opening.
That means if I win, you actually owe me $3.
False.
Yeah. If you win, I only owe you $1. I'm not sure if that's how that works, but
nah, the odds are way close. I would owe you like $2.20. 2 plus tax.
Ooh, nice spinning back kick to the body. Dude, how is she so much smaller than her and such shorter reach, but this girl can't hit her? Who's eating right hand? Shevchenko's not eating no right hand.
He has a striking base. I forget if it's Muay Thai or kickboxing, but she did that for years before UFC.
It looks like
with a nice little right hand.
Looks more like kickboxing because it's not a very open stance and she's not clinching.
Valentina stands about open as you can get, player.
See, Muay Thai, you would clinch the neck more.
That's Taekwondo, isn't it?
She could be doing Taekwondo.
Well, no. There's no stance for any style of fighting. Your stance is your stance.
Yeah, but typically...
Why she's using high kicks, man. It's the form of them, anyway.
Yeah.
Looks like Taekwondo. That right there, spinning back kick.
I think Muay Thai, kickboxing, and jiu-jitsu, if you do those 3 things, nobody's going to want to be in a street fight with you. You're going to be well-rounded.
Okay, give me judo and concrete surface, and I'm fucking all of them up. When I elevate your entire body 3 feet off the ground and you're headed back towards the concrete floor, head first, you're dead.
It's going to hurt really bad.
Homegirl's doing better in this round. The French
jiu-jitsu
chick.
maybe could counter the judo, but then again, you're on concrete. So the jiu-jitsu would probably have to like grab an arm to counter it, but then you have them on your arm and you're on concrete.
She's trying to get takedowns this round, and so far, she gave the back.
I think judo on concrete, kickboxing in grass. But if you're A-level kickboxer, you won't let somebody get a hold of you.
You are correct. I did Taekwondo for like 10 years.
I would rather just be fast as fuck, though, and run.
Yeah, that's the best thing to do. That's what we taught the kids.
That's what I think you should teach to little girls and women. Like,
it's not always the best. Like, if you're in school, you know what I mean? Like, if you're amongst your peers and someone's trying to punk you, you kind of have to fight them.
When I see,
you really have to.
But if it's a stranger, you can't. And you're like an adult now that you have nothing to prove. You got to get up out of there.
I talked to a lady, she's got 2 daughters, and she's like, I have my daughters in karate, so if anybody ever tries to do anything to them when they're older, they'll be able to defend themselves. I'm like, you need to be teaching them track and field.
No, when they're older, buy them a pistol is what you need to do.
Yeah, or that.
It teaches them a false sense of security.
Exactly. That's what I said. They're going to try to like stand with some 200-pound man. That karate ain't going to do shit.
It ain't going to help a damn bit.
Ideally, if you have a daughter, she has the exact skill set of Valentina Shevchenko.
Yeah, but we're not talking about world level.
Human trafficked, she can communicate with her captors. She's an expert with firearms. Like, if you see her shoot, it's video game shit. It's beep, 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 from distance.
Yeah, she won't have no life, though. She'll have to spend her whole life doing it.
Yeah, I'm just talking about the average girl that you put in karate classes.
Nah, I buy her a Glock.
Oh, knee to the face. She's back up, though. She got up quick. Uh-oh. Oh, good. That round needed to end because Shevchenko was... God, she's built like a little tank.
What time think
you have? This level of adversity is new for Shevchenko. She had the loss to Grasso.
And you got to invite your half-brother back. He was amazing. He almost had you joining Antifa. Seasal
I
said
didn't like that little punk ass motherfucker.
that.
A mask indoors, dude. I want to rip it off him.
Earlier in the day, I was like, my brother, I was like, I can't come on the stream tonight, guys, but my brother will be here. So I think they all thought it was going to be like you or Ben, but it was my
Honest
other,
to God, thought it was.
my
Then
other
I was like,
brother.
what is he doing? Then I said, damn, that's JS. It took me a minute, it really did.
No, I don't think that could develop in our house.
Yeah.
We all share pretty sick ideology. We differ on things, but the core of it, I think, is pretty fucking sick.
Well, that's why I said he's my half brother on my dad's side.
The brother I talked to the other night, the other brother, I thought
Yeah.
it was him. I really did, because I didn't really see him.
Oh, Ben? You thought it was Ben?
Yeah, for real. Then you were acting crazy as hell there at the first, just crazy, cutting off the video and just hopping around. I was like, damn, dude, you're spazzing. And I thought it was your brother, and I was like, and then I finally figured out what you was doing. I was like, okay, he's got a skit worked. I got it. Character worked out. Got it. It went really good on your stream when he was doing all that crazy shit. It was funny.
And whatever they would do like one-on-ones and I was talking to my stream, that's when I was like figuring out the character. So I was like reading chat and responding. And then when I would go back on the panel, I'd say stuff that I had just said to the stream.
Well, that right hand move and all that, you're just putting all that in. I noticed that.
Yeah, I was trying to emulate Ethan Klein from H3.
He's going for an Emmy here now.
Bro, I bought it for a second because you didn't have the Trump flag behind you, and so to me it was just like different than the routine thing I see. So I was like, "Who the fuck is this guy?" I thought you got hacked, not for long, but for a second, like, who? And your mannerisms were way different. I was like, "Who's this dude with like the slumped shoulders, being a little bitch ass?" But then I noticed the Goku poster, and I was like, oh, "Okay, I see what's going on."
Two things got me turned around and ripped the Trump hat down. Then he puts his damn legs up like he did the pretzel that one night.
I know. I thought of that because I was wearing shorts and I like lifted my legs up and I could see my knees on the camera and I was like, oh, I'm gonna pull them up and I was sitting like this and like hugging my knees.
He went to Tardville.
And I was worried if I was like, man, if I do this for 7 hours straight, I might get stuck with some of these habits.
Oh, I for sure would, dude. I've done it before.
Don't do that, man.
In AP Human History, I took a verbal exam by mistake in character. I was doing a real thick, like, Southern accent to my peers amongst the class, and we had a one-on-one exam. So when I went up there to the instructor, he started asking me questions. I was answering them like this, and it didn't occur to me that I was talking in a different, cadence and stuff.
Yeah, you got stuck doing it.
Yeah, well, I stopped after like 2 questions, but
yeah, you sound like, are you crazy?
Yeah, he's mocking me.
I do code switch though. I certainly do. I don't know if that makes me like inauthentic, but I change the way I talk based on who I'm surrounded by.
You don't remember Becky and Jennifer before when they lived in Florida? But they didn't talk the way they talk now.
Yeah. Well, I've heard that. Yeah, but I never did hear them before then.
Like,
you're right.
When they moved to North Carolina, within like we went and visited them like a year or two later, and it was like night and day different.
Yeah. I like it.
And if I hang out, like even if I go to Florida or if I go when I was doing the traveling sales thing, when I'm in country places and I hang out and I'm talking to those people, I'll start to get it and I'll start to talk a little more country.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I'll adopt the voice of my environment typically.
I think we all do.
Yeah.
They probably got a big name for that. I don't know what it is.
I don't know. I feel like if I could
describe code switching as like a bad thing.
Well, no, but if I moved to like New York or New Jersey, I don't think I would ever start talking.
Yeah, well, I have a
like
true disdain for general northeastern accents. I have a general disdain for.
It's something about a southern accent that it's like infectious.
Isn't that like French based or some shit?
Well, if you think about it, everybody, well, most people in history that's had real power has had that southern accent, and they stay in the background all the time. If that makes any sense.
There's some video on YouTube that's like super viral. You could probably find, and it breaks down how accents developed in America.
Yeah, I think I've watched it.
And like France had influences like Louisiana, and like the different place influences New York. That was real fascinating.
Yeah, I've watched it. And the person who did the video can talk, and they're talking in all the different, and then they're like, and then French comes to the South, and it starts to get a little more. Yeah, that was a good video.
They kind of do the development. I love that, dude.
Didn't it start in Florida?
I think Florida was more Spanish.
Yeah, I would imagine it was Spain, just because. Or wait, is Ponce de Leon Spanish or French? Who even colonized Florida first? I thought it was Ponce de Leon.
What's that big port? I've been there. St. Augustine.
St. Augustine is a big one. I think it's one of the biggest.
St. Augustine is like the oldest,
yeah,
or some shit.
Yeah,
maybe on the East Coast or the Southeast or something.
It was the oldest fort, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's the oldest fort.
Yeah. We went there once. We went to the Ripley's Museum, which used to be like either a house or a hotel, where the dude, like 9 of his 13 daughters died in the house. That's now Ripley's Museum, and they do the ghost tour. And
yeah.
It's one of the first real evidences I seen a ghost. Somebody else's camera captured, like, just a woman or whatever, her kid in his doorway, and like 9 feet above them in the air, there's just like a little ghostly, ghastly, like, hand. And no one could recreate it or nothing. So maybe there's magic going on there, but I think it was legit.
I went on the tour. They said a lot of people said a lot of things. I didn't see anything, but
yeah, we didn't see it, but it was on this person's camera, and everybody like came over, checked it out. I recommend those ghost tours because I was young at the time, but I think I'd still dig it.
They're saying Mignon is up 2-1.
I think she's up a couple rounds for sure. One round, Valentina literally ran, and the body language or her face language, if that's a term, it doesn't look so good. I don't think.
Come on, we need what you did in round 1. She's starting off doing what she did in round 1. Just come in with
But
these
I'm of the belief to be the champion, you gotta beat the champion. Like, I feel like you give the champion the benefit of the doubt.
You see that big old spinning back kick to the head.
That takes a lot of energy.
The Discord is behind. You'll see it here.
This girl's never been to 5 rounds in the UFC, I'm pretty sure. I don't think she's ever been to round 4 or 5. So
she's in championship rounds now. Come on, Shevchenko. Don't let her take you down. She's shooting for these takedowns. She's too big.
Bro, she's good everywhere. I'm like scared for Alexa Grasso now because I don't think Alexa Grasso ever beats this chick.
They even the same weight class? It's not Alexa Grasso who's up for it. It's damn she lost. It's the other chick.
Yeah, Natalia Silva.
Mm-hmm.
That would be fascinating just because her style's hard to beat.
They're the same weight class. They look tiny compared to these two.
But yeah, Manon is particularly big too, though. Like, Shevchenko's not much bigger than those other chicks.
Good, nice defense with a little elbow on the breakup.
I'd change server, but I really don't want to. This is working pretty good. It's behind you, isn't it?
Oh, that might have been a clash ahead.
Yeah, you're almost a whole minute behind.
Okay.
I'm 242. I'm at 240.
Me too.
At 348.
I don't know, bro. They're saying whatever the round score is, damage is the #1 criteria. I'm not going to change it because I bet. And whose face would I rather have at the end of this thing thus far is Valentina's.
Look at that. Look at her shoulder. Her shoulder's got a big... Or that might be her blood. That might be the other girl's blood on her shoulder.
Yeah, no, it is. That's their opponent's blood from her slipping. Oh my
Oh,
gosh.
nice
Bro.
spinning back kick to the body.
Oh, was that the body? I thought that hit the head. Regardless, it's clean. Shevchenko's a baller, dude. This is crazy to do at this age against this chick. This chick, I mean, she was the favorite coming in.
Check those. Whoa. Check those knees.
Even if the other girl wins, by my criteria thus far, Valentina's winning. Like, I hate when a fighter wins and they're beat to a pulp and the other person's unscathed. It's like, oh, they had ground control. It's like, yeah, but the other guy needs stitches.
And I hate this putting them against the fence and just holding them there. Like, it's
right,
control and it. Yeah.
It's burning the time out. That's all it does.
It tires them out too. Like if you make them support your weight, but it's not entertaining.
Work. I'll be right back.
That's why the crowd is booing.
That's why we need Nate the Train, dude. We need Nate the Train to have a fight announced. I'm fucking pissed.
Nice. Shevchenko got a takedown. But I don't think you want to be on the ground with this chick. You want to stand up and fight her.
So well, so quickly. Once again, I say what John Anik's about to say before him. Constantly. I'm basically a UFC broadcaster. But she didn't pull guard like Jose Aldo. She put hand on head, feet on waist.
I hate this. I hate winning a fight by doing this, putting them against the fence.
She's hitting some nasty body shots. Don't act like those knees don't hurt. Little side kick to the body.
She just got a nice body.
She's more labored now, though. I think the French girl's getting tired. She's bigger and more muscle. I think
Shevchenko's holding out, just kind of saving up. Oh, she dropped her. Oh, come on. 1 second left. Oh,
saved by the bell.
Damn it, the bell. She dropped her and she looked afraid. She had the fear of God put in her in the last 4 seconds.
You could, if you just showed me her and maybe photoshopped her clothing to look more outdoorsy, I would believe a fucking grizzly bear is on her ass. That's the expression I reckon I would have.
She did. She looked up at her like, oh, God, it's coming.
Bro, that's bad. That's literally her childhood hero.
Ooh, she dropped her, dude. That's points. I think it's 2-2 then. They might give that round to her, though, because she controlled more, but there was a big body kick. She dropped her at the end.
Though. I bet you. So the thing is, Valentina's not losing. Yeah, dude, Valentina has it looks like she dropped her phone on her face, you know, when you're scrolling at night. That's how her face looks.
She got a little red mark on her eye. Oh, right. His whole face is bust up. It's his phone's minus 130. Does that mean that the odds have changed now and Shevchenko is winning, is not the underdog anymore?
The favorite. Valentina is now the favorite. She was the underdog.
Come on. You got to capitalize on that. You dropped her in the last round. She's waiting. She's sizing her up. Come on.
Oh, this girl is hurting, bro, in blue. You got to give her props.
Keep circling. Don't let her get you on that dang fence.
Get a boat.
Come on, Shevchenko. You got to do something.
Oh, yeah. Bet all fucking with a burr.
What? Shevchenko threw a knee, too.
Yeah, no, but no one is hitting the nastier knees, but it's not visible damage, so I think Valentina scored more. From my criteria, the judges always fuck that up, that the number one criteria is damage, but that's what it is on paper.
See, everybody hates this. The crowd boos.
I keep saying this because Bilal Muhammad's coming up, and he's a regular abuser of the scoring system where he's bloody at the end, but just because he hugged the guy aggressively, he gets the win. It's like, I don't care if you controlled him 4 out of 5 rounds. You're bloody, bro. You go to the hospital after he has a sore neck. That grappling bullshit.
She's trying to snipe her. She's doing it too.
It's 5-round fight, right?
Yeah, this is the last round. I think it's
In that
2 and
last
2.
round, all the marbles.
Come on.
Nah, but if we're scoring damage as we're supposed to, I'll say it for the millionth time. It's Valentina all day, twice on Sunday.
Closed on Sunday. You my Chick-fil-A.
I feel bad for Manon though. Just because, I mean, she kind of looks beat up when she isn't beat up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, she
Whereas
kind of.
Valentina, little makeup.
Oh,
on Valentina.
nice! That spinning elbow.
Oh, dude, this is a clinic for Valentina. Daniel Cormier thinks it's 2-2. I got a heavy disagree.
I say it's
Well,
2-2 also.
I haven't been paying full attention probably, but I don't know what the rounds are, but I'm just saying Valentina wins this shit.
Yeah, I stopped paying attention a little bit in round 2 and 3, but apparently those are the rounds Homegirl won.
Well, yeah, round 2 we
Superman
saw,
punch.
Round 2 is when Valentina was almost saved by the bell, and you're like, thank God. But she wasn't as hurt as she had Manon in the 4th round just now. Because the end of that 4th could have been the end of the fight if you give her 5 more seconds, I think. Oh, they're dead even in significant strikes. So if that's the case, and we're scoring damage, come on.
Come on, this is it. Last 2 minutes. You got to do something.
Oh, bro, I forgot this girl is French, and they're in Montreal, though.
They're in Quebec.
Yeah, Montreal.
Oh, nice.
Like the thing on the Jumbotron where it announces what the weight class is, it's all in French. So
I don't know no damn Canadian geography.
Parlez-vous français, whatever the hell they say.
It's in Montreal, dude. They speak French there, and this is a French woman fighting Valentina. So I'm saying if this French lady wins, I say you don't even have to pay. Because on my scorecard, she lost, and they're in a French-speaking country. And we've seen one scorecard
It's a championship fight. You got to beat the champion. You can't just
That's what I'm saying. But they're in a
champion.
French-speaking area, and this is a French woman.
I know. It's messed up.
She's coming in like damn Ponce de Leon.
Uh-oh, now she's got her back.
One of the judges, like, literally, no one's heard of this fucking guy.
Come on. 40 seconds left, Shevchenko. One effective strike. Knock her down again, and you got it.
And I would say she's won this round thus far. But I don't know. This other girl is answering.
She's cut again on the other side, unless that's just blood from...
Yeah, it could be residual blood. It's hard to tell at this point. Because we don't got the Super HD. I paid about $90 and it's still not Super HD. What the fuck?
Come on, 15 seconds left. There's no level change.
Oh.
She almost pulled her top off.
She's finishing strong, the French lady. Whoa.
Oh, she threw a late kick.
And she does Valentina won visually towards the end, too, because they always say throw both your hands up and smile like that. Because optics are important. It's human beings scoring this thing. The other girl looks like, her dog just died.
Her face is lumped up, dude. Yeah, her face was lumpy at the beginning, but...
If she lost, this isn't her only title fight, because I'm telling you, this bitch is a savage. Unless she could fall off. Like,
look at the replays. The replays are going to show us. That was a nice takedown. Knee. It didn't really. An illegal knee? That was an illegal knee. That don't count.
Yeah, I guess it is.
Ooh, nice spinning back fist in slow-mo. Her face morphed. Dude, in the replays, it's Shevchenko. Oh, look. See, that was the spinning back kick to the body. Hit her right in the titty.
I thought that hit her in the face. I could have sworn. Oh, that was a nice oblique kick, though.
All of the replays are Shevchenko.
Well, yeah, the UFC does not want this French lady to win. She's not near as marketable.
That was a good replay for Mayon.
She's kind of ugly. Dude, I love how the whole night Daniel Cormier's like, but Manon has the superior power on her strikes. It's like, okay, who is bloody right now? Still
Who got
bloody
knocked
after the
down?
cutting.
Who got
They
dropped?
both did. They both did.
Looked like Shevchenko never got dropped
Did
from a
they?
hit.
Yeah, no, I think you're right.
She got taken down a couple times.
And that
Okay, here we
knee,
go.
in retrospect, in the slow mo, that knee didn't really. It went through her whole guard. Her arm
All
dropped.
three, so it's not a split decision. Unanimous decision. Come on.
Still. Yeah.
Got it.
Right.
Let's go.
Money shot.
She doesn't even look tired. She's sitting there modeling her monster can. Dude, Monster about to cut a check. I was expecting very hard fight.
I wish she would be evil.
She would make a better villain instead of a nice.
She is a villain.
Nice happy
she
girl.
Undeniably is.
I mean, that was what a villain would do, is pretend to be nice. She's always nice. She's very sweet, but she'll like kill you.
Not always. She has moments of vicious.
Dang it. Dang it.
If she keeps defending for a while, she will go down as the best.
She's my GOAT.
I don't know. Doing some ballet, doing a little river dance, a little spinny river dance.
She has to have far more defenses than Amanda Nunes, I would figure. And she fought Amanda Nunes twice. We've seen the GOAT versus GOAT. And I say, if you're giving up 10 pounds to the other lady and you make it razor close.
But she lost both.
And she's prettier. And she might be straight. It's not clear whether she's gay or straight, but she might be straight. So there's still hope that one day I spot her in a bar, she comes over. As I see you from across the bar, I want to bang you. Could happen. I want to show you my triangle choke. Amanda Nunes wants to do a triangle choke. That's almost like one of the boys.
Yeah.
You know, I might get in there just to actually learn technique. I do love Amanda Nunes, don't get me wrong, but
Is Bilal Muhammed, is he Pakistani?
No, he's from fucking Chicago and he reps the Palestinian flag.
I know. I was watching the conference the other night, and I thought when he started talking, he was going to need an interpreter. He's like, "What up, guys? I'm Bilal Muhammad." Yeah. It's like,
yeah, he's probably the most hated champion. This is a very important fight. If Bilal loses this, that means Islam Makhachev's next fight is versus this Della Maddalena guy for the 170 double champ belt. If Bilal wins this, Dana White and, rumor mill says that means Islam fights Ilia Topuria for Ilia Topuria to possibly be double champ belt. Pound for pound, number one, pound on the loin.
Dude, if they tell me one last mission for Mission Impossible again and make another damn Mission Impossible.
Dude, the movies are for retarded people.
Oh my God, he's too old to be doing this.
Every time it's one last mission.
No, and in the trailer, he's talking to whatever his commanding officer. I don't know the vernacular, and he's like, "I need you to trust me one last time." It's like, okay, in every movie where they don't approve your next move, you do it anyways. You're full renegade, fucking, dishonorable operative. Fuck you, Tom Cruise, and you're 5'3". Quit standing on a platform, leave Scientology, and then I'll support you.
You tell him, Jub.
I mean, I don't think he needs your support, but
he does all his own stunts. I'm of the belief you should do your own stunts. If you're making $50 million for like 3 months of work, jump a dirt bike, bro.
do you watch the slap fighting?
No, it's brain dead.
Yeah,
I might
so
catch
dumb.
a clip here
I
and
don't
there.
get it.
Well, I don't like a sport with no tact. It's the same way I say track and field isn't a sport because your opponent can't.
But did you see that
outcome.
lady that they just showed on the Discord? The way she slapped, she tried to make it look like it was some sort of martial art. She went like
It might have been Paige Van Zandt.
Like she's doing a damn ninja move.
No, yeah, like they line up and stuff, and they like trash talk. It's like, bro, this is stupid. Like, it's just dumb.
And they weigh about 400 pounds.
Well, no, and it's like, congratulations. We're making the dumbest people in the world who would sign up for that way dumber by giving them brain damage.
Just give them
we're
instant
It's not
CTE.
going to end well, bro. They better have maximum liability insurance for when all these dudes Benoit out in 5 years.
Why don't they just close fist it? Why don't you just make it punch fighting?
If you're going to do it, do it.
It's not much different. It's called slap, but like it's full palm to the face, which a palm is hard as shit.
Yeah, an open hand to the face might as well be punching them.
And sometimes they like foul. It's called, I forget what it's called, like clubbing, where the full palm.
Oh, they hit him in
like,
they hit him in the neck or something.
Well, yeah, like the full palm makes connection to the side. I forget the rules, but
you're supposed to just have your fingers hit them.
You know what I'm saying? No, I don't know how it's judged.
You're waiting for your big break. He does not look like he sounds.
Yeah, I don't like him. No one likes him.
We don't want to see you doing your dang Muslim prayer.
Except the Islamic world loves him.
I'm always one of those guys. I'm obviously a Muslim. I represent Pakistan, but I sound like a nerd from Detroit.
No, he's whack as shit, bro. He really is. And people miss why he's unliked. People think it's because every fight's a decision. He never finishes. It's just grappling, like control, no damage. But it's like, if I gave that exact description to you about Merab Dvalishvili, it's totally applicable, right? But people love Merab. It's like, no, he's just a goober. People don't like. No one likes this guy. There's guys that people don't like because they're goobers. He's one of them. And it's crazy they made a highlight clip. They used like 5 clips from the one guy he actually finished, and then other times where a guy slipped. Oh, he dropped Leon on his head. Yeah, show the 5th round at the end where he's beaten bloody. Oh, yeah, look who has blood dripping down their whole body, JS, in the end of this clip. Isn't that interesting? The guy who won the fight. Huh.
What are you trying to say, Joe?
I've been saying it I've been discrediting Bilal subtly this whole time by saying damage should score, because he wins fights, but he doesn't do damage. He just controls you.
You're Jason. When I was doing my Bilal Muhammad impression, Jason came out. Well,
he's just. I just don't like him, man.
Hey, Rome made your last name with the emojis.
He did adopt a Palestinian boy, which I think is cool.
Oh, yeah, Starfire.
Bilal adopted a little Palestinian boy. Yeah, and then look at Jack Della Maddalena's highlights. Just elbows from the top, brutal. Like, he's shortening this guy's lifespan. He's knocking all these people out. That's what I want my champion to do. I don't want this wrestling control bullshit.
I agree. Somebody ought to get the knock to the F out.
The Jack Della Maddalena guy at the press conference, a reporter asked if he'll use his championship bonus if he wins to get a nose surgery. And he had the audacity to get offended by that. He's like, oh, good one. And his whole demeanor changed. It's like, bro, look at your nose. You literally look like a monster. When they're showing him talking to the camera, that's his most flattering angle from the side, so you can't see that his nose. Yeah, that thing is grotesque. How dare you get offended?
Which been broke so many times.
Yeah, it's about as bad as a nose can be broken. And the evidence that he needs it fixed is how offended he was by the comments. Like, yeah, clearly you're pretty insecure about this schnoz you got on you. Go get it fixed.
Guy at the gas station, I'm wearing my Trump shirt, and I had Echo, and I had a beer in my hand. The guy at the gas station was like, "Oh man, you're a total vibe."
What?
I don't know what that means, but
he was hitting on you, dude.
He's like, looks at the Echo, he looks at the beer, he looks at my shirt, he looks at me, and he's like, "Yeah, man, you're a total vibe." Like, okay, cool.
I would say, well, don't support my side because I don't like people that say vibe on my side.
Yeah. Like, I don't know what that means, but okay.
I don't know what that means, but I really don't like it, dude. You shut up.
I do accept vibing, which to me just means like when you really enjoy music, you're vibing to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you can't make it like it's a verb.
Yeah, if a man can't tell another man he's a vibe.
Yeah, you can't make it a noun. I'm a
unless
vibe.
Unless you catch some dong, you don't talk that way. I would have just said, dude, they belong to my scroll and you'll never get hold of them.
Dude, Jack with his shirt tucked in, it does look kind of nerdy.
Bro, he's a gangster. This guy is as gangster as they come. He knocked out Gilbert Burns with a broken arm. He broke his arm around one and then knocked him out.
Oh, and then two other guys stopped me. They were drunk, and while I'm walking Echo, I was doing something on my phone, so I was just letting Echo walk in the grass. And these two guys like walk up and they like call Echo over and they start petting him. And this one guy was petting him very like he was getting a little too close. Like he was like got down on his knees and he was like hugging him and rubbing on him. And I was like, and then the guy starts telling me, I do handcrafted leather work, so I'm going to make you a collar for your dog. He's like, your dog looks awesome. He needs a unique leather collar. I'm going to make you one. And I'm like, okay, well, I don't know your name. I don't know who you are. Like, and then he starts telling me, yeah, all you're going to have to pay for is the materials and I'll do the labor for free. I was like, okay. Well, this just turned into a sales pitch, but I'm broke. And then
hey, who's pricing the materials? Are you buying them at fucking Marshalls and then you're up, you know.
Yeah, and I was like, well, I'm not really looking for one. I'm not really looking for one right now, but you got a card or something? And he's like, no, it's all word of mouth. We'll catch you later, bro.
Oh, no, all right. Those guys fucking rule.
My dog, now you make him a collar.
Yeah, I'm like, well, you didn't give me a number. You didn't give me your name.
That's the coolest guy ever.
And then as they're walking away, they both dap me up. They dap me up. The second guy did like a full like, and I hate that. I hate when people do like crazy handshakes because I don't know the plan. So it feels awkward. Yeah, and he's doing this thing, and as he's doing it, he's like, keep it white, bro. Keep it white.
What the?
I was like, okay, yeah.
All this happened in one day?
Yeah, well, because it's I live near the U, so the football games are going on at the U. So when I go to get beer, there's people everywhere. There's like, because people,
the freaky geeks find their freak flags, right?
He's walking out to damn extremists.
Everybody's drunk and everybody's like a lot of college kids, a lot of hot chicks.
He's walking out to the shit you see, you know, when they show you sand in a movie and then there's like the effect when it's real hot that the air looks liquid. They're playing that soundtrack right now.
That's a mirage.
That could play into this Bilal Muhammad thing. And
yeah, Rome, he said keep it white, but he did like the blackest handshake ever, and I was all confused and it felt awkward. I didn't know. And he's like, keep it white, keep it white.
It was your vibe dress or whatever your vibe.
So I was vibing. I had the Trump shirt on. Got some dang.
They were like, damn, this dude's either dumb or brave. Let's go check it out.
Some white power guys petting Echo, rubbing all on Echo.
Do you remember what that guy had on? Can you describe him? Because I have a theory.
He was the one that said keep it white was the one that was doing less talking. He just had a black shirt. I can't remember what was on it, but he had a black shirt and black pants.
No, the vibe guy.
The guy that said keep the vibe was like your typical Mormon college kid. I don't remember what he was wearing.
See, but the operative word there, typical. These people float around because I've had a similar thing where like it's almost like a stranger's a fan of you for some choice you made. It's like, dude, I'm not like people think it's so wild to have a personality these days because so many people are just plugged into like what they think they should do and look like and act like. So when you're a little different, they're like, "Oh my gosh, like check this guy out." It's like, no, dude, I just kind of have my own thought process. That's all this is.
Oh no, he was copy paste Mormon college kid. They all have the same haircut. They're blonde. They have the same haircut. And they all think that they're like the coolest person ever. Like that
doesn't stop at Mormons though. That's just society as a whole. Like so many percentage
it's all college
of
guys
go around copying the next guy.
Did you say blonde hair for the guys?
Yeah, the guys have blonde hair. Blonde is probably the most common hair color out here. Blonde hair, blue eyes.
That's kind of shocking.
There's a lot of brunette people, but
minority.
I agree, Rome.
They all have the same haircut. It's like I don't know what it's called.
Yeah, dude, it's a lot of men, man. They got like the shaved sides and stuff. And they got like
men and no test.
No, they have longer hair, but it's like poofy. I don't know what it's called, but
is it where they do the ponytail and all that stuff?
It's more like a preppy surfer look.
Full Jesus or short hair is my style.
Yeah, in the summer I shave mine down the horse like a number one.
I do it.
The summer I die up here in Tennessee. Yeah. Or over here. And you've been over in Asheville for a while, JS. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's where my aunt and my grandma and grandpa used to live. My aunt lives over there.
I'm 60 miles away. Not even that far.
They don't like us up there.
Yeah, it was based country when we used to go there when I was young, and now it's like liberal cesspool.
It is. I worked over there I worked at the hospital over there.
Not based. They looked at us like we were damn. Like you would have thought we came in burkas just because we're from Florida. It's the weirdest thing. It's like the people knew we were outsiders.
Yeah.
Yeah, they could smell an outsider a mile away.
This is secondhand though because I was a child. I don't really remember. All I remember is my cousin absolutely cracked his melon open at a pool and just bled everywhere. He bust his head clean open.
Yeah, he did a backflip
and cracked his head.
He didn't jump out far enough, so he did a backflip and just head to edge of the pool.
That's a core memory, and that ruined backflips for me. I think forever.
It kind of did for me too, because I used to always do backflips. I'll still do them, but I make sure that I like really go out.
Yeah, I'll front flip into a pool and stuff and on a trampoline, but I have a backflip block, and I blame that incident.
I used to cruise downtown and go down by the orange peel when I go over to the hospital, just to see what was going on. People got pretty wild.
But I mean, if you're doing a backflip and your head is contacting, like, you got to rotate more, buddy. You got to get a little more rotation going.
Yeah, save the skull.
Well, not into a pool, you would imagine, but you got to get that distance too.
Yeah, you got to get some outward.
That's crazy to crack that melon like that.
Yeah, he's bleeding. They had to empty the whole pool. I'm surprised you remember that. Well, that was the age where like that memory probably.
That's all I remember of that trip. Oh, and I remember a gargantuan fucking spider.
Did you go to the mansion?
My mom. I never went to the mansion, but my mom. Biltmore.
Yeah, Biltmore, or the estate. I should call it the estate.
Whatever the fame.
My parents went and took a tour of it, but we didn't go.
I've never been either. I've been close.
And that's when we went on the whitewater rafting trip, and they stopped the raft before this one rapid, and they're like, okay, this is the most dangerous part of the trip. You see that rock there? It has a cave underneath it. If we fall off of the boat during this part, you can get sucked under that cave and pinned against the wall, and you'll die. So this is the most. Yeah, we got to be very careful. And he said the water level is high, so at this time of the year, it's a level 5, which is the highest level. Normally, it's a level 4, but right now it's level 5. So we need to make sure nothing bad happens here. We start going. We go over the first rapid, and our freaking raft flips over.
Are you certain?
Everybody's off the raft, and I come up, and I'm grabbing on the side of the raft. And I see my dad, I see all the people, and I can't find my mom. So I start freaking out. Where's my mom? Where's my mom? Where's my mom? I'm thinking she's pinned under this damn rock. And then I hear her. She came up under the raft. So she's underneath, and she's like inside, like a raft flipped upside down. You can come up inside of it. And she was under it. And then she like reached her arm out and came up around next to me. And I was freaking out. I thought my mom was gone.
I was freaking out. I'll be freaking out too.
How old were you? What's up, guys? How old were you, Jess? Or Jess?
Do you believe the instructor?
That's scary.
I was probably like 12.
Do you believe the instructor though?
Yeah, they probably wouldn't let you on that thing. They probably would let you do the river without.
I believe the instructor that it was
selling a service who, like, you tell a first timer, like, oh yeah, this is the most difficult one. It goes out without a hitch. They're like, wow, you're kind of a natural. Then they have a propensity to come back. Like, is it even legal to let a 12-year-old do the most dangerous whitewater rafting rapid ever, and he's never done it before?
Exactly.
Well,
that's so JS out there.
I'm pretty sure you guys just solid, subtle marketing was it's any martial arts class, same thing. Like, oh man,
or maybe he always flips the raft over on that part of the river. Like he always fucks up there, so he just tells them that.
The kids need to go back. Well, so Josh or Jazz, did you go back?
We did it twice.
I think that's out of state.
Yeah, that was in North Carolina. They went back to North Carolina. I don't know if they ever did whitewater rafting there again, but that was the second. I've done whitewater rafting 3 times.
Since?
Twice in North Carolina and once in, I think, South Carolina with a church trip.
Okay, so since that happened, how many times have you been whitewater rafting?
JDM's in some big shots.
I think I can't remember the order. I've done it 3 times, and I can't remember if that was the second or third time I did it. I would still do it again.
Okay.
Like, it was fun. It didn't traumatize me where I wouldn't do it again, but I was just freaking out. I thought my mom was under that rock. He like scared us about the rock. He's like, if we flip, make sure you stay away from that rock because you'll get pinned underneath it.
Sounds like I'm telling you there's a bomb down there. Don't touch it.
And we flipped like right by that rock, and I'm like,
it's like, hey, remember you were having a fun, exciting, formative experience? All right, now I want you to be as anxious as you've ever been.
Yeah.
This is death-defying acts we're about to do.
If we're gonna die, this is where we'll die, and then we flip.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and the death, it'll kind of be the worst one you could imagine, pinned down by water.
All right, so this sounds like 80s and 90s theme parks.
Action Point.
It was
But now if you go to Disney or the theme parks, everything's going to be nice.
Yeah.
Back in the 80s, 90s, everything was scary.
Yeah.
It was a slow first round, but Maddalena just got a head kick.
I was proud of that ORJS. I was running my own company. You can't, at the Biltmore, you can't get your name listed in any of the books. They have a who's who.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody's got to put you in there, and the hospital put me in there. It really helped, too. I've still got that bad boy.
I love tourist attractions where they have like a guest sign wall or a guest sign-in book.
Yeah, that's kind of what it is. But the book's laying there, and you kind of read the names and sign on another book. It just lists the people or the businesses in there in the area. It was a big deal back then.
I took a tour in is it in Knoxville, the Jack Daniels distillery? Took a tour of the
Daniels.
Yeah, I took a tour of the Jack Daniels distillery. And then you walk back and you see the barrels, and there's a bunch of Sharpies. You can take a Sharpie and you can sign a barrel. So it's like rows and rows of barrels, and you can.
Oh hell no, I've not been there.
Cool.
So I like tagged up the barrel. I'd like to see if my barrel, where's my barrel at?
My barrel. Some of that Jack Daniels stuff is very expensive. Not the Jack Daniels, it's the other ones they make.
Yeah.
That
I'm
one's
thinking
like $1,000 a bottle or something.
I'm thinking to GoFundMe for JS to have his barrel found and it purchased for him.
That'd be nice.
GoFundMe.
Dude, it's
I
a
think that'd
big
be
ass
pretty
barrel. It's not like just a barrel. It's like a.
You talking to used barrel?
Maybe people within the country you're in, I think you can share alcohol. And so maybe a barrel, if you're above a certain amount of... No, this is stupid, but it'd be
I don't know
funny.
where
If
I
you
would
could
put
find
it.
your barrel...
I'm in an apartment. Like,
yeah,
it's like
I
a
think
6
you
foot.
could share the barrel. I'm suggesting if people gave to the GoFundMe, people could get part of the barrel.
Ah. We scrapped up the barrel.
Well, you
And
could just take the part of the barrel. Part of the barrel. You didn't sign the entire barrel.
No,
So
I
just take part of the barrel that has your name on it. But it's not going to happen. But
no, I don't know. If,
I'm in favor of it.
oh, he caught the leg.
I'm in favor of it.
I think Jack Maddalena's winning this round so far, but
they're $450 to $500 the barrel.
What are the weights? What are the weights on these guys? How many pounds?
This is welterweight, so I think they're.
You
I think this is
talking
the.
about
90?
I think they're 185.
Right,
This is what I
I'm
would.
thinking
This
like
is what I
90
would fight
kilos.
in if I was fighting. I'd have to cut weight. I could get down to 185.
I could get down to 200.
I could, no bullshit. I think I could cut to 135 if we're talking weight class.
If I didn't
Hey,
drink
wait,
beer,
wait. So,
if I quit drinking beer, I'd walk around at 200.
But if you're talking fighting
who's
weight,
got a computer?
Holy.
What's
if you're talking fighting
90
weight, you
kilos?
can fight 170.
What'd you say?
Who's got a computer? What's 90 kilos in pounds?
I don't know. I
That's
don't speak.
light. That's as light as I can get.
I don't
That's
speak
my
commie
absolute muscle
measurements.
Yeah, why we are true patriot free people, dude.
I don't use no damn metric system.
And the only global superpower. So we set the tone on what weight measurement is used. It's up to you to do the math.
Yep.
And then once you guys do the math good, we'll just poach your talent and bring them here.
That's what China does. What you just described is what China does. So they're the superpower.
That's what China told you they do because they run everything. America's really
They're copying us. They're stealing our ideas.
Wait, who are they? Well, running things. Who are they? Come on. Who are they?
You know who they are, dude. They got the eyes.
I'll put you a link in the Discord chat there, John. If you want to do
I'll
that.
have a look. Yeah.
I also took a tour of the spam museum in Minnesota.
Roo. You know I'm a long, long way away. It would be cool, but we've got Bundaberg distilleries, stuff like that here, up north where it's warmer. So they've got sugar crops or sugarcane crops and stuff like that. And you can go and do that, but it's not really my thing.
Yeah, if you're in America, you gotta hit up the spam museum. It was the first spam factory.
You talk about the meat.
If you want to call it meat.
Yes.
Yeah.
The leftovers.
They only spam you. Yeah.
Damn, what else would be?
I don't know if it counts as meat, but
I'm
a retard sometimes, for real.
No. You're not a retard, so you didn't hear. You should have.
There's a spam emoji? What the hell?
He was very retard.
Rome bought it in like 2 seconds.
I didn't know there was a damn spam emoji.
Did you make that?
No,
it's got a happy face on it.
Oh, it's got an angry face.
Angry or happy? I can't see.
It looks like a distraught face, like, ugh.
Like it might be on the emoji.
Pushing out a poo.
Yeah.
Yeah, we said the same thing.
Here we go. Come back.
So you said 2 belt changes.
Update.
You were wrong about one, but I hope you're right about this one. I called Maddalena in this one.
I heard Maddalena's got weak.
So far, all my picks have been right. I said I wanted Aldo to win, but I figured he's gonna lose.
Been pulling those picks. Nice.
Come on.
When people spam the chats, I'll put no spam. Spam prohibited.
Hey, why don't the command Discord pull up the Discord link? I was just curious. Is that something you got to program, or
You talking about Discord exclamation point? I could do that, but I have to do it in Nightbot. I'd have to set Nightbot up to have that as a command. And
that's Twitch stuff. There's no need for it, man. You can set it up on Streamlabs or whatever you. No, you want.
I don't use Streamlabs. I use.
I realize.
Once I get the new computer set up, I'm gonna start using Stream Elements to do layouts and stuff.
you'll have the horsepower to do it?
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, it's actually.
I was listening. You got the 5070 T.
TI, yeah.
And BLK helped you out. That's awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, he sent a nice Cash App yesterday.
Freaking
You just
winning.
popped in Discord.
It actually, I tried using one of those like Stream Elements, which is something you connect your OBS to, and you can do layouts and like how he has all the different scenes and layouts and the dono bars and all that stuff. But that's like a lot more demanding. When I turn that on, my computer like freezes up. It can't handle it.
You got to have a video. You got to have all of it to do that. The video processor and everything else, streaming at the same time.
Well, look, realistically, you want also a capture card. Do people still do capture cards?
I have a capture card,
I think they're all internal now, though.
Yeah.
No, mine's external.
Yeah. Okay.
I have the Elgato. No, I have one of the best. Well, it was. It's probably not anymore, but the HD 60S Elgato capture card.
Yeah, the Elgato
So
was big in
with the
2014.
With the 5070, is that able to do capture card as well?
With the what?
You need still.
No, you still need a capture card. The capture card is like so you can either have a second computer. So if you did like a gaming computer and then a streaming computer, you would use a capture card to send what you're doing on the gaming computer to your streaming computer.
What are you going to do with your current computer?
I use the capture card so that when I play the Switch, my Switch, I can play a Switch on my computer, basically. Or like if I got a PS5, I could play the PS5 on my computer with the capture card.
Oh.
Yeah, he's smart.
Okay.
Huh?
No, it's just using.
Winning.
I understand. I follow. Interesting.
Yeah, basically, yeah, it lets you hook up
I only ever thought of
another system to. It lets you
of...
connect another system to your main system.
Does that go through HDMI or does it go through something else?
Yeah, it's USB and HDMI. So the USB. So like my Switch, my Switch goes to the capture card, and then the capture card goes to the TV and to the computer.
Gotcha.
So then I can look at it on my TV like I'm just playing the Switch like regular, but I can also see it on my computer and record it.
Now I don't know.
Rue,
I haven't looked at the light.
Rue, this is sounding the same way as Rue. I'm going to talk over you. This is sounding the same way that we used to put records to tapes.
Kind of
the same.
Mm-hmm.
But do you think the USB port is slower than the HDMI? I always think that. A little bit laggy.
Yeah, well, I've talked about it before. So if I if I play Mario and I'm playing it and I'm watching it on OBS on my computer, I'm delayed. I have like a 1 second delay. So people probably think I'm coping, but when I'm dying a lot in Mario, and I'm like, that's because of the delay. It is. It's like if I had the TV, if I was playing it on the TV, it's real time inputs. But when I'm looking at the OBS, if I push a button, I don't jump till like a second later.
Right. Exactly. That's what I was thinking. I didn't know if it was like that, but that's what I was thinking. Because the USB's got to be slower than HDMI. It has to be.
Yep. But the problem is I use the TV as a second monitor.
Yep.
So if I want to play the Switch on my TV, I need to change the HDMI input. And then I lose the second monitor. So once I get the new computer, that'll be fixed. I'll have 2 monitors for my system, and I'll have the TV just for the Switch, just for gaming.
That ought to work out pretty good.
Yeah.
I went to these widescreens this year. That's what I got for Christmas anyway.
If I get one of them like Roku TVs, I could have like the news playing on the TV while I'm streaming, and just if there's like breaking news report and I see it out of the corner of my eye on the TV, I could talk about it or something.
Yeah. You have access to ONN, don't you?
On
the brand name,
the TV brand,
ONN TV. Yeah. They work great. I've got a bunch of them. They're all over the place.
Dude, they got a 98-inch one for $1,000.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy.
It's sick, but I don't know how I would get it home.
Like, my brother's got one almost that big on the wall. It's like the wall. It takes up the whole freaking wall. It's like you're walking into the TV. I don't know. It's weird.
You need to rent a damn U-Haul to get that thing home.
Yeah.
How many inches?
98.
Yeah, I was looking at like
it's a big ass TV
the other day. But everything I looked at, not that I am not buying one. Everything that I did look at in the store had free delivery on it. Every single one.
Yeah, you would need it with this.
Yeah,
it's 98-inch 4K Roku on TV, and it's only when it came out, it was $1,500. Now it's down to $1,000.
Wait till this Christmas.
I bought a 65-inch about 4 or 5 years ago, and fitting it in the car in the box meant that I had to put my front seat where my chest was right on the airbag. Basically, they've got to be delivered, man. Like, you're not unless you got a ute, a truck, you're not getting it home. And the mounting, like, what if someone knocks it?
That's what I was looking at, because I look at some reviews of it, the 98-inch one, and the legs look very flimsy. I'm like, how this does not seem.
You know, if you think about one that big, after you get it on the wall, is it going to flex? I mean, you want to?
I don't know if you put it on the wall. You put it on. It has legs on it.
From experience with this sort of thing, if you put it on the wall, you're getting plaster taken off, you're getting new reinforcement made behind, and then the plaster put back on, it made nice, including the electrics being moved to the correct spot.
Yeah, that's a whole process.
And then the TV's mounted. So add whatever that labor and so on is, it's
probably as much as a TV.
I think it was about a month and a half, maybe 2 months ago, I was looking at it. I'm like, to put that in, that's an entire fucking wall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm okay. I'm all good.
My neighbor's got a projector. His computer's hooked to a projector. So every time when I leave my apartment, I can see, because we have like glass walls on the front of our apartments, and I can see him playing like games in his apartment.
That's cool. Yeah,
And it's
I've done that
huge.
with
It's the
my-
whole wall, and it looks really good. It
Yeah,
looks
man,
really sharp.
I've done that. I've done that at my place for Christmas, where I go and put a projector on a thin sheet, so it has Christmas animations going on for the kids.
Yeah.
Yeah, my neighbor does. That's really nice.
And that's cool, but it's only it's just a cheap Chinese one that I've got these days. Not like a.
He's bleeding again.
Yeah, I had to.
My neighbor does that in the
up on-
backyard. I don't know how big a screen he's got, but it's pretty damn big. I mean, it's freaking
Muhammad
huge,
said he's
really.
not throwing any takedowns. He's not shooting for any takedowns this fight.
Della Maddalena's
Rude,
piecing his ass up.
Yeah.
Rude, the Chinese ones are nice, like the Chinese projection.
But we might have just heard JDM.
But
It don't look that bad.
yeah, well, they're not high quality. It's just a
Well,
bit
they
of
keep
fun
up
for a
so decent.
summer.
I need to see the strike percentages.
Rude,
It's been a slow fight,
$200
but they are just standing and swinging. Like,
Yeah, I'm not watching the fight. I don't have the bit rate at the moment. I'm in a certain space. Did everyone wish their mothers happy Mother's Day?
was that tomorrow?
Well, it's today for me. But
Gosh.
To what? Did you say today? Today?
It's Sunday.
no, yes, Sunday.
Like the 11th?
It is
He's in the future.
exactly.
It's the 11th, right?
Rude.
It's the 10th right
Yeah,
now where I am.
From the future. Fuck me.
Go ahead.
Rude.
Yeah, if you're on the East Coast,
I'm
it's
from the future. So tomorrow, when you wake up, or at some point when you wake up tomorrow, it will most likely be the 10th, which would be
no, it'll be the 11th when I
think the 10th.
wake
The
up
11th,
tomorrow.
which is Mother's Day.
Yeah,
Okay.
I gotta call my mama.
Yeah, I didn't miss
Ooh.
it yet.
Oh wait,
It's like 1 a.m.
When
what happened to no takedowns? Muhammad, he tried. Oh, come on. Oh,
Dang. Advantages of knowing an Australian. They can tell you about these things.
he
At
looked
least
at the
Mother's
clock.
Day is on the same day.
Dude,
How-
Maddalena
Easter
won that
or-
exchange, and he went immediately to put him against the fence to defend against getting hit repeatedly. I hate this. Got the back. Bilal got the back. Got the bite. Yeah, you just put your weight on him and fatigue him. I hate it.
Who's going to win?
No, what
Chuck?
do you mean, though? He wins fights, though. He's undefeated for like 10 years, man.
Nice
He's a
reversal.
consummate champion.
Nice reversal. Who's against the fence now, bitch?
I don't know. It's the guy who John Anik's dick is constantly sucked by.
That didn't sound good, Jeff. You sound irritated.
John Anik just talks about this guy like he's the best ever. Like he was in the promo package, he's talking about GSP and like Matt Hughes and shit. It's like, dude, this is Bilal Muhammad.
Dude, no. Again, like you said, Muhammad is wearing a lot of damage. He's bleeding. His nose is swelled up.
Well, no, and in this one, I don't think he wins on the scorecards either in this one because he doesn't have any control time really.
Right.
But yeah, that's all his fights. He'll get bloodied up, and then but he wins though because he hugged you really aggressively, man.
He hugged you for 3 rounds aggressively.
He's hugging you
Yeah,
with blood.
He gets punched in the face and he gives you a hug. Punch in the face, give you a hug.
Here's the
This Della Maddalena dude is a gangster though.
Yeah, Maddalena's winning this fight.
Yeah, oh, for sure.
He's now Maddalena's
Bilal's
doing
won
his
one
technique
fight.
against him. He's got him
Oh,
against.
he's looking at the
hugging him.
clock though. He's looking at. I just saw him look up at the clock.
Bilal?
This
Yeah.
is first. No,
He's tired.
Bilal won't get tired.
Well,
Bilal will never get tired. The other guy might because he's never been to round 4.
Oh.
Come on.
Maddalena's Australian?
Yeah.
Oh, he's bleeding from the ear, though.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, I don't think...
No, that's his blood.
Yeah, and I think that just happens because their ears are so damaged, like, to begin with. Like, I don't even know if that's painful.
Like, pops the cauliflower.
Yeah, I think maybe they don't feel it. I could be mistaken, but... His ears don't look that cauliflowered, which is shocking, because... If ever guys looks like he's got hit in the head a bunch, it's Jack Della Maddalena with his S-curved nose.
You ever seen a dude out in public with the dang cauliflower ear?
I have.
Never that I've taken note of. Like I probably come across it and just didn't really recognize it.
If you're ever out at the bar and there's some asshole yelling at people and being obnoxious, check his ears.
That's the worst.
Don't start a fight. Don't start a fight with that guy.
That can fight is the fucking worst.
Yeah.
And they exist. There's a lot of them out there.
I met one dude at the lumber store. He's like, he was pointing at his ears like, I'm a badass.
Oh, I've seen dudes at the bar that are like being like boisterous and loud. And I'm like, man, somebody needs to whoop that dude's ass. And then I'll look at him and be like, oh, he's got the ear. No.
Like if you had Toucan Sam at gunpoint, dude. If he gets this decision, I'll be fucking pissed.
Dude's face has been rearranged too many times. His damn forehead's out past his chin.
That's a good thing for a fighter.
Yeah, he's built in protection.
That chin's tucked.
Oh, I do have it. Oh, it's exclamation Discord. It's not Discord exclamation.
Yeah, the command thing is always the first character.
Exclamation pound or get. Or the bang. We call it the bang too. I don't know.
Is Jason older or younger than Josh? We're twins. But I was born first.
But still older and younger.
There it is.
Yeah,
by a matter of minutes.
No, I don't know if that link still works, but
I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna test it.
It should be one lifetime link.
I think I set it up that way, but I might not have.
This guy managed watchable.
The link in the Nightbot probably doesn't work because we didn't do a lifetime link until Jeremy set it up later on after the fact. So I don't know if that one will still work the same.
The click part works. It's just expired or not valid.
Yeah,
but it works.
Exactly.
It works.
And that's fine because that's how that other dude trolled his way into the Discord. Was he triggered Nightbot?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he knew that there was. That's how, because when he came in here and P-bombed, I went into chat and saw that some random dude was trying to spell Discord. He tried Discord with an exclamation, Discord with a question mark Discord, and then exclamation Discord. And that's when Nightbot gave him the Discord, and then he came in and did his thing.
Wow.
Come on, Maddalena. Get up.
I think Maddalena might be getting a little tired.
Yeah, he's on the bottom right now. It's
it's
gonna be a close fight, and I don't think they're gonna. So. I don't think they're gonna serve an upset. If it's a close fight, they're gonna give it to the champ.
No, you said that last time too, and they didn't.
And they didn't.
If this goes to Bilal Muhammed, they're delusional.
Yeah, on Uncle Ive, you said if it's close, you got to beat the champion, or else they're not going to give it to him. What did they do? They gave it to Uncle Ive because he fucking laid on the guy.
Yeah.
How close that fight was.
That was some bullshit.
Like, I was convinced Pereira was going to lose.
Look at the right eye of Maddalena, almost closed shut. Look at the whole face of Bilal. It's all destroyed.
No, Della Maddalena absolutely wins this and the scorecards. If he doesn't, then the fix is in. But
Yeah, no,
nice three-piece. Look at that. That was a nice three-piece.
But I'm telling you, Jack Della Maddalena has some of the nastiest boxing combos we've seen for a while. He's fun to watch.
Muhammad waited too
Oh,
long.
he's piecing him
But
up.
once he gets the hook, bro, he does this. He throws 30 at a time. It's fucking nuts.
Muhammad's hurt. Come on,
This
put
is
the pressure on him.
to a 5th round, dude. This guy's gangster. This is my champion.
Don't let him hug you. Don't let him aggressively hug you. Keep hitting him.
Now we need him to do this to Ian
Oh, the
Gary
body
if
shots.
that's his continue. He's looking up at the clock. He's tight.
Yeah, Maddalena's tight. Oh, the takedown. That was a...
Well, because he tried to initiate the grappling, you dumbass. Oh, my gosh. Bilal is leaking major blood, bro.
Yeah, Bilal was hurt, but that's why he cuddled up.
Oh, he's leaking major blood.
He's leaking.
This is still JDM's round, though.
Damn, that's a hell of a fucking takedown.
Because this is not effective control.
Jack's back up.
Yeah, that doesn't count for shit. JDM won this, bro. It's over. It's over. JDM won. Unless he gets finished right here, and I don't see it. My boy's a dog.
Hit him. Nice knee.
Under.
Look at that knee. Oh,
yeah,
damn.
take your ass back to Palestine, boy.
You back on the feet with the boy now. Hit him. Hit him. Hit him.
JS, tell the chat, though, I told you.
He almost dropped.
JS, tell the chat. I predicted
his hands are down. Hit him, Jack. Hit him.
Tell the chat I predicted this.
Finish it. His hands are totally down. Look, he's just standing there. Hit him, Jack. Hit him.
End it all. Leave it all in there, man.
I predicted this.
2 seconds.
I predicted this. Yeah. Let the record show. I texted JS that JDM would win.
Dude, he can barely hold his hands up. He's trying to hold his hands up like he won. He could barely hold his hands up.
That's the result I'm happier with because I was more confident the French one would win.
Oh, they're both killed. Out of gas.
Do you hear Daniel Cormier? Oh my! I hate that they have to promote the fighters. He's like, I don't want to ever hear Bilal Muhammad is boring anymore. It's like, yeah, if you have one exciting fight out of 11, it's probably your opponent's job that made it exciting, not you.
Yeah.
Every time Bilal was winning this fight, he had his nuts on the other guy's butt region and was kind of hugging him aggressively in the fourth round. Literally. That's Bilal's perfect fight.
The only way Bilal could have taken this at all is if he went to his fucking strategy of hugging vigorously.
Oh, that knee. That knee is crazy.
Bro, he told...
I don't think Dub had an opinion on the spot.
Props because Bilal didn't get finished by shots that finished like everybody in the division. This dude was knocking everybody out. Props that he survived, but
he
did not win. And he's not an exciting fighter all of a sudden. It's Jack that made it exciting. Let's go, bro. If he can beat Ian Gary, this guy's my new GOAT. Did you see JS? Ian Gary kept bringing his kid to give these fighters M&Ms and shit because he was the backup fighter. So it's like a gimmick. Maybe they'll miss weight. And Jack Della Maddalena, they asked him about it at a press conference. He's like,
I don't like him. Yeah.
No, he said, I'm not sure that's Ian's kid. Leaning into the whole cuck situation. Beautiful.
Oh, that's what that was.
No one heard it though. That was the problem. Like
I heard it. I recorded it. I was gonna make a short, but I didn't understand. He said, "I'm not sure that's Ian's kid, and I don't like M&Ms."
Yeah. Jack Della Maddalena won that, 100%.
But did he?
What did the judges say?
Unanimous decision.
It's Jack. If it's unanimous, it has to be Jack. New.
Yep.
Dana White loves it. Dana White is so happy. He does not like Bilal. Dana White's loving it. When he put the belt on Bilal, it looked like you just shot his newborn son, dog.
And in this one, he was like ready. He's like, yes. And he like aggressively put the belt on him.
All the belts are going to the Dagestanis. All the belts are going to the wrestlers. All the belts are going to these boring fighters. Exactly. So
I will say Islam.
Islam's exciting. Everybody just wants to lay down.
Yeah, Islam has gotten exciting, though, I will say.
He said he was not going to shoot a takedown the whole fight. He shot a bunch of takedowns.
Who said
he
that?
couldn't. Bilal Muhammad said, I won't shoot a takedown. I'm going to stand with him the whole time. Nope, that didn't happen.
on. Quit
Well, you know what the old adage is: everybody has a plan until they get hit in the face.
Right.
Yep. Who said that? Tyson?
Tyson, yeah.
Damn, he ought to know. He hit more than he'd been hit, but damn.
Joe was supposed to commentate this, but he said, I'd rather go to Russia than Canada.
Yeah, no, he has like a ban against Canada for himself. He embargoed himself from Canada.
Rogan did?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He refused to commentate this fight. He said, I'd rather go to Russia. I'd rather go commentate in Russia than Canada.
It's kind of a cop-out, though, because he misses most of the, like, out-of-country fights.
Yeah.
Oh, no, without Rogan, how are we going to ever watch out for those calf kicks?
He used to do the,
People forget.
the Canada commentary.
People forget about the calf kicks. Watch out for those calf kicks.
No, and then he gets pissed when they break the fight up when they're just hugging each other for 50 minutes. Well, actually, if it's a real fight, there wouldn't be a change.
Domination. Did you not realize how long it took him to get into that position? Why do you got to break it up right away? Let the guys work. I think all around.
Do you like your paycheck, Joe Rogan? This is supposed to be compelling entertainment here.
No shit. Oh, yeah, I've heard Rogan say
I mean, I can even understand the idea that if you're on the ground, the idea of maybe returning back to that position, but you can't also be against breaking up zero ground act.
Exactly.
And he's against that, and he wants to return to the ground.
Exactly.
Dude, Australia has 3 belts right now. Damn, Australia's killing it. They're not even a real country.
Guy, who's the third Australian?
Where'd John go? He might have.
Who's the third Australian? I can't for the life of me. You got Volkanovski, this guy. It's not a woman. I know Robert. Oh, I think he means of all time. There's been 3 because Robert Whittaker. That's what he's talking about.
Whittaker doesn't count as an Australian, though.
Oh, so not currently, but.
Yeah, not current. Well, Whittaker's currently a champion in my mind. He's forever a champion.
I gotta go to the bathroom.
I love Robert Whittaker.
But you're gonna say Whittaker's Australian?
He is.
His motherfucker's more American than anything now.
He does vibe American. His next opponent is Rainier de Ritter, the guy who beat up Bo Nickel.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's booked. It's like confirmed.
Nice. Hell yeah.
I hope I went. See, I like both those.
Dude, I saw that fight too. He dog walked Bo Nickel.
I predicted it. I want to take credit on that prediction too.
That was a dirty fight. He fought, and not in the way that he cheated. He just he made that such a close-up, dirty, head-to-head fight.
Yeah, he got in his grill, dude. Put them knees on him.
Hey, Bam Bam to also whatever. Okay.
Yeah, he ain't no champion though. He's like 320 pounds as of recently.
Yeah. He's a big boy.
Who?
Tai Tuivasa, the guy who drinks beer out of a shoe as a celebration.
Fucking weirdo.
Dude, the arena's already empty. What did they leave before the?
They might have.
They weren't even there to watch it. What are you talking about? They couldn't afford those damn tickets.
Look at that. There's nobody in the crowd. How are they all already gone? The fight just ended.
Yeah, that's a bad rap for Canada. Canada doesn't usually do that bullshit. I expect that out of like Brazil or something.
Yeah, Brazil. Yeah, that's what I would expect from Brazil.
They got
It had to be already like somewhat empty. People can't get out that fast. That's crazy.
Well, they probably left before the final fight because there was no Canadians on the main card.
Bro, look what they're doing to
Look, it's totally empty. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're Canadians.
I have a theory. A lot of these events are fucked post-COVID. Like, a lot of these companies, they, expanded their size during COVID. And now, all their arenas, this is, a big problem with sports in general. The sales just aren't the way where they were 4 years ago.
Well, somebody at the press conference was like, Dana, when are you going to come back to Canada again? We have the best crowd here. And Dana's like, we haven't even left yet. And you're asking when we're going to come back. After seeing that, he's probably not ever going to want to go back. Like,
no, the true injustice is you watch every post-fight press conference and Dana White is like, all right, guys, we got a new record gate. And it's like, well, they didn't add seats to the arena. So if you made record amounts of money with the same
just
arena
charging
you did
more.
15 years ago, right?
Yeah,
And the cards are getting worse. The quality of like name that I saw a guy break it down one of those MMA channels, and some of those old cards are crazy. It's like Brock Lesnar, Rory McDonald, Carlos Condit, and back then those were like the A-listers on a fight night card.
What is this? What is this Star Wars show? That looks pretty sick.
No, it's not sick. It's owned by Disney now. It's lesbians. It's lesbians take over space.
Andor. Oh, that's the one where they had the campfire in space.
Yeah, just wait until you see the freaking all the lesbian fighters they got and all the lesbian Jedi.
Trans aliens taking over.
I think that's a different show. I think that's Acolyte.
Oh yeah, that's the one where they had the campfire in space.
But it's all
Acolyte's the one with the lesbians and shit.
Mandalorian. Mandalorian was good. That's Disney.
Yeah, Acolyte's the one where it's like two black twin sisters that are Jedis and one's evil and the other one's good.
Yeah.
And I think they're both gay.
Definitely gay.
And then the two lesbians, they have like Force babies. They have like babies together through the Force.
Well, they can't have real babies, so.
Yeah, that's in Acolytes, yeah. The lesbians have babies together in Acolytes, the show.
I never watched Star Wars. I'm happy.
Oh, I don't watch the shows at all. There's this guy at my work that's like a huge Star Wars nerd. So the episode that it happened, he was talking about it at work like the whole day. He was like, they had two lesbians use the Force to create a baby.
Jason Starfire is going to mention that. Isn't it awesome when lesbians use Force babies?
That's what IVF stands for.
Force babies.
Something.
No, dude, the guy at work, he was angry about it. He was like, they've gone too woke.
Intervaginal
This has gone too far.
Intervaginal force.
I guess the Force is just able to chromosome by itself. It just eliminates all of the Y chromosome. Or maybe they have like clone babies.
The Clone Wars.
Birth of the babies in the show.
Clone baby is oxymoron. No, it isn't. Never mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm talking about like there's like asexual reproduction where they just like clone their exact same genetic palette. So then the baby's like an exact replica of the mother.
That'd be horrible.
There's this like gecko, I think it's called the Morning Star gecko, but it might be women, and they only reproduce asexually. You can only get females. And they all just look exactly the same.
Isn't that aren't grocery store bananas all clones?
I think I've heard something like that.
I don't know.
Yeah, I think
know
every grocery store banana is the same genetic copy of the last bundle of bananas you bought.
What?
I'm almost certain of that. I'd be willing to bet.
Wait, say that one more time.
Every like grocery store banana you buy is a direct genetic copy of the one you bought prior. It might differ brand to brand, but it might not also. I'm not sure.
It's probably
not
because what
perfect-
you're
well,
saying is they probably use cuttings or trimmings to.
While not perfectly identical, Cavendish bananas, variety most commonly eaten, are genetically very similar and can be considered clones.
Yeah, because they just take cuttings. So you get one plant and you cut off a bunch of branches of it to make other plants. And then you cut off branches of those to make other plants.
Then a single Cavendish, one single Cavendish plant can be thought to have started the entire population.
Boom.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That the Star Wars babies got to be clones then, because if you don't add another set of DNA, it's just an exact clone of the mother. Then, well, I guess it's two mothers, so maybe I don't know how that would work.
That'd be crazy. You could just cut off your finger and put it in the dirt and grow another one of you.
Yeah, how the fuck would that work with two mothers? Split the egg and then you refuse two separate eggs into one egg?
Yeah, I mean, you would use the Force.
Propagandize the population for a century, and then you fucking take over all the media, then you make everything bullshit. It used to be cool as fuck. That's how you do
Listen, Star Wars was never the peak of cool.
Right, no.
I actually agree. I'm a Star Wars hater.
Can't stand Star Wars. I like the old ones. Whatever, 3, 4, and 5, or whatever. 4, 5, and 6, whatever. However the fuck they work. The ones that came out first. Those ones are the ones I like. But not even like that much.
Mad Max was always better.
Well, right, true. Yeah, I watched them as a kid, and I only watched them because my dad said, "You'll never like these movies." So I sat down and I watched all 3 movies back to back. I don't think I've ever watched them again after that. I did it out of spite.
They're not bad. Sometimes I think about something that happens in Star Wars as an adult, and I'm like, that was actually kind of deeper than I thought it was when I was a kid. But that's about it. That's about all that that the movies do for me.
Yeah, they don't. It's not something that I think about again. Like, very rarely do I think about Star Wars. Because when you do, then you think about all the new shit they came out with, and you're like, it's all woke and ridiculous.
Like when I was a kid, I didn't get the sand analogy. Do you remember the sand analogy from the prequels? I like the Anakin line about the sand, him hating the sand, and most people meme it, but I actually think it's a fire line.
Mm-hmm.
He's using it as like a metaphor for like evil, and he's talking about how like if you try to get like sand out of your cracks, like they just get deeper in, and the more you try to get like sand out of you, the deeper it gets in. And he's like using it as a metaphor for like how the evil's seeping into him. And I just never realized that as a kid. And I was like, dude, I don't get why people meme that line. That's actually like a really good analogy.
How about the fact that the doctor was dead the whole time?
Oh, you can buy the barrels.
What, in Star Wars, the doctor was dead the whole time?
Yeah, dude, the whole time the Jedi kid's doctor is dead the whole time.
Wait, what? That sounds like the Sixth Sense.
What? I'm talking about Sixth Sense, dude. That's Bruce Willis. I'm talking about fucking Star Wars. Harrison Ford. Doctor died, he did.
Well, my favorite part is when the Jedi Knight Samuel L. Jackson has to get his briefcase out of that breakfast diner, but then it gets held up.
Don't reveal what's in the briefcase. Because I forget which like iconic movie you're describing, but I mean to watch it and I haven't. Don't tell me what's in the case.
You've never seen Pulp Fiction?
No, I haven't.
That's crazy.
Bro, you need to stop whatever you're doing right now and go watch Pulp Fiction.
No, I have a laundry list of like classic movies that I haven't seen. I have like Gladiator on there. No
It was like
You've never seen Gladiator?
I ever watched.
You've never seen No Country for Old Men?
Right. you guys understand? I haven't seen the best entertainment has to offer, and then one day
Gladiator
I don't know
2
when.
is out.
All right, you got to give him a pass for No Country for Old Man. At least that's a newer movie.
I didn't even think it was that great. It was good, but
It's good. It's not great. Like I wouldn't write home about it, but it's definitely something you should watch.
Hello,
Yeah, I gotta.
Franco.
I think it's a fire movie. It's just people trying to make it seem deeper than it is.
Yeah,
I just saw like one thing that said that one guy's character is like the best depiction of a psychopath, and I was like, oh, I gotta see that.
Yeah,
like Lawless. Lawless is
Yeah.
another great movie. I don't know if there's really anything deep that happens in it, but I
I
felt
gotta
the
see
same way about
Deliverance.
that movie as I felt for Lawless. They're just really
I gotta
good
see-
movies.
Lawless.
Deliverance is good.
That's
Have
what
you
I've
never
heard.
seen that Blackout? You said you have seen it?
Yeah, Tom Hardy, Shia LaBeouf. Hell yeah, bro.
Yes, what
Yeah,
are you
dude, that movie's
bananas?
fucking amazing. I love
That's
that
Deliverance. That's the opening scene of Deliverance. They're floating down a river in a canoe, and
I
they
thought
see
they were
some.
getting done in the butt in the opening scene.
No, that's shortly after the opening scene. They're floating down the river in their canoe, and they see these inbred country hicks sitting on a tree playing a banjo, and the banjo music comes in. It's like.
That's crazy to be playing like a peaceful tune. Then you strip a man of his manhood.
And
in
then
the woods somehow.
they flip in the white water rapids. That's what I thought was going to happen. We were going to get damn delivered.
Oh, so that's where you learn to put your legs behind your head.
Yeah. Bumfuck, you got a pretty mouth.
You got a pretty mouth, boy. Let me hear you squeal like a pig.
Wee! Wee!
But then, what's his name? Not Bruce Willis. But
Burt Reynolds.
Burt Reynolds with the dang crossbow, or what do you have? A bow and arrow. He starts hunting them fools.
Hey, don't reveal it, you fuck.
It's not my fault you haven't seen a damn movie from 100 years ago.
Yeah, it's your
Damn.
fault if you spoil it.
Well, come on, man. There's got to be like a 10-year grace period where I'm allowed to talk about a movie.
Not if it's made 10-year grace period before I was born.
You got to watch Lawless. You got to throw that on your list too.
1920.
Lawless is a good movie.
I think
I got an
I
8
got
decade grace
Blackout
period
thinking
to
about
watch it.
Lawless now. It is such a good movie.
Yeah, it's been a movie. It is such a good movie, dude. I mean, come on. You got a character in the movie whose whole big reputation is he refuses to die, and that motherfucker gets his. I mean, he refuses to die.
I don't think I have seen this.
It's awesome. It's a fucking awesome movie.
It's pretty new, huh? Oh no, 2017.
Lawless?
Yeah, no, that's old. It's
kind of older.
Which one was it?
Maybe I have seen it. I'm not sure.
Tom Hardy.
It's really fucking good. It's about brothers that run moon.
No, I haven't seen this. I've seen Legend. I'm thinking of Legend with Tom Hardy.
Yeah. Yeah. No, Tom Hardy's a damn good actor.
Yeah, I like Tom
I
Hardy.
love Tom Hardy.
He's the
Love
only
him.
other
Why don't
person
you-
that I
why
think
don't you
could have
marry
played
him?
Mad Max.
What was that?
He does so good as Mad Max.
I just
Yeah,
love
dude,
that
he did good in everything. I mean, fuck, what was it? He did Bronson. He did that movie where he's literally just driving around in his fucking car for the entire movie. I don't remember what the fuck it's called now, but it's literally the whole movie is just him. Like, that's it, on the phone, driving around, and it's fucking crazy gripping. It's like it's insane. It's like, what the fuck is this? Yeah, I wish I could remember what it's called.
I'm looking at a bunch of his movies. Well, wait.
I love that Tom Hardy's gay, but he doesn't have any pride about it.
He's
That's
gay?
what I like about Tom Hardy.
Tom Hardy's gay?
Yeah, I don't know if he's gay, but he definitely does stuff with men.
Well, that's what gay means.
Movie Lock that he's in, I believe. Yeah, Lock.
Yeah, but
Literally
you
just
could be bisexual if you believe
No,
in that
it's-
sort of thing.
It's women
I
with
don't.
penises. It's not gay.
I actually
You
would
seeing the
make
truth,
that
JS?
assertion.
I've always said it. These metrosexual men, they're all gay.
I would make the assertion that a trans lady acts with them isn't gay. I would argue that.
Locke, is that the movie you're talking about?
Yeah, I said that. Yeah, Locke. That one's awesome.
I don't know if I've seen that.
Bronson's a good one. I mean, they're all. Yeah, I haven't seen a bad Tom Hardy film.
Tom Hardy was in The Last
If it's
Jedi.
the weekend or if it's after 9 p.m. on Thursday, you could touch your boys and that gets gay exemption. Everybody knows that.
No, that's not a rule.
That's not a rule at all.
Right. We can't talk about it because there's.
Sorry to break it to you, but that's not a rule.
I'm sorry, man. You've been hanging out with some gay boys. That's what's going on. You're hanging out with some gay boys, making some gay house rules.
I hate to tell you guys, your modern understanding of men come from the Greek architect, and they used to touch each other's butts all the time. They had exceptions.
They did. That's a fact.
No, you're a vibe. That's what you are.
Can you truly be a Greek man if you ain't getting some man butt?
You're a total
Can
vibe.
you truly be a straight man and put your legs behind your head?
It's flexibility.
Oh, fuck yeah. Wolves killed the Warriors tonight. Hell yeah. Wolves are up 2-1 in the series. Let's fucking go.
Yeah, but flexibility is kind of gay, if we're being honest.
It is. It is completely gay. Why do you
Like
put your head?
the straightest, most masculine dudes are rigid as fuck.
Why do you put your legs on your head?
Nah, if you do jujitsu, is it gay to do jujitsu?
Yeah, it absolutely is gay, especially if you're in America. Buy a fucking gun and get
It's
fat
not gay
like
to
a
do
real one.
jujitsu.
It's 100%
Yes, it
gay,
is.
bro.
What do you do?
You're rolling around with men? What's gay about
Yeah,
that?
exactly. Rolling around with men. That's literally
You're telling yourself,
The meme was always that America wrestling is gay, and jiu-jitsu is American wrestling without slams. So it's like minus the best part of wrestling.
Well, exactly. Well, the thing is with wrestling, they call it wrestling. You know, you're doing something. In jiu-jitsu, what do they call it? They call it rolling.
The gentle arm.
We roll. We roll. Where else you roll? You roll around in bed.
You can't tell me rolling around with men is gay.
Art. It's called the gentle art. It's 100% the gayest martial art, and it's gay to learn. Just learn a real one.
That's why I can argue that football has gay undertones with the dogpiling and stuff.
It's very gay.
It's kind of gay.
Guy's gooch. If you're taking a snap, you're touching gooch.
I'm just saying, if there's 4 guys in a pile, there's no reason I'm jumping on unless I want to be part of a man pile.
You're putting those nuts right on your fucking hand, man. Like there is no gooch. You straight up you're groping that motherfucking guy in the center.
Not me.
Knuckles to nuts. That's the way it goes.
And like I said, once there's 4 or 5 guys in the dog pile, everyone else jumping on, they're just jumping on to have fun. They want to get in that man.
Right.
That man.
Right. At that point, it's all about kissing each other, you guys. Come on now.
Bronson, I've never seen this.
That's a great movie too, dude.
Are you dumb, dude? That's
a true story.
Yeah, based on better than the other one. I just got it today.
I've also never seen any Mad Max movie.
Oh my god! What the fuck?
I never saw the Mel Gibson ones, but Fury Road is an all-time hood classic.
I don't even. Yeah. Yeah, Fury Road. Okay, yeah, I thought. Fury Road. That's not that fucking new Furiosa bullshit.
Nah, that one was bullshit, dude. They kind of fucked up. Like Fury Road, I really enjoyed. And it wasn't genius storytelling, none of that. It was like classic effects, so none of the CGI bullshit, and just a 4-hour chase scene, dude. It was so good.
Yeah, gritty. Yep, it was what it was supposed to be.
Jayce, you have to watch it. I've been telling you that for years.
No wonder you don't know how you feel about Tom Hardy, JS. You've barely seen any of his good movies.
You have to see Fury Road, JS. Like tonight.
You haven't seen any of his real acting. You haven't seen none of his real acting.
Question: Is this not?
I don't know how I feel about Tom Hardy. I haven't seen any of his movie stuff.
Is this mic better than it has been, in your opinion? Anybody? I just got it today. Is my mic any better than my other one?
Yeah, you sound good.
You sound like good. That room.
Thank you. I just got it today. I didn't know whether it was any good or not. It's like a big dildo looking thing, and you can change the colors on it. There you go.
Your mic just cut out right before you said something about a dildo looking thing.
I turned the volume down. I was testing it a little bit.
I remember you came on here and it was like
You cut out.
Did I cut out again?
absolutely terrible.
No.
So it's definitely better.
Goon's cutting out like crazy.
Goon cut out in the middle of that sentence.
Okay, yeah, I was trying to set the volume and all that shit worked. It's got pretty lots.
Well, I'm doing dishes and I'm in the back of my store, so that's to be expected.
Yep.
Yeah.
All that hot water is stainless steel, dude. That's stainless steel.
Dude, when I worked in fast food, I used to love dish duty.
Why?
I don't know. A lot of people didn't like it, but because you get to sit in the back by yourself and not deal with the BS and just
Sounds kind of gay.
chilling.
You know who else likes doing dishes? Women.
I'll put you to do my part there, JS. When you get stuck in your software, I'll put a link in the distro chat again for remote support. I used it for many years. I used to charge like $90 an hour to do this shit.
Yeah, I told you about TeamViewer the other night, or like a couple shows ago.
Remote connect. Wait, what is it?
Yeah,
it lets someone else use your computer.
It's remote support software, more or less.
So if I have a problem, but you got to pay for it?
No, I'll connect
Not
to you.
free, I'm pretty sure.
I'm telling you, I'll remote you and fix you when you get in a spot where you can't go any further or you get broke. But if it works out, fine, that'd be great.
Yeah, you can just keep in your computer. You don't have to do shit.
I'm more of a hands-on hardware guy. Like, I don't think I'm going to have a problem building it, and I have fun gathering the parts and putting it together, but then the software, like, and the coding and all that stuff.
I'll have fun with that software. Bye.
I don't know the
what I'm telling you,
software.
I'll remote
What
and
up,
help
James?
you.
James in the house?
James.
But if I give you remote power over my computer,
so
well, I trust you're not gonna do nothing. But do you always have that power, or can I shut it off?
When we get done, you can uninstall it, turn it off, whatever you want to do.
Right, but even after the fact, what'll happen is if he tries to connect to TeamViewer, a little notification eyeball will come up and it'll say, such and such person is trying to connect to you. You have to roll yes or no. Yes or no. But the problem is with TeamViewer, though, is people do call you and say, hey, by the way, I work with such and such company, and your computer needs some help, and I have
try to scam you.
Yep.
Some dude in India.
You can trust RU. I don't know.
I'm gonna give some Indian benchode access to my computer.
Generally,
I'll remote you, fix you. I'll remote you, fix you, you uninstall it.
Right.
If a corporation calls you and they're going to do you a favor, you probably shouldn't believe it.
Yeah, you probably
exactly. That's what you should. But they're going to call you for doing you a favor.
Hello, I am going to help you with the extended warranty on your home.
Hello.
My name is Nicholas.
Nicholas? Your name ain't Nicholas. Your name
I'm like,
Bakalaka Dirt.
Not Nicholas, dude. How are you going to start off with a lie?
My name is John Smith. You ain't no fucking John Smith.
Dude, did you say
John Smith?
I act all betrayed. I'm like, how are you going to begin a relationship with dishonesty like that? I try to waste your time.
Who said they used TeamViewer before? I'm sorry. I can't stand it.
I have. Years ago. Like over a decade.
Yep.
We use it frequently at our current business because whenever we need tech support, all the people I work with are a bunch of retards, so they're just like, "Hey, come fix our computer."
Yeah, I see memes from tech support where it's like helping boomers with technology. It's like you turn it off and back on, they think you're a wizard.
Yeah,
it's that bad. It really is. You're like, "Oh no, the internet's not working." Oh no!
Try to unplug it and plug it back in.
Unplug the internet and then plug it back in.
plug it back in. You know, they're like, oh, it's hardwired. I thought there was a Wi-Fi. You're like, motherfucker, it's a PC. Why would you use a Wi-Fi? You're an idiot.
The Wi-Fi is terrible. Why would you use Wi-Fi?
I'm gonna use Wi-Fi because I'm not trying to run an Ethernet cord from my living room all the way into here.
Well, why not just have your internet in there, your actual router in your office?
Because the fucking money, Giants.
Connections in the living room.
The difference is,
why have it in the living room? Why not have it in your office?
Because that's where they did it. I don't know.
Because he doesn't own the building.
The difference is, JS, is you're not running a company where your computers are the brain of your company. So Wi-Fi doesn't matter like that. Like your computers aren't your 24/7 guidance through your company.
Yeah, the motherboard I got has Wi-Fi 7, which is apparently like the new fastest like Wi-Fi, so it should be pretty good.
I'd be willing to bet any money that Jeremy isn't running his fucking PC.
He's always talking big game on his fugazi ass Wi-Fi. We know you have trash Wi-Fi.
No, they had me do a speed test.
Trash Wi-Fi.
They had me do a speed test live, and everybody was like, "Damn, that's crazy fast."
They were not like, damn. They were saying, "Damn, your ping is very high."
You bet I'm not doing what, King?
I'm on Wi-Fi.
Using Wi-Fi.
Using Wi-Fi
on your PC.
No.
I use Wi-Fi on mine because, like, the connection are.
You use LAN. That's number one rule.
If it can be wired, it's wired. Wi-Fi is minimally in my house.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But
what about your phone?
I'm gonna need a 50-foot Ethernet cord. I'm gonna have to wire it around the door frame.
Where do these people live? Do you have a Wi-Fi connector in every room, you people?
It's like $10 for a 50-foot cable.
Actually, I do have a
and then you have a cable.
Oh, but then I gotta freaking navigate it through the whole along the walls and up around door frames.
Yeah, and then you have a cable in your house.
You're so hard. I get it.
It's a mess.
Well, no, and it looks bad too.
There is an easy button. It's called Wi-Fi.
We've seen Jason's cable management, so I believe it would be.
No, you've only seen
hot babes over. Hot babes hate to see a loose cable.
You've only seen some of my cable, man. You haven't seen what's down there by my feet.
Oh my god, I can imagine the bird.
There's another reason I do that.
I don't want to imagine that.
The other thing is, though, I have security cameras all over my house. And they are not wireless. They're powered over Ethernet, so I have to have wires run for that as well.
Yeah,
I'm gonna get a wire kit.
Yeah, you look like a devil with that red, dude.
Like a cable management kit. Once I get the new desk, and then I'm gonna get all the cables nice.
Well, let's see Jub's cable management. Oh, look at
that's nothing.
He's good.
That's good.
He's good.
Look at, he's even got a strap.
He's got a zip tie on his dang.
What you know about the strap to the damn desk leg? That's high level shit.
That's high tech, dude.
Microsoft Teams as your business phone. What's that about there?
Yeah,
I cheat. I've got a U-shaped desk that's wood from floor all the way up to the surface of the desk. So I don't have to actually clean up the wires. I just tuck them in between the wall and the desk. You never see them anyways.
Yeah, that's the way to have it for sure.
Have you guys seen Jeremy's setup? He's got a damn.
I love setups. I'm like a whore for looking at people's setups.
He's got a damn data.
I'm gonna watch videos.
He has
about
to show it before. Hang on, I'll bring up the picture.
But he has shown it for you.
I'm a dirty little setup.
All right, here we go. We're gonna see JS's bird nest.
There's Jason. Jason's
here. JS.
Look
in the mix.
JS.
Jason. Get the chair. Holy shit!
Oh god!
You going
trying to?
You got problems.
Look at all that clutter. Holy fuck, bro.
Damn, dude, you gotta fix this.
I don't think this is worse than mine.
Well,
I mean, this is horrible. That's not the worst I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's not actually as bad as it.
I mean, that's pretty bad.
Yeah, but his is worse than mine, though. Mine's bad, but his is worse.
Not too bad.
I think your cables are too long. Like, a lot of those cables look like 10 feet longer than they should be.
Yeah.
That's the problem that I run into is the cables are so long.
Dude, you and Jub look nothing
That's what I
alike.
see.
Like you two look nothing alike.
The problem is, Jub, is when you unwrap a brand new cable, that's where everything goes wrong. You take the little twist tie thing off, and you extend the entire cable. No. You got to leave it all together and only pull out as much as you need, and then you retighten that twist tie, and it keeps that cable bundled. That's how you keep it from doing all that, bro.
They sell those Velcro organizers by the roll, like $5 or something. Look at Jeremy's setup. That's crazy.
Oh shit! Oh, he's got a nice one. He looks like he's doing the news. He's got the whiteboard.
He's working beautiful whiteboard. That's the NASA setup right there.
I like that desk. That's clean.
Yeah, it's a high level desk.
Yeah,
that's real mahogany.
It's only got 6
No,
freaking monitors.
it's not. It's walnut.
With the dang
shit, dude,
dry
I'm
erase
acting
board. I need to get a dry erase board.
Oh, bro, fucking
Beautiful.
It's a
Beautiful
$6,000
red
desk.
wall.
Yeah, that's a desk.
Without a
That's a
doubt,
real
6K.
desk.
No point in correcting it, Jeremy. Fuck it. It's hot. It's real mahogany.
My desk was
No,
$120.
There's a difference between mahogany and walnut.
No one's gonna check the desk. You might as well just pretend.
I've got an oak one, and it's like $3,000 with a bookshelf. Nothing like that.
No, I didn't. Now, just to be clear, I did not buy this desk. My dad used to work for a guy who owned a bunch of restaurants, and this was in the office of that restaurant before they closed it down. So I got the desk for free, but
That makes sense. That
it
color.
is a $6,000 desk.
But that's a
That
different
color is
room.
popular
I've
in
seen you
Really?
streaming before on Easy's channel, and you had like a whole room behind you.
It's the same room,
That's
dude.
the room.
Literally,
room,
it's the
yeah,
same
it's-
room.
different perspective.
That's the room, isn't it, Jerry?
Yeah, the camera you were looking at is the security camera that's on the wall to my right. So what that's looking at is you would just see the edge of the desk, and then like
And it's
my
looking
3D
out
printer in the
that
corner.
way. Yeah.
Yeah, and he's got his damn computer to where he can sync
Is-
the lights and stuff.
Is that cabinet
yeah.
built into the desk?
The hutch is part of the desk, yes.
Oh, that's nice. I like that.
Yeah, that bookshelf or that cabinet's probably what, 2,000 or 3,000 by itself.
Got the dang hutch.
That's some good mahogany right there, dude.
Is that
Walnut.
like
Not
I'm not-
mahogany.
yeah? You're hanging stuff on the hutch, so it's the mesh.
Mahogany
It's the
dashboard. Hit the dashboard.
If your
Press to the
desk
phone.
is
Press the
mahogany,
fast
show
forward.
a black leather chair on your stream camera.
You can tell it's real because it's shining like a mofo.
Look at that comfy ass looking
You're
chair.
kind of like Al Capone.
Right, that's a lazy. That's a lazy boy for men.
Dude, look, he's got the fan. I just noticed the
A
fan.
gaming
That
chair for boys. That's a chair for men right there.
I almost
that
bought.
fan is high power. That's
I
a
almost bought
class-
that same
He's
mic.
got it hanging down. That's what
That's
I
an
just got.
adult.
Colorful
That's an
one.
adult man move. The fan. That's a powerful man move right there.
Fuck yeah, man, wall fan. You see that? That right there shows you expertise. That's a guy who knows what's up. Wall
Right.
fan works by a
He could
remote.
have said it. He could have said it on the
And don't
desk.
send noise to the microphone.
Open it out of the
What
way.
kind of microphone you got there,
I
Jerry?
actually had
I love them.
I had a little desk fan that I put on the desk, but it causes the fan vibrates on the desk and it irritates me. Putting it on
Yep.
the wall doesn't do that. So
Yeah, I get that. It would irritate me too having a fan.
and the other thing is this fan is infrared remote controlled, and I've got stuff in here. So like when I go to bed, I just tell my Echo to run a certain routine, which turns off my monitors, it turns off my lighting,
It's
it
all
turns off,
bugged.
And tell him
turns
you
off
wrote the
the TV
routine,
that-
Jeremy.
turns off the TV that I use for my security cameras, and it turns off the fan if it happens to be on.
And who wrote this? Who wrote that routine? You did.
Well, the routine is done through Home Assistant. I created the routine, but Home Assistant is not by me. It's all controlled on just the turning off of the monitors. So even if I just say turn off the monitors, it will also turn off the fan and the lights above me.
And that's through Alexa, did you say?
No, it's through
No.
it's through something called Home Assistant.
Home Assistant.
How many like mounting brackets? Do you have 3 separate screen mounting brackets?
He had to put up a new wall for that shit.
It's just one mount for
Only
6
kidding.
monitors.
What?
Yeah, it's just one mount.
Damn.
Look at how it's mounted.
I got the MSI one. It lights up. It's got lights on it.
Yeah,
but
my
it's,
monitors have LEDs on the back of them.
it's for two.
I don't see them.
Yeah, my new ones do. My new ones do. I have to say.
It's just for two
I don't see
monitors.
them, so it really doesn't make any difference. But I did specifically get the ones that had RGB on the back, just because when I bought those is when I built the computer, and I built the computer with everything RGB. So I was like, the monitors will have RGB as well.
What kind of microphone is that, Jeremy?
They're
got one
both of them are the HyperX. I forget
Yeah.
the exact model.
I almost bought
Yeah,
that
that's
monitor or that microphone a
They
while
didn't.
ago.
Liar.
I'm not
Mine
lying.
got it.
Because
I-
somebody had it and I liked that it lights up. It looks pretty cool.
Yeah, well, they're not the same. The HyperX on the right I use for work, and that one only lights up in red when it's muted. Or no, when it's unmuted. When it's muted, it doesn't light up. But the other one lights up where I can customize the color, or I can just let it cycle through colors or whatever. So I wanted this one, and I ended up with the other one originally. So I bought the second one when I got both
It's
of my
HyperX.
set up. Yeah.
I got some off brand, of course. I just got it today, but it kind of looks like that one, but it's not that one. I can guarantee you. But it does have a knob with the whole bottom of it's a knob. You can dim the light a little bit, or put it on a static color, or cycle through. Pretty neat.
But yeah, so
I'm a big kid sometimes.
So my desk is a bit of a mess right now. Well, actually, the room's a bit of a mess because the dogs. But just so you see, JS, this is
no damn way I'd show you my room right now.
For a second.
I'll show you my room. All the lights are off.
Mine are off right now. I don't even want to see it. Fuck it.
So that's the room you saw before. If you look in the top left.
Yeah, that's the angle that.
Yeah, but you can see the desk is in that photo.
Yep, it's black and white, right?
Yeah, it's just
Black
a
and white.
different. It's a different angle.
Yeah, the camera's just up on the wall on my right. You see my photo?
You always sit with your back to that one.
No, my side. The camera's
Your side?
literally right here on the right.
Okay. Okay, that makes sense.
Oh, I see.
Yep. Okay. Especially the wall, the cabinet behind. Yep.
Yeah, and then you can see the TV mounted on the wall on the right hand in the office camera view on the top left. There's a TV mounted on the wall there that I never watch. The window, then my 3D printing station.
Can you pull up that closet? That's something.
Closet.
Your where you got all your server and stuff.
Oh,
Thank you, Rum.
you won't see anything on that. Hang on, let me see. I can give a view of it, but it won't really. I don't think you really see anything because the camera that's in there isn't really aimed in a way that would show you anything. Give me a second, and I'll see.
I thought you had it set on the porch. From what I remember.
I've got to get the I've got to get the RT link to actually add that. I can do it, but just give me a minute.
Yep. I'm cursed with a good memory. If it goes undone, history toast out gone. You'll find me in the corner someplace going do.
I mean, I probably have pictures that would be better to show the server room than I would the.
It might have been what you did. The server. We might have had pictures of it. You took me to a virtual tour though. You walked through.
Oh, that may have been too. Yeah, I could have.
Yeah, you did walk me. Well, you went through the whole thing there. Impressive.
All right, what's the link to that?
Lots of damn money though, Jeremy. A lot more than I've got.
Data center.
We ain't got kids or a wife, are you?
Right. I've been married my whole damn life, so
That's right. I
you
don't
took
make
everything.
Wait, you're not married, Jeremy?
No, I don't.
No, he's not married.
He's
Oh.
not.
He's got a swimming pool, dude, and all this shit. He ain't married.
A swimming pool with me,
He's
you're not
never-
married?
He's never.
Yeah, he's got everything.
He's told us before that he's not.
You got a hot tub, Jeremy? I bet you do.
No.
You don't have a hot tub?
Nobody likes big baths.
No, no hot tub.
Well, I'm shocked.
I'm not married and I don't have a swimming pool.
It's in the plans. I just haven't really been motivated to get one.
Yeah, JS, but look at where you live. Look where Jeremy lives. Jeremy owns his house.
Also, Jeremy does a job that pays.
Technically, I am married, but so maybe that's
freaking
why I don't
office
have
right
a
there
swimming
costs
pool.
more than a room, I believe.
Right, that's what it is. Yeah,
Well, you
exactly.
can married, or technically are still.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's
Yeah,
odd. That's an odd
Wow.
circumstance you're in there, Jazz.
Okay.
I know. I need to get dang divorced before I get rich.
Yeah.
Oh,
If you don't, she's gonna take it. You know, half of it at least.
every bit of it. She'll take every bit of it.
You need to find out if she's making any money and go get her money, bro.
Yeah.
You said you was married to her. Was you really married to her?
Yeah.
There you go. There you go.
I'm still married.
There you go. That's it.
That's the data center from a very inoptimal.
Now this is in his house. This is in his
I
house.
always say if you want to have a 12-year marriage, just separate after the
All I
first
see
year.
is You're a good person to get one time, bro.
That's not necessarily true. You don't have to separate after the first year. It's just in your case, you might.
You want to have a successful 12-year marriage, just you know,
enter to Puerto Rico,
move to
Get
different
married.
countries in the first year.
You're married and then separate.
I was gonna say hitter.
How in the
That's outside
world?
the,
Whoa,
that's
what was
outside
that?
the data
Game
center.
room.
My business, but I don't get that.
Is that your game room?
Hell yeah, it is.
Yeah, that's literally
See?
right outside the data center. But what
You have
can't
to get
see
your
is-
freaking hot tub.
What you can't see is the pool table that's behind that little pillar with the shelves on it. There's a pool table / ping pong back there.
Damn.
I love shelves.
Keep this in mind when Jeremy tells you to do this and do that. He's coming for the best place, but damn, he's got money.
That's cool.
That's
Yep,
not what I was.
it sure is.
You can have card night. You can have dang game night.
I
You can
tried
have
that
whole
the other
night.
night, but it was all set for success, and then COVID came, and now fucking nobody wants to meet up and actually play euchre in person.
Where do you live that whack shit is happening?
Kentucky.
In Kentucky?
Yeah, which is weird because we're fucking red. Like,
I thought Kentucky was blue.
Well, hey, look,
Yeah, but-
Kentucky isn't that
Kentucky,
far from me.
Yeah, no, that's crazy.
We could have.
No, I
we could
just thought the South
always
was
figure out
exempt
how to get a
from
group
the
together,
common
Jeremy, and
code.
have a little game night.
Kentucky's not south.
It is. In my head, it is. You know what I mean? For some reason.
Kentucky's Midwest.
Kentucky's
It's
Midwest.
country,
Yeah.
West,
I don't know what you're talking
country.
about.
I've had
There's the South in
had
my
this
head.
debate with Freddie before, and I think I did argue that it was Midwest, but is it really?
I argue it's the South.
Well,
Just in my
it's-
head.
It's interesting because you can actually argue it either way. It
Yeah.
is technically Midwest, but you could argue that it's South.
Yeah,
The
when
thing
you
is,
think of Kentucky, you
argue-
think of Southerners.
But the thing is, if you're going to argue
You don't have Southern,
slavery,
yeah.
Kentucky was not a slavery state; they were neutral.
I don't
But-
think of
well,
Southerners
exactly.
when I think of Kentucky. I don't think
We're
of
not thinking Southern. We're not thinking Southern as in slave wise. We're saying Southern as in culture
Well, yeah, but
wise.
generally, when they say Southern, it come down to whether they were a Confederate state
Yeah,
in terms of
fair enough,
slavery
yeah.
or not. And Kentucky was not a Confederate state. They weren't a Northern state either. They were neutral.
They were neutral, like West Virginia
They
wanted
were
to be at
neutral.
first,
They
and
were-
West
they were-
Virginia totally betrayed us.
I
They
had
were
an
France. They might as well have been South.
I had an experience with a lady in Bowling Green, Kentucky.
Yeah, I mean, you could have
Where they build Corvettes.
Bowling Green's not
Bowling
too
Green.
far from here.
What's up?
Bowling Green?
How
You know
far
they
are you
still
from
make
Bowling Green,
women.
Jeremy?
What's that?
How far are you from the Corvette place over there? Bowling Green.
Where is the Corvette Museum?
Bowling Green, I believe this is the factory where they build them.
Bowling Green.
Bowling Green.
Green Bowling.
I'm pretty sure it's in Bowling Green, Kentucky. They
I'll
built
tell you.
America's sports car there.
Let me see.
It's airtime. Somebody else has got a chair, I believe.
From
Well,
Bowling Green?
hey, yeah, I do, but I ain't got that set up
Oh
yet.
wait, that's not right.
We'll wait then. We'll sneak attack his ass.
Yeah, Bowling Green is about 3 hours away from here.
That ain't too bad.
Yeah, they're just south of Louisville, and Louisville's about roughly hour and a half, 2 hours away from me.
Yeah, Louisville. Everybody knows that one, I think. The name anyway.
It's Louisville, by the way.
I
It's
gotta
what?
work on my room some more today,
It's
so I can get that in here.
Louisville.
Louisville.
Yeah. He's from Kentucky, you'd know that.
Yeah.
Monitor down.
Damn hazards, what I know. I had to go up there a lot. I think I told you that before. Always hazard.
Yeah, so this here's an old photo, but at least it'll be a photo from. Well, shit, where's it at?
Did you get that item out of your car, James? I don't know.
Not the beat. No, not yet, because I gotta wait till I can get it in my house.
Gotcha.
That item.
I didn't get your message till tonight.
It's not like a body, is it?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
He's got something.
Did you get a chair?
Maybe.
Maybe.
Nope. Shush.
Is it a surprise?
Too lazy. He's too lazy to set it up. That's James's problem.
No, I'm not too lazy to set it up. I just ain't got around to it yet.
It's an old photo.
You get around to it. That sounds like you're lazy, bro.
Sounds like I'm lazy, but I ain't lazy.
Whoa. There's the server room.
What else you do? What are you doing right now, James?
There's the server room.
Talking on here, but.
Oh, you're sitting on your ass talking on here.
JS, look at them cables. See them blue cables?
So you could go get your chair and go, but you could come back and still talk. Put your chair together and get it all ready, right?
Cables.
Oh, not in the middle of the night? What's wrong with in the middle of the night, James? Just sitting here anyway.
What about the blue cables? Those are Ethernet.
That's network cables. Yeah, Ethernet cables. Look how neat they are. That's what I'm trying to say.
Well, let's go from the network rack down into the server rack.
There's a lot of cables there.
Actually, wait, to be correct, they're actually going from the server or from the network rack up above. They're just going down to the patch panel that's below the Raspberry Pi rack, which is on the wall.
I think Jeremy has a soda problem, you guys.
Well, I did. That was. This is an old photo. I don't actually have any. Pop
Notice how neat the Cokes and stuff, the drinks are stacked up.
You say pop in Kentucky?
Yeah. They were neatly stacked, but that was a lot of soda pop.
Exactly. The problem is when you buy an entire fucking pallet full, it comes neatly stacked. I mean, I don't know what to tell you.
Y'all are saying pop, soda pop. It's a pop.
Yeah, we say pop.
Yeah, Kentucky's not Southern anymore. If you say pop.
Okay.
I never said it was Southern. I said it's Midwest.
Who said it was Southern? It never was Southern.
Yeah, we got 13 viewers and only 11 likes. 2 of you are slacking.
2 of you are slacking. I might be the one of the ones.
Oh, Asvarun.
I didn't put right down. I want the one who wants to.
You can join us as Varun. You can join us if you want. I don't know if you're still in the chat.
Here you go. Hang on. Let me help you out here. Where's data center? Go to the basement.
There is Discord. Otherwise, hold on a second here.
I can at least give you some light on the data center in that little camera feed. Give it a second, and the camera will flip from. There you go. Now it's on data center light. I can literally just control my house from my desk.
Whoever asked to come out to join the panel,
the funny thing is I can't turn it off now. It glitched out, and now I can't turn the light off.
So if you join the panel, if you'd like to come on up, hit the staging area first. Hit the link.
Wait.
Go to the staging area.
What am I reading right now, Daddy Jub? John Jones versus Nate Diaz confirmed. As fans claim UFC legend is doing anything but fighting Tom Aspinall.
What? Diaz.
John Jones. John
Yeah,
Jones
you're
has
reading
booked
a
his next gig, and it's
satire
not a fight.
article.
What?
That's a joke, right?
Yeah, obviously.
It
never
was
did
on
ask.
Google. It was on Google
Public.
News.
I never did ask, but how did Fight Night go?
Diaz isn't even fighting anymore.
It was pretty good.
Also,
Everybody
the
I wanted to win won.
whole setup can be controlled from your desk. If you could control it from your desk, someone else could control it from their desk. I'm very anti all that tech, like remote controlling your own devices. That's just my 2 cents.
That's actually not necessarily true. In my case, it is because it's the switches are connecting to the cloud. But using Z-Wave or Zigbee, you can actually have those completely in-house and zero cloud connectivity, in which case I could have them on a VLAN that has no network or no outside network connectivity, in which case it would be
then it'd be safe.
Secluded.
Be close.
I'm reading the article now. It's a trick headline. John Jones and Nate Diaz are going to be coaches on a Russian version of The Ultimate Fighter.
Russian.
It's called Alf Reality.
They're like 60 pounds apart. They could never sanction a fight between the two. I don't think. Not in America.
In Russia. In Mother Russia, the fighters go to weight. Weight goes to Russia.
Well, how's he going to coach them? Tell them to take steroids?
They've done that show a few times. They had Aljamain Sterling and Peter Yan coach against each other.
What? That's weird.
Yeah, so the next season, instead of fighting, John Jones is going to coach with against Nate Diaz.
Oh, that's so weird.
Not surprised.
Did you call Mother Russia weird?
He knows Aspinall can whoop his ass.
I would rather have Diaz as a coach.
He's not going to fight Aspinall. I'm still willing to bet that, JS, by the way. BT dubs.
Because Aspinall will whoop his ass.
No, he's not going to get the chance. He's not going to fight him. And it's a big travesty because Tom Aspinall is in his prime years and John Jones is bullshitting him around, taking away that time from him. That he could be knocking people the fuck out like he has been. But no, he's got to wait for this pussy-ass best fighter of all time.
Well, that's why Aspinall carried that duck. I know. Fucking hilarious.
Woman says security guard kicked her out of women's restroom and asked her to prove her gender.
Well, yeah, if you look like a dude, you might get accosted.
It's a manly-looking woman.
You might get asked some questions.
And the top comment says, and this is exactly how transphobia hurts everyone.
Oh, what?
Does it hurt me?
Does it hurt everyone? Because it don't hurt me.
Maybe the security guard's just trying to get a look at that cat, you know?
There'd have to be something there to look at first.
What the?
Just saying.
Wait a minute, what's missing? Jeremy, where's the boys at? The boys and girls.
Where's the what?
The dog.
What? Oh.
Oh, dogs? Wow.
Yeah, I thought something's missing. That's what it is.
Well, Zeta's asleep on the floor behind me. Ruby is walking around the kitchen right now, and Google's in his crate sleeping.
Google.
I need to get some of these disc plates.
I only know that because I just happened to look on the camera and I saw Ruby walking around the kitchen.
Looking for a snack.
Well, she heard me say her
Scooby
name.
snack.
She heard me say her name, so now she just walked in here.
Right.
A Scooby snack.
Hello, Dad. Hello, Daddy.
She
motherfucker.
She literally just walked in here and laid down. Well, she walked in the entry, laid down.
What? How the fuck did that miss, bro?
These disc plates are sick. You got disc plate, Daddy Jub?
Nah. I'm trying to get out of like decorating shit. Trying to own less stuff. That's my new conquest.
Well, yeah, I can show you how to set up a backpack,
What the hell?
and you can just dip out, go live in the streets.
It's called minimalism. Getting minimal.
Not
Yeah, I did the minimalist thing for like 6 years, and now it's nice to have some stuff.
I never said minimalist, man.
This is what it is. That's what having less
you
stuff
have
is.
a lot of stuff, and
What
you
it is.
kind of get very few things. That's what you call minimal.
Buzzwords that put people into some category. I'm just a fucking guy.
Actually,
And
for
the next year or so, I don't want things.
For like 10 years, everything I
I'm not
owned
getting rid of shit,
fit
but I'm
into
just not
2
acquiring
Rubbermaid
new
totes.
That's all.
Like, I traveled in the hotels and all that stuff. Everything I owned was 2 Rubbermaid totes.
Yeah.
Whatever happened, I could just go steal a shopping cart, and I could put my whole life in that shopping cart. It is kind of freeing.
That's liberating as shit. Yeah, of course.
You know, I just pack up and go. When you got a bunch of stuff, it's like, damn, if I lose my apartment, I'm fucked. If I want to go, and a dog, if I want to go on a vacation, got a dang dog.
Hey, don't talk about
If you do a lot of travel, cats are the pet to have if you're gonna have pets.
Anything you're responsible for beyond yourself is kind of sucks, in my opinion.
Cats are fucking dicks, so I would never advise you to have a cat.
I like cats. I've actually been.
Well, not all cats are.
No, the cats are vindictive assholes.
No offense to cats.
Cats hold grudges.
The cats reflect you. So if your cats are dicks, that says something about you.
They wait for the opportunity to take out their anger on you.
And that's the biggest bullshit I ever heard. Cats mirror your energy. No, cats are pretty much assholes 90% of the time, even if you're the nicest guy in the world. That's what a cat is. A cat will eat you. Given the chance, your cat's gonna eat you.
My cats were always awesome, except they would always wake you up. They'd
because they're your cats. I'm sure.
You wake up, they'd just be like sitting on your face. They'd put their asshole right up in your face and just like sit on you.
Great thing to keep in your company.
You'd think it would be nice to wake up with pussy in your face, but
you piss a cat off, dude. He pisses in your clothes or on your dishes.
I'm too old for that shit. I'd die.
And that shit fucking stinks.
Yeah,
what the pussy?
Well, no, both of them.
Dude, if you piss a cat off, he takes it out and he pisses on your shit, dude. Like no
I know. My cat used to piss me off. The piss in the laundry pile.
Right? Yeah, they're fucking assholes, man. Fuck cats.
Yeah.
Never had cats do that before.
I'm a cat whisperer.
We've had 3, and I don't think we've ever had a cat do that.
If McConaughey can do it, I can do it. 1 bag of possessions. Yeah, man.
I'll admit the first one we had, she would pee to mark her territory, but she didn't pee like on clothes and stuff.
Yeah, I once beat the shit out of a cat, and can't say I can regret it.
I don't know if you should say that on the internet. Internet's got some crazy people. They're gonna dig up dirt on you, and they're gonna find you.
Yeah, that's good to hold people severely accountable for their actions as a child.
Is that a 3D printer?
Yeah.
Yep. Well, I'm saying yep for Jeremy. How he can answer.
It was in the fucking camera footage. You could see the.
What's it making?
A lithoscope lamp.
The fuck?
It's
What type of 3D printer is it?
I'm trying to print it for my mom for Mother's Day. That's the bamboo X1 carbon.
You're like a
word
carbon based.
What was those things?
The carbon ones are like the good ones, right?
It was the flagship printer for Bamboo for until they just released their next new flagship, the H2D.
This is why when people are like, "Oh, so and so," like I've argued with Mr. Mad. He talks about John Teeter or John Titer. People are like, "Well, he predicted that there." And I argued with Chris about Tesla. He's like, "Well, he predicted that there's going to be electricity and wireless networks." And Like John Teeter, he was from the future because he predicted. Dude, when we were in elementary school, we're like, one day printers are going to print in 3D. What does that make us, time travelers or prophets or something? No.
Yeah. One day we're gonna be able to send like something to somebody and it'll print it for them right there.
Yes, 3D printers. 3D printers have
demonstrate the technology.
They've existed for decades. They just haven't been consumer. They've
Right.
only been consumer recently.
Did Tesla
This
not
sounds
demonstrate
similar.
that technology that many years back? Like wireless free
Welcome in,
electricity?
John. Welcome in.
Apparently, Tesla
guys.
was
Thank
saying
you,
one day
guys.
we're going to have wireless networks and wireless like communication.
he
I've got
demonstrated.
friends that started up, whatever
Radio is
name
wireless
.com.au back in '99 through to 2002, and you know what? They're worth money.
Wait, what'd you say? What about 99 too?
I've got friends that start up internet sites, so just the domain name. So in Australia it would be .com.au, but they also took the .com option, and they're worth money. Like they've sold a lot of those sites, pre-thinking ahead of something
somebody's gonna buy it one day, right?
Yeah, I can imagine it.
You just
And
buy
it's
up
worth
all the
money,
domain
man.
names, and then there's a
and they did it as like year 10, year 11 kids back in the late 90s.
What's the conspiracy theory I was talking about? There's some domain. I talked about it on my show a while ago, and we looked into it, and they own like 10,000 different domain names. I forget.
Yeah.
I can't
Yeah,
remember
look, a lot of these guys are people that go on and build a business and then sell it, or build 10 businesses and sell them, consistently.
The buying of domain names like that with the intent to sell it, those people, they're called domain squatters.
No, well, what they're called are entrepreneurs.
No, they're called domain.
These are people that
what it
did
is
that.
domain squatters.
Jeremy, these are people
just for the purpose
that did it back in the late 90s and the early 2000s. They continued doing it while they were being entrepreneurs, building businesses in small businesses that they could build, sell, build, sell, build, sell. You might have three at the same time. It's a certain type of
right, but what you're not understanding what he's saying is in the field in which they're in, they're known as domain squatters because they got the domain name and then they squatted on it until they could turn it for a profit.
Yeah, until somebody wants that to be their website name, and they try to make the website. And they're like, somebody already owns this, and it's like, damn, now I gotta buy it from this guy.
Or anything like
Wait, so if you did it before, if you did it before the term was concepted, you're not that. You're just an entrepreneur.
This is sounding like a native language right now.
Squatting has existed for decades as well. This is long.
Right.
Squatting goes well beyond
that.
the internet, and what they're doing is they're squatting on a domain. The domain has always been the technology, or the terminology for what it is. So they're just merging two terms that mean exactly what they're doing, which is domain squatting.
Right. They're calling it after what it is. Like, what do you mean?
Dude, that's hypnotizing. I could stare at this damn 3D printer forever if I had one of these things.
3D printers are channels. Like, people get two of them going at the same time, and you do music and you do smoking. It is an entire channel on itself on Twitch, even.
Oh, just watching 3D printers?
Yeah, I've spent too many hours between 2 a.m. and 6 a.m. just like, wow. Wow. Smoke puff, wow. 3 or 4 years ago.
Oh.
Like,
So people actually do watch people just 3D print?
Dude, music and watching something being built by a 3D printer was the coolest shit about 4 years ago.
Yeah, it's better than ASMR.
Real cool.
There's the other printer, JS.
James, people watch the dumbest shit. It's actually not dumb. It's pretty cool. There's a channel where they just they have birdhouses and they have a camera inside the birdhouse.
What
You watch
Yeah,
the
there's,
birds
there's,
be
there's
born.
also
You
the
watch them
cat,
build the
the cat one
nest.
too, where you just watch the cats do whatever they're doing.
Dude, bird
One
cam
in
goes back
Germany,
like 10 years ago in like the city. In the
Yeah.
city, like
Cat one.
skyscrapers, you have bird cam, like the eagles, all those rare birds that
Yep.
ended
And
up
then
in
they make
strange
clips
places.
like of the most intense moments of like bird like a damn snake comes into the birdhouse and you see like the bird fighting with the snake and it steals an egg. It's crazy.
All right, but the person that really owned it is the guy that had squirrel issues, and he built all of the games and the challenges for
That's
the local squirrels. That
yeah,
was,
that's
I think that was peak. That was peak.
no, it's
animal.
oh, you're saying peak content, but that's
Yeah.
Where's Daddy Joe? Oh, he's not here. He knows the. It's
Yeah,
not Veritas. It's not Veritaserum. It's Mark Rober.
Rober,
There you go.
what? Crunch Labs.
Yeah, Crunch Labs is the toy he made for the kids, but is that the name of his channel? I think his channel is just called Mark Rober.
I think his channel's just Mark Rober.
Yeah, and he did the sparkle bombs for the porch pirates.
Yeah, I think it's the same guy. Yeah. I think that was peak. I think that was peak moment. I don't think anything's quite matched that.
He did another one where he did the same thing he did with the squirrels, but with octopus, with an octopus.
I didn't see that one.
So it's an
No, I didn't
octopus
see.
going through a obstacle course.
Oh, so that'd be 2 years ago if it was octopus.
Yeah, and it's crazy because he shows how wild the octopus is. Like there's one section where it's only like a centimeter gap, and the octopus like flattens itself out and goes through it.
Oh no, but it wasn't squirrels against octopus.
No, it's just an octopus obstacle course. An octopusal course.
We need, JS, if you want to go to the next level, I think we need to do octopus
versus squirrel.
Squirrels.
Well, in the water or on land?
Both.
Yeah, you'd have to do a round of each. I mean, the squirrel loses in the water, the octopus loses on land.
No, yeah, I don't know what the maxing out for octopuses are. I know for squids, they can fit in anything their beak can fit in.
I know that as well. I'm pretty sure I've got my money on the octopus, but squirrels are freaking amazing.
You think a squid could beat off 100 men?
A giant squid?
Yeah.
Be okay.
Wait, on that, the original question, 100 men could definitely fuck up a gorilla. It would be so easy. The question is so stupid.
I don't know if I would say it'd be that easy, but I mean, I know I could beat off 100 men. My wrist would be really sore, but I could definitely do it.
Yeah, this octopus is crazy. One part of the obstacle course, he has it like build a damn Lego set.
Jeremy's going to go get those little fucking creatures right now. I say, what the fuck are those?
Huh?
Are those? What are those? Dragons? What are those things?
Oh yeah, they're just little. I'm not going to get them. They're just there. I don't use that printer, so I just have them sitting on there.
Oh, nice.
They're just little flexi dragons.
They're awesome looking.
Yeah,
so
but
what's
the
been
better
happening?
question is,
What
how
happened
many
to the fight?
humans do you think it would take to kill a gorilla? I only think barehanded it would take like 25. I think 25 is like the max. I would go up to.
Is that average men or like strong, like decently trained men? I think 10 could do it.
Wait, is it barehanded?
Goon claimed to have 2
Yeah,
GRs.
barehanded. How many decently trained?
The biggest
fit men?
problem is finding the people who are going to be willing to sacrifice themselves right away. There's got to be people that are like,
what camp are you in?
go for the
What would
eyes and
you
the
do?
ears right away.
No, suggest these ideas in what you would do. Don't just say what.
Yeah, the first couple guys.
You circle the gorilla. You circle the gorilla. There's going to be people that are going to go in.
No, not
at
me.
different points.
Like go and say it as in I do this, I do that.
Well, I'm saying there's 25 men, so it's not going to be just me. There's going to be 24 other men with me.
Right.
I think the 6 of us could.
No,
I think the 6 of us could take a gorilla.
No, what
Goon,
you have
what
to do
would
is
be
you
your first
strategize.
action? Goon, what would be your first action? What would you do?
Oh, so the other men have a chance. I'm gouging the eyes right away. I'm going for the eyes. If I'm getting ripped apart, if he's ripping into my stomach, I'm going for the eyes the entire time.
See,
I'm gonna
Yeah.
blind the gorilla.
So you're gonna be the sacrifice. You're gonna go in first and do some critical damage, and then we're all just gonna jump on him and just beat him down.
Then you go for the ears. You fuck up the ears. He can't hear. He's bleeding into his ears. He can't see. He starts getting exhausted. You guys start going in for curb stomps, kicking him in the head. He's swinging around.
You're gonna die. You're all gonna die.
You're gonna lose more men through the process. That I
No,
think that
with 10. I think with 10 we lose 4.
You have to take them out by each group of men. You got to strategize. You do a group of guys that all flank on each side, and then behind him you go a group of guys grab one arm, a group of guys grab the other arm, and then a group of guys jump on his back. Yes, you need somebody in front of him to distract him. You got to remember, this is a gorilla. This isn't a very smart sentient being. This is just an animal. So if you present an obstacle in front, they're going to want to attack what's in front. You strategize,
but that guy's going to die.
Right. But maybe if you guys can get to the gorilla fast enough, that guy will never die, because it really, if you think about it, like 4 or 5 guys on each arm could easily take a gorilla down to the ground to where the gorilla.
No, if just under talk, at
the same time,
odds,
you have 5 guys jumping on its back. Oh yeah, guarantee it.
Under odds, with the simple fact of talk that could not be matched in 1 second by 5 people, he would rip free, and who knows what would happen.
It wouldn't be.
Yeah, that's why I said you got to go for the eyes right away. You have to cripple this gorilla.
If you do it all at once, it wouldn't be 5 people. It'd be 15 people he's fighting off.
All right, so
then when he's blind, you got to think about it. Like time is an aspect too. This gorilla is now blind. He's around.
So guys,
he's wearing out.
Let's start at facts. When a psychotic person is arrested or taken by the police, how many people does it take? A human being.
It depends, yeah.
So if we up that scale, just skip through it in your brain. I'm not going to discuss it. Skip through it through your brain. Up it to a gorilla. There is no maths on that, guys.
Hold on.
100 could fail. 100 could succeed.
No, 100 men are not going to lose against gorilla.
Hold on. The biggest problem when you see those people that aren't being taken down, those officers aren't applying the techniques that they've been trained correctly. That's what's happening. If you apply the techniques that you were trained correctly, then you will take them down. They're not doing their job. That's why it takes multiple people.
That's
because then they start doing all these weird twisting and grabbings, and then it's because they're panicking in the moment and trying to get the guy down. But if you stick to what you know, like a gorilla has.
Okay. So on this 100 people, I get you. So on 100 people versus a gorilla, you would need 100 people that are the best trained in the world for dealing with a gorilla. I think, yeah, sure, yep, I agree. 100 random people taking on a gorilla, I don't know.
Well, okay, let's just go with JS's thing that he was saying before. If you take 100 random people, what's the average weight of these 100 random people?
180 pounds.
180 pounds times 100. So if you guys do a dog pile, people are gonna die.
It's 18,000 pounds. They just jump on top of it.
People are probably gonna die regardless. So I wouldn't run that as a factor. But the thing is 100 people are going to, overall, the gorilla is going to lose that fight.
Oh, so anarchy, we've got groups of 100 people that may be 20 anarchy groups. So you got 5 groups that need to come together without any training on how to tame or take down a gorilla.
There's no groups. It's 100 people. Their goal is kill the gorilla. they're
Yes,
gonna
it
kill
doesn't
it.
matter.
They all
Yes,
have the same collective goal.
people are going to die, but at the end of the day, the gorilla is going to lose the battle overall.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
what type of people? Like people from where? What location?
100
They're
average
random.
guys win.
What part of random don't you understand, Mr. B?
I think 10 trained guys, like 10 UFC fighters, would whoop a gorilla.
Yeah,
But
well,
I think, yeah.
I'm pretty sure that at 100 randomly chosen people over the world, the gorilla will win.
No.
People,
in one fight, the gorilla will win.
It doesn't matter where they're from. You have 100 guys locked in a room with a gorilla. They're gonna kill the gorilla. Doesn't matter where they're from. Doesn't matter what language they speak.
Fights and battles go on for
we don't
8
even
to
need
12
language
hours.
here. We're just like, this thing's gonna kill us if we don't kill it.
Gorilla, after mauling like 10 people, what I'm saying will even naturally happen. Someone's gonna gouge out the gorilla's eyes.
Right.
Like
the gorilla's not.
This is the assumption of no training.
There's not even going to be thinking that the gorilla's going to kill the first guy and all the other 99 guys.
It's not about training. Like, I could grab a woman off the street and start stabbing her in the chest. Most women will start gouging your eyes out.
The gorilla doesn't have enough span to actually stop 100 people.
It's a natural defense to start gouging out the eyes of the thing
The
that's
center of
attacking.
the universe is New York, so possibly.
It doesn't matter. Any random 100 people from all across the world, yes, some of them are going to probably die in that battle. But the thing is there's no fucking way that gorilla is going to fend off 100 people that are all attacking it simultaneously.
No, they're going to run away.
He's got the focus to be able to
he's going to destroy 20, and the rest will run away.
No, I'm saying you're locked in a room with it.
They can't run away.
They can't run away. It's survival.
Depending on how big the room is, you might be right. If it's like a basketball court, if it's a stadium or something, a lot of people are going to try to hide and hug the walls, and that's going to be a problem. But if it's a small enclosed area, the first guy gets killed, all the other guys are going to be like, okay, we either got to do this or we're going to die. And then you just jump on it.
You and your closest friend, 100 closest friends and family, you're all inside of an elevator and a gorilla just walked in.
Guys,
there's
just
74 floors.
And the gorilla wins.
Nah,
it doesn't work that way. I mean,
Guaranteed.
you can go and look at any incident where people have been held captive. Just groups of people have been held captive, right? Eventually, after a while, they get the point that says, I'm not going to get out of here unless I fight back. So what do? They fight the fuck back.
Yeah. You're going to see the gorilla kill one person, and you're going to be like, oh, I'm scared.
This would be World War II, and the camps in Germany, and obviously the population count versus people in the camp. This isn't true. These are bullshit facts. World War II, the camps, and what was going on.
Yeah, the difference is in the camps, you had a bunch of soldiers with guns, and then you had a bunch of weak, starving people.
Training. People were trained. It was normal. And you're talking about random people against a gorilla.
Yeah, I'm saying as soon as the gorilla kills one guy, everybody gets scared.
Dumbass statement. You're saying training? The gorilla's not fucking trained either, you dumb shit.
Yeah, the gorilla.
Once the gorilla kills the second or third guy, all the other guys are going to say, okay, let's whoop this gorilla's ass.
The gorilla's now magically trained to fight off 100 people?
Are you telling me that a wolf isn't trained to take down animals?
Not trained.
A wolf's not trained to.
Well, what is trained?
Has instinct.
It takes a few people to take down a fucking wolf. So.
We're talking about.
I think one man.
I've been being like good faith towards the gorilla and assuming the gorilla wants to kill the people. Gorillas, they eat vegetables. They're not meat eaters.
They don't. Man, stop.
Right. Most likely, 100 men in a room with a gorilla. The gorilla's gonna cower down, and it's gonna be like, oh.
All right, so wait, instinct versus training. So I think the instinct of the gorilla would be quite strong.
I could whoop a wolf's ass.
Versus training of a person that lives in a 1-bedroom apartment.
I give it my arm. I'm gonna have damage to my forearm.
People don't have survival instinct.
I'm not gonna say it's guaranteed. I can't say it's guaranteed against a wolf. I'd say there'd be an odds. There'd be an under/over there. Because like if the wolf gets your nuts right away, you're done, bro. If your nuts and dick get grabbed, you're done.
I can fight still without my nuts.
100.
I don't want to live without my nuts and dick. I'm good. You win.
100 people against a wolf. That's easy.
You just assume that the instinct of the gorilla is going to overpower the survival instinct of 100 people? Like, that's fucking retarded, dude. Come on.
Hey, shout out. Is that from William?
When they live in 1-bedroom apartments, yes, probably, yes.
Probably?
And then put in the confined space, yeah.
Probably is not a statement of assurance.
Hey, thank you for the... Oh, we got 2, actually.
I said, yes, I do.
William sent a Cash App, and I'm not going to say their name, but somebody else sent a Cash App. I'm not sure who that is. How dare I doubt Valentina? I know. What's wrong with you guys? I don't know why people were doubting Shevchenko. Oh, is that from my... Oh, that's Daddy Jub sent me that.
So is Freddie protesting you now?
Dude, I didn't even recognize my brother's name.
JS, is Freddie protesting your Discord since you put the security stuff on there? Because I haven't seen him ever since.
He came in the other night, and since he didn't get to run the show like he's used to, since there's more people in here now, he left.
Oh, okay. So he has been back since.
No comment.
Yeah, he was in here last night for like 15 minutes, and then he just left because he doesn't like if he doesn't get to be the star of the show.
Yeah.
When it's just me and him, he'd be here every night. But when he comes in here and there's other people in here talking, he doesn't. He doesn't want to hang out. Same thing with Jalen.
And attention and affirmation. Yeah. Yeah.
Like when we're all in here talking and having a conversation, Jalen won't come in either.
Yeah, I think
if it's just me, he'll come in and he'll want to like debate me.
Yeah, I think we ran Cat off after last week too.
No, Cat will be back. She loves my balls. It's okay.
She wasn't around for a minute. She's working right now.
Oh, that cat. Oh, different cat. Oh.
Nah, not Cat from the chat, but Cat from the Discord.
Last time she was here.
I didn't like Cat until she was in bed with some dude. I'm like,
no, my other brother, Daddy Jub, sent a Cash App because we bet on the Shevchenko fight and he lost. I didn't actually think he was gonna send it. I didn't care. But he did. He sent it.
No, but that other cat was in bed with some dude streaming. Poor guy was trying to sleep to go to work the next day.
Yeah, what do you expect me to do? And then she gets mad when I'm like, wait, you were in a different hotel room with a different guy last week. What's going on, Cat?
It was disgraceful. The poor guy. Poor, and
then she wakes him up streaming, and we start talking shit to him. Like,
yeah, but a week before that, we're all worried about her, and she had Spider-Man jumping over bins and all sorts of stuff.
Dude, she goes on work calls. She goes on work calls while she's in this Discord. Like she goes.
It is fun. It's great content. I love it. But
like she's with her man. She's with her man of the night, and she's in our Discord call talking to us.
And then we start roasting the guy, and he gets all mad.
Oh wait, I'm gonna tell you. Early days on Timcast Discord, we used to have these sales guys that would leave their phones up while they did sales phone calls. I was like, oh my god, the world is bad. They're like, these guys they're just paying bills, so it's okay, but it's like, shit.
No, you missed it last week, JS, because her and after her and Grumple went on that one-on-one where they were talking about the that website. Where
yeah, that kind of pissed me off when he was taking his shirt off, and then they went on a private call. I was kind of like, I don't like all that.
Though, they came back. They came back after
really?
that.
After the stream had ended.
Yeah, after the stream had ended, and she's still like trying to get us to get in on it. And like, look, Kat, we're not interested in your fucking website and all that. And she's like, I'm just trying to tell you how you guys can make some. I'm like,
She
we don't
probably
fucking
gets
know.
some sort of like reference.
Like it went on, like this shit went on for like 3 hours, dude. Eventually, I'm like, look, Kat, no means no.
I am way too busy for
It was
this.
so
Thank
funny,
God.
dude.
Dude, Grumple like
It's a Sunday. It's a Sunday afternoon, just going on 5 p.m. And I am so thankful that I'm sitting down with 2 dogs next to me. And
I've tried to be nice to
don't have
Grumple,
the
and I've tried to
energy.
be like, let's give him a chance
Wait.
and stuff. But after that, last week, I'm gonna roast him every time I talk to him.
Hey, Grumple, but see,
Do you mean
hold on.
red?
Grumple is
Do you mean crayon?
I guess he's
Guys, just so I understand, you mean crayon Grumple or
Yeah.
Stilson?
Crayon Grumple, Kat came in and she's
You mean
like, hey,
Stilson?
she said, hey, there's a website you can go to, and if you like take your shirt off and play video games, girls will send you money. And we're all like, no, we're not gonna do that. And then Grumple takes his shirt off and he's like, what's the information on the website, Kat? Let's have a private conversation.
Hold on. The problem is though, JS, is she didn't even send him the creators link. She sent him the sign up link.
Yeah, she probably gets a bonus for getting people to sign up.
Well, that's what I said. She said she gets no benefit from any of that. She said there wasn't, but it was funny because Grumple, I guess, did sign up or something. But I guess whatever happened, he got some email that he has to confirm on. But he tried to
He's got a
reply to
wife
it,
and
and it bounced back.
he's
so
got a wife and kids that have been on.
Send him to.
He has a wife and kids that have been up on screen, and then calls out.
So I mean, he's trolling. He's completely trolling.
I don't
know. From my understanding, I like the guy. I actually really like the guy. But that's
I have a feeling in their private call, he was probably trying to get like a little one-on-one time with her, and I don't know.
I bet you, I'd be willing, more than anything, I'd be willing to bet that he went on that private one-on-one call and he trolled the shit out of her, like, oh yeah, no, I really want to do this, and oh yeah, this is a great opportunity. I'm so excited, like, because as soon as we went to his stream and I watched him play bass for his concert, I was like, oh my god. Dude.
I trust Grumple.
Because Kat,
I actually trust Grumple.
I saw that, I was like, that's it. That was when my mind was made up. Grumple is nothing but a super troll.
Kat is not like
100%.
Kat is not like Eternal. Whoa, hold on. Kat is not like Eternal.
Okay.
Where
sorry,
Eternal, if you just like talk to her a little bit, you're gonna get flooded with nudes. Whereas Kat is not like that. Kat, I've never been sent a picture of Kat nude or anything like that. Kat will tell you, I need to see double digits in my Cash App if you want anything. Like,
exactly, pay me.
Kat's about that business.
I'm not gonna lie. I don't know. That makes me laugh. I love the fucking.
She's funny. Yeah.
Look, Kat can be fun, but she's one of the few people that I did accidentally block while I was quite wasted. But I did block her.
It happens. It happens to us all. I've muted Kat a few times.
Like I
only did it once.
To be argumentative with Kat.
I only did it once, and I realized what I'd done, and I'm like, oh, unmute. Oops.
Mm-hmm.
She gets real annoying when she gets a little drunk.
Yeah, look, but Eternal, to be honest, I've never had a private conversation with her. No messages, no nothing. And she is someone, she is a person, and she's never forced herself upon me. I don't think I can keep up with that.
No, the first time she sent me a Discord friend invite, and I accepted it. And as soon as I accepted it, it was like, boom, 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 boom. And she's like, oh, I'm sorry. Do you not like this? Do you want me to stop? And I was like, I don't care. Like, if you're just going to send me just whatever. I didn't even ask for it.
I'd just like to say that I learned that I could balance Vegemite on my bum. And Vegemite cheese and special jelly, aka quince paste, is awesome on toast. And
I don't. I shouldn't.
Whatever. Yeah, no, it's all good. I'm being stupid enough. You don't need to. So I'm all in favour of this. I will be travelling up the East Coast in the next month or two. And I don't think I can do cameraman if I've got my eyes closed because she doesn't ride horses or have a trust fund, so not my type.
Yeah.
So is that your roundabout way of saying you're going to go bone eternal? Is that what you're saying?
That was the complete opposite of that, but
well, that's why
you went one way.
When all the stuff with Wally
Perfect
started
is
happening,
either.
I was trying not to like say anything, but I was kind of giving hints. I was like, I know what's going on here a little more than maybe some people do, and because she was doing the same thing with me. But
everyone have fun. Think of stupid stuff you did 2 years ago, and they just realized that other people are gonna do it. Yeah, have fun. Enjoy life.
I mean, I joined in and I instantly. I joined in and I instantly blocked her.
I know people that
if I had a wife,
married,
if I had a wife or a
having
girlfriend,
children.
I would definitely block her because,
yes.
I'm a single guy, and you know what? You want to send me some pics? I'm not gonna be like, no, please don't do that. Like, what do you mean?
She talked for like 3 seconds, and I was like, I'm not gonna walk around my girlfriend with another woman speaking to me like this.
The only
if I had a girlfriend or a wife, I could not.
JS, the only version of that I'd put on that is if you know that she's with or interested in someone else, I'd have nothing to do with that.
Well, but what do you mean by with or interested in? Because she's not with Wally. Like, that's.
I'm not saying that, but as respect for mates, if there was hypothetically something like that, I'd be like, no.
And also on Discord, you can see who your common friends are. So when she sent me that invite, I saw that, it was like me and him. And then it was funny because I had her come up I was, doing a show one night, and I had her come up and I was having a conversation, and he jumped in and he was like, and I was like, oh, there's going to be problems here, but I don't really care.
I think between you and Wally, you've dealt with it pretty reasonably. And I'm not sure there's any solid concrete in much of this. So
yeah, I just don't like how he kind of like.
But I know.
He kind of like seemed like he like cut off his friends.
He got super possessive, and then I don't know what happened.
That's why I told him from the beginning. I was like, Wally, don't catch feelings, and just look at this. I'm not judging you. You wanna talk to this girl and have private convos, and she's gonna send you videos and stuff. Whatever. That we're guys. We're single guys. I get it.
Guys, but they're making content now.
But also, don't get like possessive, and don't get like, don't.
Well, she's not getting up on Bible studies.
Borderline OnlyFans. I'm just saying, dude. That's.
She's not getting on the Bible studies at
it's borderline
3 o'clock in the morning.
It's borderline OnlyFans, but it's free. And
JS, our time, you do Bible studies at 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. She's not getting up for that, bro. Is she? If you had Bible studies dressed like that, you might have some big numbers.
And if you're in my Discord, you saw like she changed her profile pic one time, and there was like
if you go and you look back at his views and stuff, he's not getting the turnout he expected.
Yeah, and I told her, I was like, look, like I do Bible studies and stuff. I don't want this stuff.
No, it's not appropriate. I agree, but BLK, I'm not sure what he thought he would get out of views. I think it's just two people doing something together.
Well,
Who
if
knows?
she's telling him the same thing she was telling me, she was telling me, I'm planning a trip to America soon, and I'm going to come visit you.
Well,
exactly.
I've heard trips. I've heard trips down under.
She specifically, at one point in time, she was talking about how all the haters can just run their mouths, but they aren't going to be saying shit when she's sitting on Wally's lap in a few months. Like, that's what she kept saying.
Yeah, and that's bullshit.
Right.
Like when she told me that, I'll play into it. I'll play into it over text. I'll be like, "Oh, that would be cool," but I know damn well that's never gonna happen. I don't.
Let's be respectful. This is a woman with 2 children that she takes care of, and obviously she can't just leave to America.
Right.
Oh, I just spilled drink all over myself. Fuck.
And that's why some of the stuff. Yeah. I don't know.
So, I mean, whatever. I don't want to get into that.
Yeah. So
she would send some videos of her doing
you
some
can't
stuff,
just leave.
and like the kids. Yeah, it was, I
So
don't like it.
Yeah. So this is internet land.
But it's not though. It's real life. Like it's real life when you're involving yourself and your kids. Like it's one thing if you're hiding behind an avatar, but it's a whole nother thing when it's your actual visual representation of yourself.
Dude, that's not her real name, and same as your name's not your real name. Come on,
right?
My real name. As one of the people in this entire fucking thing, my real name. Oh, actually, my Discord name's not my real name.
Yeah, she's.
But regardless, even though it's not her real name, it's her real image. That's really her that she's showing. It's really her body. It's really her nudes that she's out there sending.
Yeah.
So it doesn't. It's not a far stretch to find out her actual real name.
Yeah, what sort of be okay with respect? What kind of freak actually goes and looks for that? Like,
exactly.
If anyone does that, that's weird.
I wasn't looking for it. It just got sent to me.
Like people do.
That's weird. That's really
it's not
weird.
A matter
man.
of what kind. It's a matter of people do. Like you can't say people don't do that.
Well, all right. If we can go through the panel, be okay. And if I may, who on the panel has, honest speaking, can we go through the panel? Who has looked up her details? Anyone?
Her details.
Who we talking about?
No.
Anyone on the panel? So we got 6. We got Rue.
No.
Well, not Rue's not here. We got. Coon,
I know some people do
got,
that. Like some people like run background checks on people on the internet.
So who has? Who has looked this up?
Who we talking about? I missed it.
Has anyone looked up any information further than being told?
Yes, stalkers that fall in love with her because they think she's hot. Incel, obsessive boys. That's what happens. That's literally what happens. Tell me it doesn't.
Well, I had a when I first started my channel, I had a group that used to always come and hang out in my streams and watch my stuff. There was a girl in there, a woman in there, who worked for the government, and she was known. Like we knew she did this when there were streamers and stuff. She would do background checks on them. And then one day she did one on me, and she comes out like she's exposing all this stuff about me. She's like, and I was like, but I've talked about these things on my stream before. I've talked about my record. I've talked about, the time I did. And so you're not really exposing anything. But the fact that you ran a background check on me, I don't like you.
That's fucked up.
I mean, I can say
that's fucked up.
John,
don't do that.
Let me give you another anecdote. So, I used to be a moderator for a Minecraft server that was associated with a different YouTube channel, Element Animations. If you want to know the channel, it's a relatively large channel.
I'm not familiar. That's not my space.
They do CGI animation stuff. But anyway, there was one kid on that server who literally would take it upon himself to go and essentially dox anybody who had moderator status on there. So after being mod for about a week or so, the kid showed up posting photos of us from Facebook. There was no ties or anything that went to
Yeah, look,
joining us on Facebook.
I haven't done
He went and
Facebook for like
found
10 years.
all of our Facebook pages and took our photos and was posting them up for the rest of the server to see.
It means that I look younger, so I'm fine with that. Whatever.
Well, King has
I'm
talked
not
about
okay
this
with that.
before.
That's
Like,
fucked up.
The simple fact is, people look up shit all the fucking time, even if you don't
I
know it. They're
purposely-
doing it.
if you know my name, I do a
ex-base-
birthday stream. You know my name. You know my birthday. You know what city I'm
I don't
from.
even know our name, Jane.
You could pay $30 and get my full history. You can know every
They don't even
address
know
I've
our
lived
names.
at, and I get it. So I'm not like afraid of it, but still, if you're going out of your way to do that and then trying to like expose something, that's kind of lame.
There are strange people out there that need to know everything in their small little world.
But JS, you don't care for it and take life of little children, and you're not really I'm sorry to say, but you're not really a defenseless woman. So she doesn't have a man; she has children, and as far what I can see,
yeah, it's
alone.
way
Yeah.
riskier.
The question is, JS, did you enjoy the pictures at some point? Yes?
Yeah, they were
at
nice.
some point,
you
did
know.
you like, yeah, that's good. I like that. at any point with the pictures. At
Well,
any
no,
point.
but you know, I don't like talking about this stuff because it's weird.
Whoa. But at any point, like
I'm a 37-year-old
out of 100,
6-year celibate single man. Yeah, I get. Yeah, I like. Yeah, I
All
like
right,
women.
cool.
You know what am I gonna say?
That's normal. That's normal.
You know.
I mean, I
normal.
enjoyed that she did not send me the photos.
Right. Me too. I very much enjoyed that.
I said I'd be in the East Coast.
There was stuff that was
with my eyes closed.
some of the videos. If she's doing something and there's like a kid running around in the background, I was like, okay, well, this is fucked up. I was like, I didn't like that, but
weird. Exactly. It's fucking weird. So
and then she asked me one time. She's like, oh, I got videos of me doing stuff with like other guys, and I was like, no, I don't want to see that. I don't. Yeah, I'm not.
Yeah, man.
Wait, Jay, is that for free that she was offering that, or would there be a pay wall?
Yeah, I've never paid a dime for. I've never even paid a dime. I've went to a strip club once in my life, and I sat at the bar and bought beers.
And as a moderator for Wally,
I'm very against paying for pussy. Like,
why would you? Fuck that.
Yeah.
When
you don't pay. You don't pay to see it. You don't pay. There's no reason. No.
Dude.
So does that makes it okay because it was
when
free,
was that?
John? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying it was okay or it was good or it was moral or anything, but
Jeremy, sorry, Jeremy and I are having a chat. What was that, Jeremy? I didn't hear it.
I said, does that make it okay because it was free, John?
Is that what you're saying?
Free?
I'm not saying it was
JS
okay.
didn't pay for it, so does that make it okay?
No, I understand it's not, it's not the Christian thing to do. I shouldn't have done that. I get it.
See, no, so again,
I'm just trying to figure out the line of questioning. He gave you the question of, did you pay for it? So my question back is, does that make it okay because it was free? What's the reason to ask whether or not you paid for it?
Or if you paid for it,
no, that's simple. That's really straightforward and simple in that you could get free boobs in other places with people that you don't know. As soon as you associate boobs with people that you do know,
on Mardi Gras, you could just walk down the street and ask and hand beads away, and you can get those for free too. So you can see them for free.
I don't do that. That's
you
not
don't.
okay. That's not.
I don't know that you even do Mardi Gras over in Australia, but here in the States, you do.
The moral and right thing for me to do would have been, as soon as she sent him the first time, I should have said, whoa, I don't want that stuff, and I should have deleted them. That's what I should have done. And
But my line of questioning goes into the whole reason as to why it matters of whether or not it was
I still got
not.
my weaknesses.
I don't see how that makes any difference.
But the fact is,
are we talking about? Whoa, guys! Are you talking about Wally's? You're talking about Wally's missus.
No,
she loves it. She loves all of it. She's listening. She loves it.
I'm not talking specifically about Eternal. I don't give a shit. I wouldn't care if it was Eternal or some random that came into the
we don't need, we can take her out of it. It could just be any.
My standard
It's also not the first time that's happened. If you're streaming and you
enable
have
that behavior, and then you breed the environment that it is okay and that this is acceptable in society. And then you give this impression to young females that OnlyFans is the right career choice for you, because then you can be objectified by men. Because all you are to men is a piece of meat. And that's all she's doing for herself, is representing herself as a slag, a 304, a piece of meat.
Okay, so OnlyFans is just one avenue. Obviously, there are many others where you can pay to see things.
Yeah, but OnlyFans, the entry level for OnlyFans is super low, like 18, like fresh out of high school. Like it takes nothing to set up an OnlyFans account and start to sell your nudes. Nothing. Not like the porn industry.
As I've said, I've never paid.
Go ahead.
You know what? I think maybe I've paid $20 over 20 years.
Oh, you pervert!
That's 20 more than I've paid.
You pervert!
I'm just being honest. I did donate some money.
You degenerate!
$20 over 20 years.
Let me tell you, I couldn't even count how much money I spent on my wife in the past 12 years we've been together. So I mean,
so just to be clear, John, and my take here is this: I don't like the content that Wally's producing with Eternal. I don't like it.
No, not at all.
I don't care. It's his channel. He's welcome to put whatever the fuck he wants on his channel. I don't go there and critique him or anything on his channel. That's fine. That's his thing. So everything I'm saying has nothing to do with him and his content with Eternal. I'm saying I wouldn't like this regardless of it being anybody.
I actually unsubscribed because when I saw the episode where they were just talking shit on Shazzy and she's just like yelling at Shaz, I unsubscribed. Dude,
that was a month or two. That was a month or 2 months back, and I was like, I don't want to. Was fucked up.
Like, why can't you have these conversations while she's just dressed like a normal woman?
I've said it quite plainly that you can't say those things. That's fucked up. Shazzy is a fucking G. I mean, you can't do that. I've been straight up. I'm still in there when I can.
John, you there?
But Wally didn't give any pushback.
How many times have you seen Eternal's vag? Or nipples?
Well, I went to work. What did I miss? Golly.
I would say that's BS, because I've seen it in the 5 minutes I happen to go on his stream because of what she's wearing.
Yeah, and I've seen it.
I've watched.
I'll tell you this: Brian would like her. Brian Atlas from whatever would definitely like Eternal.
Right.
I've watched
if you know what I'm talking about.
Any of it. I've seen many hours of watching.
Big labias matter.
Stream, and I've never seen that. No. There's been some close calls. I think one call may have been close, but no, not on purpose. No, never. I've never seen anything like that. I've never private messaged. No, absolutely not.
Right, but anyway, my whole point is regardless, let Wally do whatever content he wants. My problem with her is that she's feeding into this thing that it's like that women should be objectified, but then wants to bitch and cry that nobody talks to her and treats her like a nobody respects her mind. But all she does
said we're all misogynists when she came. She's like, you all sound like misogynists. It's like, what do you expect us to say when you're acting the way you're acting? What do you mean?
Exactly.
I mean,
It's the environment
I don't
that she's
care.
creating.
You want to call me a misogynist? My response to that is so.
I always say, if somebody calls me misogynistic, I say, why don't you try misogynistic?
No, I mean, I don't care. I legitimately do not care. You want to call me a misogynist? Fine, call me a misogynist. I'll wear it. That's
yeah.
fine.
Well, that's why women usually don't last too long in my Discord or on the panels and stuff. Because I don't treat.
Misogynist?
I don't. Yeah, they say I'm a misogynist and I'm a woman hater and stuff like that.
Which, make a sandwich.
Yeah, I do. But I'm just having fun, and I love women. You know.
Well, I mean, my argument is in that I'm not for everybody. So if you can't take me for how I am, I don't care. I'm not here to make everybody happy. I'm the one thing that you can't say is I'm not, for all intents and purposes, brutally honest.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you exactly what I think, exactly how it is. I'm not going to fucking put glitter on it or sugarcoat it or whatever. You're going to get exactly what I think in an uncensored way.
Yeah, you may not like me, but you can't call me fake. Like, I'm not.
I'm too old to say things in such a way that's going to make you get the warm and fuzzies when I'm delivering it to you. Take it as it is or don't. I don't care.
That's a lie, Jeremy. Many nights I get the warm and fuzzies from our conversation, so you're lying.
It's probably.
I'm just saying I don't care if you get the warm and fuzzies.
It's probably at like a detriment for me, but I'll be critical of bigger streamers that I'm a fan of, or instead of just trying to like get in their good graces, like I'll say things about Andrew, or I'll say things about I've talked about this before. If I'm doing like a review of some content, even the people who are on my side, I'm critical of them, and I'm like, I'm never gonna get into this this group or this community because I'm not, I'm just gonna say what I think.
Well, it's just kind of the same thing. Like when we got raided over to your channel the first time, I was like, "Who is this fucking dreaded conservative guy?" Like, there's no fucking way I would hang on this sphere. Like, these fucking people are weird. But then exactly, it just kind of grows on you like a fucking cancer.
I did used to have dreads.
I never saw him. Well, I saw him, but I didn't start tuning into your show or your channel until after you cut him off.
I came on.
I saw you on him with VK. Like, I saw you with them.
I saw them. I saw them, and they looked smelly.
They didn't smell. They smelled fine. Everybody said that they did not stink. But I was before my schedule changed and I had to work on Friday and Saturday. I went on VK a couple times, long time ago.
Yeah.
But I wasn't like a regular. I just or when I was working, I'd come on for like an hour and I'd leave.
That seems to be a good play lately.
No, see, I don't like that though, because
I don't like it.
I really enjoyed this last VK, but that was the one thing that got me is all the people that really were there from the beginning and like really debated hard, all just were like, okay, well, we're done, we're going to bed for the night, and then it was like, okay, so 3 of the 4 people in the finals were there the last hour, and 2 of which didn't even say anything. They didn't even have a single debate. I was like, how the fuck does that work? Like,
yeah, the daytime VK. The daytime VK, I came in hot, and I did 2 one-on-ones. I got rid of people that were annoying. I called out Steelman. He got revived just so I could debate him and get him off. And then in chat, people were saying they're like, "Wow, JS is on it today." But by about halfway through, I started yawning and I started falling asleep. And then it's like people have short memory. You need to, and this is kind of, I think, I don't know if Chris knows that he's doing it, but it's kind of a trick to like
Yeah,
just come in the last hour or two and shine for that.
There's no way he doesn't know. I mean, come on.
Because
he only comes in the last hour or two.
Because the daytime one, I killed it for the first half. And then the second half,
Well,
I was
hang on,
kind
wait,
of,
wait, wait.
I was falling asleep and I was like tired. And
Let's acknowledge Cashapp Assassin. That kind of changed things around a lot, especially for Chris. That was pretty messed up.
Yeah, well, I'm kind of missing the Cash App Assassin now because he wins every week.
Well, yeah, well, he does, and that's great. But the thing is that you got a certain percentage of Chris's big $850 payout.
No, I'm not saying anything against Chris. I like Chris. I'm saying as soon as he joins, it's like, well, I'm not gonna win now. Like, I feel like that. I know that's defeatist, and I shouldn't say that. I should, keep going. But especially when I said it the other night, I was like, well, Jim Bob's channel just read, and Chris, they know Chris on Jim Bob's channel, and there's it's fine. I'm not.
That's life.
I'm not saying anything against him. It's just like it's kind of shit. Well, I'm not winning now.
What you're saying is correct, and it's true. I'm not sure that
it's correct and it's true, and it's not really. It's just it's whatever. It's not.
It is.
There's nothing wrong. He's not doing anything wrong.
He's doing everything wrong.
Yeah, he is.
Wait, why aren't you guys tearing up? Like, you guys are really good debaters and so on. Why aren't you tearing up the Timcast Discord? Confuses the fuck out of me. Those guys are.
I don't know. I don't know.
I know
if,
those people.
I don't know how people feel about people going in other Discords and streaming it for them.
Dude, I'm just fucking around. I don't give a shit.
What? Why aren't you tearing up the Timcast Discord? Like, they're.
You're acting like it's a fair competition. No, I'm understanding that it's not.
It's not fair. You guys win. You guys win. It's not fair. They're fucking retarded and in a fucking fishbowl.
Right.
No, Mel said you're acting like it's a fair competition. No, I understand it is a popularity contest to some extent, and and I knew yesterday. I knew even if I go in there as a liberal guy and I actually am debating better and making better arguments, I'm saying the most horrible things. People don't want to vote for that. Like, I knew that wasn't going to win, but.
All right. So what are you doing to make yourself bigger on larger platforms?
I thought you were fine with that you played the character because people were really starting to enjoy it. But
it was funny.
What got them is that your arguments were just good enough that they're like, well, wait, is this what he actually believes? Because that's pretty fucked up. Is what was happening. We're like, nah, he's funny as hell. They're like, well, wait a minute. Is this what he actually believes, or this is pretty messed up? Like, this guy's pretty fucking weird. Like no, what he believes. These are all the standard talking points, people. Like, just open your eyes and realize he's using all the standard talking points that the other side uses. Like, just put yourself in his character, and he's just answering it exactly how you would expect him to answer it. Like,
yeah.
But I mean, at this point,
all I'm doing is saying the things I've seen
a popularity
in videos.
contest.
Yeah, and then Shiva,
he's
the
making
potato
better points, but because they don't like
awesome.
him and the points that he's making, he loses.
Right, yeah, fair enough. Yeah.
Like,
I guess this would be some of the issues that Grid 1 has with the show.
Like, when I debated that, what was that guy? Due Diligence.
I'm interrupting. But
that Due
Grid
Diligence
1
guy did not
has
make
issues
an
with the show
argument. He
because
didn't
of
make
these
an argument the whole time. All he did was call me an idiot the whole time.
Right.
So, from like a judging a debate perspective,
Maybe that was his argument.
yeah, it's like as a debate, he lost that debate. Like,
he did.
but
no
people are like, well, I can't vote for this crazy liberal person. Like, I don't. It was funny.
It was definitely fun.
So has anyone watched Grid One's show that he's done tonight?
Yeah,
Nope.
I watched it.
You couldn't pay me to watch.
I've been in and out of parts of it. He's got some interesting things going on. Obviously, VK, like Easy's.
Nah, it wasn't convincing at all. It wasn't even good and strong. Don't be mad that I was embodying you better than you do, Mel.
It's boring as shit if you ask me.
Yeah, good show.
Who's Mel?
Mel's in the chat.
Yes. Go ahead.
Grid himself. I have found to be not surprised.
JS saw the Jim Bob raid and he saw the very beginning scene to Fallout New Vegas. I'm sorry, kid. It was rigged from the start.
Yeah, as soon as the Jim Bob raid happened, I said it on my stream. I was like, well, we're not winning this one.
Oh my god, Goon. Holy shit.
And I raid Jim Bob's stream sometimes, and I'll watch his chat, and people will be like, heretic raid.
Hope you are well this morning.
Good morning, Shazzy.
Look, she won awards. She won because she's got boobs. Let's be real.
Who, Shazzy?
Oh, I'm sure she's got them, but that's not the person that was debating or whatever.
Yeah, I'll say no. I'm only joking. You talking about the black-haired chick?
You've seen Shazzy's boobs? Shazzy,
No.
Settle down, lady.
Wait.
Lady.
What?
How dare Shazzy do that? No.
Who are you talking about on whatever?
On whatever. So he was.
Today. Go ahead. Over.
So there've been 2 debates on whatever podcast today. One with Jay Dyer and one with Jim Bob.
Oh, Not So Erudite. Yeah, I didn't watch that yet. Oh,
Whatever got debates today?
I talked about that last night, and I forgot.
They had
It's almost
yeah. So both of them been on today. I've watched.
Yeah,
parts of
Jay
both
Dyer
of them
versus Not
through
So
today.
Erudite. That's like putting like you're putting like Stephen Hawking against like some chick on TikTok. It's
I mean, whatever's so inconsistent.
Look, to be honest, it actually looked like she took Andrew Wilson's debating course. So good on her. She's possibly now a mass debater, but she didn't quite grasp how it was used compared to how Jay or Jim Bob would.
Damn, I forgot about that. I want
master debater. It was like not master debater.
Yep, I said what I said.
You said it on purpose too, didn't you?
And you know what? I voted for her because she's got lovely melons.
Yeah,
Jeremy.
We know why you supported her.
Yes, you want to bring Brandon and Shiva in. I can't do it on my phone.
I got it.
Debate edition of the
Thank you.
podcast. We're coming to you live from Santa
Oh, guys, I'm way too fucked up for Shiva to be honest. He's too smart.
Actually, Shiva can
You
get
dirty low down here.
I don't think she's even.
Lola.
I don't even think she's got that nice of chesticles. I almost said testicles.
No, they were pushed up and they look nice. They were pushed up.
Yeah, she's got an expensive.
She makes all her money off her armpits, bro. She makes money off her armpits.
They looked.
She's got a whole armpit game going on.
For Jay, they looked average to good.
She's in an open relationship.
Better to good.
So she's got a cuck boyfriend. So maybe you stand a chance. So.
Right,
I mean, they have to be open so Destiny can get his licks in.
Hey, Shiva, I gave you the role. You can come straight in here from now on. You don't have to go to the staging room.
All right, good.
You want to...
Have you seen the way, dude? Just watch one of their podcasts. The way she looks at Destiny is so funny. Cool. She looks at her... She stares at Destiny like a teenage girl in love.
What was that, Jeremy?
Yeah, and then all she did talking to Jay Dyer was looking at the walls and Jim Bob. She was like looking around and around. Couldn't do eye contact.
Not So Erudite and Destiny did a podcast together for a while, dude. And whenever he would talk to somebody, she would like stare directly into his eyes. Like,
That's funny.
she was like deeply in love.
I'm scrolling through it right now, and her eyes are never on him. They're always looking off to the corner.
They're up, left, right. She look at the
like
camera.
Jay
called her out on it too.
Let's watch her review it all
She's
together.
looking around all the
She's sitting there,
walls.
why are you
Won't look
looking
at
up in the
him.
ceiling?
Let's do a review screen. We low on much.
Ask her one question. Did she make any point at all? If she did, I missed it. When I watched
She did, yeah. She actually did. She legitimately did. It's just when she went into the philosophy kind of wording stuff like that, she fucked it up. Well, got some right, but it's like she did a debate course.
I'm doing it.
A mass debate course, and thought she knew it all.
I don't even know why you're saying that she did a debate course. She's been like Destiny's groupie for the last like 8 years.
Yeah, she studies Destiny debate tactics.
Right.
$8 years? Yeah, okay, all right.
Yeah, I remember Erudite like forever ago as somebody who she used to do incel like a repair. Her whole thing was that like incels could get on calls with her and get used to speaking to women.
Ew.
Okay. And she would like watch animes with them and stuff. Like you could pay to watch anime with not so erudite.
Anime turned all the dudes. Alright, so all
with a woman.
that like anime. Alright, so Shiva, did I ever tell you that you are gay because of anime?
No, that's not why I'm gay. I'm gay because I like
it. All right.
He's gay because he likes dick.
What the fuck?
Just anime turned all the dudes fucking fairies.
I'm actually not that keen on anime. I do quite like Studio Ghibli, and there's a couple of movies that I like. I really like Akira and Ghost in Machine.
All right, Shiva's one of the last ones with the 10th man that I actually believe are.
I'm the same way. I say I
anime
can't. I don't like anime. I can't stand anime, but I love Dragon Ball.
Yeah, that's not what I really like.
Right, do you guys watch Timcast? Do you know Raymond Stanley G Jr.? I gave him so much shit because he tried to pick up anime, and I'm like, dude, it'll just send you gay, bro. Don't watch it. Don't watch it.
All right,
I just feel like it's as stupid as saying anything's like gay. It's like saying stop motion makes you gay. Like it's like I don't.
No,
stop motion. Anime is
stop
gay. Motion.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, there's so many different stories. It's just a genre of way to tell story.
Right, no, it's not a genre. Wait a minute. No, stop this nonsense. Stop it. It's not a genre.
Power Rangers, let's go.
It's a medium.
Yeah, I misused the word. It's not even a genre itself. It contains genres within it.
We all understood what he was saying. Yeah, but the thing is that it made a bunch of people gay and little pussy men.
Well, I would agree with that in the sense I think the mainstream culture behind it is completely screwed, but I think there's like a bunch of great animes that, especially some of the older ones from like the 80s and 90s, are definitely worth going and seeing.
What is the difference between an anime and a cartoon?
Japan.
We can compare. We can do 1980s Transformers versus Power Rangers.
Look at the look on her face before he even does his opening. She's just looking at him.
I'm going to be honest.
Well, I can genuinely answer Jeremy's question. In Japan, anime just means cartoon.
Yeah, it's just like a Japanese cartoon.
It's kind of like now like a culture and art style. But like it just means like they would call American cartoons American anime.
Well, that's the thing is I've always just considered anime cartoons because
or because Japanese people like to say American words, they might be like American cartoon.
It's different.
No, but the reason I don't like
cartoon, like
the reason I don't like anime is because there's a lot of weird shit. It's always schoolgirls with giant titties and
yeah, that's the problem with the new stuff. That's why I'm saying I can vouch for a lot of the older stuff, like the newer school life shit is like it's all I can't vouch for that.
Right,
there's a lot of weird stuff going on in there.
As I said, Transformers in the 80s is good anime. Anything after that, approximately is gay.
Even Sailor Moon, if you watch the intro to Sailor Moon, which used to be on TV when I was a kid, when they're going to their transformations, it's basically a naked naked woman, but these are all schoolgirls.
Wait, that's straight.
Yep.
Yeah, but those are it's straight, but these are schoolgirls.
Well, yeah, but it's meant for kids, and I get that, but it's not.
It's
like
meant for kids,
but
but they're naked. They're like when they do their Sailor Venus, Sailor Mercury, it shows them they turn naked for a second.
Do they?
Yeah, you don't.
How are you?
You know, How do you know?
How do you know?
That's
because
okay.
I was
there's like censoring differences too. Like in some foreign countries, like the naked body isn't as crazy to see on TV as it is to see in other places.
Coon, did you get the European version where you can just lie and sunbake naked? Because I'm pretty sure you got the Japanese American version and had a pool over it.
Yeah, they usually put like glitter over them and shit, where it's like sparkling over their private parts, and you can't really, or like a sunshine beam is like covering.
So yeah, you had a good pool over.
Allergic to sun. All right, let me play these. I want to listen to these opening statements, so I'm going to play it.
Destructive to society. The only
Hold on.
5 minutes closing.
Okay,
statement.
5 minute. Or wait.
And Jay, we're gonna have you give your opening statement first. Go ahead. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks, Brian. Appreciate it. Yeah. So
I don't know about those glasses.
That feminism is
I just want to talk to James. James.
Well, hold on.
A healthy society that we can have is a patriarchal society.
2 seconds.
If you look at
the shut the fuck up. You've got crust.
We notice
Shut up.
Playing something. Click on this.
The natural structure that all societies, almost across the board, maybe a few tribal societies have had a matriarchy, but most societies fall into some form of natural hierarchy. Hierarchy is found in nature. We see it in the animal kingdom. We see it in the manimal kingdom that we inhabit. And when we look through history, we find certain civilizations have flourished,
you turn it up
particularly with a worldview or philosophy that gives it its social cohesion. The longest running civilization in history, the most successful,
I don't know
the
how.
most prosperous was Byzantium. Byzantium was an
She looks like she's looking at him.
Dating back to the
Right now, yeah.
all the way up into
Once
the
she starts
1400s,
squaring out, that's when she starts looking up and all over the place.
Liberalization, due
Cause
to modernization, certain economic
He's not his beginning.
open borders policy, shall we say,
Alright,
that led
the
to
boobs
the
and the
decline
waist.
of Byzantium. So even in the
think
most
she's fat.
successful civilization in history, in Byzantium, we begin to notice that the liberalization
She's definitely not fat.
is what led to its decline.
Always got to go to the
Collapse
Byzantine
and
Empire.
even falling to Islam. If we fast forward to modernity,
Max
we look at
Fupa.
women's rights or the idea of the first.
I think she's passing the BMI index.
It's just, I think
Stop being the
chairs.
chairs. Stop being the simp. Stop.
It's the chairs that have
Stop simping. Stop simping.
In society.
I mean, if you wanted to roast not so erudite, the easy way to go after her is look at her shoulders, bro. She has like the broadest shoulders for a woman.
I like rowers and horse riders, so looks good.
And not just the state or the monarchy.
Who's simping now?
Hold on, I want to hear the intros. Just the openings. I just want to hear the openings.
Sorry.
Since that time, we've had second wave feminism, we've had third wave feminism. Third wave.
We're not gonna watch the whole thing. I just want to hear the
Many
openings.
people know was actually funded
She
by
has a gym,
very wealthy, powerful
not
oligarchical elites.
rowing.
In fact, in the Rockefellers'
or
authorized
horse.
biography, there's an entire chapter on Abby Rockefeller's funding of third wave feminism and Cell 16, which was the most radical form of this. This is really what prepared the way for the absolute insane degeneracy that we see in today's society. Western civilization, in other words, could not have gotten to the point that we're at had we not had first, second, and third wave feminism preparing the way for the absolute and total revolution against all natural order, all biological order, and the notion of patriarchy itself. In fact, many of the famous feminists over the last several decades have openly said that in order to destroy Western civilization, they would have to destroy the masculine archetype, the patriarch. That is, God the Father had to be destroyed to make way for the rise of the goddess, etc. All the various things that we see attending to or accompanying the revolution that is feminism. If you look on my wall on X right now, you'll notice at the very top is an interview that the famous director Aaron Russo did with a friend of mine, Alex Jones, and in that interview they discuss Aaron Russo's interview with
Eric doesn't like that.
And Nick
You're
Rockefeller
sourcing
said that
Alex
the
Jones.
greatest tool to revolutionize and control society was feminism. Modern
My
feminism.
She's doing the hand thing.
Getting women out of the house
Shut
into the
up.
workforce.
My understanding, he
so
worked
that
for
they
Alex
could
Jones.
be taxed, and that there would be less children, less families. So we have from one of the key elites from the Rockefeller family admitting that the purpose of this was to change society, reduce population, tie it into neoliberal economics, taxation on a mass scale for the population, and thus it has been an absolute disaster.
Reduce population.
It has
Alex-
nothing to do with equality.
Jay
It has to do
Dyer
with control,
worked for
it has to do
Alex
with social-
Jones,
it's dystopian,
was
it's
on the
social dystopian
payroll.
control, putting us into a utilitarian technocratic
There is
society.
those, Georgia
And I would say
Guidestones.
that this is all an attempt, admittedly, if you go back
Not
to
anymore,
people
there
like
ain't.
early feminists like
What do you
Wollstonecraft
mean?
or
They
others
destroyed
throughout
Georgia
history, Alexander
Guidestones?
Kollontai of the
Somebody
Bolshevik
blew 'em
Revolution,
up.
they all speak about
Really?
this as
When that
intimately
happened?
tied into
Like 2 years ago.
not just sexual revolution, but
Dang.
the overthrow of masculinity, ultimately
Good
the
job.
overthrow of the idea of God the Father, the ultimate patriarch. And that's where we are today.
Why is he
is that
dressed like
society has
Ethan
adopted
Klein?
revolutionary philosophy that is ultimately anti-male, anti-biology, anti-reality, because they all go together. In other words, feminism cannot be divorced from the revolution against biology, the revolution against masculinity, the revolution against every area of life that is healthy, wholesome, and
I knew I was
hold on.
underwater.
And fuck you,
Love
dude.
hate him. That Teddy Fresh look is too good to pass out.
Broke motherfucker, you can't even pay for goddamn YouTube premium.
Kyla, would you like to?
Josh, I'm sitting on top of a mountain. I'm literally like partway through a hike on a mountain with fluffy dogs to keep me warm, and you give me ads. Fuck you. Fuck you.
I can't help it. Okay, see how she responds
My
to
rece-
this.
Long.
My reception is fucked up.
I basically would grant you lots of that stuff. I would essentially argue that feminism is not only a necessity, it's unavoidable. I think that's where society tends to go. I think women joining the workforce, while there's lots of cons with it, one of the biggest pros is the massive boost to GDP and just the competitiveness of every nation that includes
There's a
women.
massive boost to
And
GDP from bringing
overall,
illegal
I think
immigrants over,
feminism is
too.
broadly good for society, but I am sure that I
No,
would be
we
happy
don't.
to talk with you about a number of areas that I think have been harmful for society. I think feminism has been co-opted and often twisted.
more
I think
money.
particularly in the third wave, we saw this by what I would call
Wall
gender
Street.
opportunists. And so when I think about feminism, I'm more interested in a feminism that is centralized around empowering women and promoting femininity. I think when you talk about egalitarianism, I think it's a really interesting concept, but I think we need to be precise in what we talk about. So I guess to open, I'd maybe start with a question. With your philosophy background, I'm sure you're familiar with Heidegger's concept of chatter.
no.
Okay.
This is not an opening.
Heidegger.
No, you don't ask
interesting
questions
philosopher
in
from the
your
40s, but he has this idea of chatter that I think is really interesting for discussion, which is essentially how a lot of times when people have like philosophical
Where's she looking
He
at?
could have said
idealistic
no.
conversations, they use the same word, but they have different meanings for those words, and so then the whole
She looking
conversation
at
is
his
just
ego
essentially
instead of
garbage.
him?
That's what he calls like idle chatter. And so I'm curious if what you'd be willing to do for this conversation is if we could make sure that we agree on what we mean by certain words, so that we can actually talk about the ideas underneath them and
You've
hopefully
been a
come to
walnut.
a better understanding of everything.
What are the words you would like?
That was not a... Look at him rolling his eyes. He's
For
like,
this
what the fuck
conversation,
was
we should
that?
talk
That
about
is not a
patriarchy and
debate
feminism.
opening.
Those seem like the most obvious things to define.
She just wants to
and then
have a
after that,
conversation.
just if we come to a word that
Right.
we keep both using,
You're supposed to
we'll
lay
probably
out
just
your
use one to
points
define it and make sure that we agree to what we're talking about.
in
if that
your
works.
middle.
Okay.
Would you like to
Or
start with
whatever.
the definitions and then Jay can give his?
Sure.
She spent half of her opening saying, well, we need to establish definitions. So let's do that during the debate. Let's talk. Yeah, say your
That's bait.
definitions in your opening. What is
Also,
your
that's literally a
definition?
copied Destiny strategy. Destiny just skips the opening 95% of the time and just goes, "I want to move to the conversation."
Right, and then argues about fucking definitions.
No, you should do is in your opening, you lay out your definition and your understanding, and then your opponent should lay out their definition and their understanding. And then once you get to the open convo, you can argue about where you disagree on the definitions. But like that was not an opening from her. What the?
It was great. Jess, you're being hateful here. She's doing a great job.
Women's equality, strong woman.
Boss babe.
Yeah, I'm curious. So patriarchy, I would define it as a hierarchical structure where men monopolize soft and hard power.
Patriarchy is a hierarchical structure where men monopolize hard and soft power. Patriarchy, he's going to say patriarchy is of the father.
I think that they have authority. I wouldn't say it's a monopoly on power, because women can have a degree of influence and power in society, but it's under the headship of a man. So, for example, a job, right? As an example, Proverbs 31 talks about women being able to work, but it's sort of under the purview of the husband. So it's not independence, it's not doing their own thing, it's a family unit working together, so there's roles.
Sure. So when we're thinking about like a job, so when I think about a monopoly of hard and soft power, in my mind I'm thinking law, like kind of like men are mostly monopolizing positions in law, but also soft power like media and kind of able to kind of set the tone culturally as well. So they kind of have these
thank you, Shazzy.
areas of power mostly fully occupied by men, particularly systems where men force it to be the case that it's only men in those positions.
Yeah, it's just monopoly is a difficult term because it suggests totality, and again, there can be a shared situation here that's not a total monopoly. But
okay.
Fine, I'll go with it. It's fine.
Yeah, women are great managers of
we could say, like,
Wendy's.
soft monopoly or something like that. Essentially, a hierarchical structure where men tend to
McDonald's
occupy
too,
positions.
maybe. You never know.
McDonald's.
Feminism, I define it as the empowerment of women.
Are
and
they
promotion of
great?
femininity.
The golden
Do you
arches.
agree with that, or do you have a very different
But
definition?
men are better.
I think of it as
The
something.
men are the best managers.
Every fast food place I worked at, and I worked at a lot of them, it was always majority women managers.
But were they great? Were they really that good?
No.
I mean, it's like
They were horrible managers. They were horrible managers, yes. You know it.
they were, but yeah, but it's like the men don't even want to be the manager because it's like
no, yes or no.
all this means is I gotta micromanage and I gotta do the numbers and I gotta sit in the office and do the paperwork. They don't want to do it.
Hang on,
Well, they were
in
given that
fairness,
position because
though,
they were-
at every fast food joint that I've ever worked for, I've never encountered a good manager, regardless of gender.
Yeah,
Just saying.
but you know who owned all of the franchises?
A man.
Is men. So, who's really in charge?
Necessarily tied to revolution, and I think when you say the word empowerment, it's also ambiguous because that could be a lot of things in different contexts. So I don't know what you think empowerment is.
Okay, so by empowerment, what I mean is typically going to be.
I never heard of a wife sleeping on the couch for the night.
Guilty as charged.
Hey,
So,
thank you, Shazzy.
Eroding any obstacles to.
You guys are so wrong.
10
Promise
British
you right.
dollars from Shazzy is like 15 American dollars. So
Nice. Thanks, Chaz. I sleep in a bed. My wife sleeps on the couch. I have my own bed, my own bedroom. My wife sleeps on the couch in the living room. What are you talking about?
Well, you need to empower her and give her some space
That's
on the bed.
some type of specialized arrangement you guys have going on.
I'll empower you. I'll give you space on the bed, but I'm taking all the
around.
covers.
You don't know
so
the
what
name,
is
but he's
empowering
messing
women?
around.
Is that
This
when
is
you
my
plug them into
joke.
the socket?
My room,
Sometimes
my
you
house.
just want to cut wind under the blankets, you know.
The success to marriage is sleep in different rooms, bro.
Oh, I used to Dutch
Come
oven floor
on.
all the time.
My parents have separate bedrooms.
Exactly. See, I told you. I promise you. This is
Wow, wait a
common.
minute.
I'm not
Wait a
lying.
minute. How old are your parents to be fired, Jeremy?
This is my house, or this is my bedroom. Like
Because
my wife has
my grandparents did that when they were older, but they never had
My
a
mother
bedroom.
is 65 and my dad is 78.
See the holder.
Dude, the greatest example of patriarchy is when you pull the covers up over both your heads and you cuddle up to her and she thinks you're about to get. She's like, "Ooh, you about to get do?" No, I'm Dutch oven it. This is a Dutch oven.
No, JS. That's JS. That's the biggest form of feminist. The biggest form of patriarchy is stretching out in your own fucking bed, bro.
Well, I do that. I know. I got a king size bed.
Well, you're
alone. I can just
though, JS. So that
I can
doesn't
lay
count.
however I want.
That doesn't count.
Single in a double bed.
Yeah, then you fart, Shazzy. That's the Dutch oven.
Yeah, but you're alone though, JS. So it doesn't really count to the words King was
He
going.
Dutch ovens himself.
She figured it out quick. The first couple times I throw the covers over her head, she think, "Ooh, something's about to happen. What are we about to do?" And then she figured out real quick, "Oh, this is a trick."
Yeah, you about to gag, woman.
Yeah, and after that, like, I'd pull the covers out. No. Like, I know what this is.
No.
But you don't even gotta do the Dutch oven. All you gotta do is you rip one under the sheets and you kind of waft it. You kind of just
waft it. Waft it.
I don't know if that's a word, but
it's waft. Yeah, close enough.
Waft it. You waft it.
You spelt it right.
You felt it.
What's the one when you walk by and you let it rip as you're passing?
That's crop dusting.
Crop dusting.
Yeah, crop dusting.
What the fuck?
Dude, I hate when I'm at work and I rip one and then it's like somebody walks over. It's like, damn, go away. Come on. You don't want to come over here right now.
Can you help me, please? No.
Because you're all by yourself? Oh, yeah. Yep.
So, when you guys were in school, did you guys compete on who could fart the most times in a day?
No. What? We would try to do we would do was it called a muffin top or where you fart into your hand and then you put your hand in somebody's face?
No, we didn't do any of that.
You cup
take a lighter and see what happens.
We were busy playing like shit like the finger game and stuff like that, which or the circle game, which now is considered to be racist.
Circle game.
Somehow.
Have you ever caught on fire?
No games.
I don't know the circle game. Limp
Can
Biscuit.
we play Bluebird? You guys ever play Bluebird?
Blue who?
Where it's you get somebody to play it by asking, "Do you want to play Bluebird?" And they say yes, and then you keep hitting them in the arm until they say a word that starts with the letter B.
Like bastard.
It got really bad because then because when you would know that other kids were playing, anytime they would say a letter with the B, then you could hit them in the arm until they said Bluebird. Like that. That's like it got so bad that when you would know like 10, 15 people were playing, you'd be walking in the halls talking to somebody, not thinking about it. You'd say, I'm going to go out for the bus, and all of a sudden you just got to get wailed on by a bunch of people. And you're like, what the fuck is happening?
Yeah, it sounds like a game a bunch of Crips play, bro. It sounds like you were in gang-affiliated area, dog. Yeah, the Crips were like, take all the B's out of your language.
Yeah, I was going to end that with a caveat. Our school had to actually have an entire school get-together where they threatened to take away our homecoming if we wouldn't stop playing the game.
Me and my friends had
You guys are assaulting each other in school. You need to stop. And we're like, it's so fun.
We had a game called Trips.
The games where we fucking beat up on each other, but like we didn't have that kind of a game.
It was bad. Well, it was because the problem with the Bluebird was that so many people got to playing it because it started off as like a group of guys, a group of us, like 10, 15 of us, and turned into like an entire school thing. So it got bad. Like
it was like Punch Buggy, or when I was on Mad Crew, we played Punch Buggy to the extreme. So we had yellow on wheel. If you see a yellow car, you could punch somebody. If you see a license plate from your state, you could punch somebody.
We did that with we called it Padiddle.
Yeah, Padiddle.
Padiddle. Yeah, where one headlight.
One headlight was Padiddle, and then we had Beaver Whack, which was if you saw a car with wood paneling on the side of it. And we'd be hitting people all the time. But we had a game called Trips in middle school where like me and like 5 of my friends, basically you'd have to unsuspectingly trip them and get them on the ground or do like a random takedown. So like you'd be walking and then somebody would like run up behind you and put their leg in front of you and push you. And if you go down, you get a point. And I got a concussion in
we had the much simpler games. We just had the like the finger circle game or whatever, which is where you
go below the waist.
Oh, the geeb.
Huh?
Yeah.
The geeb. You'd throw a geeb below your waist and then if they look at it, you punch them.
Yeah. Or if they can get the finger in there without looking at it directly.
Yeah, if they break the geeb, then you can punch. You can punch them. Yeah.
We had that, and we had that, and we had nut check. Those are the only 2 games that we played.
Yeah, I don't like that. But we were playing Trips, and my friend Kyle, he's a lot smaller than me. He ran up behind me one day. He grabbed both my wrists and put my arms behind my back, and he put his knee into my back, and he swung me around and slammed me on the ground. And I had a concussion. I hit my head on the concrete, and I went to like 7th or 6th period math class, and that whole chunk of my life is gone. But I like came to in math class, and I was like, "Where the hell am I? What just happened?" And I had to go home.
Yeah. Long story short, he did not hang out with Kyle anymore.
Really?
No, Kyle.
Or Kevin. Or Kevin. His name could have been Kevin.
I still hung out with Kyle, but yeah, I don't.
Did you beat the hell out of Kyle? What crazy ass shit did you do growing up?
Kyle was my co-defendant later, but
I mean, I just used to burgle houses.
Oh shit, we did that all the time, man.
No, that's Kyle. Me and Kyle burgled some houses, and
I used to quite enjoy throwing bricks through the window of a block of flats that was being demolished.
Yeah, Steven comes from even a further generation out than me, so like they toilet paper.
That's crazy. Y'all are wild. We just played video games.
Video games.
Kyle's the one.
Video games weren't even a fever dream when I was a kid.
Yeah. You guys heard the story of the angel.
What we had, rather than video games, we had this thing called Outside.
Yep.
When I met the angel, Kyle was the guy who was with me when I met the angel.
TV, much less video games.
I've been outside, and I'm not gonna lie. A lot of the games I played probably made me smarter than playing Punch Buggy in the games that you guys are talking about.
But it made you weaker. I made you smarter, but you got weaker.
Right, you got weaker.
Imagine if you lost a round of Fortnite if you got punched in the arm really hard.
Dude, either way, you still just lost the game.
Door
somebody
rapping.
said a minute ago, everybody has a plan until you get punched in the nose.
Oh, door rapping, Shazzy. Are you talking about you knock their door and run? We had a very racial.
Ding dong.
Well, we had another word for that.
I know the other word.
We used to call it.
Yeah,
we won't call that.
It rhymed with trigger knocking, but
you damn DJ.
That's what we called it.
I had a friend, I knew a guy that used to.
Oh, you called
it bag and light it.
We called it ninja. We called it ninja knocking.
Yeah, we called it ninja knocking, but we didn't say ninja back then.
You're like a ninja. You're knocking and run like a ninja.
Have you heard of an Australian comedian called Tim Minchin?
Yeah.
No.
He has a song that you might find very funny called Prejudice. You should check it out. It's about a small 6-letter word with 2 G's, an I, an N, an R, and an E.
In what order?
Well, I mean,
Josh, are you loving your new reputation, the N-word guy?
I was never good at word scrambles.
Josh, let me link you this video that says the N-word. It's so funny, dude. I know this is your type of stuff.
No, I'm not. Not an N-word guy. I don't listen to Kanye West.
Kanye West seems to have gone a bit mental.
You don't listen to Kanye West, man. You go to
More
Kanye West
mental
first choice.
than previously.
It was very super specific, Kanye West.
No, Yay. He goes by Yay.
Yay.
Or yeah.
He's more mental than
Don't dead name him.
I think he's just getting more light on his
Gay.
lack of mentality.
Yeah, there's nothing gayer than calling another man yay.
Right.
There is. Sucking another man's dick is gayer than that.
Yeah.
I don't know. I can
you
argue
keep saying all these
I
things
can
are
argue
gay
you can be straight.
that are demonstrably not gay. I'm just saying.
Says the gay guy.
I've argued before. In here. I've debated the side that sucking dick is not gay.
Remember though, Shiva, we're not gay. So we don't really know what gay is. We just call everything gay.
Well, okay. I mean, I can give you a primer. Look, Jeremy, if you're a bloke and it's not involving another man's bits, it's probably not gay.
That's reasonable.
I'll go further.
Definition.
Yeah, but you said
gay sex isn't gay.
It could still be gay, so we could be right.
Wait, so if I may ask, if James got pics of someone's cock-a-doodle-doo chicken, does that make him gay?
That depends.
Of course not. Exactly. That's why gay sex isn't gay.
That depends. Is James a doctor who could evaluate
Hold
those?
Let's ask
Shiva. Doctor.
James, thank you for recommending that new Ye song. It was awesome. James, did you recommend the new Ye song to Caldy?
The what?
The new Ye song.
No.
I did hear James is a big fan.
It's called HH.
All right, Stephen, why don't we use the Q word anymore for gay? What happened to using that word?
Can I just say, again, can I just clarify? You guys are straight, right? Because there's a lot of gay shit being talked in this voice chat for a bunch of gay, for a bunch of straight guys. I'm
pretty round there. If you really,
we don't. I haven't checked lately, but I think so.
I'm not a gay earther.
I haven't taken the gay test in a while.
Now,
I think they're on the perpetual scale of being gay.
If you believe in flat Earth, you are definitely fucking gay.
I agree.
Yeah, I think they're on that perpetual scale of.
I don't think gayism doesn't exist.
Flat Earth is lame.
Look,
Hollow Earth is where it's at. Young Earth, Hollow Earth.
Can we work out one thing? While we're here, can we work out one thing? James, can you please keep the crusts on the sandwich?
What? I can eat crust or no crust.
Shiva, what? Are you gay? Are you gay if you suck your girlfriend's dick?
Are you gay? Holy shit. Are you gay?
Is it gay if you suck a woman's dick?
Don't want crust.
I mean, look,
wait, I hope a woman wouldn't have
girlfriend's
one.
got a dick, I think something's
Why
gone
would a
horribly
woman
wrong.
have one?
Jason was going to do it.
James,
Have you never been to Thailand, James?
James, what is a woman?
Have you never
What is a
been to
woman?
Thailand, James?
Yeah, a woman is somebody who identifies as a woman. So
No, a woman is not who someone identifies as a woman. A woman's a woman.
you suck a woman's dick,
There's no identifying as a woman or all that
James, if you suck a woman's dick while you're playing with her tits, are you gay?
I get this is a hard question for you to answer, James.
That's a very unusual question.
This is a deep debate question.
James, everyone's answered that question. Answer the question, James.
Why on earth would a woman have one?
Oh my
That's
God,
not a woman.
That's not the
why
answer.
a woman would have one is not the question that you need to worry about
Yeah, well,
answering.
the next question is, do you prefer your peanut butter and jelly sandwiches with or without crust? And
Don't
obviously
matter,
James knows what he likes. We offered a woman for teaching lessons, and he
John,
refused
that's
them.
That's not the right question. The right question is do you prefer your peanut butter and jelly sandwiches with or without nuts?
Oh my God!
Well-
Use jam for fuck's sake. What's wrong with you people?
Jam.
We're having fun there.
Also, I'm just gonna throw this out there. Peanut butter and cheese sandwiches are the best.
What?
What
What
the
kind of
hell?
cheese?
Get out of here, Shiva. Yeah, cheese sandwiches.
Cheddar.
Ew. Ew,
Yeah, just throw a Kraft single on your peanut butter sandwich.
Ew. Why do you get cheese on peanut butter?
I've had
Ew.
peanut butter and bologna.
Have you ever tried
peanut butter
it, James?
banana sandwich.
No, I'm not. But it sounds.
Then how do you know that
disgusting.
you're not going to like it?
Sounds
It's a bit like
absolutely
butt sex. If you don't try it, you don't know if you're going to like it.
Nope.
I'm pretty sure I know whether I like it.
Wait a minute.
What
we're talking about.
Okay, ignore the butt sex. Ignore the butt sex.
I've never tried cannibalism, and I think I'll stay
Well, yeah,
away.
but this isn't cannibalism either. It's just fucking cheese and peanut butter. It's two perfectly normal foodstuffs.
You know what's good is
I'm
peanut
gonna be
butter.
honest with you, you gotta leave the rest of it.
I don't think it's together.
Well, okay, all right.
Peanut butter and hot dog. You ever had a peanut butter hot dog?
You know what? This is gonna sound. Hold on. This is gonna sound really disgusting, but a warm apple pie with a slice of American cheese on it, it's actually really fucking delicious. It sounds really
cheese and
weird.
apple goes well together. Yeah.
Sounds
Peanut
really
butter-
weird.
Peanut butter
It
and
is
bologna sandwich is really good, and peanut butter and hot dogs.
All right. How
Peanut butter
about
and pickles,
strawberries?
man. Peanut butter
Okay.
and pickles.
How about strawberries and vinegar?
Oh yes, balsamic.
Sweet and sour, that'll work.
Right now.
So
You guys
good.
are fucking
Strawberry-
freaks, dude. You guys are not Gordon Ramsay, dog. All the flavor combinations have been discovered. You're
No, I
not
can see
Cody.
that, like, because I put a balsamic on a fruit salad, or like a salad with strawberries and cranberries and blue cheese. Put like a balsamic vinaigrette. Yeah, I can see that.
And some peanut butter.
Peanut
I
butter's good
can't
on
see it.
everything,
This is
apparently.
demonic.
You put balls on what, Jazz?
Balsamic vinegar. Balsamic vinegar. And no, I didn't say the N word.
Balls on your what? Balls on your
Balls
neighbor?
on the N word.
Taking it in the butt and doing that's just different, Jazz. I don't know which one's worse.
You toss a salad with your balls on your what?
Yeah.
Peanut
That's
butter and
worth it,
bananas
taking it in the
killed the
butt.
king of rock and roll.
Peanut
Yeah.
butter and banana is good.
You gotta put some honey.
It's still good though.
Peanut butter banana sandwich. Oh my.
Peanut butter and
my
banana
God.
sandwich with some honey.
Well, I mean,
You gotta
isn't
put some
it-
honey
isn't
on
it
it.
more likely to have been the
course
chickens
you
and
put
the
honey on
heroin that killed the king?
What are you? What are you? Freaking sacrilegious? Of course you put honey on it.
Yeah,
That's
it
just
pops
like-
off.
Honey goes on every peanut butter.
What about ants on a log? Do you have ants on a log in England, Shiva?
The fuck is that?
I don't know what that is.
It's
Celery
celery,
with peanut
with peanut butter and raisins.
That
Oh,
shit's
see,
good.
No,
You went
I
with
mean,
raisins. Nah, man, you're supposed to use chocolate. You're supposed to use
sounds a
M&M's.
bit vegan, but I'm willing
M&Ms?
to try it.
Yeah,
It's
bro.
not a healthy snack anymore. It's supposed to be a healthy snack.
Yeah, man. Nah, bro. That's the only way. Dude,
But
you're
you get
eating
the peanut
so much-
butter M&Ms. And,
Wait.
no, the
Yes,
peanut
yes.
M&Ms.
You're gonna sit here. You're gonna sit here and tell me right now that celery is healthy for you. It's not. It's mostly water. So you're just eating big
Yeah.
chunks of peanut butter.
Water's
That's
healthy
not
for you.
healthy.
What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
water's out. You could eat celery and
Oh,
lose
peanut
weight.
butter has protein.
Yeah, it's just fucking nuts. You're just
Peanut
eating
butter,
nuts.
celery,
I
and
blacked out.
raisins is a healthy snack. That's ants on
We
a
don't
log.
even.
If you're using
we don't
M&Ms
even get-
instead of raisins, now you've turned it into a freaking candy.
Exactly.
It's literally
Is that a
considered
Florida thing?
abusive
How do you
to
guys
feed
not
your.
know about ants on a log?
Banana cheese on a damn piece of celery is good
Well,
too.
So
It's raisins,
yeah,
bro.
I don't particularly like celery, so that's why I wouldn't know about it. I don't eat
Exactly.
celery.
You would if it had
No.
peanut butter and raisins on it.
I don't
Celery
eat
is-
celery, so it doesn't
Well,
matter what
pimento
you
cheese.
put on it.
You
I'm not
would if this is how parents trick their kids into eating healthy stuff. You make it like a fun thing. It's a little celery stick with peanut butter, and then you stick raisins in it, and it looks like ants on a log. And you're like, look, it's ants on a log.
Fine, Jess, fine. Go ahead and go outside. Grab yourself a fucking stick off the tree. Put some peanut butter on it. A couple little raisins. And start chewing on that son of a bitch because it's the same fiber as bullshit.
I mean, I'll tell you now. I have never seen ants on anything and say, this is something that I want to eat.
No, because what about worms in the mud, which is like gummy worms with chocolate pudding and Oreo crumbs.
See, that shit's bad for you.
Yeah, no, that's good. I like gummy worms. Well, here's the thing.
Oh, so you'll eat worms in the mud if it's made sweet, but you won't eat ants on a log.
And I like Oreo crumbs. So sure, I'll eat 3 things that I like that go together pretty well.
Right.
I don't like celery, and I never had the idea that I'm going to eat a bunch of fucking ants. So it doesn't matter how you dress the celery up. It's not something I'm going to eat. Just like broccoli. I don't eat fucking broccoli.
It's delicious. So you got to try
some.
some.
You put cheese on it and say, hey, this is broccoli with cheese. It's delicious. Eat it. No, it's fucking broccoli.
Dude, you get that crunchy. You get that crunch from the celery. You get that sweetness from the peanut butter. You get some protein, and you get the chewiness of the raisins and the sweetness of it's a great snack.
Who the fuck wants a
you can fucking eat the celery, so I don't have to.
Hey, Jeremy.
Keep the kids healthy.
Grow up and eat your broccoli, dog.
Yeah.
You gotta eat your broccoli.
You're just mad at the damn veggies.
Yes, I am veggieist. I'll admit it.
He's a veggieist. Veggieist confirmed.
It's a
Be
what?
careful, broccoli. It could have some bugs.
Veggieism is real with me, okay? I have no problem admitting it.
Veggieist? Is that what you said?
He's prejudiced against vegetables, so it's veggieism.
Veggieism. I learned a new word.
Yeah, if racism is a thing, then veggieism is a thing.
Oh, that's
speciesism is a thing.
The word if.
Broccoli to me is literally like one of my favorite.
You got 100 men trying to fight a gorilla. Those are gorilla-ism.
You can have all the broccoli you like. I don't
broccoli and cheese is the shit.
Even cauliflower, like cauliflower with some melted cheese.
Oh, cauliflower's lame. You know what I want to try is the
no cauliflower.
They make
no
buffalo
all of
cauliflower. It's like cauliflower with buffalo sauce, and it's supposed to taste like buffalo chicken, but I bet you it's bullshit.
Nope.
Anybody know what a bloomin' onion is?
I love a bloomin' onion.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, they're good.
That thing will clog up your arteries real quick.
Yeah. Take off 10 years of your life.
Bloomin' onion is no different.
Have you ever seen those cauliflower pizzas?
A bloomin' onion is
I've seen them. I've never had one.
It tastes like shit.
It just looks.
Yeah, I don't like
cauliflower pizza. What's wrong with you?
Yeah.
Well, no, the crust of the
That's what Jason eats. My brother Jason.
Pizza's not that bad.
I don't like it.
I
want pizza. Just give me fucking pizza.
My brother Jason eats cauliflower pizza.
Cauliflower pizza ain't that bad. Y'all really ate it.
I'm going to be honest. In terms of pizza, I think you can't beat a decent margarita.
Right.
In terms of pizza,
dude, pepperoni and jalapeno is the only way to go.
You talking just the crust or the whole pizza?
Pineapple, ham, bacon with barbecue sauce.
Just the crust.
Pizza up and you put pineapple in there.
Cauliflower is just the crust.
The crust is made out of cauliflower instead of dough.
Cauliflower steak.
It's supposed to be like
yummy? What the fuck is a
cauliflower
steak?
Pizza is delicious.
I'm looking it up right now.
Pizza may as well just say be you opening up and saying that you're gay.
You might as well just eat a dog treat.
What? The what? Yeah, you can find a cauliflower pizza to a dog treat?
Like not real meat.
No. Hold on. A cauliflower steak is a giant head of cauliflower, and you cut it up in chunks like steak. You'd be surprised because once you cook cauliflower, it gets the consistency of steak, and you can put some pretty good seasoning or a lot of people.
Yeah, that sounds like some vegan gobbledygook.
Yeah, you can do a lot with vegan, meat. You can do a lot with vegan.
I mean, this gobbledygook.
It might taste the same, but how much protein is in it?
Probably quite a bit of protein, depending on what they make it out of.
So it's going to taste delicious, but you're going to get weaker and weaker.
It depends on what kind of protein they make it out of.
The trick is you got to eat your cauliflower steak next to your actual steak. It's a side. It's not a main course.
No, it's a main course if you're vegan.
Yeah, but I ain't vegan, bro. I eat meat.
How long have you been a vegan for, James?
How thick it's not like you've seen big cauliflower
now. I
quality.
used to be a vegan. I used to be a vegan, but I'm not a vegan
What?
now.
Damn, James, you
I
weigh
was
about
vegan
100
for like
pounds.
3
Damn, James
years.
used to be
bro.
everything. James used to be a flat
You're
earther.
thinking
I
You
was
old
a
as hell.
vegan for 3 years straight for
He used
religious
to be
reasons.
Orthodox like 2 weeks ago, and now he's not.
That's pretty big, Caldy.
I've
It's
been a
not
little bit of
before.
everything. I've been tasting a little bit of
People
everything.
tell me I flip flop. I don't flip flop. James flip
James is
flop.
living life to the fullest. He changes every 10 minutes.
Yeah, James never worn a closed-toed shoe in his life. He's the flip flop master.
He used to be weighs 100 pounds at least.
But yeah, I
He
was a
wears those-
vegan for like 3 years for religious reasons.
I bet you were.
You were a vegan for religious reasons.
Yeah, for religious reasons.
Which religion?
Well, it was
Woman.
for like what do you call it? Like
For a
Hebrew
woman.
roots. Like
Yeah.
plus I was also going to Seventh Day
Hebrew
Adventist
root.
church.
What the,
You
oh, so
trying
they were
little
skipping
bit,
the New
yeah.
Testament when Paul said that you can eat meat.
James did it for
What
a
do you
girl.
even know? That doesn't even make sense because they ate meat in the Old Testament. They ate meat in the Torah.
Well, they had to
Well,
do sacrifices and everything.
but the thing is, though, what I was
They didn't
going
eat
based off
blood.
of was the fact of like how it was in the beginning. They were going based off of how it was.
Oh,
in the
Adam and
beginning.
Eve, like pre-death.
Adam and Eve and stuff. Yeah, because really, why I got the vegan idea was from the Seventh Day Adventist. I think it was because that was where Ellen White
Right,
got
because
it.
Adam and
You
Eve
think
wouldn't have
Adam and
been.
Eve did not eat meat? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
Well,
it didn't eat meat.
there was no
Yeah,
death.
It ate meat until after the
I don't even
flood.
think there was. I don't
The
even think
flood,
like they were getting
after-
hungry before
after
the fall.
flood,
Like,
The
Yeah,
idea is
yeah, I don't
before
think
the
they ate.
right
So
before
before
the
the
fall,
fall,
there
they were
was no
just-
death. So well, no, because it
there
says
was no hunger and all that kind of
but it
stuff.
says he
Well, there
gives
was
them
no
fruit.
meat eaten up to the flood until after the flood because Noah and
No,
his
they were
sons-
eating fruits and vegetables because God says, "I give you the trees and the fruits for you to eat." And then it wasn't until after the fall that they started eating meat.
Except
after
the
the
damn
flood.
apple.
It wasn't until after
Don't
the
eat it.
flood, yes.
If we're
Because
discussing the
Noah
Bible,
and his
can I ask a
children
question?
didn't eat meat until after the flood. Because
Fall.
of where all the
After the fall,
destruction.
not after
No,
the
the
flood.
fall was before the flood.
Right. They started
Yeah.
eating meat after the fall, not after the flood.
After the flood.
No, they were eating meat in between the fall and the law.
No, they were not eating meat. There's no evidence that they were eating meat until after the flood. What biblical evidence, what biblical passage can you give
Well,
me that they were eating meat?
when death is brought,
Pre-flood.
I could probably find it for you, but
They didn't.
Well, while you're looking for that, can I ask you a question? Because I got a copy of the Bible the other day, and it shouldn't be a surprise that one of the first passages that I turned to was 1 Samuel 15, and
It's
after
your favorite.
well, I don't know that yet. I mean, it might be.
Get out of my
I know there's way
Um,
worse things. If you want to attack Christianity, there's way worse stuff than that.
Yeah,
but
well,
go
I mean,
ahead.
I'll get there. It's fine. You know, there's plenty of time unless I die. But so my question is this: at the end of the kind of battle, right? When it says that God is has regret for making Saul the king, right?
Yeah, we talked about this the other day. Yeah.
So my question is this:
How does God regret?
Regret is a temporal event. It like it happens. Like there's a stage when you don't have regret, then regret arises, then regret ceases away. So that
No, we
gives
get what
rise-
you're asking. Yeah.
So well, I haven't actually asked my question yet. So there's kind of two kind of related questions. One, does this imply that God is in fact
not all knowing?
Yeah, that's
no,
what.
no. It helps if you let me finish.
I'm sorry. Sorry. Because I'm
Does this,
assuming what you're going to say before. I shouldn't do that. You're right. Okay,
Right.
go ahead.
Does this imply that God is in the causal web?
God is in the
Like
causal web.
Like events occur in the world, and they are a cause, but effects that occur in God. And if not, if God is independent from causality and he is actually unchanging, then does this mean that he's always in that emotional state? Like that doesn't seem to make any sense because otherwise it means that kind of that little passage is kind of meaningless then.
Yeah, the only way I can make sense of it is either the scribe is kind of, he's writing it to make it a story, and he's saying God regret doing this, and it's more like it's a scribal thing. It's about the man who wrote it. But the other explanation that I heard that was pretty good is that if I tell my child, if you do this, I'm going to punish you, and then the kid does it and I spank them, I will regret. I have like a regret, which isn't it's not regret as in what was the word?
Right, but that regret has a cause, right? And the regret is an effect of a cause, which would make sense, right? Because you're connected with your child. You're not independent from your children, right?
But I could know that my child is going to disobey me at some point, and I'm going to have to punish them, and I could still regret having to punish them.
This isn't about omniscience.
Talks about those AJS. I didn't mean to interrupt there.
Yeah, my question isn't about God's omniscience, although that also does, that's a good.
That's the big question I have.
I'm glad you brought that up. That is a good point there, but it's about causality, because I'm given to understand that God is intrinsic, i.e.
Yeah, that's why we thought that's where you were going, because it kind of like touches on the three aspects of God: the all-knowing, all-powerful.
And
what's the other one? I can't remember the other one. Omnipresent.
Yeah. He's everywhere all the time.
But if you have all of these three aspects, how could you regret something?
Well, but my question isn't really related to that, because I'm given to understand that God is somehow independent of the causal web, right? Like he is a cause that gives rise to effects, but causes in the world aren't supposed to give rise to effects within him.
Yeah, there's another one with Moses that you'll find the same story where it says Moses changes the mind of God.
Yeah, we talk. Yeah. When I'm
mean
doing the
that
Bible
God
readings,
is
I
not-
talk about this a lot. I'm like, well, that seems odd. Moses says he changed the mind of God, and then God regrets this, and I think it's. Part of me is like, well, these people who are writing these books are just kind of like trying to like boost themselves up. They're trying to like hype themselves up. Whoever's writing it, they're like, oh, I changed the mind of God, but then that would
that's
be
assuming that Moses wrote Exodus, right?
Yeah. If Moses
And
wrote,
how could God make a mistake? Is that even possible?
But do you understand the question that I'm
Well, it could be
asking?
the angel of the Lord.
I'm not sure if I understand what you're asking. You're saying God is the.
How could something we do affect him? Is that what you're saying?
So no, that's why I'm going to. If I give birth to, if me and a woman,
you're not God, Josh.
No, I'm
That's
saying
not what
I'm
he's
trying
saying.
to.
All due respect to you.
No, but I'm saying
God-
if me and
God's
a woman make a
actions-
child, we are the cause of that child.
Yes.
And that
Yes.
everything that happens in that child's life, we are the cause of it. And that when I know
Right.
my child's
Yes.
going to disobey me at some point and I'm going to have to punish them, I'm going to regret having to punish them, but I know that I have to punish them because they're going to do it.
Right. So and that makes sense because you're part of the causal web, right?
Yeah,
so,
the causal. I get what you're saying, Steve. I really do.
Like,
But
so
you're saying God's
um,
outside of that.
Is he not?
But now
He
I
said
would say
humans
he is.
cannot affect
I would
God,
say he
God
is the
affects
cause,
humans.
and that's why I make that analogy. I'm saying God is the parent that gave birth to all of us.
Right.
He
So
didn't
what
have
does
to have
that-
a woman to do it, but he is the initial cause.
So that means that he's not intrinsic then.
And it's
Because
also
he's not.
You also got to
'cause he's
remember
not-
when it says that God regret that, like 3 books earlier, that's prophesied to happen. So,
Well, yeah, but that's not relevant.
but it is relevant because he says this is going to happen, and then when it happens,
No.
The scribe puts that God regret that. But how could God regret it if God already told us it was going to happen 100 years before it happened?
Okay, but my question isn't about God's omniscience, even though I think God's omniscience is a problem.
James, it says exactly. It says in Joshua that it's going to happen. It says in Exodus that it's going to happen. It says multiple times, this is what's going to happen. Israel is going to ask for a king. And this is what happens in Samuel. That's when they start asking for the king. And then and then it says God regret doing this, putting Saul as king. God regret. How could God regret putting Saul in power as king when multiple times leading up to that it said Israel's going to ask for the king and the king's going to be a douchebag, and then it happens. Like,
also, like my question.
Did it say the king?
My question is
it doesn't say douchebag. But
my question is related
an evil
to.
King. Say he was going to be an evil king. It doesn't say. It doesn't say exactly.
What I'm saying is we're misunderstanding the word regret. It's not.
That's not Shiva's question.
It's not that God did something.
Okay. Yeah. My question isn't to do with whether the experience.
Shiva talks like a smart person. I don't understand it.
Right. So it's not to do with God's experience of regret. It's to do with whether God is an intrinsic being, i.e., he is independent from the causal web.
Yeah.
Right.
He said, if I'm put this in simple terms like a hillbilly, he's saying God affects us, we do not affect God. Is that close, Shiva?
Yeah, but the Bible seems to imply
we cannot cause change on him, no matter what we do.
I don't know what you mean by causal web. I would say God is the beginning of the causes.
And the end, right?
And the end. And he knows God is the cause.
Right, but are there effects that occur within God from causes that are external to God?
Nothing should affect.
But I don't think there's any effect that happens that he didn't know was going to happen.
It's not about whether he knows it's going to happen. It's about whether the effect occurred.
Yeah, it shouldn't affect him at all. What humans do shouldn't. Is that right, Shiva? Am I close?
Yeah, because he's like, I'm given to understand that God is intrinsic.
Yep.
Right? Like he's
in my understanding,
what do you mean by intrinsic?
Christians should not believe God is intrinsic. The whole point of the Jesus story is like the idea that God isn't intrinsic. He is becoming Jesus so he can experience what it's like to be a man. If he is intrinsic, he would never have to do that.
This is what God is essential. So without God, there could not be.
Essential, independent, and unchanging.
God is, yes.
Yes.
Yeah. But
he changes.
If something that
he changes from the
right, okay, yeah. So if God is intrinsic, how can he regret something?
Well, no, but not just how can he regret something, but how can he be affected by a cause that originates from a human being?
Right, they did something and it affected him. And made him. Yeah. Okay, and that's why, this is the same problem I have with it. Yeah, I say it differently. I say if he's all knowing, how could he not know? And he told us this was going to happen, and then it happens. How could he regret this?
Well, yeah. I mean, yeah, because like regret would kind of imply, first of all,
but that's
surprise.
So that's the
and
metaphor that I
right?
made is if I make a child and I know I give my child these rules and I know my child is going to disobey these rules at some point and I'm going to have to punish them, and then I punish them when they do it. It doesn't mean I like it.
Yeah,
I just knew it was going to happen.
You're in the causal web, Josh, with your children.
Well, and God is also in the causal web. He is the cause.
So he's not
just like
intrinsic,
the father is the cause of the child. God is the cause of his children.
He's not intrinsic then. He's not intrinsic.
The father is essential to the child.
Oh no!
Yeah,
yes.
I don't know if JS just doesn't understand what you're asking. He's asking if it's intrinsic. Does God change over time?
No. I'm saying a father is essential.
You're arguing free will.
A father is essential to a child.
No,
just like
no, we're
God
not
is
touching on free
essential to
will.
us.
My question is about causality and whether
Yeah,
God is.
I get what you're saying. Can a human affect God? I would think a Christian would say yes because Jesus affects God multiple times.
But I'm answering
I
it
don't.
because
Would you agree with
God,
that or disagree with that?
I don't know about the causal web. God
But
is
that's
not
what my question is about.
But God is not outside of the causal web. He's the first step in the causal web.
So he's not intrinsic then?
Why? He's essential.
Because
you
he's
can't
part
have
of
you can't have
causal
a
web.
causal web without the first step.
Because part of being intrinsic,
a web
is,
wait, is something
hang on,
that branches out from a central idea.
Josh, part of being intrinsic is being independent from other causal factors.
Yep.
Belonging naturally or essential. Belonging naturally or essential. A father is intrinsic to a child. You can't have a child without a father, just like you can't have humans without God.
I don't know what definition you're looking up, but it's missing some.
I'm
some
looking at
parts of
Oxford's
the
definition.
Right, part of the definition of intrinsic.
Intrinsic
in
means
philosophy.
belonging naturally or essential, and you agreed to that.
Right, yeah, but we're kind of talking about philosophy, and it's a bit more technical. So it includes independence, like an inherence. Do you understand? Like
yes, and I agree. A father
but
is
you're
inherent to a child.
No, yeah, but you're not
It's
inherent
essential to
from
a child.
the child. Yes, but you're not independent from the child. The two of you are part of the causal nexus, right?
Yeah, he does this. It
affect your
requires
child.
action from you, whatever.
Yeah, and your child affects you, right?
Yeah.
I don't know where you're saying the causal web. I'm saying God is the center of the causal web. I'm saying
so he's not intrinsic.
The father is essential to the child. God is essential to us.
I'm honestly, JS, I don't even think you're answering anything that he's asking.
I'm not sure what he's asking. Maybe I'm.
He's asking like, do we affect God?
We're talking
like,
about
we make
the regret
changes.
thing. We just talked about this the other day, and like.
Yeah, but you just keep saying like a father is essential. This isn't like answering the question.
All right, okay, Josh. Right, listen to this.
You're saying, can we affect God?
Wait, Josh.
Is that what you're
Josh? So I just put intrinsic definition philosophy into Google, and the AI overview. This is what it's saying. In philosophy, intrinsic refers to something's inherent value or qualities, meaning it is valuable in itself or for its own sake, without reference to external factors or consequences.
Right.
Right. Well, people are an external factor.
Am I right in saying, are you asking, how can we affect God?
If God is intrinsic, yes.
If God is intrinsic, how can we affect God?
That's his question. Yeah. That's a good way of putting it.
Yeah. And I would say we and this is why I'm going to the.
Remember, he's in philosophy there.
Yeah, and philosophically, the only example I can give is that if I know I'm going to have to punish my child,
right,
I'm still going to feel something when I have to do it. But I knew I was going to have to do it.
Right, but you're not. You're not independent from your child. You and your child are not independent phenomena.
It's a hierarchy.
Each other up.
No, I understand there's a hierarchy, but
I think I might know an example that would get Josh's answer out of this. So when Sarah on Raging Tomatoes said that she believes that God came down as Jesus and then realized things about human that made him become softer on people over time, do you think that was an accurate describing of how you interpret it?
No.
Do you think that is possible?
No.
She says that brought out the New Testament, correct?
No, I think that implied that, and she kept saying God learns things, and I didn't like that. No, God knows the end before God knew the end before the beginning. So God is the writer of the story, and He's already written the story. And
So you do think He's intrinsic then?
yeah, He's intrinsic, and that's why I say that it's more of a language thing. When a scribe writes that God regret this decision, but God already told us He was going to do this before He did it, then
So
how
does
can
that
He
mean-
regret it? So it's more just
Does that
it's a
mean that the
word
Bible
thing.
lied then?
No, it
in this
doesn't mean the
instance?
Bible lied. It means the scribe who wrote it in a certain way to make it seem more poetic. God regret doing it, and then our human understanding of regret
So
is the same.
if-
So the best example is when I have to spank my child. I feel
Right,
bad.
okay,
I
yeah,
feel
yeah,
some.
no,
I'm like, man, I wish I
understand
didn't have to
the,
regret my
the
child, but I
analogy.
knew I was going to have to spank my child.
I understand. Okay, yes,
have
I
to regret my
understand that. So this gives rise to a further question in my mind then. If I can't trust the scripture when it's telling me things like God regretted a decision that he had made, then how can I trust the scripture when it's telling me about...
The scripture doesn't
say,
tell you that. Your interpretation
No,
tells you
it
that.
does say that. It's like, do you want me to read it out to you?
I just read it the other day.
Right, and it said that he regretted making Saul the king, right?
Yeah, and we talked. And we talked about it, and that's what I'm saying.
The scriptures say that,
So
Jess.
if I can't trust the veracity of that statement because of the biases of the scribe, let's say that I grant you that the scribe was biased or was trying to big himself up. Or
Yeah,
was
you
trying
have
to be
two choices. You either got to be critical of the scribe and the words and the language used, or you
Yes.
have to be critical of God's intrinsic value or his omnipotence or his omniscience or his omnipresence.
So how can I trust?
And I'm not going to be
Honestly,
critical of God. I'm going to be critical of the way it's written, the words.
But if I can't
not
trust,
God. You know,
if I can't
the scriptures
trust,
is not God. It's just a written record recorded by
Yeah,
scribes.
why trust any of the scribes then? Why would you trust
Yeah.
any of them?
I don't
If I
trust in
can't
the
trust
scribes. You don't trust in the we don't live by the letter of the law. We live by the spirit. You don't live by, and this is why people get crazy about sola scriptura. They think like somebody worships the Bible or something. We're not worshiping the scripture. We're not
That's not what that
worshiping the
means, though, is it?
Bible. The Bible is the word from God. It's not the word of God.
Yeah, it's not
Okay,
God.
but
It just tells us how to get there.
If some of
you said it's not the word of God.
You're also arguing that it's from a scriptor who could also be fathomable and incorrect.
Yeah, men
like. So how do we
You're
know?
saying the Bible
for
is the word
example,
of God, but can also be incorrect and have wrong things inside of it.
Yeah.
It's transitory. The translator is the deceiver. There's language, there's word barriers here. There's men writing these things. There's scriptural.
Well, then definitionally,
We
it's
just
not
talked
the word
about
of
this
God.
with First Samuel about the David and Goliath story. There's other chapters in the Bible where it says that that David did not kill Goliath, that his brother killed Goliath. So
if the Bible is sometimes inaccurate, how do we know that the resurrection happened?
It's not inaccurate. You have to be text critical. We're analyzing text written on
hang
lambskin
on.
from
Did
1,000 years
God
ago
regret making Saul
from
the king or
corruptible
not?
men.
Is that an accurate statement that God regretted making Saul a king?
Sure, but it depends on how you look at the word regret.
As in the word regret. I mean, what does the word regret mean? It's like a combination of.
I'm forgetting what the
surprise and
word.
disappointment,
There was an
right?
alternate word that I read the other day, and I can't remember what it was. What's synonyms for regret?
And the Bible, I'll say the Bible requires faith, not in religion. It's not.
Yeah, no, agreed.
You don't put your faith in the book.
I'm an atheist, and
Y'all had a
I'm
funny
just
conversation about me
poking
there,
holes.
King,
That's
in the
all.
chat. You can call me.
Regret could mean sorrow.
Right,
Yeah,
but
I mean,
again,
at that point, if you can disvalue the whole Bible, then you can basically say taking shrooms and acid while sitting around in your room and looking for God can give you as accurate as a finding path as reading the Bible.
Yeah, well, that'd be like saying that I could read The Lord of the Rings and say that it's actually about space. That would be stupid.
Except the
Well, you
Lord,
just said
the Lord
you
of the
just said
Rings
you don't need the Bible to find God. What would that imply?
and the Lord of the Rings isn't purporting to be the truth.
I know.
Lord of the Rings is fiction.
No,
so
what I'm
yeah.
saying is if you read this and you totally obviously twist it to something completely different, then that's not, we can talk about what did they mean by God regret, and we could talk about that. But
but if you're saying trust the word of no man, then there's no reason to trust any of the book. You might as well go on your solo.
You don't trust in the
soul-seeking journey.
We're not supposed to trust in the
Well,
book.
yeah, what you're endorsing is a solo soul-seeking journey. You choose to use the Bible, but there's no necessary reason to in your own worldview.
You're hanging on the book. You're hanging on the scriptures. It's not the scriptures.
It's sola dea gloria. Yeah, this is the problem with the five solas is that it's all of them together. None of them are actually sola. You need Christ, you need God. Our scriptures is how we learn about ancient people who had the same experiences, and we learn from that. And then the church and the church fathers and the authorities in the church, we learn from them. And you have to put all of these things together.
Marcus, welcome into the chat.
Yeah,
really, I could have none of that. I could be born in damn Kenya in a desert alone, and I would still know God. And that's God.
You could take some shrooms and acid and have a religious experience and come to God.
Nature.
I think you'd come to the
You can
wrong
look
God.
outside and see that there's a God. I mean, just by looking at trees.
I do think there is a
Oh,
spiritual
James, tell me
experience
how-
from hallucinogens. It's just it's the dark
I
arts.
need to hear this. Sorry, James, did you say that you can come to know
Go
God
to the
from
wrong
looking at
God.
trees?
Wait, this would be a really interesting
There
line
is
of
a
questioning.
God. I
What
don't know- I
about
don't
doing
think you
the
really-
search for religion?
I mean,
do you
don't
think would ruin
know-
the experience?
You probably don't know.
It's worshiping the physical and the earth rather. It's not the spirit of God, it's the spirit of the earth. So that I think that's the dark arts. When your spiritual
what?
experiences by eating mushrooms and taking acid and doing drugs and stuff, then
You're in an altered state of mind, so you can't be
that
right.
that idea that you just gave me, did you get that from the Bible?
A real experience with God would be if you go and fast in the desert for 40 days.
You only believe that because of the Bible, which is
no. I believe that
fathomable.
because if I'm starving, I have no food, I have no water, and I'm starving alone in the desert.
If the whole thing happened in the Antarctica, you would be saying if you spent 40 years freezing in the Antarctic.
No offense to God.
Well, the Antarctica is also a desert, strictly speaking.
Yeah, in the Bible, when these men have these visions, or Moses did it, Jesus did it, John of Patmos did it. These men were starving and dying of thirst, and they're out alone in the wilderness. That's a spiritual experience. Taking some mushrooms on your couch, listening to dang Tool. Taking mushrooms on your couch, listening to Tool is not a spiritual experience. That's a demonic experience.
He's like, you can find God without the Bible, but you need to know the Bible. That's what you're saying.
No, they didn't know the Bible. What are you talking about? Moses didn't know the Bible when he did it. Jesus didn't know. Well, he knew the Torah.
The Torah and the Tanakh in general, not just the
But
Torah.
they didn't know the Bible. Moses
Yeah.
didn't know the Bible when he did it.
Is DMT?
Well, to be fair, he did have a burning bush helping him out.
Is DMT
ayahuasca bush?
Is DMT a naturally occurring chemical in the brain?
Allegedly.
Allegedly, that happens when you're about to die.
When you're dying, when you're born, and when you're dreaming.
Yeah, okay. So when somebody's literally about to die because they have no water, no food, they're literally on the brink of death. You're gonna tell me that the body doesn't flood the brain with all these chemicals that much induce a euphoric high, and you're gonna say that's a spiritual, but then people who induce it through the same means, just on their own willingly, is not.
Then it's the dark arts. Yeah.
Yeah, I've never done anything like that, so I don't know. But I hear people say
You
it.
sound like you're biting a bullet there, Josh.
Yeah, I gotta bite that bullet. You get if you're smoking a plant, I don't know.
Well, people think
but also
natural
I
and
don't
it's
even
okay.
know that that's true. Like that's some very very sketchy science to say the pineal gland produces DMT when we dream. And like I think some hippies might have made that shit up. That's
I've
not
never
like
tried it.
there's
I don't
no
know.
like solid science on that. That is kind of like some Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas like fake science stuff.
Okay, so then take the DMT out of it.
It's as valid as saying adrenochrome extends your life and stuff like that. It's kind of some like fake science.
Take the DMT part out of it. You can't deny the fact that the body will do crazy things to help preserve itself when you're low food and water and all that shit.
I'm saying there's a difference between when I'm starving to death in the desert. There's a difference between what I'm going to go through versus what somebody who smokes a plant in their dorm room while they're listening to Tool and watching a freaking visualizer video. Those are not the same things.
How do you know?
You could say the end.
Well, I've done one. I haven't done the other. I've done the the dorm room smoking some drugs and watching a cool video and listening to some music and staring at a poster for 6 hours. I've done that. I've never done the wandering in the desert for 40 days on the verge of death.
Well, Blackout is explaining though it would be natural, would it
Should
not?
I even ask?
If you don't smoke or take anything, what Blackout's saying at the end, all these chemicals, that's natural. That's built in to you as a human being. Maybe it's to ease your pain. Maybe it's to take you out in a better way. I don't know.
Right, but my point of that though is JS is saying that it's dark arts.
My heart stopped twice, and I've technically. Well, I didn't die. I don't know. Is that called death if your heart stops and you
use the same thing?
Death if you come back, I'm pretty sure.
My heart stopped twice, and I didn't have no damn experience. It was dark. It was nothing.
Right, because that's all there is. There's nothing.
Yeah.
Thanks for proving it.
No, I'm saying, but that's like that. Maybe that was either God knew that I was gonna come. Of course, God knew that I was gonna come back, and so there was nothing from that. But I didn't have some DMT rush when I
See, no. But it's funny because
when I overdosed, I didn't have some DMT rush and like talk to some spirit beings in the astral space. I didn't have any of that.
And then that goes to reaffirm my beliefs that there's nothing, because a lot of people on the other side that are super religious and super crazy and they have these near death experiences, they say they saw the light, and then the light's like, it's not your time and go back. And now you're saying it didn't see shit, man. I was just one minute I was there, the next minute I wasn't, and then I was again. Like, seems like that's more copacetic. There's nothing than there's an afterlife.
To me, it seems like it wasn't my time, so I just saw nothing.
Well, then why?
Because what if I would have saw some like some crazy like some crazy 8-armed thing, multiple colored thing in space, like maybe that would lead me to.
Did you see that thing too?
To like Hinduism or something, or
the one with
Buddhism.
3 eyes.
I know,
no, it doesn't really lead to anything.
There has to be something there.
Near-death experiences. They don't say that they saw a fucking 8-arm.
They didn't speak much either.
No, but that's what people say when they take DMT, and you're saying that DMT is the same thing as near death, but how come the people in the near death experiences don't share the same experiences with the people who take DMT? The people who take DMT have a shared experience. They all talk about the same things. But the people who have near death experiences don't talk about the same things that the DMT people talk about.
Yeah, but then I would argue that the DMT people they're falling more so into the
Also, I
peer
think
pressure.
a lot of those people are bullshit.
Also, you're kind of making an argument that DMT is a better path to spirituality
Because
than
I've had near-death experiences, and I didn't see. I think a lot of those near-death experience stories are just people looking for clout.
You're arguing right now that you could take DMT and then go to the same world someone else takes while having DMT. That's like way more like evidential than a religion.
Wait, what?
Dude, that's a personal experience. It's not. Oh, it's not right. Anyway.
No.
Wait,
I'm saying there's way more
evidence. You're altering your brain.
Yeah, there's way more evidence. If you put a certain chemical into your brain, you're going to have a similar reaction.
If I drink enough liquor, I'm going to be crazy as hell too.
Basically, we have a chemical that we know that if you ingest it, it's going to make you see space rainbows. You know, so then everybody who takes this chemical is going to. What do you mean?
Everyone maybe online, there's a lot of people online that tell the same stories. Anyone I've met in real life who says they've taken DMT, I've gotten vastly different stories.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
That's surprising because it's pretty well known that a lot of people who do DMT have the same experience. They talk to like a spirit guide. There's always like a spirit guide. They always have multiple arms. It's always in like another plane, and they're very colorful. And there's often animal faces.
I've heard the spirit guide part, but I've never heard the multiple arms. Like that's where I'm getting different things. Like I've never heard that part. I've heard
you've gone through a couple of people's anecdotal,
like a spiritual journey. I've heard it's kind of like the Christmas Carol where you're showing your life in different stages and blah 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 and all that, and different awarenesses and all that shit. Exactly.
Has anybody ever fucking done this? Has anybody ever done heavy psychedelics before you?
I've done ayahuasca, which is a form of DMT.
Okay, yeah.
I've never done DMT, but I've done a lot of acid. I've done a lot of mushrooms. I've done a lot of salvia.
Yeah, 2CB mushrooms, acid.
Yeah, I've done a shit ton of psychedelic.
So do you guys think all DMT trips are copy and paste the same thing? Because that's what I seem to be hearing.
What I'm saying is there's common experiences among people.
Yeah, there's common experiences when people eat a fucking cheeseburger, JS. What the fuck does that matter, bro? Doesn't mean it's the same thing.
Are you about to go to DMT Jesus with me, Chris? Where's that? Where are you going? You're arguing with me? I'm arguing against this being a spiritual experience.
You're saying a couple of people's anecdotal experiences of machine elves says it does exactly the same thing. It's not a fucking.
It's a chemical that goes in your brain. You do put a chemical in your brain, and you go into this place, and you have these things.
Yeah, you already possess that chemical in your brain, bro.
Allegedly.
Do you understand the difference between how you take substances as well? If you shove something up your ass or you smoke it, it's a different effect.
You're doing
so with
fear
a
and loathing
experience, it's in your own
fear and
brain.
loathing in Las Vegas science. This is not. It's not true. It is not known to be true.
No, bro.
Your pineal gland produces DMT when you dream and when you wake and when you die. That's something that somebody made up.
Johnny Depp say
That's
it.
like
He's a good actor.
That's like TikTok science.
Yeah. What about all the people? Like I said, all the people who have near-death experiences they all claim to have the same experience as well. So then you're saying
we already talked. I said that the people who have near-death experiences are not sharing the same people who have DMT trips. They're not similar.
It doesn't matter. What I'm trying to people who got abducted by aliens all share the same story. Do we believe all of them?
They feel like they're going to be home, but then they're told they're not the time. We're talking about a lot of them have very similar when they're near-death experiences. They all talk about light and seeing a tube of light and feeling love and feeling their body rise up and seeing themselves looking down. It's all the same. What are you talking about?
I think those people are lying.
Dude, all alien abductions say the same shit too, bro. All the people that got abducted by aliens say the same fucking story too.
Yeah,
you guys think maybe it's because there's already a narrative? So then I go, oh, I need to copy and paste this
I've
fucking
had near-death
story.
experiences, and it all sounds like bullshit.
Yeah. A lot of it is bullshit.
My heart stopped twice. I've technically died twice from overdoses. I didn't have none of that. And I've taken a lot of hallucinogens, and I didn't have none of that. It sounds like a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah, but you could have also, because you were taking...
was nothing either, so, I mean...
What was what?
No,
James?
but yes, you could have depleted a lot of your own internal chemicals because of excessive drug use, bro. So
You could come up
that
with
could have been
So
the
I gotta
reason.
do drugs to have the experience, but I did too many drugs so I didn't have the experience.
You know how dopamine levels work, serotonin. You know how actual your neurobiology and stuff works, right?
It sounds like some hippy dippy nonsense to me.
No,
but-
I'm saying you can deplete your fucking chemicals that regulate your emotions and do things in your body. You understand this?
And habits and so on can pick them up and change it, time, etc. But yes, Chris, I agree.
Yeah, so you could have just depleted all your shit and basically hollowed yourself out.
When you do so much, you've altered your brain so much that is it normal or natural? I don't think
if you
so.
know, you know, those terrible Tuesdays after a big Friday into a Saturday night out, and then you go back to 40-hour weeks plus overtime. Those terrible Tuesdays are terrible, and it's because of depletion of certain things that you overuse.
I can't remember who said it. If you're fucked up all the time, normal life feels like a trip, JS. That's all I'm trying to say.
Common DMT visuals, many creatures in an alternate universe, variety of strange objects. Like, seems like you're just tripping.
Am I the only one here who hasn't done any of this shit? Like,
I haven't done any of it, Jeremy.
Most I've done is
Jeremy, I can talk shit. I've been a pretty good kid.
No,
I've tried a
that's
lot
fine,
of things,
but
it's not my thing.
but Chris
I'm
came
the
in here
only
like I
one.
haven't done this stuff or
The point that I've
experienced
had
this stuff,
trip,
and
but
I
I've
have.
had.
No, I just asked. I wasn't attacking. I just
all right.
Yeah, he didn't come in here like all crazy. He came in asking questions.
But yes,
I missed that part. I
but
missed
I
that
have
part,
not-
so I apologize for getting in
The
there.
craziest trip I had was on Salvia, which is
Yeah,
Salvia
Salvia's fucking
Divinorum.
crazy, bro.
Salvia
It feels
Divinorum
like you...
is it's like a form of DMT.
Gary,
It doesn't last as
a mild
long.
form of DMT.
Yeah.
Down there
Well, I wouldn't say it's
yeah.
mild. It's actually more. It's actually more
No.
intense, but for a shorter period of time.
No, it's not more intense, bro. But
Go to
It is
Arrowhead.
intense.
Go to Arrowhead and look at the graph of experiences. Salvia
Yeah,
has
bro, but
the
it-
most extreme takeoff and or no.
yeah, the takeoff is crazy. It's like you could be sitting somewhere and it feels like you get in a slingshot and get flung out into fucking space. I know what Sylvia does.
Yeah, I
It
got
literally feels like
launched
you get
into outer
grabbed and
space and I
thrown
was
into
running
space.
on a.
Yeah.
I was Mario running on a keyboard and the keys were lighting up and music was playing as I'm running on this keyboard and then everything exploded and then I was back in my body laughing and drooling on myself.
Yeah, it's fucking insane. I know it's insane, dude. But what I'm telling you is normal DMT and then fucking what's the other one? I just woke up, so my brain's stupid. There's the MEO fucking what, MEO6 or what the fuck is it? The MEO something DMT, that's the most hectic one in the world.
I don't know about that.
And remember, DMT and
But I've taken
smoking
a ton of
changa
mushrooms
is
and a
not
ton
the
of
same as
acid,
doing
and I never had-
ayahuasca. All of these things are different, so you need to be very specific when you talk about this, because especially if you want to bring up Arrowhead, all of these things are different.
Yeah, I was on Arrowhead when I was 12 years old. That was like,
Yeah, me too, bro.
Well, you can see that some people go in and never come back.
Are you talking the big
see
H?
that?
When you say Arrowhead, are you talking the big H at 12?
No,
No,
Arrowhead is
a
a website that's one of the best like dictionaries when it comes to drugs.
It's a drug experience website. And everything
Yeah,
you ever want to
so-
know about any type of drug and the
Yeah,
experiences.
if you want
is
honest
Arrowhead.
information about drugs and experiences and what all the different drugs are and do, go on Arrowhead. It's the
Hey, did you
basically
read the story?
encyclopedia of drugs.
I've got Ian Crossland. I've got Ian Crossland, and I'm a little bit older than you guys, so I guess we did it before we could
the experience vault. Did you ever read the one about it was a bunch of lesbian women who got together and they put LSD in everybody's vaginas and they started like having dude, that was crazy. That's a crazy story.
All right, we've got a show. All right, JS and Chris, we've got a
Dude, that
show.
was a crazy story.
We've
I
got
read
a
that when I
show.
was like 15 years old. I was like, what?
No, I don't
seriously,
shove
that's
stuff
the show.
in my body, bro.
Anyway, just so you know, Mayhem, you can come and go as you want now. I put you to trusted chatters. So.
Oh, was Mayhem into that?
Yeah, we got him.
Yeah, we had to set up some security because people were bombing me.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, because he loves the cock. And so everybody
No, we don't love the cock here. We hate the cock.
He wants the cock in or around.
The only thing I love, the only thing I love is
you've got a cock.
Shoot on the panel. He
James,
loves the
you've
cock,
got a
okay?
cock. Don't hate your own cock, bro.
Yeah, bro, aren't you all at least a little bit gay for your own
James,
dicks? Come on.
James, do you know who hates the cocks? Troons people who want to cut them off, bro. You got to watch out for hating the cock, James.
Oh, come on,
So,
man.
James,
You all tried to suck
James,
your own
you like
dick
the cock
before.
a little bit.
James, should dogs be de-sexed or not? Like cutting off their balls.
Dogs?
Should you cut your dog's balls off?
No, why?
think that's cool as hell.
Why not let them
That's
have
not
babies?
de-sexing them though. That's just neutering or spading them.
What? Neutering,
They still have their-
de-sexing, use of language.
That's not altering their gender.
Use
They
of
still have
language. Hang on. But are they the same? Like, should you do it or not,
Why not let them
James?
have babies?
No, it's bad neutering your dogs because they stop making testosterone, so it makes them less healthy as they get older. So it's not a
And
good
less
thing.
natural, and especially if you've got two big, beautiful, purebred pedigree boys. You
Yeah,
don't
it's not good
cut
for
their
dogs.
dogs off.
The question was,
Fuck
is
off.
de-sexing them? That doesn't remove their sex. They still have their same. It does nothing to
It's
their gender.
sterilized, mate.
No, now you're getting funny. Neutering.
Well,
like-
it does technically make them a little bit more bitchy. So
There you go. So it changes things.
Makes them less
So it's
bitchy.
not okay.
It actually calms them down. They become lazier and more agreeable. So they're
So
actually
you want slave dogs, Jeremy?
slave dogs.
Well, that's what they did to some of the slaves in America.
Okay.
What you're describing.
talking about eunuchs. Huh?
Well, that's China, I think.
My dogs
Or
are
maybe
Stratos, bro.
But they did it to slaves in America. to
Yeah, well, I mean, my dogs are
calm
huskies,
some
and,
men
and
down.
it's common for those fuckers to be put, strapped up to fucking sleds and to drag you around.
Okay, so let's wrap it back
So my
to.
dogs don't do that, and so my dogs are less like slaves.
All right, so your dogs have their balls still intact?
No, my dogs have been neutered and spayed, but they don't do any sort of work, so they're much less.
It's all right. I'm fucking with you. I've been a little bit of a man here in that I've got two dogs that really should be, and
I've seen your
I don't
dogs.
believe that you should. I don't believe you should do that to any animal.
Well, so keep in mind that my dogs, the Huskies are siblings from the same litter. Okay,
Yep,
if I didn't
same.
get them fixed, they would be fucking each other and having offspring like crazy.
Yeah, no, don't do that. No, that's
Right.
not cool.
Let them
Would
get
they do
it
that if they
in.
were out in the nature?
Wait, at the same time, well, I could argue against this. Depending who's in here, might have some more insight. In the way the chickens have been bred, cows, beef, essentially, pork. There has been inline breeding, I believe they call it, between animals.
I would also argue that Google, my male husky, he had hip dysplasia, and I don't know if you're familiar with that, but that is a genetic defect. So it's highly likely that any of his offspring would also have dysplasia. So any vet would recommend having him neutered and preventing him from offspring because, you know.
Yeah, preventing him from offspring, but actually by a male dog being desexed, it actually increases the chances because of hormones and built-up stuff that they will have that dysplasia later on if they're
He
desexed.
already had it.
No, I'm saying the pups, his children.
Yeah.
So desexing them actually puts them at a more likely chance of having hip dysplasia in a dog.
Wait, that doesn't make any sense.
I'm
How
totally
does-
confused
how
by
does-
that.
how does
Neutering him makes it more likely for his offspring to have dysplasia. That makes no sense because
Yeah,
he
thank
can't
you.
have offspring if he's neutered.
No, I thought you owned your dogs. I thought you bred them.
No, I don't.
Like I thought you owned your dog's father.
No, my sister's father-in-law had the parents.
Yeah, okay. I
Even
thought
if-
you were talking about
even
your.
even if you owned the parent dogs, it still makes no sense. Look, either the dogs are neutered, in which case they can't procreate, or you neuter the dogs, but that's not going to increase the chances of their offspring getting the condition.
No, the offspring getting the condition because they were neutered, obviously, and so on. But if a dog is neutered, it actually increases the chances of having hip dysplasia.
Oh, in the dog that's neutered.
Fine, but he already had hip dysplasia, so it wouldn't make any fucking difference.
Well,
then he gets double hip dysplasia.
No, had is important because it's been medically corrected.
Gotcha.
He can't get hip dysplasia now.
Expensive.
I'm trying to make sense of what's being said. I don't know what's going on.
In order
Oh
for
my
him to
God.
have hip dysplasia now, he would have to have a hip. He doesn't have a hip joint.
He's got a dog with no hip.
With no hip joint. I mean, he's got hips. He just doesn't actually have a hip joint. That has been medically
So
corrected.
it's fused. So it's been fused?
No, it's if you look up the procedures FHO, basically like the hip joint is like a ball and socket. What they do is they go and they cut the ball off the top of their leg.
Mm-hmm.
So they no longer have the ball going into the socket, and instead fat tissue and muscle and scar will all form a fake joint at that point there. So it's not a real bone. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't align or anything. There's no hip joint there.
What
So it'd
sort
be
of
like knee
time?
replacement without
What
new
sort of
balls,
time
but-
length did they put on that? That sounds pretty rough and expensive.
I
Damn.
mean, the only other option would be a total hip replacement. And at the time when this was done, he wasn't even a year old. And the recovery for that was 6 months of crate treatment. Basically, he's not allowed to run. He's not allowed to jump. He's not allowed to play. He can't do
understand.
anything for 6 months. And
Not even allowed to jump up on a couch. I
no,
understand.
none of that. He's not even allowed to run. And at this time, he was only 9 months old. So in that, and if all of those things were kept with 100% to the letter of guidance, there was only like an 80% success rate if everything is followed as it goes. 80%. Whereas the FHO, there is no percentage of a failure. What could happen is later on, his basically if he gets too obese or anything like that, he could start having other issues with that fake joint, in which case then he has to get the total hip replacement anyways.
Okay, so this explains your position very well in that, yeah, your dog should not have reproduced because it's a dud. But I'm sure he's lovely.
That sucks. Your dog is missing 3 balls.
Well, I guess, yeah.
Well, don't Don't hip problems occur in bigger breeds of dogs anyway? So what would it matter if you
Well,
knew them or not?
Well, taking care of your dog as far as their weight, keeping an eye on it, what they eat, what they do, it's really important.
It's any of the larger dogs. It becomes when they get to have weight issues, and especially when they're purebreds. Then it can start to get big.
Displays is a very common defect in specifically in Huskies, anyways.
Right. Yep. For sure.
Look, to be honest, they're meant to be pulling dogs, sled dogs, stuff like that. So they shouldn't have too much issue unless it's a weight issue, which is human derived. And if they do have those issues, they shouldn't be bred. That's pretty straight up.
Now,
you just got yourself a dog that isn't an ideal version of what the animal's supposed to be.
I will say, while I don't particularly like the amount of money that had to get spent in medical care and all of that for his dysplasia, I'm glad he ended up with me as opposed to somebody else because he's 10 now. So that's at least 9, or it's a little over 9 years of life he got that he probably wouldn't have had somebody else ended up with him. They would have abandoned him or put him in the pound, in which case the pound had likely just put him to sleep because of the dysplasia. He's basically with that condition, he's not an adoptable dog at that point.
Wait, with the procedure that he had though, how is his running and jumping now? Does it really affect him? Or?
You can notice it if you look at him and you don't notice it, if you just see him and you don't know him, you wouldn't really pay attention enough to notice. But knowing he had dysplasia and all that, you can absolutely see him him walk slightly different than his sister or any other husky for that, or any other dog for that matter, really. But he'll still run faster than any person, any normal person. I'm not gonna say he runs faster than every person because I'm sure there are some people that are just fucking crazy fast and can outrun him. But he's still faster than the average person. As far as it goes for jumping, he cannot jump nearly as high as he would be able to without having or with that bad hip. So just getting into if I'm taking them anywhere, he won't jump up into my SUV. I have to actually pick him up, while the other 2 dogs that I have, they'll get up without any problem.
That's interesting.
He doesn't. He can jump up on the couch and stuff like that. But there are because I'll let the dogs in, lay in the bed as well. He won't jump up in the bed. I have to put a stool next to the bed so he can jump up on the stool and then up onto the bed. But he won't stay up there anyways because he doesn't like the other dogs up there.
Why are there so many people in this call right now? Holy shit.
Yeah, it's a popular call.
No.
I'm actually surprised I was able to get all of that shit out without people chiming in and interrupting it.
Honestly, yeah. I guess it's just one of those days.
Being silent now.
Well, I do have a question that goes back to the Bible or the God conversation that we were having earlier. JS, you said that God knows the end and the beginning. I would agree with that, but is it possible that he wouldn't know the exact events that happens between those 2 points?
Yeah, that's what that guy was saying on Sarah's stream. He's saying God knows the score that the game is going to end in, but he doesn't know.
Well, but if he doesn't know the in between, wouldn't that go against the all knowing aspect?
Right.
Wouldn't that mean not all knowing?
Yeah, it would.
Yeah, but why does he have to be all knowing though?
And if you know, why does he have to be all knowing?
And then how can you say everything
Well, because if
worked
he's
out
not all
while
knowing, then knowing is not a knowing has to be like a metaphysical transcendental
Question by James.
knowledge.
The scripture says all knowing. I don't know of any verse where it says that he's all knowing.
I know a lot of religions where gods are not all knowing.
So here's a script. Oh,
So you're arguing God is not all knowing, James?
Maybe, just maybe.
Here's a little bit.
This is like I think this is James coming back with the research from that time we told him to look into this because he said he wasn't sure if he believed those statements.
Well, I mean, it says multiple times he knew the end before the beginning. He knows every hair on our heads before we're born. There's multiple prophecies hundreds of years before things happen, and then they happen. So I don't. But if he knows the end, but he doesn't know the middle part, then why couldn't you change things in the middle part to change the end? Like.
Right, exactly. I mean, if you believe that he knows the beginning and he knows the end, then how can you tell me that you have free will? Because then everything in the middle doesn't matter because he already knows.
Easy. That would be really easy if basically saying knows the end. That's real easy because that'd just be predestined as opposed to predetermined, right? Predetermined would be middle. We knew every step it was going to go.
Well,
predestined knows the outcome.
Yeah, I like predestined more than determined.
Right. Well, that also gives a little ammunition, to atheists that would question, well, if he knew, why did he even create human beings if he knew we were going to sin?
Because he felt like it. I don't know. The way I look at it is God is an author.
He would have to know that we were going to sin. If he knew the end before the beginning, then he would know that in the end there are going to be people who are not in the graces, right? In which case, those people would have had to have sinned. So he had to have known that was going to be the case because that's going to be part of the end.
I look at it as God is the author. God is the greatest author ever. He's the greatest writer and creator ever. And what is a good story without an antagonist? Like,
yeah, because it makes you, when you go back to Genesis and you read about creation of Adam and Eve, he put that tree
in the garden. He put the snake in the garden,
and he was like,
without that, there's no story.
All the fruit. Yeah, you can eat of all the fruit except this one, and he knew what was going to happen.
Well, what would be the point?
It's almost as if he required them to.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What would be the point, though?
But
destruction and death and suffering and.
The point is, without that happening, there would be no us. There would be no story.
No.
There would be no.
That's still gonna tell me why.
Imagine if I'm writing a book and I write the book and I say
that sounds very.
The hero lived in paradise. The end.
I don't know. I think that's an illustration of free will. There, I think he put that there. He wanted to not do it, but he didn't.
Right.
Here's the question.
Plus, why would he have to ask, where are you?
Could have still gone for
yes.
it.
Does the author exist if the book is never written?
All right.
I mean, yeah.
Does the author exist?
Well, I mean,
if the book is never written?
You don't have to write a book to be an author.
He wouldn't be an author.
Right. So then, how does
yeah, but it doesn't have to be an author.
Right. So does the creator exist if there is no creation? Yeah.
Exactly.
Right. Yeah.
Exactly. So if does the creator exist without the creation? Well, no. Then
hang on. Wait. Are you asking if the entity exists or whether he exists as an author or a creator.
Like God could exist without us.
Yes,
but
as the
then
creator.
He wouldn't be the creator. He'd be.
Wouldn't be God without man.
He'd still be God, but he wouldn't be a creator God. He wouldn't be.
It would just be the thing he was before, which is just a thing, just an outside time, space, whatever, a supernatural being that everyone wants to laugh about when
He'd
I say
still
it.
be
But
God.
that's all
He'd still
it
be
is.
God. He just wouldn't be the God we know.
He wouldn't be the God of what?
He
The
wouldn't
God
be
of
the
what?
creator.
He wouldn't be named.
Right.
No,
There'd
he'd
be
still have
no
a name. He'd still have the name of
There'd be no rules. There'd be no laws.
Yod Hey
There'd be no love. There'd be like all that stuff that they claim. Like there'd be nothing. So that's the purpose of it.
What did you just
And
say,
then
James?
He still have his name, Yod Hey regardless.
Yod Hey Bob Hey?
Well, the Yod, the
No
Hey,
way.
and the Bob, and the Hey, it's the
Oh, man.
Tetragrammaton. It's the letters.
What the fuck?
Tetragrammaton.
Yeah, that's
geez.
ego on me.
Fucking Ethiopian gematria shit.
I do think that God's omniscience is a real challenge to the idea of free will.
Yeah.
It's the main challenge.
I just like I was saying, I just wonder like if it's like I said, he knows the beginning, he knows the end. He may have certain points that like things that he wants like led up to, like the birth, death, and resurrection of Jesus Christ. But he don't know the exact events that happen to
Then
get
he's
from
not
point A
omniscient.
to point B to point C.
Then he's not.
But every step along the way was prophesied, and
He's either not all knowing and he cannot know all those things, or he is all knowing and he's giving you the illusion of free will because he knows how it's going to end, but he wants you to think you have a choice out and
well, wait. Does a thing happen without a person there to observe it and to make the thing happen?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's really easy to.
I would
That's
say
really easy to prove.
I look at it like
You can have a thing.
I look at it like
see a thing happen.
sorry.
That nobody was there for it to have happened, but you observe after the fact that said thing had happened.
Right, but then that's God. So God is the person that's there observing it happen. And that's why we get transcendentals. So does the tree make a sound if it falls and nobody hears it? Well, yes, because God is there to hear it. So there's
you can have a tape recorder there. That nobody has to actually be there. But
is a rock if there's no people? Well, yeah, because God is the person that made the rock and has the rock there. But
well, no, but the simple point is you can literally have something there that records the audio and you can review it after the fact. Nobody was there to hear it, so there's no reason for it to be in the recording that you would be playing back after the fact.
let me change how I say it. Can an action? Okay, so if God says people are going to crucify my son 300 years before it happens, and if God knows the people before they're ever born, that is the middle. Like God knows the middle too. Is kind of the argument. I'm trying to make the argument that he knows the middle also. He knows the beginning and the end, but he also knows the middle. He has to know the middle
And
to know
also,
the
could
end.
those people have decided not to kill his son? Would that
No.
have
I would say no.
No, they couldn't have. No.
They had
Then
no choice.
How are they exercising free will?
I don't believe in free will.
I know you don't.
Yeah, I don't believe in free will.
That's why. That's why I don't believe in free will, because I don't believe that. I don't believe Cyrus could have just chosen to not free the Israelites from Babylon. It was prophesied 300 years before it happened, and there's stories that he read what Isaiah wrote and decided to do it because he saw that he was written into Isaiah, and so he felt like, well, I need to make this prophecy come true. But I don't think he could have chosen to do differently.
Bro, this has been explained so many times and you still don't get it. It's like it's
I have heard
pointless
the-
by now just even talking about it, dude.
Yeah, I
It's
know. And
fucking
you'll
pointless.
just ignore the whole
Bro,
omniscience
okay,
argument.
maybe Cyrus was chosen because
You'll
he was
point
the one
out
that was going to do those
you'll point
things. You
out a
keep
contradiction,
fucking,
but you'll ignore
you
your
keep,
gaping
yeah,
contradiction.
You keep missing the fucking contradiction of just because you know something's going to happen doesn't mean you caused it, and you can't wrap that into your brain.
No one,
so
wait,
it's
yeah,
pointless
no one's
talking
making
about
that
it.
claim. No one is talking about God causing events. Here's my question, Chris. If God is omniscient and knows all future events, am I able to do otherwise? Because if I am,
It's a cat
you can
again.
prove
You're
God
fucking
wrong.
making
hang
a
on,
category
let
error.
me finish.
That's fine. You
Let
think
me
people
finish.
can prove God wrong, Chris?
If I am, then he's not omniscient, and if I'm not, then I don't have free will.
Bro, that's.
Can
Dude,
you
I'm
prove
so fucking
God
sorry. You
wrong?
guys never listen when we have these discussions, so it's so fuck.
I've
It's like
listened a
it's I could
million
just be
times,
yelling
and I've
outside to a
acknowledged
fucking
the
tree.
Hang
It
on,
would be
Josh.
more
Let him
effective.
respond, man. Let him respond, Chris.
Bro, if I know that this person is going to dictate their life in this manner, they are
Right.
doing what they want to do. They are living their life of their choices out. Just because I know what they're going to do doesn't again mean I affected them doing that. If I choose somebody for a prophecy, I look at
Stop
what
straw
they are going
manning.
to do.
Stop straw
And
manning.
I'm straw manning. I'm
Yes,
answering a
because
question,
no one
but
is
I'm straw
claiming.
manning.
Listen. I'm not talking about whether God causes events, but whether God knows future events.
Yes.
Right. So.
Okay.
Right. So the question is this: if God already knows everything that's going to happen, can I do otherwise?
Can you do otherwise?
Yeah,
Yes.
if God knows you're
So
going to the
again,
grocery store tomorrow, can you
yeah.
not go to the grocery store tomorrow, Chris?
Well, no,
Yeah, remember what we said. It could follow multiple linear pathways. So you are speaking
strange.
again from a human perspective of
It's gotta be
saying there's
strange
only
to you.
one
You've been reading
possible
too many
outcome.
comic books.
Yeah. No.
Bro,
Okay.
can there be only one outcome to
Right.
a
Yeah, Chris.
situation?
I understand that you're making the argument that God can see all potential outcomes. I understand
If I put a
But
does he
ball,
see
if I
the
put a-
outcome?
Hey, and by the way,
if he's omniscient,
hey, by the way,
no,
Chris
wait,
Smith
James,
is
wait,
arguing
James,
about-
wait, James, wait, James,
No, you wait, Shiva.
No,
because
you
wait.
Chris
Oh,
Smith is
hang on.
arguing-
No,
James,
Shiva,
hold on.
no, hold on.
No, James, let Shiva go.
Right.
No,
Because
I want to say one
if he's-
thing. It won't take me long. The fact that Chris
bet
is
it will.
saying that God can see all possible outcomes, he isn't the first one that said it. A Jewish philosopher in the Middle Ages
All right,
said it
okay.
as well.
Yeah, brilliant.
Yeah, but they
I'm
don't
not
understand that
disputing
things
that.
A lot of
can
people have
play
said
out
that,
Hang
multiple
on,
different ways, bro.
unless he can also know the actual outcome, then he's not omniscient.
Right.
Yeah, and if
Why does God have to be omniscient?
and if there
I'm not claiming he is Christian, dude.
No, the problem that they keep making is they go, if I
Dr.
am
Strange.
determined, if I am this
actually
way, can
love
I be
James
not
right now. That's
myself?
based.
This is the fucking retarded question they keep asking me. If I am myself, can I not be myself? And it's like, when I explain to them that they're saying something fucking retarded, they don't get it. So it's like, it's a fucking pointless
No, that's a
conversation.
straw man, Chris.
Cannot be
You're
Can you
making
say
a claim
I
and you're
don't
not
want to
even-
be
myself
without
If
straw
I'm
manning?
myself, can I
I
not
think
be
it's
myself?
retarded to say
Can
there's
I
only
not be
one
myself?
possible
'Cause if
outcome
I do
here,
this
and
fucking
this
thing
is
that's
the
a complete
outcome. This is the
contradiction, then God, then there's no
See,
free
and
will.
this is
If
the
I
problem
can't
with
fucking be a
this is
living
the problem with the
contradiction.
free will. I'll acknowledge that there's a bit of a contradiction in holding people accountable for sins and things like that. I'll acknowledge that, but you won't
No,
acknowledge
bro.
the glaring contradiction in believing in free will.
Just because you guys don't understand it. I keep fucking explaining this
I
to you,
know,
bro.
I know.
You guys
I'm
keep,
too dumb.
No, do you know what the problem is? You guys cannot get out of your heads. You keep assessing God as if he's a human man. And if you do that, you just fucking don't even understand God.
This
So
isn't
the
about God.
conversation
This
is
is about
meaningless.
basic fucking logic, you plank.
You fucking plonk. Can you be yourself if you can't be yourself, you fucking dimwit? Stop asking stupid fucking
I don't think I'm the one
questions,
being the
bro.
dimwit here, but
Fucking hippie ass, stupid fucking questions. Can I make
It's
God make a
Logic
stone too big for
101.
him to carry?
Logic
Fucking let's
101,
ask
Chris.
stupid fucking human questions because we don't actually understand. We're making category errors.
No.
God
I'm
knows,
the one.
God knows exactly what's going to happen. He just don't get in your way. You
I'm
choose.
the one
You choose your way.
acknowledging. I'm
He
the
gives
one
you choice.
acknowledging that I don't
No, you guys
understand.
are making God a man. You guys are making God a mortal man, and then asking stupid fucking
Seems like
questions.
you're
That's
the one
a
doing.
category
You're
error.
kind of projecting right now, Chris.
No, it's annoying,
Because
bro. It's annoying
I
because
just said I will acknowledge that there are contradictions in not believing in free will, but you will not acknowledge that there are contradictions in believing in free will. So what it comes down to is this philosophical gobbledygook, and it's just some words that we made up that we're just arguing about for fun. It really doesn't matter. It doesn't mean anything. It's like simulation theory.
Okay.
It's no different than
Listen, I
simulation
hear what
theory.
you're saying. Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but what I'm telling you is that we don't have free will as contradictions. The do we have free will is just
There are
because you guys don't
contradictions. We've
understand
shown you
God.
and you
That's
won't
the
acknowledge
problem.
them.
Well, okay, Chris, can you
The
answer my
problem is
question?
not understanding God's
Chris, you haven't
nature. The other one is a
answered-
glaring contradiction, and you guys can't see
Chris,
that.
you haven't answered my question. Can I do anything other than what God has foreseen with his omniscience?
Okay,
Yeah.
can you be a fucking potato
You're
if
not
you're a
answering the
Shiva?
question. You won't.
Can you
Nobody
be a
will
potato
ever answer
if
this
you're not
question.
Shiva? It's the same level of fucking question. Can you be a potato if you're a fucking human?
That's a stupid
Can you be a
question.
potato if you're a human? Fucking ask me
that's not
stupid
what I'm
questions,
asking.
bro.
No,
So I know
she
because
was
you're
asking.
asking because
She
you
was
think this is
asking a
clever
very
asking a
critical
question that is not a
question
fucking
of your
retarded question,
worldview,
but
and
it's
you're
still a
asking a
retarded
stupid
fucking
question in
question.
response instead of answering the question.
Right. Yeah, JS, can you be Goku if you're JS, bro?
No.
Can you be Goku if you're JS?
No, I'm gonna answer the question.
Oh, okay.
Look at how I answer
Okay,
questions.
there you answered the fucking question. Good job.
But you didn't.
It's a stupid fucking
But
question.
you didn't. But you didn't answer the question.
Yeah, no, you cannot be something that you are not.
If it's such a stupid question, then why did St. Augustine devote time to it in City of God? What the actual fuck?
Yeah, because he probably had some fucking retard asking the
one
same
of the
stupid
greatest
question like
Christian
me,
thinkers ever
and he
to
had to
put
address
pen to
it for
fucking
fucking
paper.
hours over and over and over to people who fucking make category errors because
No,
they're
he
too
was an
stupid
actual.
to
He was an
actually
actual
understand the nature of
philosopher.
God.
He was an actual philosopher, and he asked himself these questions because these are tough questions. But you won't ask yourself these questions. You won't even answer when we ask you these questions.
I just asked it in another way, and then it's glaringly obvious how
No, you
retarded
did
the
tu quo
question is.
que. You did tu quo que.
Okay.
You answered the question
Yep.
with a question, and it was a stupid question to a
Okay,
good
so
question.
no, you cannot not be yourself. Okay, I would think that would be obvious to anybody with a fucking brain.
Right, can you answer my question now then, please, Chris? Can I do anything other than what God has foreseen?
What was the question?
Can you do anything other than what you're gonna do?
The question is, if God
For
says
God
something's going
foresees
to
what you're
happen,
gonna
can
do.
you prove him wrong?
Why
you
can't you
are
answer
gonna
the
do
fucking
what you are
question?
gonna do? Can you not do what you're gonna do? You guys see how fucking
No, that's
stupid
not
this
what I
question
asked
is?
you. That's
You
not
keep
what I
asking it
asked
in
you.
different ways, and you guys
That's
think
not
you're being
no,
clever,
no.
but
Don't
you're not.
don't ask it in a
I'm
different
asking
way.
the same. I'm asking the same question as Shiva, but I'm asking it in a different way because I know it's
Leave
gonna
that
it's gonna
hook off
hit you
there,
harder.
Ted.
It's gonna hit you harder when I say, "Can you prove God wrong?"
No, when you can't either.
Exactly. That's the answer.
Yeah, exactly.
That is the answer.
That's the answer. That's the answer to
That
your
is the
question.
answer.
You can't prove God
So,
wrong.
do you have free will? Fuck no.
Oh, how does that correlate?
Oh my
Quickly
God.
fucking tie that together for us in a bow.
very
Quickly
simple.
tie that together for us in
If
a
God
bow.
says you're going to the grocery store tomorrow, can you not go to the grocery store tomorrow? No.
If you prove God wrong,
That's
God
direct.
doesn't exist, you fucking guys. Guys, really, this
It's very
fucking
simple. It's
line
not
of
that
argumentation
complicated.
is so fucking retarded.
If
You
God
can
says you're
prove
going
God
to
wrong,
heaven,
not God.
if God says you're going to heaven, can you will yourself to hell?
Ain't got nothing to do with free will.
If God says you're going to die tomorrow, can you live tomorrow?
Free will is
Okay,
eternal.
No.
Has nothing to do with
Okay,
that.
so let's just defy the structure of how everything's set up.
It's
All right,
fine. I
because
know it's hard to let go of
let's just
control.
ignore the
I
fact
know it's hard
that
to
you
let
have a
go of
choice
control and let go
for
of your
redemption and
ego,
all
but
of that. So God's just gonna pick when
The
you're
ego,
born. Yeah,
the
no,
ego
he's
is a
going to heaven.
terrible thing to say.
Even though you're a
Chris.
murderer, fucking killing people,
It's hard to let
all
go
of
of
this
the
shit
ego
your
and
whole life,
realize
bro.
that you're
God's
not
just
in
going to
control.
contradict himself. No, you guys are proposing
And this is-
questions saying God's going to
This is
contradict himself.
Crowleyan. This is Crowleyan. Do as thou wilt. This is atheism. This is
I
you're in
just do as
charge.
you will, bro. Tie that together for us because you guys just keep saying shit and fucking saying stupid questions that are category
Do as
errors.
thou
Let's tie it
wilt.
together
Do as
in a
thou
coherent
wilt.
manner.
It doesn't mean
How
do.
is a question? Wait. How is a question a
have
category
anything
error?
to do with it? Do as thou wilt speaks about a lack of morality, for fuck's sake.
Do as thou wilt means do what you will yourself to do.
No.
And a question cannot be a category error because it's not a fucking proposition.
That's not how
Is that how Christianity works?
No, the way Christianity
Is that how
works is
Christianity
you do
works,
what your
bro?
father
Was
wills
Aleister Crowley
you.
a Christian? Are you saying
do as the
stupid
Father
fucking retarded
wills.
things now?
You render your will unto the Father. You have no will. It's the Father's will.
Okay, no, yeah, no, we have no
I've
will.
never seen a
You guys
grown
keep
man
saying
so
the dumbest
scared
shit,
of a
bro.
simple fucking question. What is wrong?
Dude,
with
it's
you?
frustration because you guys fucking ask the same stupid question, and even though you answer it, you guys just ask it in a different fucking way. Every fucking time, over and over and fucking over.
Hold
It's
on,
like dealing
Chris,
with
hold on.
toddlers,
And you still
bro.
haven't answered it.
Hold on, Chris.
Ask the
Just
question and I'll
keep
answer
in
it
mind.
because this is fucking
Keep
pointless,
in mind,
bro.
free will is never mentioned in the Bible.
I know.
Yeah, but he's gonna go to that's
never
one
mentioned
concept
in the
Yeah,
Bible.
okay, yeah, and the Trinity's never mentioned in the fucking Bible. That's
Free
that's
will.
got to do with linguistics and language. Next question.
Actually, the Trinity
Next
is mentioned in
question.
the Bible. Actually,
Is the word Trinity mentioned in the Bible?
It doesn't go by
Is
that
the word
name.
Trinity mentioned in the Bible?
Actually, free will is
The
mentioned.
word is not.
Free will is in the
Yeah,
Bible
I wonder,
3 times.
does anybody here know how language works? We interpret language because it's not the same fucking words.
In the
Good job.
King James Bible, free will is in there 3 times. It's twice in Deuteronomy and once in Psalms. It's
Yeah, because it's referred from the older words to fucking mean something that is the closest meaning
Yeah,
to
so
what they
I would-
fucking wrote back then.
But what Mayhem's saying, I kind of agree with. The
so fuck
concept
that.
of free will is not shown in the Bible.
Yeah, the concept is not. And
yeah, it is
just
multiple
because,
times,
just
and then
because
when we show it to
Ju-
you,
hold,
you
hold
fucking spurred.
hold on. Just because the word
if you
Trinity is not in the Bible, the Trinity is in the Bible because the Bible talks about God the Father, God the Son, and the Holy Spirit coming down on Jesus after he was baptized.
Exactly. The same way free will is spoken about in the Bible, but just not called free will, for fuck's sake.
Where is free will spoken about in the Bible?
Choice.
Thank you.
Choice is
It's what
talked
we
about.
call
in the
it
Bible.
now.
Yeah, choice. Yeah. So what is choice?
Right.
What is
and
choice?
this is the
What
problem
is
that I
choice?
have where you
Oh, that's the
tie
fucking it's a big
you
fucking
tie
problem,
free
isn't it?
will to choice. You think that free will is
Yeah,
just the
okay,
ability
so
to make a choice.
Okay,
And
then you
that's a
guys
bad
you have a
understanding of
fucking
what
you
free
have a
will
problem
is.
with the word free will. You have choice. You can make choices as a human. Good
Yeah,
job.
sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll give you
now
that.
refute
no,
that.
I'd agree with that 100%.
We're all gonna agree with you on that.
Okay, but if it was all determined, you couldn't make choice. Thank you for fucking playing. Fucking
I'm
retarded,
just saying your
bro.
choice is already known before you make it.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah,
You're
everybody
really-
knows
you're really-
that, bro.
you're
And
really
then
not-
again, now we're going back in the loop again. Now
Well,
we're
hang
going
on. No,
back in the loop again.
I'm gonna.
No, pause.
hang on, I would agree
I've been
with Chris
quiet.
here.
There's something I need to ask JS. So we do make choices. Can we get this cemented?
No.
I want this cemented. I don't want it changing.
Look, I got an answer for this. So my answer is if I'm talking to somebody in normal conversation, I'm going to say, yes, we make choices. But from a philosophical stance, there is no choice. We've never made a choice.
And also, you'd need to demonstrate that there is an agent that makes the choice, right?
Yeah.
See what I mean,
in
dude. That's
reality,
why pointless.
in like from
Shiva,
my view,
did
in
you
reality,
need to do that?
I've never made a
Did
choice.
you need to?
Yeah, you've never made a choice. Yeah, choice
No.
doesn't exist. None of it exists. Fucking philosophical fucking wankestry going on over here, bro.
No,
Well, you're doing the same
Chris.
thing with
No,
free will.
again, stop fucking straw
You're doing the
manning.
same
It's
thing
not
with
a
free
good
will.
look, man.
So I'm doing the
It's not a
same
good look.
philosophical gobbledygook that you're doing with free will.
But
I'm
you
just
have
saying,
stated that
I'm
even
just
though you
saying
know
that
things
there
are
is no
correct,
choice.
you're gonna look for the contrarian
There's
opinion.
actually,
Bro,
you've
you
actually
literally
never,
just
you've
want to
never
be a
had
chaos
choice.
gremlin, bro.
You've actually never had a choice in your life. You're the chaos. I don't believe in chaos.
No, you two just want to be fucking chaos.
Hey, I'm mayhem.
Things have been answered to you multiple times.
No, Chris,
you guys
it's just
wanna
that I've
poke
got a
holes in
different
it.
worldview to you.
You guys are
That's
doing
all.
Gnostic bullshit and you don't even realize that you're doing
I
it.
know, it's Gnostic. I know. I'm the one who...
And actually, hang on. Wait, no,
on
again,
purpose.
Chris, I'm doing Buddhist bullshit. There's a difference. And
Yeah,
I do realize
dude,
it.
Bro, I can clip you saying it. You said, even though I agree with you, I'm going to look for fucking holes and I'm going to keep trying to refute you. So it means, even though
When
you
did I
get
say
an
that,
answer
Chris?
that is correct, you still
When did
gonna
I say
fucking
that,
You
refute
haven't
it.
given an
That is
answer
the-
yet.
That is the definition
When
of
did I
idiocy.
say that, Chris? When
on
did I
Easy's
say
live
that?
stream. Do you want me to clip it and send it to you?
On Easy's
It's the
live
fucking-
stream, that's
dude, it's
verbal
the-
combat.
It's literally... You contradict yourself in your own statements.
That's
You're like,
verbal
even though I know the
combat,
truth, I'm
Chris.
going to look for non-truths in the truth.
That's a different live stream too.
Bro, come on, man. You just want to be a chaos
That's
gremlin.
verbal
That's the point.
Chris, you do the exact same thing on verbal combat. What the fuck are you talking about?
It wasn't on verbal combat. You were on a panel and we were having an actual honest discussion. That's why you weren't doing what you're doing now.
What do you think I'm doing now?
You guys are trying to be disingenuous and just asking questions in different ways.
What do you? Why are you doing that?
Hang on, wait.
I don't know why you're like
if you're saying,
acting like that.
if you're saying that we're being disingenuous,
It seems like
then
you're
you're
the
saying
one
that
doing
we're
that,
being
Chris.
that we're being
I answered
dishonest.
the question and then you guys asked it in a different way. So I asked
Because you didn't answer the fucking
You
question.
haven't answered it.
What
I
the
directly
fuck?
answered the question. You said, "Could I become Goku?" I said, "No." I asked you, "Could you
Yeah.
prove God wrong?" You won't answer.
No, you can't prove God wrong, bro. That's the
Okay.
point of it.
Okay.
Because it
And
wouldn't be God. Remember when I said then it couldn't be God? If you could prove God wrong, then it wouldn't be God.
I agree. So
Hang
how do
on,
you have
then
free
can
will?
you prove it right? Can you prove it
Bro,
right?
Bro, but dude.
It's
You guys keep going. You keep going.
not
There's one.
disingenuous. It's not bad faith.
Hey, Chris, these guys are, and you guys are far smarter than I, but you go and say, can you prove it wrong? And I'm like, can you prove it right?
You have to prove it right.
Well,
You have no
God, if
choice.
God knows everything.
You
There
have
is
no choice
point.
but to
That's
prove
the
God
point.
right because
Asking-
God's in charge, not us.
But guys, listen. This is what I keep trying to tell you guys. You guys are being disingenuous.
That's my whole
The actual
point.
category of God being all-knowing. Asking, can I prove God, is saying, oh, I don't understand what the term God would actually mean. Because if you are asking the question, can an ultimate God be proven wrong? It's not ultimate God, i.e. you're saying retarded shit by making category errors.
No.
And you guys keep not realizing
What's
this.
the category error? Hang on,
It's a
Josh. Hang on,
fucking
Josh.
turbo.
I don't
Hang
get
on,
that.
Josh.
Yeah.
Chris, what's the category error? Can you spell it out for us, please?
Stop treating God like he's a human man. So saying, can I prove God wrong is saying, okay, God is not God.
Well, I agree with that in
Right.
the understanding. If time was time, our understanding is simple humans time. God
That's
knows
like saying-
all.
I
at
don't
the
know how
same
you get
time,
that from
time.
anything that I'm saying.
Yeah,
well,
Chris.
That's like saying, oh, how old is God? That's like saying, how old is God? Well,
Okay.
God is
That's not what I'm
outside
doing.
of time. But how old
Okay,
is God?
that was-
God's not a human,
Chris-
bro.
Chris,
That's the
that was
problem you
Josh's
guys keep
question.
making.
Chris, that was Josh's question, not mine. Just to be clear, my
Okay.
question was, if God is omniscient and knows all future events, can you
Yes.
do anything other than what God has
It's the
foreseen?
same question, Shiva. I'm just
It's
asking
exactly
it.
the
I'm just
same
asking it in
fucking
a different
question,
way.
dude. That's what you guys, that's the problem. You guys don't even realize you're asking the same fucking question over and over. And you're like, let's have an honest conversation. When you guys are doing this shit, you guys don't even realize the
What
questions you're
shit,
asking.
Chris? I
You're
don't
asking the
believe
same
in.
fucking
I
question.
don't believe in either God or free will. How am I being
Right.
disingenuous?
I'm asking the question in a way that. So, you're saying if God's
Oh.
all knowing,
What?
can you do anything other
I
than what he
believe in
knows?
free
I'm
will
just
and
shortening
God.
that,
Yeah.
and I'm saying, can you prove God wrong? If God knows you're going to do something or something's going to happen tomorrow to you, can you stop that from happening?
Do you know what God knows?
But you already
No,
said
but
no.
God does,
You already
presumably.
said no.
Well, actually,
couldn't,
technically,
you
maybe
couldn't
we
do it
just
because
So
don't
you
know.
don't know
answered the
what
question.
God
The
knows.
answer
That's
was
what you guys
no.
keep fucking up.
If God knows that you're going to the grocery store tomorrow, Can you not
What do
go
you-
to the grocery store tomorrow?
Bro,
Your
again,
answer
you're
was
assuming
no.
what God knows.
Your answer
You're
was
God
assuming
commanded
what
you to go to the
God
grocery
knows.
So
store.
do you
You go to the
have
grocery
free
store.
will?
You,
Therefore,
Bro,
no.
what God knows is
You don't.
JS doesn't want to go to the grocery. JS is not going to the grocery store, and then he goes to the grocery store. So yeah, God knows
No,
that,
if
bro.
God said I'm not
You
going
are
to the grocery
thinking,
store
I'm
tomorrow, I'm
tricking
not
God
going to
right now. I
even if
wanted to go, but I
even if
don't
I
go to the
wanted to go
grocery
to the
store.
grocery
Now I
store
trick
tomorrow,
God.
even if I
It's
started going to the
stupid,
grocery
bro.
store tomorrow, something would happen that would prevent me from
Then
going to the
God would
grocery
know
store
that.
tomorrow.
Yeah, then God would know that. Yeah, God would know that.
I also I actually have a new question, Chris. If you don't like this conversation so much, and it does seem like you're not enjoying it, why do you have it so often?
I have it because I actually am trying to have good conversations, but you guys keep
But you're
looping, and that's why it
doing
becomes
anything to
frustrating.
like you would never convince me through acting like this.
Bro, I don't want to go into all of, dude, do I have to go pull up all the scriptures for
Like
you refuting what you're saying?
you actually make me believe there's no free will even more because you couldn't stop doing this if you wanted to.
I can just end the fucking call right now, as I've done many a times, haven't I?
Okay,
Well,
just hang on, Josh. In good faith, this is a genuine question. In your view, Chris,
I do it because I care, bro.
When you say free will, do you mean just the ability to make decisions and choices?
You have the ability to determine the decisions you make throughout your life, bro.
Right, but are those decisions and choices, are they free of any prior
Yes,
causal
decisions will always be influenced by your environment, dude. We've ran through this the philosophical end of this question too when we did it in an
Well, that's
honest
not free.
manner.
That's not
Okay,
free will,
like
dude.
I agree with you, but in philosophy, that isn't actually free will. That's just will.
Okay, yes, we remember, dude.
You're
We've
just
had
so connected to
exact
this
same
term free
discussion.
will.
Dude, we've had this discussion. Yes, I understand you guys don't like the word. So now, refute you have free choices throughout your life quickly for a second. And prove
Yeah,
to me
sure.
I've already
determinism
said it.
without
Yeah,
being hung up on the
Yeah,
free will word.
all things arise independence upon conditions, including actions.
Okay, so
And
everything is
if you're going to
predetermined,
posit,
Shiva.
if
Because you
you're
understand
going to
it's free
posit,
will versus determinism that we're debating right now. Do you guys understand the core of the discussion?
No, it could
well,
be.
I mean, I'm a conditionalist.
It's either
rather
one
than
or the
a
other. Either
determinist.
everything's
No, it's
planned
not
or
either one or
everything's
the
not
other. There's
planned.
libertarian free will. There's there's what's the other
Uh,
one with that starts with a C?
There's compatibilism.
Compatibilism. There's libertarian free will. There's free will. There's determinism. There's predestination. What do you mean, Chris? There's a whole bunch. It's not just one or the other.
Okay, well,
There's
but
also
what your
the,
guys arguing
there's
for is
also the
that there's
Buddhist
only
view,
one
Chris.
path you're going to walk in life and you cannot deviate from that path.
I believe in predestination.
And that's not what I think. Like, I don't believe in predestination. That's not my view.
Okay, but how then, if in this discussion we're having that everything is already set in stone, then you are now saying you don't even believe that, Shiva?
Well, hang on. That's not my view either. I don't believe that future events are set in stone. That's a theist view.
Wait, can we throw reincarnation into this? Because I think that's important.
Well, I don't believe in reincarnation, but sure.
Oh, I got
Yeah,
you. I
it wouldn't-
do.
it wouldn't
what
work.
perspective do you want me to argue from?
If you argue for reincarnation, that would mean that there's no new fucking people. Then there would be less people on Earth. There could never be more people. It's a retarded.
Let's say predestination.
I don't think there's people. I think there's one.
reincarnation.
I think there's
Predestination
one.
with reincarnation. Let's try that.
Reincarnation exists whether the new people come from. It's a retarded fucking.
I don't think there's new people. I think there is one. There's
I
one.
don't believe in
How can it be retarded if people believe it, man? Like, a lot of people believe that, man.
Yeah, but it's very
A lot.
obvious. If we reincarnate, how do we get more people, bro?
Well, that's assuming
Not more
that.
Wait, do you believe in the soul? Chris, do you believe in the
Chris,
soul?
Reincarnation doesn't necessarily mean that new beings aren't also
What the
created.
fuck? Dude, Chris, take that back. Like, the soul would be reincarnated.
Yeah, well, yeah, dude, but not
body,
on
the
Earth.
soul.
Reincarnation applies to Earth itself, right? It's not. We're not
Ah,
talking about
Not
spiritual
necessarily.
reincarnation as in
Actually, no,
Christianity being reborn.
no. That would be how. Say the Earth itself would be
Reincarnate
assumption.
means like Yeah, reincarnate means to incarnate into a human form. That's why in Christianity it's called rebirth.
I have a
It's
theory.
different.
I have a theory that can it can kind of combine. I know it's probably sounds heretical, but I can probably put reincarnation with Christianity. If Earth is hell and Satan has been given dominion over the earth, then it would make sense that reincarnation would just be you're just getting brought back to the earth over and over and over and over and over again.
Or look, the idea that there's just hell, earth, and heaven, but maybe there's more than that. So yeah, I'd agree with kind of what you just said. Possibly. Who
Yeah,
knows?
hell. A great version of hell would be being brought back as a damn squirrel. I think if I was a human and I could, you know,
well,
the problem with that is, right?
Then we go in animals and humans. I think we'll keep it simple in that if you're a human, you're a human. But then obviously there's other beliefs that if you step on an ant, you'll come back as an ant.
The only problem with that is we sit with the same problem, because if you're arguing that is a possibility, right? You're sitting with the core question of life itself. Yeah. No, but dude, why it's not coherent is because you sit with the same problem as in the creation of everything. If it works like that, we just end up with infinite regress. And that's a retarded way. It's not a coherent way to look at things, because if it's constantly moving between
you end up with
different
infinite
phases,
regress
but
with free
repeating
will.
different phases,
Why did you choose Cocoa
regress.
Pebbles over Fruity Pebbles? Well, because I was hungry. Well, why were you hungry? Like
that would be an infinite regress on our understanding of time.
No, it would just be a true understanding. You would just be going in a loop constantly, so infinite regress, basically.
No, that's not infinite regress. Hang on, Bert. That's not infinite regress. That's circular reasoning.
Yeah, no, I mean,
it's funny he doesn't see. It's funny he doesn't see the infinite. He doesn't see the infinite regress in his choices.
The information that you possess gets sent back.
Chris, you never thought about
what you.
Hold on, Chris. You never thought about the infinite regress in your choices.
All your choices don't lead to regression, right? They also lead to enhancement. Even bad choices become lessons, bro. So how is that coherent?
Listen, every choice you've ever made.
Yeah.
Think of why. Why did you make that choice?
There's multiple reasons you make choices. What are you trying to get at, bro?
I'm getting at the fact that if you think about every choice you've ever made, you can do an infinite regress on those choices. Why did I choose Fruity Pebbles over Cocoa Pebbles this morning? Well, because I felt like it. Well, why did you feel like it?
You can analyze the reasoning for it.
Maybe I like chocolate more than I like. Maybe I like chocolate more than I like fruit. Well, why do you like chocolate?
You can do this with people too. You can say my child is successful because I birthed one.
Why? And what's the end of the infinite regress? It's going to be
the
Creator God.
You were born. You know what
the end of the
why it's not infinite regress is because you were born, bro.
That's your regress.
No, Chris. There's still infinite regress. Why were you born?
You couldn't do that infinite regress on me.
It just goes on and on and on. What we're touching on here. What we're touching on here is something
because you were born is the ultimate starting point of every fucking choice you've ever made.
No, it's not.
Bro.
Okay, so what we're touching on here?
Why were you born?
Really? No, it's not. Really?
No, it's not.
What we're touching on here? I'm just going to keep starting the same sentence over and over again until you let me get it out.
Because your parents had sex. Why did your parents have sex?
That's got nothing to do with the choices you made. We were talking about choices. We were talking about your choices.
Because they found each other one day. Why did your parents find each other one day? Well, because blah, blah, blah.
What does that got to do with your choices?
Eventually, you're going to get back to because the earth was created. Why was the earth created? Because God said so. So
and so what we're touching on here.
Your choices start at the moment you're born. It's not an infinite thing.
Hello, can you hear me? What we're touching on here is something known as the Munchausen trilemma, where any proposition either ends up at infinite regress, circular reasoning, or dogmatism. Are you guys aware of the Munchausen trilemma?
Base dogmatism. Let's go.
Base. I want to I want to expand on what Josh said earlier, and just throw this idea out there, called purgatory, right? What if reincarnation is the actual purgatory, where you get an opportunity to redo and make choices to follow God?
Yeah, but I think only the Catholics believe
I
in
know
purgatory.
this is like ecumenism, and what I'm trying to do is, because all my life I've liked looking at other religions and stuff, and I like to look at, we have so much in common, and we agree with so many different things, and where is the disconnect here, and how can we join them all together? And I know people will say, well, this is like some antichrist shit or something, that I'm not trying to take over the world with this idea. I'm just thinking maybe we're kind of like, both of us are kind of right at the same time. We're just saying
I don't think there's a way to
ways.
make sense of any of it. I don't think that there is an answer.
Yeah,
no, there is a way. No, I disagree. I think that if somebody says, for whatever reason, I believe in God and I'm going to practice Christianity because that gives my life meaning, like that is them making sense of it, right? Like.
Yeah, no, I just don't think that matters. Like, I don't think any of it doesn't, like...
I mean, it matters to them.
I don't think it disproves or proves anything.
It's them. Agreed. And I think it's probably highly unlikely that anyone is going to say, like, convert an atheist to Christianity by the strength of their logic.
Whoa. Right. Yeah, I agree with that.
I don't know. I think what about on what's the black woman? What's her name?
Ayaan
Hirsi
Ali.
Yeah.
Why is she a Christian though? When she converted, like she gave a speech, and I noticed she spoke quite a lot about
it's more about life experiences, huh?
Yeah, it was like quite a lot about the cultural impact of Christianity. Very little about whether God exists, though.
Do you think she's faking, or? But I think what it shows is that there's multiple ways to come to God, whether it be logic. So, like Andrew will say that he got there through like logicking it out, and Hirsi Ali would say she got there through looking at. I would say it's through life experiences. It's what I've seen and like things that I can't explain and just the impossibility of it all. That's why I go with like fine tuning arguments a lot, because it's impossible.
Agreed.
So there's lots of ways to
maybe
get there.
Arguments for God. Like the idea of someone just logicking themselves to God without any kind of other experience to help them along the way seems a bit odd to me. I mean, part of the reason why I became a Buddhist was reading about the myth of Avalokiteshvara, but at that
you
time...
also said part of the way you came to Buddhism was through hallucinogens, which Buddhism
well,
is
I think that's more like that more turned me on to meditation practice rather than Buddhist doctrine. But that was definitely the first step. Like there was probably because I was probably playing with meditation for at least a year before I started getting into like actually reading about Buddhism.
I think prayer is actually more like Eastern
Shiva,
meditation.
you believe in
than a lot of
Buddhism and
people.
you don't believe in reincarnation?
No. Prayer is connecting to
not
God.
required
Meditation is connecting, is quieting your mind.
But what I'm saying is that the Bible was written in the East. And so people have this idea that Eastern meditation is so wrong. It's so bad. Don't do Eastern meditation. But really, that's kind of what be still and know God. Go into your quiet place. Be still and know God. Don't pray with words and vain repetitions like the heathens do. What we do in churches, where a guy gets on a stage and he says, "Lord, please forgive us for our sins." That's not prayer.
Yeah, dude, but the thing is, prayer is connecting to God, and meditation is connecting to yourself and going internal and quieting your own mind. It's two different practices, right?
I think that's
Oh, I
prayer.
disagree, Chris.
The mind,
I think they're similar.
take all,
Well,
bring all
disagree, but
thoughts,
it is
bring all
different,
thoughts
bro.
into
Well,
captivity.
let me give you.
Put on the helmet of I forget what the helmet's called, but because the thoughts are fiery darts from Satan, quieting your mind is prayer. Always be in prayer. Pray without ceasing. Turning off your mind, Eastern meditation, that is prayer.
From a Buddhist perspective, there's a practice called puja, which literally means devotional worship, right? From the outside, it looks a bit like a kind of Christian ritual where you're doing prayers and singing hymns.
Why do you believe in? Yeah, no, carry on.
You explained meditation the other day, and you said somebody said it's like going in, and you said no, it's not going into your mind; it's separating yourself from your mind. And I was like, yes, that is prayer.
That wasn't me.
You said you were talking to Easy about Buddhism, and when you explained meditation, that is what prayer is. It's turning off.
Yeah, I
breathing
would kind of agree with you. And when I like, it sometimes surprises people when they discover that I'm a very devotional person, because I don't like come across that way in these sorts
it's not
of
going through this list of, well, I need to forgive this person, and God, please help me with these things and forgive me for these things. Those are words and vain repetitions.
Prayer. If it's the same thing as prayer, right? How do you repent of your sins if you turn your brain off, bro? Make it make sense for me for a second, quickly.
Meditation is not about turning your brain off.
Repenting of your sins is not.
How are you turning off your brain?
Repenting of your sins is not kneeling down next to your bed and bowing your head and closing your eyes and saying, God, please forgive me for this today. It's
one is a discussion and one is not a
discussion. And also, Chris, well, hang on, Chris. Meditation is not turning your brain off. What the fuck?
But it's separating yourself from your thoughts.
No, okay. So in Buddhism, there are two broad categories of meditation.
For fuck's sake, keep going through your script when you pray, Chris, and see where that gets you.
One is samatha, which translates to calming, and so you would have an object of concentration that could be the breath, it could be a colored disc, it could be a candle flame, where you're developing concentration, and when you do that, discursive thought tends to fall away, and then you can get into these states called dhyana, where in the higher dhyanas there is no discursive thought, right? In the first dhyana there is still discursive thought, and you would use that discursive thought that's present in the first dhyana to engage in insight practices, which is which are more like contemplations. So, but to be in dhyana isn't to switch your brain off; it's to be in a state of present awareness. That's what you cultivate.
Are you talking to God when you're doing this?
I don't believe in God, Chris.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what I'm trying to get over to JS. It's a different fucking thing, bro. One is you're talking to God. The other one is you're internally trying to clear your mind or get to mui or whatever fucking Buddhist shit you want to add to this. That's the practice of meditation, where praying
I don't like the word
is a
meditation.
willful conversation with God. Right, JS? That's what I'm trying to get at. It's different, bro.
So how do you pray without ceasing, Chris?
Without ceasing, what do you mean?
Pray without ceasing.
What does ceasing mean? Explain it to me.
Don't stop.
I'm a simple monkey.
Never stop praying.
Yes, i.e. don't lose your connection with God. It's very simple. It's very simple. Don't lose your connection with God.
Do you need a chapter and a verse? If I say something directly from the Bible, you don't recognize it unless I give you a chapter and a verse?
Dude,
is that how this works?
Hold
on. Let me give you a chapter and a verse. Because you're not gonna hear it unless I give you a chapter and a verse. You're not gonna hear the truth.
No, I don't care about that.
Oh, okay.
I don't care about that. What I'm trying to tell you is constantly being connected to God and not being away from God is something that's important if you're a Christian, right?
Facts. Yes.
So that's what that means, bro. So it's not sitting and meditating. So you're proving my point again. Thank you for playing.
I'm not saying
Chris, except when I do puja, which is devotional worship. Where
Yeah, a
you're
specific
doing
practice that
It's so
requires you to
typical.
sit and
You
meditate
can
and
say
pray
something.
through
You
your
can
hands
say
and
something directly
and
from the
lighting
Bible, but
things
if you
and
don't say
talking
a
to the
chapter
tone
and a
of
verse,
brass,
they're not going to take
that's
it.
Jesus
different to
fucking Christ!
constantly
Let
being
me finish,
connected to
Chris.
God.
Let me finish.
Or maybe
Chris,
if I
let me
gave you a
finish.
church father that said it, maybe then you would listen.
Let me finish.
I don't
Chris.
care about any of that, Jace. We can use logic,
Let me,
bro.
Chris,
So
let
how
me
do you not
finish.
hear what I'm saying and just hear that it's the truth?
I
You should
answered
pray
your
without
question.
ceasing.
Go, Shiva.
All thoughts are lies. Bring all your thoughts into
Shiva
If it is
needs
a
to
captivity.
fucking
tutor that
practice, how do you do it without ceasing, JS?
You're constantly
Anyway.
aware.
Yes, if you're doing a practice like meditation, how can you do it constantly if it's the same fucking thing?
You be still. I'm saying
Logic.
I don't like.
Logic.
Oh my god.
It's
you be
simple,
still.
bro.
You
Fuck.
be still, and you know God.
Yes.
Yeah. You don't pray with words and vain repetitions as the heathens do. So if you want me to give you, verses and chapters on all this, I can. But all I'm doing is quoting.
Just logic.
All I'm
You
doing
said
is
it's the same as
quoting.
meditation, and I'm refuting that, bro. That's all I'm doing, and we can do it logically, right?
I'm saying that the Eastern idea of meditation, which is being still and taking yourself out of your thoughts, is Eastern meditation. The Bible was written in the East. That's the same idea of prayer.
Okay, can you constantly be taking yourself out of your thoughts and out of your mind? How would you live life? We can use logic again for this, JS. Is it the same
Very
thing?
easily.
Well, through practice.
Your thoughts are not your mind. Are your thoughts your awareness, Chris?
It takes practice, but eventually you're not going to live in your mind.
Like, can you be aware? Can you perceive things without discursive thought arising?
So what? Shutting off your mind?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
What the actual fuck?
No, I'll say yeah.
No, say it in a proper way, bro.
Okay, right. Do you
I'm
understand?
stupid.
Do you understand that there's a difference between naked awareness and discursive thought?
This is tough to do with me and Shiva arguing with Chris because this is like two different. But it's good because I think that I don't think we're so different. Everybody.
No, I don't think we're different. We argue more in the minutiae of things, right?
But Chris, do you like this is like because you keep
maybe
saying
a debate over
switching
politics or something, but this stuff
like you keep saying switching off your mind, and I find that like really odd, and so I want to like see if like because if you're not used to
not your mind. You're switching off disruptive thoughts, not your mind. I get that I worded it incorrectly.
or at least quieting discursive,
Yeah.
not disruptive. Discursive.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And it's a bit like if you imagine, and this is an analogy, so it's not to be taken literally, right? You can picture the mind as being a bit like the sky, and your thoughts as being clouds that are moving across the sky, right?
Yes.
Or sometimes the sky is full of clouds, right? But
Yes.
sometimes there are no clouds in the sky, but the sky is still there.
Yes.
Right. So it's not switching your mind off or kind of separating yourself from your awareness or anything like that. And I think the thing is that in my experience, devotional practices in which you engage your mind, but also your body, if you're doing things like prostrations or making offerings or whatever you do in a church, and also your speech, where you might be reciting verses or prayers or singing hymns or whatever, that actually can have the same effect as engaging in a meditation practice that increases
Yeah,
your
because it
concentration.
disrupts you from having external thoughts and stuff. You focus.
Yeah.
Distinguishing your focus on something specific.
Yeah. So when Josh is saying that prayer is the same as meditation, like I get like superficially they might seem very, very different, but I think when you start to look at the effects of those practices,
No, that's why I say I think they're different, and I don't actually have a problem with meditation. I just don't think it's the same as praying.
Yeah, the difference is how you think of it. It's how you.
No, the practices are two different things.
Well, let me see if I can get
That's
this
what I'm
right.
trying to say.
She was basically saying that praying is a form of meditation.
It can be, yeah.
Yeah, that meditation's the medium, and the genre is praying.
He,
I think
he's
it can
saying
be, but the way we
there's
use the
similarity.
terms is that meditation would be more with ourselves, and prayers would be more out to God and others.
Right. Meditation is.
There's an overlap on both.
Meditation is doing it without the acknowledgement of God.
Yeah.
Well, so not a God.
Praying be.
Well, meditation is about self, and praying is about God, right? That's the difference, bro.
Well, no, I think another difference is that meditation can be quite a solitary activity, whereas prayer, very often, or at least in the Buddhist context, puja, that's a communal activity.
Yeah, so we're getting perspectives here in the how we can perceive it. I think in general terms there is a definite overlap if you just want to make it simplified.
Yeah, it's overlapping things to it for sure.
My real critique is on what a lot of Christians call prayer. I think is not what prayer is. Where you
No, I agree with you on that, dude. Like what you were saying, you can't just rehearse a little script over and over. We're not that different, bro. I agree with you that that's not prayer, because the intention's not from the heart. You're just repeating a little fucking script.
Yeah, I used to have to. My parents would say your prayers, and I would go kneel down, and it's like, oh God, forgive me for this that I did today, and I'm sorry that I did this today, and please help this person, and by the way, can you help me out with this job that I'm trying to get today? And
yeah, but remember, Jay, the thing is why that gets taught is you got to teach somebody structure. It's the same thing as art. They always say you learn all of the rules and then you're allowed to break the rules.
Yeah, I mean, why not? What's wrong with that?
And then the thank yous. So you do the I'm sorry's, the thank yous, and the by the way, can you help me with this?
Okay, so
yeah, but you're just learning structure of how to construct and how to pray.
That's not a good way to learn to construct a prayer.
So
the real way to construct a prayer is to be still and know God. You just sit silently, and you realize you don't have to ask God for help with anything. You don't have to apologize for anything. You don't have to say thank you for anything.
It's all to show you the path you should be moving to be more in line with His favor. You shouldn't say sorry for things that you've done. You shouldn't give thanks for things you have.
Take no thought of tomorrow.
Oh, okay. Well, I disagree with you on that.
It could be in God's plan that a meteor hits Earth tonight and we don't make it to see tomorrow. So why am I thinking about God? Please help me get that new job that I want tomorrow. Like.
No,
what do you mean tomorrow? There could be no tomorrow. We don't know.
Yeah, but that's why you say thanks for what you have. You ask for guidance.
Yes,
not for things.
Right. But okay, so being gracious for what you have, but is that something that every time before I eat, I need to say, thank you, God, for this food that you provided me today.
Okay, I get you don't like standard prayer, but just sitting doing nothing is not praying, JS. Because you're not giving acknowledgement or anything, or reflecting on anything, or asking for guidance or anything, or repenting or anything. You're doing nothing.
It's not that I don't like standard prayer. I think that this idea of standard prayer is not a biblical
that's
idea
not
of
what
what prayer is.
What we're talking about is
so then
prayer.
how exactly are you supposed to pray then?
Be still and know God.
Get your knees and be humble.
That's not a description of how to pray, JS. That's saying do nothing and that's prayer. Do you understand? That's not a good
go into your prayer closet.
Prescription.
You be still and you know God.
That's
it.
Wait, a prayer could be said, like, please give me the strength.
You separate prayer closet is an isolated space where you're away from the world. You separate from everything. And then eventually through doing that practice, You'll learn to constantly be in prayer. You're always aware of
Okay,
God.
so you could never talk to God, JS, is what you're saying.
So
You
would
should
it be
just
like
still.
conversing with God?
What do you mean by talking to God? When you say talk to God, you should
Do you
never.
believe God is a personal God and you can know God, JS?
Yeah, you be still and you know God, but His word is a voiceless voice. His children
Can
will
we
know
get
His
to know
voice,
each
which is
other
a
if we're
voiceless
still in a
voice of
room?
revelation.
If we're sitting together in a room, can we know each other?
Man, stop reciting it. Use normal language to explain
I'm
what
using
you're saying.
normal language. I'm not giving you chapter and verse. I'm giving you scriptural words that make sense.
You believe a lot of weird things, bro. It's always difficult. You believe a lot
what's
of
from the
weird
Bible,
shit, bro.
dude. And see
No, dude,
this is why I do this.
Things from the Bible, bro.
This is why I do
That
this.
might be
What
the
I'm
greatest
doing,
Chris quote ever. You believe a lot of weird things,
what
bro.
I'm doing is I'm saying things that are from the Bible that make sense, and they're very prophetic and they're very deep, and I'm saying it. But if I don't say a chapter and verse, you say you believe a lot of weird things.
I didn't say that, bro. I said, dude, I can
That's
just use
retarded,
everything you're saying with logic, bro. I can just use logic. I don't even have to use scripture. If I say I want to get to know
So when
God,
they
you want to get to know each other, do we sit still in a room or do we have a discussion?
When they asked Jesus something and he quoted Psalms in a parable,
Did God pray by saying things?
nobody
Did Jesus
said
pray
you
by
believe a
saying
lot of
things?
weird things, Jesus. No, you're fine. It's fine. This is what I expect. So I totally expect this.
Dude, all over the Bible, there's people praying by using actual words and talking to God. How do you get to know somebody without talking to them?
I thought we were
let's say
praying
you
publicly to show our faith.
So let's say
Just
you grab
answer
your
it
Bible,
logically.
you go
How
into
do you
your
get to know
prayer
somebody
closet.
without talking to them, bro?
So
It's a very logical question.
Let's say you grab your Bible, you go to your quiet place. Are you not supposed to
You're not supposed to say
ask
anything. You're just supposed to be
ask God for guidance, and then maybe throw. All right, thank you for whatever.
That's the problem. You're
you may
saying
have been
prayer
done today,
is
and
not a
stuff like
right
that. I
thing
mean,
to
it's.
do.
I think the thing is,
I think that's
is
just
that
growing
Josh,
a relationship with God, and not
I
necessarily
think,
like He's answering you, but
I think Josh might be onto something, but I would kind of add a caveat in that I think if you're trying to open your heart, right? Say if you're, I mean, I don't believe in God, but if you're trying to open your
There's got to
heart
be
to God,
intention, bro.
right? Yeah, but if you're trying to open your heart, if you're trying to
Just
open your heart to God, it might be the case that when you're practiced at having your relationship with God, then you don't need to pray in a kind of formal sense. But I would argue that maybe, for however long it takes, and it might take years, that in order to get that process of opening your heart up, you actually might need to use some sort of verbalization. But the danger is in the verbalization just becoming an empty ritual.
Yes,
right?
no, that's why I agree with Jay, is that just verbalizing things is all not prayer, but also not praying is also not prayer.
But I also think
just
in
logic.
a human experience, that's how we build a connection with something. Is actually like conversing, and not necessarily like I was saying, like God's talking back with you, but you're just verbalizing it.
You're verbalizing your intent, right, and your feelings by having that discussion with God. That's how you get to know God, right? That's why I say just logic, dude. If we sit in a room, we cannot know each other if we're just sitting there silently. You verbalize with your intent, and you open your heart, right? That's what prayer is. It's not just sitting there quietly meditating.
Well, Chris, I challenge you to go on a silent retreat, because I put it to you that you can get to know people without ever.
Is that a real thing? That's really a thing.
Yeah,
right?
but people are physical, right? God is not physical. So the only way is through your intention and your prayer, right? That's the point of prayer again.
And it's to show your brother that you do worship, you do believe in it. I mean,
it's affirming.
Yeah.
I'm
Your brothers and
kind of
sisters are gonna
stuck
pray
in
with you.
between. I do both. I do the quiet prayer and I do the, words.
Shiva, I've been invited out on a camp, and I'm told I was scared there'd be no meat. And I'm like, fuck. And it's like, nah, just no beef. It's okay.
Yeah, that's all right. That's all right.
But pork, bacon, chicken. I'm like,
chicken.
Shiva, you're not vegetarian, are you?
Yep.
He was a minute
ago.
ago.
Are you? Okay.
Yeah, ma'am. I'm also not saying if that's the way you pray that that's evil and you're going to go to hell. I'm just saying.
Yeah. I'm not
Like,
trying to fight you, JS. I'm just saying, like, it doesn't really make a lot of sense. That's why I'm, like, pushing back on you on that, bro.
I was taught to bow your head.
It makes sense.
But when I
say, if you would have to tell somebody, listen, bro, how you pray is just be silent in a room. Like, that's not gonna. I understand how you mean it, but like, it doesn't translate well if you have to help somebody and give them a prescription, right?
But let's go back to where we were at, if we may, and that's the difference between prayer.
For me, it was a better prescription than doing that. When I used to sit and get on my knees and run through the script, my life was shit and everything was worse. And then when I realized,
that's your personal experience, JS.
Yeah, I know, but he's saying that the only way I can give people prescriptions is based off of what works for me. And then when I'm quoting scripture, but I'm making it, in common language, the way people can understand it, and people say that's weird. That's weird. Why don't you speak in normal words? What do you mean? Maybe I should talk like a philosopher, and I should talk about hypostasis and blah 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 logic and fallacies and that's less confusing. What do you mean?
I think you were using a specific type of language before to confuse for the norm.
It's not a specific. No, it's I'm quoting scripture because it makes sense to me. That's what works for me. And it's very simple language. It's not confusing. That's how I talk.
Yeah, I mean, but some of the stuff in the Bible is written in parables, right? So, like, if you're just directly quoting scripture, that's also not a good prescription. I mean, you would agree with that, bro.
I would say that maybe I'm speaking in parables.
Well, I would say we exegete from the Bible. That's how it works, bro. It's not ever I'm saying it right from the Bible. It's your interpretation always.
Well, the Bible is also not supposed to be taken literally or figuratively.
And reading for ourselves and taking what we can from it.
Well, no.
Ourselves.
I mean, I think it's pretty simple. If the Bible says in Hebrews, don't pray with words and vain repetitions like the heathens do, and I say, maybe we shouldn't be running through this script of things. We shouldn't pray with words and vain repetitions as the heathens do. It's pretty clear what I'm saying.
Yeah, but not having a script
you're talking about like
pray.
You're talking about saying like the Lord's Prayer, Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name.
Well, that would have been a good rebuttal, but nobody brought that up. But
yeah, but see, like JS, dude, you could like freestyle, or you could sing a song that you wrote, or you can just freely start rapping, right? Not following a script is not the. Yeah, but that's the point, right? Freestyling is different from having a script, bro. So like, and being silent is different from freestyling. That's what I'm trying to get across to you. Freestyling is fine.
Yeah.
Script bad.
Yeah.
Saying nothing seems
and that's why I would
saying.
say the exception would be, and this is, from the Bible, in your time of need, you cry out to the Lord. There's been times where I did break down, and I did drop down and said, God, help me out. I can't handle this anymore. Like, what's going on? This is bad. And I
think that's important. That's all that's what I'm saying. I don't think we really disagree. It's just saying you shouldn't like pray or talk to God, I don't think is a good prescription, right? Like you just said, when times get bad, that almost seems innate. It comes from the heart when you do that outcry to God, because I think that's prayer, bro. It's just being honest, actually engaging in the practice of trying to connect to God, right?
Yeah. But I think we should make a habit of being silent and getting out of our thoughts, which is what meditation is. Like,
yeah, no, dude, that's the thing. I don't disagree with meditation, bro. I even know like breath work. I've done lucid dreaming. I understand all of these esoteric things. I've done a lot of them. So I get it, and I'm not even opposed to meditation. I think it's very good. Like, you know, if you get in like ice baths and stuff, you go into a form of meditation to stay in that cold water. So meditation I see as mastery of yourself, and prayer is communion with God. So
yeah, you could.
I don't think
You
meditation
could like
is bad.
if I'm at the gym and I'm like bench pressing and it's like a heavy weight, I go into like some sort of like trance. It's like you kind of gotta get your music on, and it's like,
yeah, bro,
don't even think about it. Just go. Like that's.
Yeah, it's like going Super Saiyan, dude. When you
I wouldn't
meditate,
say that's
you go like
prayer.
Super
I'm not
Saiyan.
saying I'm praying when I do that, but it's
Right.
like
But then-
getting out of your head.
I'll give you,
you go
like
Super Saiyan mode.
20%. You might be like 10-20% praying. I get what you're saying. It's just you got to be careful that when you get in that moment that you're exercising, that's a chemical thing that is similar that can happen.
You could start to worship that too, and then that would be a problem.
It's addictive, 100%. Yeah. But you just gotta. I guess that's the mix. You know, prayer versus this and that. Meditation. Yeah, I hope all of you have gone to classes and built your own little, walked down the path and opened up a gate and found your own little.
But I get this a lot where I'm just straight up like quoting from the Bible, and people are like, well, that's Gnosticism, that's Eastern blah blah blah.
No, but
and it's like,
dude, it's not. It's not that. We just sometimes
Bible was
like your
written in the
interpretation of it is what we give you crap about, bro. And it's just because we care. It's the same reason I'm on here fighting with you is because I care and I see you as a homie. Otherwise, I would just ignore it and not even come into the Discord, you know?
Yeah.
I'm just not here to coom.
And I think, Josh, you're also against, like, I remember that one time that Jalen was on here and somebody said something and Jalen was like, okay, well, we're going to pray for you. And you're like, yeah. Let's end in a prayer.
One time he said, "Can we end
that.
in a prayer? Can we end the stream in a prayer?" And I said, "No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to."
Right. If you're gonna do prayers for me, okay? I could use them.
Yeah, but I'm not going to do a stream and end my stream in a prayer. To me, that seems like.
What do you think?
It seems performative, even though if the intent, even if the intent is real. Like we decide now we want to do a prayer and pray together. Like the problem is, no matter what, it will always be perceived as performative, even if it is.
Maybe the person who does that is genuinely, maybe it means something to them different than it means it to me. But I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to end. If I do a Bible reading stream, I'm reading the Bible on the stream. I'm not going to end in a prayer. I'm not here to pray for you or pray. And somebody says, pray for me. I say, I wish everybody well. I'm not going to run through a script in my prayers tonight and say, oh, by the way, I need to pray for this person because their mom just lost their job. And I'm going to pray for this person because they just had a heart attack. And I'm going to pray for, that's not.
Would it be too personal to ask you how you do pray for others if you do?
I wish you well.
Okay.
Yeah.
I love you. I love you.
Yeah.
I love you and I wish you well.
I think the obvious way we pray in public is the most simplest way that we do is we tell people God bless. That is the.
Yeah. I'm praying for you right now because you're my brother and I love you and I wish you well.
Yeah,
that's my prayer. That's my prayer for you.
Take care. Have a great day.
And that's the same prayer I have for everybody all the time.
Yeah,
I'm the same. I'm the same way. Like, somebody says pray for me, but when I do actually go into my prayer, like Josh was saying, my quiet time, then I'll pray for you. But I don't pray at that moment for you because to me, it's my intentions may be good, but it's performative.
That was my next question. You ever just stop and kind of pray internal, like, you know what I mean?
Very loud, or it's usually when I get an email and I'm asked to. And I've done times I've gone out into a quiet space, made some time, and I've done it. It's not.
I'll tell you that.
Not
the
up
times
for me. If somebody's sick, really bad sick, or something like that in the hospital, family.
Like people that have found out or gotten a call that they're literally in special care, and it's like, yeah, fuck yeah, I'm going to go out and not pray because you can't. You've got to pray to God. You can't pray.
The only time I do it,
person, not God.
I feel like it's necessary at that time, and I'll do what little bit I can do.
Whenever I do it, there's part of, and maybe this is my mind, and I shouldn't be doing this, but it's like, I think so like, if I'm out and I'm seeing a bunch of ladies, you know, there's part of me that's like, God, like, where's my wife at? Where's the woman? You know, I need a dang woman in my life. But then I'm like, wait a second.
The only time God prays for something is like, I need them ladies.
Yeah, and then I'm like, wait a second, I'm being selfish, and I shouldn't.
Or to
even
play
be,
like a damn
what
bunny
do I-
rabbit.
yeah.
Give them.
I've had that before where I'm like, man, just put her in my lap, you know. But
yeah,
and then I'm like, well, that's not a prayer.
I've never prayed for the poo tank unless it's like a.
It's not praying for the poo tang, but it's praying for like companionship and children and a family.
It's praying
and
for
things
what
like
the
that.
wife represents. It's
Unless
not.
it's in a situation.
Yeah.
Pray.
It's not like a damn erotic prayer. I'm not like
You're praying for a partner.
Yeah,
You're
it's
praying
like-
for what it represents.
Yeah, I see people holding hands, and I'm like, man, you know, part of me is like,
Josh has hot and steamy prayers.
No.
Right.
Well, it always,
Yeah.
Yes, I don't know.
You know another way. You know another
We
way,
know
and,
the
and this
pictures.
is
We know the
this is
pictures
just
you've
a
got.
suggestion.
The pictures you get people like.
no,
pictures
God
you
didn't
get.
have nothing to do with that. That was Satan.
Just
Yes. Jace, I don't know how
uh,
your feelings about kids and stuff, but it always gets me when I see like a young father my age with his kid, and I'm like, fuck.
Yeah.
Like you get that like feeling. I'm like, oh man.
Yeah, I'm like, I would like to have a family, but then am I being selfish?
Right. Well,
no.
you know, another way that you can do it too, if you don't want to feel selfish. If you don't want to feel selfish, and this is just, you know, take it with a grain of salt. When you see couples like that, you know, like maybe you say a prayer for them. Hey, you know, God bless their relationship. I hope no harm, you know. And then it says in the Bible that you will get, you know, blessings sevenfold. You know, so that's good. And that would be one way to look at it. If you feel selfish.
Fuck that shit.
Yes, prays like an old school black man. He's like, oh Lordy, please give me a chance with this woman. Oh God.
Yes, you know, taking on the and
Listen, all you guys, it's always nice chatting to you guys. Sorry I came in here hot. I'm angry when I wake up in the mornings. I'm more chilled now. Love you fuckers. You guys must keep well.
Chris, fuck.
You're good. You're good, Chris. Go fuck
Have a
yourself.
good, Chris.
I'm just kidding.
Chris, McPuffy.
Well, you should just freely will yourself to stop
gotta
being
ask
so
you.
grumpy in the morning.
You mad, bro? I'm just grumpy. It's just my nature.
Dude, don't get me at this time, especially on a Saturday or Sunday. Chris.
Yeah, don't forget Mom.
Yeah, no, you guys keep well. Josh, thank you for having me up, brother.
Yeah. Thanks for
Where
coming.
you
You guys have a good one.
See ya.
Where'd he go? Bro.
Damn it. I can't.
He's leaving?
Well, that was exciting, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was fun.
Now, Steve, I got a question for you. You was kind enough to let me kind of interview you over Peaks, but you said there's no actual God in Buddhism.
That's correct.
Correct. You do not pray to a God. You kind of meditate to get through the levels. If I
Well,
remember
no,
right.
there's a practice called puja, in which you which literally means worship, in which you recite a number of verses, maybe chant some mantras. You might do some prostrations and make offerings to a shrine.
There's definitely
But-
Buddhist gods, right?
Can you name one?
No.
Shiva?
I
No, that's
told me
Hinduism.
there was no God. That's what he told me.
That's Hinduism. So,
if I may,
So-
I
Don't a
think
lot of Buddhists believe Hinduism mixed with like some
No.
like Asian philosophies too?
You
well, I
could
mean,
be
maybe you
a
need
Buddhist.
to ask them, but they're being weird if they are.
Yeah, I don't think there's Buddhist gods. I don't know. Shiva, I'm let Shiva.
you know how this thing where
So, I
we
mean, the
don't
whole
have-
point of being a Buddhist is to try and become a Buddha. When you're doing devotional practices towards like Buddhas or archetypal bodhisattvas, what you're really doing is turning your mind to the qualities that those figures represent, because it is kind of held as a principle that that which you turn the mind towards is that which the mind becomes. So if you're visualizing,
You don't believe in like the Dalai Lama and shit?
I don't. What do I believe he exists?
No, like, do you believe that he is like connected to some form of spirituality deeper than most people's understanding?
Well, I believe he's a Buddhist, but I've never met him, so I can't speak to the depth of his practice.
Wait, so China's Dalai Lama?
Yeah, because I thought the Dalai Lama believes in like Hindu shit.
No, the Dalai Lama's a Buddhist. Like what you're doing now would be the same as if I said that because you're a Christian, then you believe in Mormonism.
I'm not a Christian. I don't believe in any religion.
What? Do you believe in God?
I believe that if there is a God, he would be all-knowing, all-powerful, and omnipresent. He would be a being experiencing everything at once, and he would be everything at once. You are God, I am God. It is an all-consuming loop that happens at the exact same time.
So if you could believe in that or didn't believe in that, do you know that you do or don't?
How do I
believe in it 'cause
reset
it's
the
only
game
thing
in
that makes
Mario?
sense to me. Does that answer your question? I believe in it because it's the only thing that makes sense to me.
We are just humans, yeah. Yeah.
Why do I load the game and it takes me to...
For God to be all-knowing, which would make sense for an almighty God. I could even believe that there could be levels to gods too. Like, let's say whatever created us isn't the almighty God, and it's actually a lesser God, and there's a stronger God that creates those sets of gods.
Obviously, we as mere mortals can't comprehend what gods comprehend.
Devas? Devas?
Or maybe we could. That's what I'm saying. I don't even think that that's like. I don't know if that's an actual limitation. I don't.
I think maybe saying that we could would be kind of fucked up.
What's a Devas? Devas.
It says they're divine beings who inhabit various heavens in Buddhist cosmology. They are not eternal or immortal, but they experience much less suffering than humans. That was just a quick
Shiva.
Google search on it.
Yeah, I mean,
If you
and
were to
also
believe in a
you
god,
can-
Shiva, if you were to believe in a god, would you believe that it would be all-knowing?
Well, I don't believe in a god.
But if you were to, like, if you were to say,
I mean, only if I believed in an all-knowing God.
yeah, would that sound more appealing to you?
No.
No.
You'd rather have a god that doesn't know
just
stuff?
to answer the question about devas, yeah, so in Buddhism, there are said to be 6 realms that you can be born into. They are the human realm, the hungry ghost realm, the animal realm, the hell realm.
The hungry ghost realm? Damn, that sounds like a...
As this is interesting, whatever I brought
People
up
can
does
get
not have to do with
complicated.
this because I know nothing about Buddhism. So I was not leading you on to anything.
I told him it was
someone
very
was asking
complicated.
about devas, and the Ashura realm, or the Titan realm, or the jealous god realm, and the Deva realm, which is said to be the god realm. But gods are like humans, so their karmic propensities cause them to be born as gods. They live out their lives as in the god realm, but then when the fruits of their karmas have been depleted, they die like other beings and then take a rebirth in a different realm. But you don't actually have to take that view, that cosmological view, literally. Like, you don't have to believe in rebirth. And so you can view the six realms as being just like psychological states of mind, right? And so we can imagine that someone who just has a kind of very pleasant life, maybe they're very wealthy, they're kind of very happy, nothing wrong ever seems to kind of happen to them. Well, they can, be seen to be having like a godlike experience, if you like. And if we were to view the six realms as being psychological states of mind, then you could, say like very wealthy, people could be in the god realm. Very competitive people, like businessmen or athletes, could be the titans.
Well, I mean, there could. That's what I'm saying. I'm willing to concede there could be multiple qualifiers. It could just literally be power. One of the most compelling depictions of gods to me is Greek mythology, because a lot of it is just you don't have a say in any of it. The story is what it is. Gods don't give a fuck about you, at least most of them, and you just have to deal with that.
Wait,
Zeus tried to stop you from existing, and a Titan had to create you from clay and secrecy.
The idea that a god knows you unless you speak to him. You need to speak to him to know him.
Who are you addressing?
What do you mean?
Sorry.
Oh, you're good.
What the fuck?
You need to speak to the god for him to know you.
Yeah, but I think it's what I believe in is some form of Hinduism, but I believed in it before I figured out what it is. It's this idea that there's like these beings that basically either they are us or they're connected to us in a way that all of our understanding and everything that we ever knew gets shipped back to them and absorbed or consumed in any way you'd like to think of it. I mean, that could be heaven. You could be going back with your family. You could just be a drop in a puddle being eroded and pushed into part of another being. But
a human could be a drop in the puddle.
yeah, like you're an individual raindrop as you're living, but once you enter the collective, you just become part of the puddle.
Shit, maybe. I don't think so, but maybe.
But my understandings of like the afterlife are very bleak. My like own beliefs, because it goes with the idea that I don't believe we would be able to take our memories with us, anything that we know, any of our experiences, our own self-awareness.
I think that some of those experiences can be taken on until about 4, 5, 6 years old, and
I keep falling in the water.
I believe if there is an afterlife, there's some unexplainable energy that's currently in our body.
Later, Speak.
That can
Thanks for
probably
coming
be
by.
summed up into some extremely small amount of packets of data that exist in your brain that get shipped out of this dimension after you die.
You missed the aggressive parts. This is the more chill part.
I mean, we can start shouting again.
Yeah.
Basically easy. These cunts are gay as fuck. Except for Shiva. He's completely straight.
Fuck!
Oh my god.
What?
I don't know why I can't restart the game from the beginning.
Those are my two competing theories. Is it would be something like that, or it would be something like Greek mythology where none of it is supposed to make sense and it's just stories that happen.
No, it's not that it's not meant to make sense. It's perception. It's just you can't grasp it. Probably.
If there's anything, I also think that you could just die and everything ends, and that could be extremely natural. I don't know if by the time I'm 90, if I'll want to exist any longer.
You probably won't.
No, wait, have you ever killed an animal?
Have you ever killed an animal?
Yeah.
Oh, I kill lots of animals.
Yeah, depending on the classification of animal.
Oh no, I'm not in a legal sense or anything. Have you killed an animal? Have you, choked out a knife shark? Have you things that can wriggle around? Something with
I've killed animals.
Well, everybody stepped on some dang bugs.
I don't mean using a gun or something like that. I mean in your own hand. Have you killed an animal?
We all keep saying yes, we've killed animals, and then you go deeper with it. Like, have you strangled a cat to death? Like,
shark.
Did you bite it on the neck?
Have you put a hamster in a microwave?
You sucked the blood out of it?
No, but I mean, have you like stomped a dog and
You might be eating the giblets off the gerbil.
Did you give the turtle an Italian necktie?
I'm American, and I'm sure it's got the Epstein treatment.
Have you electrocuted a gecko?
Have you pulled a gecko's tail off by accident?
I have done that.
Oh.
I did. I broke my gecko's tail off. And I found him in my driveway. We lost him, and I found him in my driveway like months later.
Holy shit! This is
It's like I remember you.
And I knew it was him, not because he was a leopard gecko in Florida, but because he was missing his tail.
Yeah, his whole ass end was gone.
Wait, so Shiva, what's the point of believing in all these different states of mind and stuff if you don't believe in the religions that the ideas spurred out of?
Because, what makes you think I don't believe in the religion?
Well, you just said you don't believe in the Hindu gods.
That's because I'm not a Hindu.
Fuck, dude.
Well, a lot of Buddhism is usually Asians or Indians, and they're all Asians technically, but
Right, but not all Asians are Hindus.
well, yeah, I agree with that. I'm just saying there's a large sect of Buddhists that believe in gods.
Really?
I would think so. I mean, they would technically be Hindu, but they believe in Buddhism too, right? They don't deny Buddhism.
And you'd need to take that up with those Buddhists. I can't speak for other Buddhists, especially ones that live in Asia, that live in a very were brought up in a very.
Well, when you're talking about these different states of mind, it reminds me of a Hindu person that believes in Ayurveda and stuff like that, talking about the different states of existence.
Right.
And then, that's what I'm saying. So it seems like it's derivative from that type of speech pattern.
There's two kind of modes of viewing rebirth and the 6 realms, and both are equally valid in Buddhism, according to
Sex realms or 6 realms?
6. 5 plus 1.
Okay.
So that's what I'm saying. Do you believe there's literal realms, or do you think that this is what do you mean?
No, I don't believe in rebirth.
Okay, so Buddhist cosmology, the 6 realms represents the different states of existence within the cycle of rebirth.
Yeah.
Samsari. These realms are hells, hungry, ghosts, animals, Azurus demigods, humans, and God. So there's a separation in levels, I assume. I'll continue on. Each realm reflects a different condition of existence, from intense suffering to divine bliss, and the beings reborn into them based on their karma. Yeah, that's my understanding.
Yeah, I mean, the only reason I'm asking all this is because your name is Shiva, so it threw me off.
So I'll just say it again. Right?
He said this so many times.
There's 2 ways you can look at this. One way is to take it literally, and so you believe that that there's a heaven realm that you can be born into, and then live a life as a deva, right? And until you die, and then you get reborn into a different realm, right? So you can take it literally, and in Buddhism, that's a valid way of looking at it. But there's another way of looking at it, because not everyone believes in rebirth. You're not required to believe in rebirth in order to be a Buddhist. So in that case, you would do what I do, which is you view the six realms as being psychological states of mind, and that the process of birth, death, and rebirth is a continuous cycle that happens within this one lifetime. So you move between those six realms all of the time. And what you're trying to do is to be in the human realm, because that's the best realm to practice in, right?
If I could take another take on top of that, in that over a week you could go to sleep, come back to something else.
Within an hour, you can move from being in a hell realm to being...
Well, if you don't think they're any more than a philosophical belief, what's the point of being a Buddhist? Like saying it's like a...
Sorry. Psychological states of mind is what I said, not philosophical beliefs.
Well, yeah, but the idea that there are these different six states of mind is a philosophical belief. It's not founded in science.
Well,
wait, no, it's a model, Goon. It's a model for looking at your experience. So, like, there are times when I've been in intense states of suffering, and I would argue that that's kind of being a bit like being in a hell realm. There are times when I've been in intense states of craving, which is being a bit like being a hungry ghost, right? Like, there are times when I've been largely concerned with animalistic concerns like sex, food, and sleep, right?
Do you think it just like accurately describes experiences that you have?
As opposed to being...
Like, that's why you believe in Buddhism. That's why you choose to say you're a Buddhist.
Because I want to become a Buddha.
And well, like, yeah, and then you're saying that the Buddha is understanding these six states, right?
The Buddha himself and said that you don't need to believe in rebirth in order to practice Buddhism. So
I could believe that. I'm pretty sure all Buddhism is like the detachment from one's oneness, right?
I don't really know what that means.
Like detaching from your own attachments, your emotions, your beliefs, and your structure to the world.
I would say that I don't really like detachment, because I think it gives the wrong flavor. Like, it kind of makes Buddhists seem aloof and like unemotional, and that's not my experience. My experience is that when the more aware I am, the kinder I am, and generally the happier I am. So it's not like there's no emotion.
I mean, every time I've heard a monk explain it, they say like peak Buddhism, like the pure state of Buddhism is to experience every moment as if you're experiencing it for the first time. To live in that moment as if you are existing only within that moment.
What school of Buddhism did these monks belong to?
That was like a Shaolin guy I was listening talk about that.
Right, so Shaolin is probably... I mean, I don't know much about the Shaolin system, but my guess is that it's probably an offshoot from Mahayana.
He was more of a kung fu guy, and he was describing what the spiritual guys do in their time. He didn't do spiritual work.
If he didn't do spiritual work, then he's not really very well placed to talk about it.
Yeah, he's like a jock, Shaolin guy.
Well, you can go to the temples for like multiple different goals. You can go there for like mainly kung fu training. A lot of the young men are there for kung fu training.
And I would argue that they're probably not very well placed to talk about the finer points of meditation practice. But Buddhism is a bit like Christianity in that there are lots of different schools, because it's quite an old religion. It's like 2,500 years old, and it's got lots of different expressions because when it encounters a new culture, it kind of like adapts how the teachings are expressed to meet the needs of that culture, right? So that's why you can have like Japanese Zen Buddhism is very austere and stark, and if you like contrast that to Tibetan Buddhism, which is very kind of colorful and full of ritual, they can kind of almost seem like completely different beasts, right?
Yeah, because I didn't want to like do like gotchas or anything, because there's definitely religious belief styles where like Buddha is a character that interacts with Son of Wukong and the guy god of Amaterasu, and
Yeah,
lives amongst the Sky Council.
Goku.
But you have to like the thing about Buddhism is that like when the Buddha was dying, he was asked what teachings can we change, and his response was, well, you can change anything apart from the doctrine of dependent arising. And so like you can make the argument that really the only teaching in Buddhism is dependent rising, and all other teachings are either expressions of this doctrine or methods to help you realize that doctrine.
Well, do you believe in the story of Buddha?
Do I believe in the story of Buddha?
Yes.
According to the Pali Canon?
Yeah, do you think a man sat underneath a tree for, I don't remember exactly how long a period, a really long time, and then said, the earth is dying?
Well, it wasn't that long. Because
Well, it was like it was supposed to be like 2 weeks, right?
Yeah, but that's not that long of a time, is it? 2 weeks?
I feel like for someone to sit outside for 2 weeks, that's pretty, in one spot, that's pretty arduous.
I mean, that's weak compared to 40 days and 40 nights.
Nice. Yeah.
I mean, I suppose that there is, I mean, yes, broadly, but it's like I don't take it too literally. So, for example, there's a kind of story of the foresights, right? The thing that prompted him to kind of leave the cold life and take up spiritual practice, where he's said to have gone out of the house on 4 occasions and seen an ill man, an old man, a dead man, and then a wandering monk. And I think it's probably what that's pointing to is him realizing that things like old age, sickness, and death happen, and that there are people, and then being impressed by seeing a spiritual practitioner. Like, I don't think he literally went out of the house 4 times and then saw these 4 sights 4 consecutive occasions. Like, so it's like it like I think it's important not to always take things too literally, because fuck knows, right? Like I wasn't
No, I mean, this is the average Buddhist response from what I've heard from like most Buddhist people. If they talk about this, is basically you just don't take it at face value and you interpret it your own way.
Well, it's not so much that you interpret it in your own way. You have to test it against your own experience. So there's I forget the name of the sutta, but there was one time when he rocked up at a village, and the villagers kind of came to the Buddha and they're like, look, Buddha, we're really confused because we get all these spiritual teachers coming and they keep saying, I know the path to enlightenment, follow my teachings and you'll become enlightened. But then a different teacher will come along and say, I have the truth, I know the truth, just listen to my words, and if you follow my teachings, then you'll become enlightened. And we don't know which teacher to listen to, so which teacher should we listen to? And he, rather than saying, well, as it happens, I know the truth and you should listen to what I say, because if you do what I say, then you'll become enlightened. His response was, well, listen to what they say and then test their teachings, like test the practices. And if the results of the practice are as they advertise them, then you know that they're speaking the truth. And if they're practices are not as they say that they're going to be, then you know that they're not speaking the truth, and you can ignore them.
Whoa, I'm digesting everything you said.
Yeah, me too.
Diablo 3 is lame.
Yeah, that's because it's Diablo.
Are you ever worried that Buddhism's basically going to die out within like 100 years or 200 years because of that?
No, Buddhism is going to die out. It's inevitable.
Yeah, exactly. It's like that's why other religions are able to stay along, because they're stringent in the ways that you should interpret them. If you leave the interpretations up for variation, it's... Well, I mean,
Buddhism is
I'm
really
talking about the ways that
uncompromising.
there's like different. You just said there's different structures. Like there's a ton of different structures.
Yeah, but that's the same for Christianity, right? There's tons of different.
Well, yeah, I would argue that it's not actually uncompromising. It's very compromising. You can pick whatever flavor you want.
In Buddhism?
No, in Christianity, because you just said it's
right,
like Christianity in that way. I'm saying you can. It's a pick a flavor system.
But I think that, I mean, the same could be said of Buddhism as well, right? Like it's like you pick a flavor, but the thing is that you need to kind of go deep. So, like, I think one of the dangers of things like
Yeah,
Buddhism.
because this is why the Greek mythology is just considered a joke nowadays. Is because everyone there was super loose with their interpretations and basically said, "Oh, we don't know if any of this is real." So there's no real reason the Greek mythology is any more of a joke than any other understanding of gods. It's just that the Greeks stopped caring before everyone else, and the Asians are next.
I just think they were
Well,
worshiping the lower gods, the demons and the fallen angels, or the angels.
And it's inevitable that every religion that currently exists will at some point cease to exist.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just saying that I think it's sad that I think the positives to these religions are the exact same reasons why they will fall apart faster than stringent religions.
But even the stringent ones will cease to exist.
That's why, like, I'm pretty sure if you look at like polls, especially in like Asia, like Japan, China, most people in those countries don't believe in the god system, like, at all. They don't believe in the gods. They don't think they're real. They think it's all hearsay. That, like, maybe the stories are like some, like,
their government
there's
is
some
also
good,
like
they view them as fables.
It's cultural. If the government's going to cut your head off if you believe in certain religions, then they're not going to believe in it. Not literally cut their heads off, but
Like, I think I've said this before. If you go up to an Asian person, especially like let's say Japan, so someone in Japan's not going to start talking to you about the goddess Amaterasu and how she embodies the sun and how she's up in the sky. They just don't believe that anymore, like, at all.
because they're commies.
Well, no, I agree with Shiva. This is basically going to happen to Christianity at some point. It's just going to take longer. The division happens slower because of the structure of the religion itself. But at some point, when you muddy the water enough, it just becomes mud.
You know, it's funny. Been rewatching a science fiction show called The Expanse, and I don't know if any of you guys have seen that. But there's it's set like 300 years in the future, and it's a bit like Game of Thrones in space with no incest. Would be, yeah.
Oh, well, that's lame.
Yeah.
There's
That's what made that show.
There's a storyline in it which involves it's like a subplot involving a bunch of Mormons who have commissioned a like a kind of generation spaceship to be built that they're going to fly off in. Space
Yeah, that
Woman.
sounds like them. Them and their fucking spaceships. Where are they flying off to, Shiva?
Well, they actually don't fly off.
Oh, is it like a Heaven's Gate type situation?
No, their spaceship gets stolen.
Oh, I was expecting like a Death Cult reveal.
I'll be right back.
So, have
Wake
none of you
up,
seen
juice.
the Expanse?
I have it.
No, I've
If
never
you like
watched it.
science fiction, it's very good.
The Expanse.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'll definitely check it out.
The only science fiction I've been watching is this guy who does a Star Wars What If series, and he hires professional voice actors to recreate the characters from the movies and makes his own scenes.
Oh, I think I've seen him.
They'll be like, what if Mace Windu trained Anakin? What if Anakin killed Obi-Wan Kenobi in their first fight? That's the type of videos he does.
Does he also do the how it should have ended, or
Maybe. I don't know that much about him. I just know about that series.
I think he is. I'm not sure though.
But I think those videos
how
are fun as fuck.
the how it should have ended ones are hilarious. Yeah, it's like shows Anakin. He's like, "Oh, you're the Sith Lord," and then he stabs him. And it's like, "Dinny." It's like, "Dinny, dinny, dinny, dinny." It's like, oh.
Yeah, the series I'm talking about is less like jokey though. It's like straight up he tries to like do a faithful adaptation of like if Mace Windu trained Anakin past the point of them finding him, and then how that would change the story.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay, so probably not the same guy then.
They're starting to do it with like everything. JS watches Dragon Ball. You can find like Dragon Ball ones now where they're like, what if Goku never lost his memory? What if
They do it with Game of Thrones too.
with Goku?
He's never going to finish those fucking books.
No.
I don't think the goal is to finish them. There's like in the creation world, there's an idea of like an all-encompassing project that you do when you're older, which is like just something you basically work on till you die, and I think that's what Game of Thrones is to him. Some people can't do it. Like if you've ever heard of Hellboy, that's like what Hellboy was originally supposed to be. For Dan Farman, that's what fucking Family Guy and American Dad are. These like all South Park for the fucking dudes from South Park. Something that you just work on forever, and you don't ever have a plan of ever ending it. It's just a way for you to express yourself at any point you feel like it.
Yeah, speaking of Family Guy, I like when she finally had her baby, and like Peter's like, "Oh, I thought she would have been like 16 years old by now." She was pregnant for like 16 years or whatever the show was going for.
He finally let things start changing in that show once he had American Dad, and I think it's just because he likes writing American Dad so much more. He just didn't care anymore.
Yeah.
He said in interviews like multiple times that he thinks American Dad's the superior show.
Yeah. Yeah, but didn't he start writing American Dad because like they tried to cancel Family Guy or something like that?
What do you mean?
Because
Because he makes both of the shows.
Yeah, it was like Fox picked up Family Guy, or who had Family Guy first? Yeah.
Well, Family
Then
Guy
they
was Fox
canceled
at
it.
first, and then it goes over to Adult Swim.
Yeah. Yeah. But I
think
I
American
believe
Dad
he
was
started-
always Adult Swim.
No, it was
Yeah.
on network. It was on network TV first too.
Oh, was it?
Yeah. Yeah. But I think he started making American Dad because the network TV canceled the show or something like that. I can't remember. So it's like, oh, well, fuck you. I'm going to make another show then.
Yeah, the only problem with writing something like that is for most people, it's really hard because if you're being genuine while writing a story, inevitably it comes to an ending. You can try to like run away from it, but that's the biggest problem comic books had is they just started resetting characters over and over again because it's like, well, Peter's like 30 something at this point and is married and should be having a child.
Right.
And it's like, well, we'll just make him forget his wife and not have a baby anymore. And
right.
Bamboo bada bam. We're back to the basics.
And that's one reason why I have problems with the comic book to movie adaptation. Because I mean, good lord, how many Spider-Mans are we gonna restart?
A lot.
How many Batmans? How
Yeah,
many of those are
Batman's
we
the
gonna
worst. If you
restart?
didn't say it, I was gonna say Batman because there's like 4 Batmans right now.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
I want to see another good Predator, a real one, like not the goopy one they come out with last time.
So, what was that? Prey?
Do what? I'm
I
sorry.
wish they would
quite good.
stop making sequels for shit, and people would be forced to make their own stories.
Yeah.
I hate how they're
That would-
going back and making live action versions of the old Disney movies.
Yeah, yeah. I had a discussion with somebody the other day. I was like, why the hell are they doing Moana? I mean, they just released Moana 2.
Yeah,
not
exactly.
long
It's not
ago.
even like it's not even like it's for a new generation. It's for the exact same
Right.
generation it released for.
Right.
She kind of hot though. I saw the preview. Mulana looked good.
The only thing I will give it credit for is at least The Rock is actually going to be playing Maui.
Right.
It's like if you're gonna do a live action that close to the original, you might as well make him actually the guy.
Right. I wonder if that's why they're doing it, because they're like, oh, well, by the time we do it, Rock might not be here anymore.
I think it's just money, and I think Disney's finally starting to lose money on some of their movies, and that's probably starting to piss off some of the investors.
And they're starting to lose ideas. That's why they're going back and making live action version of Lion King and all that.
Yeah.
There was no,
You
there
don't
was
think
no,
they had a
re-
good
there was
game?
no reason to make a live action Lion King or
I don't think they
or
had a
Snow
good
White.
game plan. After Endgame, I think the game plan ended there.
You think they woke up?
Well, no, I think I think they woke up to the fact that they didn't have a plan past that point. Like they're like, fuck, we built the whole. It's kind of like when Pixar. The reason why the Pixar movies originally were so good is most of them were planned out before they were made. There's this like famous lunch that the Pixar creators had together where they pitched like Wall-E was the last one that got pitched, but they pitched like 6 of their most famous movies all in one lunch. And they released it throughout like 7 years, and they got to the top of the industry. But ever since the end of Wall-E, all their movies just kind of go downhill. The game plan ends somewhere. You can't be the best forever. Like
he wanted to be.
Yeah, and
Walt Disney.
and they also you know, if they had done better jobs on like the Star Wars stories and all that, they're losing money because people are like, fuck the Acolyte, fuck this, fuck that. I ain't watching it.
Well, yeah, these
I didn't
companies
really,
are moving so
care for the
slow too.
newest Star Wars movies, but the shows wasn't too bad. Like the series
These
that they came
companies
out with.
couldn't be getting out of the woke shit like any later. All these companies are moving so slow. It's clearly not the demographic anymore, and they're just like still appealing to it.
Yeah, but making movies takes years, so you're like it's probably going to be a couple of
Yeah,
years still.
I could understand. Yeah, it's just in the back line. They think that it's going to stay around forever, and then now next thing you know, they have all these outdated scripts.
Well, I'm going to get going. Thanks for having us, Josh.
Yep. Thanks for
And
hanging
thank
out.
Thank you for the conversation, everyone.
What's the day we're doing that? The 31st?
Hang on, let me open up the calendar app.
It's been real, Siva.
What are you guys doing the 31st? Whatever.
Yes, Saturday the 31st at 6. Well, 6 o'clock for me.
How's
Thanks
it
for
work? Is it just
clarifying
we
some
just
parts of
hang out and
Buddhism.
talk about whatever, or is there like a planned? How's it work?
So generally, I like to kind of have a like one or two topics, and would just kind of go a bit deeper into those topics. But it's only a couple of hours, so it could be that we just have one thing that we kind of decide and then talk about that for a couple of hours with maybe 15 to 20 minutes for questions from the chat at the end.
So I don't need to do prep on anything. We're just gonna. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's not a debate. It's just kind of like a sit on the couch.
I think his concept of his show is like hanging out on the what's it called? The couch receiver.
It's called the incongruous sofa.
Incongruent sofa. What is it?
The incongruous sofa.
Incongruous sofa.
Yeah.
Hey, Stepfire over there with you?
Stepfire, yeah, he's on there tonight.
Yeah, I seen something. I clicked on notify. I couldn't remember what it was.
So I think we're going to be talking about nihilism, maybe.
That sounds just beautiful.
Yeah, it's going to be a super positive.
Right.
Okay, now.
Well, yeah. We'll see.
I only get a one-liner every once in a while.
Do you believe, Shiva, do you believe there's a positive interpretation of nihilism, or that it becomes something else if you take a positive interpretation?
I think it's an extreme view contrasted with eternalism or reification.
I've heard people argue that like nihilism's actually freeing if you believe that nothing that you do matters and nothing matters, because then you have no weight put on you. Then I feel like that wouldn't be nihilism anymore, because you're being optimistic about nihilism.
Well, I think it's an extreme view, isn't it? What I find interesting is that nihilism gets talked about quite a lot as a bad thing, but the opposite view, eternalism, it's like no one's ever heard of that.
Yeah.
So maybe we'll kind of talk about that a bit tonight.
It's either nothing I do matters or everything I do matters forever.
Yeah.
Yeah,
nihilism seems kind of based.
Why does this look like WoW and a warlock?
It doesn't look like WoW.
Because it's Diablo. It's the same. It's Bethesda.
Same creator.
Yeah.
All right. I'll see you guys in a bit.
See ya.
See ya, Shiva.
Oh yeah, peace out, Shiva. Thanks for answering my questions about Buddhism.
Yeah, I'll see you on the couch probably.
I'm definitely gonna check that out.
Yeah, probably pretty good.
Huh?
On the couch.
On the couch.
On the couch. On the
Was
couch.
Shiva
Oh,
just
No, the incongruous sofa or something.
Yeah.
Which is a fancy way of saying the couch.
Steve always makes me Google words.
Oh, by the way, Josh, today is my last day over the road.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm gonna be driving locally starting next Monday. I'm taking a week off, and so I'll be able to do more live streams and stuff like that on my channel.
Well, you got a missus, right, Mayhem?
Yeah, I have a girlfriend.
Yeah, so that's good for you then. You get to drive more locally. Don't gotta
Something
be
you
away.
wanted? Is it something you wanted?
Yeah, it was what I wanted because I've been with this company for 8 years, and my oldest daughter is 9. She's in softball. My youngest daughter is 7. She's in ballet, and I was like,
wow,
I need to stop missing all these softball games and ballet recitals, this and that, and my oldest is halfway to flying the nest, and I'm like,
Yeah. You can't get that back. Can you?
Nope. So
Was that? But so you're still gonna be driving, but locally. But what's up with the rescue thing that you're doing?
Oh, that's still going on. Yeah.
So is that like a side business you're starting, or you're working on that with somebody else, or what's up with that?
Oh, I got a whole team. It's a non-profit organization. It's not really a business, but we're a 501c3 and just trying to facilitate the whole state of Arkansas. And we're making partnerships with little squads that are around Arkansas, but there's not anything that's like concrete search and rescue for the whole state.
Redfield, baby. Redfield, Arkansas.
Yep.
That's where my father-in-law was from. Like, I thought of him as my father.
Yeah. If you do streams again, you're gonna do them on the Battlefield channel.
Yeah, I'm gonna do them, and it's the live streams that I'm gonna do. They're gonna be called Battlefield Podcast, or it's called Battlefield Podcast, and it's gonna be on target discussion, and down at the bottom of the overlay is gonna say something like mental battlefield. So we're gonna talk about like mental stuff. We're gonna talk.
What do you mean?
If it says
What's
political?
International? What do you mean mental?
No, mental.
Mental. Oh, I thought you said intel.
Yeah. Yeah. No, mental we got mental battlefield, physical battlefield, and that's going to cover like, physical ailments, and also like discussing what would a futuristic Civil War look like, and taking stats from the first American Civil War and comparing it, with the population and blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, so it's not just going to be like open panel hangout anymore.
Yeah. I'm going to do
a show where.
Yeah. I'll have like subject matter experts, and every now and then I'll do like an open panel where it's like, hey, let's have an open discussion about this,
Yeah.
But and one of my first guests is actually going to be my first commander when I was in the Army, and he became a author after he got out of the Army. He went to the FBI, worked there, and then got out, and he actually writes under the Tom Clancy name. and he's published. So it's like, oh, he'd be my first guest.
Yeah, that'll be cool. I like listening to, like when I'm at work and stuff, I like listening to more. There's a topic, it's directed. Maybe we have one or two guests on to talk about the topic. I like listening to that stuff more than just the open panel, which is what what I do. Where you just have everybody on and we just hang out and talk about whatever. But it is nice to have a targeted conversation about one topic, and then you have guests on, probably a little more professional.
Yeah. And when I do my first stream, it's going to be kind of an introduction, let everybody know, hey guys, this is Battlefield Podcast. This is what we're going to discuss, throughout the year, blah blah blah. So when you guys see this overlay, you guys are if it says mental battlefield, you guys are going to know we're going to talk about mental, illnesses and blah blah blah. Dive deep into it.
That's cool. Huh. Yeah, that'll be since you started the new channel, because I saw when you first started it, it was like gun stuff. It kind of seemed like sort of like a Demolition Ranch style gun review channel.
Right. Yeah. And I'll do that too on the podcast. I'll talk about, firearms, gear, gadgets, stuff like that. Yeah. It's a mixture of all kinds of stuff.
Has it been I haven't looked in a minute. Has it been growing or
it
you
grew.
You haven't been doing a whole lot, so
yeah, since I've been in the process of moving, and on the road, I haven't been able to film, so my subscribers went up to like 2,170, and then I lost 10 here recently, and I was like, oh, it stopped because I'm not making content.
Yeah.
So.
Well, that's cool. Once you get a show going, it should keep growing.
Yeah, and also I wanted to let you know, and anybody else that wants to participate, me and Zach from Unique Prepping, we're going to be working on a kind of like a YouTube series, where we're going to do like season 1, like 10 episodes, and it's called Anatomy of Unique Evil, where Zach is a killer, and I play a detective trying to find him. And the funny thing is, he's gonna play as my brother, So
well, did you just spoil it? We already know who the killer is.
No. Oh, sorry.
Wait, that's interesting. So wait, you're gonna present it like a murder mystery type, or?
Yeah, it's gonna be a kind of like horror / Criminal Minds / comedy.
Huh.
Yeah, so I'm working on like a made up town, which is called Rugenstadt, Oklahoma. If you look it up, it doesn't exist, but I called it Rugenstadt, which means in German it is quiet town. And making the logo for the police department, all that. Like, we're going all out on it.
Huh. That's interesting.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun.
Yeah, I'll have to check that out. I like that murder mystery type stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And ladies love it.
Yeah, that's what they're going to do to you. You piss them off.
Right.
Am I wrong?
Yeah, and it's funny too because I told Zach I was like I'm gonna correlate everything that is familiar with people that watch him. You know, like if you go to his channel, he's got like a lot of ladies or his mod. So I'm like, oh yeah, by the way, you're a lady killer, like literally killing all the ladies.
Oh no.
You know. And then he has like a few guys that are mods, so I'm like, yeah, you're gonna kill a couple guys here and there, you know.
Well, hopefully
But
it doesn't. Hopefully he doesn't embody the character too much and start.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah, hey, look, I hope he's not a method actor, okay?
Yeah.
Be like, I'm gonna have to talk to him. Zach, don't you go kill a few ladies to figure out how to do it.
Yeah.
Play this character.
I'm doing research on the character.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll put some of this. Like I have a news article already in the chat. Here's the police department logo.
Yeah, I think Zach added me on Facebook, so I'm always getting notifications of what's going on with him. I haven't stopped by any of his shows or his panels, but he does more of like invite a couple guests and but it was cool when I went on there.
Yeah. Yeah, and also too on the on target discussion on a Battlefield podcast, I wanted to also do like debates too. Just host some debates. I'm still looking for somebody to debate me on yellow flag law versus red flag laws.
Yeah, I think I agree with you, so I couldn't debate you on it. Like,
right.
It shouldn't be hard to find some super conservative Second Amendment. No, we're not going to budge on anything about. Shouldn't be hard to find somebody like that because.
What's the difference between the both? 'Cause I'm just uneducated on both of them.
Basically, there should be. Well, go ahead. You explain it.
Okay, well, basically, with the red flag laws, is any person can go up to a judge and say, "Josh has a gun. He's made threats.
He's a
to
crazy
himself
MAGA supporter. Take his gun away."
Yeah, yeah, and they issue a warrant, and the police go out. Well, yellow flag, without really any due process or anything like that, no evidence, nothing. Yellow flag laws, you report it to the police, they go and do an actual investigation, and if they find anything, supporting that claim, then they present it to the judge. The judge issues it, but and the person that is being accused is aware of what's going on.
Yeah,
and
what changed my mind about this is well, and I'm also not, I'm a felon, so I don't even have gun. So I'm not a big gun nut or anything like that. But I do think the Second Amendment is important to keep us from having tyrannical governments and stuff like that. But as like a conservative, I always heard, well, any infringement on the Second Amendment is bad and blah, blah, blah. But then I watched a documentary on the Virginia Tech shooter. And there were all these signs. There was like, there were all these signs that there's no way this dude should have been able to buy a gun. And he just went in and got some guns, and then he did the shooting. And it's like, no, we need that kind of like pushed me towards, yeah, we need to have something in place to make sure people like that can't buy guns, because it's obvious. He's writing stories in his college class about how he's going to do it, and then he does it.
Yeah, I thought red flag laws. I thought the way red flag laws worked is that only law enforcement in your own family could like call in a red flag.
Nope, anybody.
So the accused person, if they're guilty, they get, I guess they get their guns taken away, and
yeah,
if they're not guilty, then they get to keep. They're just an investigation.
Yeah.
Am I correct on that?
Yeah. With the red flag laws, it's a warrant for the police to go in and secure your guns without due process. Yellow flag law has the due process. Then it's presented to the judge.
Yeah,
If there's
and
any.
this was the argument against red flag laws is if I live in LA and there's a Democrat mayor, it's a Democrat city, there's a bunch of Democrats who live there, and I post on Facebook that I support Trump and I like MAGA and blah, 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 somebody could just say, that guy's crazy, take his guns. And so there's a problem there where you could just accuse me of being crazy because you don't like my political views and take my guns. So yellow flag would be more of a process to it. And I don't know how anybody could argue against that. That's probably why you're not finding people to argue against.
I would say that if the person that's getting accused has hard evidence against them, has a record, that kind of stuff, then yeah, there would be a need to take away guns. But in like the case where you're talking about, they can just say, "Oh, he's unhinged because he supports Trump." Then no, I mean that's that would be wrong. So I guess in a perfect world, if it worked like it was supposed to, then it wouldn't be a bad thing.
Yeah, and like, okay, so like, what was it? The Parkland shooting, right? Everybody kept saying, "Oh, this kid was on, on his FBI's radar." Blah blah blah. Well, the Democrats ran with that and said, "Oh, okay, well, we'll implement red flag laws," and then people started complaining about the red flag laws, and only one state, it was a Republican or two Republican representatives in Maine, of all places, in Maine, said, "Okay, well, we got to do something better than that." And they created a yellow flag law. And so only one state has yellow flag laws, while 27 states have red flag laws.
I think the Democrats are always going to use like something like that in a bad way, just because they just want to take guns. They don't want you to have the right to carry.
Yeah.
So that's
and
that's what they did.
Like conservative states, then
they took an example of a shooting, and then they pull on emotional heartstrings of people. They say, "Oh, look at all these dead children." Red flag laws. Let's start taking the guns away, and it's just a way they can get their foot in. And so, I mean, the yellow flag law idea seems way more logical. We need to actually look into these things. But I agree, there are some people who, and people will say, well, this isn't conservative enough of me, but some people should not be able to buy guns. Like, I shouldn't be able to buy a gun.
I agree.
I don't think any amendment is like an absolute, like the right, freedom of speech, freedom to bear arms, like none of that's absolute. And some of it's got to be regulated, otherwise you have mayhem.
Right. Well, I always tell people you have a right, but you also have a responsibility. To that right.
And that's the problem. That's why we have a lot of people saying rights don't exist anymore, is because there is no responsibility that goes along with it anymore. It's like people don't care about the responsibility. Your right to freedom of speech means you have the responsibility to tell the truth. And even like with journalism, it used to be, if they found out you lied about something and you were a journalist, you were tarred and feathered, and you're never getting a job in journalism again. Nowadays, the media can just openly lie to people.
And well, really, that stems from how much money they're getting paid to push whatever agenda is in place at that time.
Well, it's that's because of the I can't remember the name of the bill, but it was signed in by Obama, where about propaganda. That they're allowed to push propaganda. And,
if it's for the good of the, yeah, and you know,
but even propaganda in some cases can be good.
Right. I don't even disagree with that. I think there is good propaganda. Like we've seen propaganda to make there was propaganda to make smoking popular. And now there's propaganda to make smoking not popular. A lot less people are smoking cigarettes. And so there is good propaganda, but it's just who has the power.
Right.
Yeah, so weapons of mass destruction, positive or negative? The War of Pig or the Bay of Pigs, positive or negative propaganda?
Bay of Pigs.
What was the first one you said?
Weapons of mass destruction.
And the second one was the Bay of Pigs being Vietnam.
Being that there was no weapons of mass destruction found, then I would say that was probably bad propaganda.
Yeah, is that what you're talking about? How we said Iraq has weapons of mass destruction, so let's go to war with them, and then they don't have them?
Yep. So I'm saying that, and then I'm saying the Bay of Pigs, so that would refer...
I'm not educated on that.
That would be Vietnam.
Yeah, I can look it up.
And so that would be the cause for America getting into war again and conscripting people. In that case, conscription.
Yeah. See, I would say
good or bad.
I think those are both. I think those are both examples of bad propaganda.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Yeah.
I think an example of good propaganda, and I'm gonna steal this from Andrew, how he says, like you could have propaganda in such a way where it pushes people back to more traditional values as far as like marriage and stuff goes. I think that would be a good example of propaganda.
I agree.
Yeah, Santa Claus is real. I agree.
Wait, he isn't? Shit.
Dadgummit.
No, he's lying.
There goes
to you.
my Christmas this year.
You ruined
There
my
goes
whole
my Christmas this year. Shit.
And I was planning on putting a chimney in my house and everything.
Right.
Dude,
yeah.
I've got 2 chimneys, and I swear, as soon as I moved into the place, I never got gifts. Don't get it.
Well, see, like I'll
they
take
big
that
enough?
example.
I'm thinking he got fat.
Well, I will look at that and say, you know, that kind of propaganda is good and bad. Good because it gives the spirit and everything, but at the same time, I feel bad because, you know, with my children, I tell them, you know, lying is not good, you know, but then I lie about Santa Claus.
I mean,
Well,
that's
that
innocent.
comes down
That's
to
an
that,
innocent
you know,
lie just
when
to
is-
keep their innocence. That's all that is.
So you've got your innocent lies, you've got your lies, you've got your in-betweens, whatever we deem okay, according to our perspective. Lying's lying.
Right. Yeah, because I mean, how I think about it, you know, like when my oldest found out that Santa Claus doesn't really exist.
Okay,
you know?
so you did an innocent lie that someone could have a belief in a fake Santa Claus, but people did innocent lies and staged many, many things that ended up in people's children not being alive because they went overseas to fight wars that they shouldn't have.
I mean, that wasn't an innocent lie. That was.
Bro, I realized God wasn't real when I realized Santa wasn't real. It was over.
Sucks, huh? Well, I haven't worked it all out, but
I was like, you motherfuckers just lie.
I'm thankful for anyone that went and did that. That's really cool. I hope they got the houses and children paid for by going and killing innocent people. But they're not free, and there were no weapons. That's
I would say like a innocent lie, like in the case of Santa Claus. There's no like once the person finds out that the truth, there's no consequence like after that. Oh, so what? You grow up, you don't believe in Santa Claus no more. But in the case where you're talking about, we lied to millions of people to go over to Iraq over.
Yeah, well, so essentially marketing. Essentially, what I'm coming back to here is marketing. You know, when is it okay to market against people? So we are just humans. We are able to be convinced through certain salesmanship marketing. When is it okay that the government does it to you? And we all know they have by the 2 points that I gave, the Bay of Pigs and obvious two things. Can't be denied. When is that okay? So is the government okay?
I mean that I would say that ain't okay. I mean,
right. But it's kind of messed up, eh?
Right. Well, that's why I have that, personal with my kids. Cause like I said, when my oldest found out, she kind of looked at me with disappointment, But here I am telling her, it's not okay to lie. Don't lie to me about this. I know you did this, blah, blah, blah. But now she's looking at me and you're like, you're a damn hypocrite, Dad. You told me not to lie, but here you are lying to me.
Good point.
But is that the way you perceived it, or is that what your child actually said?
Well, she didn't say it in that words, but she's like, Daddy, I'm disappointed I found out Santa Claus isn't real. I said, well, he was real. And then I had to explain it to her. His name was Saint Nick, and he's a guy that went around, put gold.
Damn. Your daughter didn't even believe you that much, bro. I couldn't believe it, dude. I had to hear it from my mother's mouth. I had to hear her say it.
No.
I was like, there's no way. I was like, dude, I had all these copes in my head. I was like, there's no way. I was like, he's real.
And it's like, it's weird too, because like they don't hear it from us. They hear it from other kids, blah, blah, blah. And then they come back to us as parents and like, I'm disappointed. And it's like, I'm sorry I lied to you for 7 years, 5 years.
I can remember the exact feeling I had. I remember that I was like, I knew my mom was trying to do the right thing by telling me the truth. But in my head, I was like, I kind of wish she would have just kept lying.
Right.
It was
like, I was like, in my mind, you just like murdered magic.
For me, it was like in school, some kids were. It wasn't even like some big thing to me. I remember when I was a kid, I don't remember the first time I heard Santa Claus isn't real, but I remember hearing it, and then slowly I was like, yeah, that sounds like a myth. That doesn't make sense. And then I remember one year my mom like sat me down and she's like, okay, I just need to tell you something. Santa Claus isn't real. And I'm like, yeah, no duh, Mom. I figured that out like 3 years ago. Like it wasn't even a thing to me.
Right.
She's like, okay, I thought
she's
like, I thought you knew. I just wanted to make sure you know. And I was like, yeah, I know.
Dude, my mom got me good, dude. She convinced us we were like broke one year and was like, I'm not gonna be able to get you anything that good. And I got a rock band
Santa Claus?
Yeah, I got a rock band set from Santa Claus, and I was like, dude, my mom was broke and I got rock band. How are you gonna tell me Santa's not real?
Right. Or another example is like, kids going to school, like my girls going to school, and Santa Claus got them something fucking cool,
Yeah.
But you have the poor kid over here that, that's like disappointed. Well, I got this. That sucked.
And they tell them it's the good list and the naughty list and the good list.
Yeah.
And it's like,
all right,
the poor kid is like the best behaved kid in school. He's like
Right.
perfect. And then this little asshole Billy with rich parents, he's a douchebag. He gets all these presents from Santa, and it's like, why am I on the naughty list and he's on the good list?
Does it remind me of Boondocks where he writes the letter to Santa and he's like, "Dear Santa, you bitch ass."
Yeah.
Last year I asked for brand new rims. I didn't even want a whole car, and you can't even give me rims.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, that's too funny. But yeah, so like as an adult, I'm like, man, especially with kids, I'm like, like Halloween is weird to me because all year long we tell our kids, don't take candy from strangers, honey. That's not good. On Halloween, go up to that stranger's house, get some candy.
Yeah, get it all while you're there.
Yeah.
Get every
It's
bit
okay.
of it.
I'm like, dang, don't we sound like a bunch of hypocrites?
Yeah, demons are bad. Witches are bad. But on Halloween, all your friends are going to be dressed up like little demons and monsters and witches. And
yeah.
USA, USA, USA.
No one dresses like that anymore. No one dresses like that anymore. Now your kids are gonna be dressed like Skibadi Toilet and Big Chungus.
Right. Well,
I'll tell you, when I was in the bar scene, Halloween was my favorite holiday.
Fuck, dude, I've never dressed up for Halloween ever.
Well, I'm talking about the ladies. Oh,
yeah, I knew you were talking about the ladies. Oh yeah.
Oh, Hound, I might lie. I might have dressed up once forcefully, and yes, Halloween for nurses is very
interesting.
You're like, ooh, stick me with that needle.
Only for the naughty nurses. They're forgiven. It's okay.
I actually think dressing up for Halloween's cool. I think it's like American.
Dude, it's so fucking gay, bro. Like, it's a bad holiday. You shouldn't be
I feel like it's the definition of like American. It's the one thing we got, man.
Dude, it's for children. You got 4th of July. Don't do that. Don't do Halloween. It's for kids. It's like, it's worse than Christmas.
it's All Hallows Eve. It's a Christian day.
Whatever, man. I watched what you said, and it's interesting. It's got some history, but it's not for adults. It's for children.
Well, the dressing up and going door to door.
Yeah,
But
it's not for adults. It's for men.
going to the club for Vice Night is not for children.
Yeah.
What's Vice?
I'm not gonna.
I don't know what that is. What's Vice?
What is it? What are you talking about?
Vice Night, like the club will have like, Halloween. What do we call it? Saints and Sinners Night.
Oh, yeah. No, I don't. No, that's pretty bad. I don't. Never have.
You're talking
unless I've worked at them. Well, unless I've been getting paid, I've never gone to anything like that. Oh, wait, maybe when I was like early 20s, mid 20s. I didn't pay for it.
Spend some time as a male dancer, huh?
No, I just had girlfriends that liked to socialize way more than I did. So
It was a good time to be a bouncer or whatever you want to call it. Cooler.
Right?
How do I?
Hey, I'm not gonna protest against ladies dressing up. Like, hey, ladies, go ahead.
It's different here. It's like seriously, it's obviously some of the commercial stuff comes over to Australia, but it's not. Certainly, in my day, you'd have to book and organize for small parties to do a Halloween party. Maybe you had friends that were into that sort of stuff. It's not the same, or wasn't the same here. And maybe if you're a cool kid,
Australian Halloween,
and you got lots
like,
of friends,
boy,
you'll get invited to stuff like that. But it's not normal. Like, it's not.
I'm sorry, but once you meet Bambi with a nice rack, you ain't gonna protest against that.
If she's in a nursing dress, I'm okay with that. I'll I won't call the police. It's okay.
Yeah, they're like, hey,
I moved out of the suburbs about 10 years ago, and it's like what the neighbors do is they send out letters before Halloween, so the kids can feel like they're part of that TV thing that everyone's doing, being American content. And can you put a sticker or a balloon on your letterbox so the kids know that it's a place they can go and trick or treat?
Are you
Right,
guys like
and
all
no-
super proud of like Australian stuff?
No, that whole USA thing, like being so proud of that patriotic kind of thing. It's not. We're
Well, I mean, just
proud.
like, do you guys
It's
like
not
all watch
cool.
shows that are like Australian-based shows, or?
Yeah, Home and
Do y'all
Away,
have a special
Neighbours,
day for
growing
Steve
up.
Irwin?
Because Steve Irwin, I'm sure, is in most people's hearts.
'Cause I'm being
After
genuine
that,
asking this. I didn't know if Australia had their own media sphere, or if they kind of took off the European media sphere.
No, we've got our own, but it's obviously we're 26 million versus 330 in America versus England and Europe. Japan is very close. China is our major trading partner. So it's we understand that we're a big country with a small population. And under a Christian English system. Yeah.
Yeah.
That,
I mean,
something like that.
yeah, Bluey is a Australian broadcast program that has
I've got
been
Blue.
adopted over here, and it's everywhere here in America now.
My dog's called Blue, and I did it before. So, and he's next to me right now, and he's a white Samoyed. So, I heard that Bluey is pro some of that woke stuff. I'm a little bit disappointed, but I can guarantee you that a blue healer is pretty dangerous in a bad mood, especially if it's a female. Brother's got Rottweilers and blue healers. Blue healers are fucked.
Yeah, you know that.
Anyway, so between Steve Irwin and Bluey, Steve Irwin's the cool dude, not Bluey.
Isn't Bluey like a cartoon?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is GTA 5 still banned to be bought in Australia?
There wasn't a ban. It was a plus 18 rating. That's like that's like 18 years ago or something. Come on.
Yeah, exactly. I was just wondering. I remember hearing about it, and I was like, "Did that ever get lifted? Do you guys just live without GTA 5?"
From what I recall, and it's the reason that I bought a PS3. 18 years ago. It's
Damn, you just
because-
blew my mind. I just figured all Australians don't play GTA 5 and never have.
That's dude. GTA 5, and one day 6 will come out, and I'll buy a new system. Other than that, GTA 5, 007. What? Oh no, Gran Turismo. Obviously, Gran Turismo on the Sony. If Grand Theft Auto 6 comes out on the Sony, I hope that means that I can play Gran Turismo, and I'll make an investment to get both.
I've never understood how Australia is so left-leaning. It's like a really large Florida.
Boy, Florida left. What?
No, I mean like
I've heard it.
Australia. I've never understood how Australia has so much left-leaning politics when it's like The demographic feels like it's just like the people you find in Florida with an accent.
Yeah, no,
I
but
heard they seen all
Florida
the
is
criminals
large
over there.
population, density, and so on. And so obviously density. Yeah, that's not a good
No, I just mean like the
comparison.
same type of memes they'll make about Australians, or like the same type of memes they'll make about like Florida men.
Yeah, but they'll do the same all the way down the south border, all the way to Texas.
Florida could easily go blue. Like it's.
Yeah.
I didn't know it was like that. That's what I was actually.
No.
So I was at work while you guys were talking about this. James isn't here right now. I'll defend him. West Virginia is definitely southern, and Virginia isn't southern.
Yeah, but you're tri-state area, so that's Maryland, West Virginia, and Virginia.
Because
Yeah.
like what you guys aren't taking into account is the Appalachians, and West Virginia is
am I
completely
right
the
though?
Appalachians.
So that's the tri-state area that Tim Pool's in. It's all over the place, man. Half those people think they're in New York if they're in Maryland. Like Baltimore people think that they're fancy and stuff, but it's the dregs. Like people in New York wouldn't go to Maryland, or wouldn't go to Baltimore. People in Baltimore won't go to New York, but they think they're the same.
I've never lived in any of these places, so I can't confirm or deny what you're saying.
I can confirm one of them's got a real heavy accent.
But I will say West Virginia is definitely southern because it's in the Appalachians, and the Appalachians are like that's like plus 50 points to southern. Being in the South is like plus 20 points. Being in the Appalachians is like plus 50 points.
But the Appalachians goes further west, yeah?
Well, and it goes north too, but the people in the Appalachians, them's are the people that talk like this.
Yeah, I understand, but the Appalachians compared to Baltimore is a silly comparison.
No, I wasn't comparing that. I was talking about how earlier James was talking about how West Virginia is southern, which sounds crazy because it's very far up north, but it's because it's in the Appalachians.
It's understandable because they're working people. They've got the coal mines. They had some freedom because they were out of the cities, so less policing. It's understandable that they could think of themselves as southern.
Yeah, Virginia
because
does
the lack
not
of
like West
policing.
Virginia.
What'd you say?
I said Virginia does not like West Virginia, vice versa.
Well, yeah, like I said, West Virginia has parts of it that aren't in the Appalachians. Like all of West Virginia is the Appalachians.
Yeah, it's like a mountain. And it's the people too, the culture. They just don't like each other. I guess that's why there's two. I'm not sure what happened, but man, they don't like each other.
But it's a completely different, like, even when you think about, like, Southern slang, it's completely different than the Appalachian slang. But I would definitely say that they're more, like, the Appalachianers are more, like, faithful to the original Southern states than, like, actual states that are just in the South.
Yeah,
So which one's closest to the capital?
Virginia.
Virginia's yeah.
Okay, so Virginia is more
Democrat.
2025 woke normal, and then West Virginia would be more Appalachian.
Yep.
Yeah.
So which one's closest to DC? That makes sense. That makes sense.
Yep.
Yeah,
Virginia's-
DC's in Virginia, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've known and spoken to people in those places for 4 or 5 years now, and it makes sense.
They don't like each other, man, at all.
Well, but that tri-state area is interesting. You can have businesses on all the corners and take advantage of that. Housing in one state, business in one. Move a business from a mansion to.
But I always
a
do.
warehouse.
I gotta rep the home state, though. I always say South Carolina gets plus 100 points because they literally started the Civil War. So, if anything South, it's fucking South Carolina.
All right, I'm Australian enough that I actually need to Google that location. Sounds like Detroit, but I'm not sure, bro. That's
It's underneath North Carolina. Big
Dude,
surprise.
you've got 50 of them. Give me a break.
Well, you don't even want to talk about territories, and I know almost all of our territories and island.
I heard something yesterday, blew my mind.
Is it 52? It's 50
No, it's
plus
50.
52. Well, 50 states and then 52 if you include. No?
No,
Why do I
50
think
states.
that?
We did this the other day.
I know
We have a lot of
did.
territories. Certain territories have like higher values than others. Like I'm pretty sure Puerto Rico is valued more than others. But
it's just 50.
we own like
We
a
did
bunch of
this the
different
other day.
islands. We own the Marinas. We own the Virgin
But,
Islands.
wait. But it's just 50.
Just 50.
Yeah, it's just 50. Just 50 states.
And wait. Does that include all the other territories?
No. Territories are separate.
We don't call them states, though.
Yeah, they don't have stateship. They just have
and he
voting
used
rights, and some of them don't have voting rights.
All right, so if you include all the other territories on top of the states, how many would it be?
I couldn't even tell you. There's like the Marinas are like I think it's like around 30 different islands.
Can someone? Oh, fuck.
It's 50 states. I don't know. Territories.
I can tell you like islands in the Marina, but I can't tell you like
There's
exactly
District
how
of
many.
Columbia and Puerto Rico. Those aren't like states.
Dude,
We
Australia's
have
about
St.
the
John,
same size.
St. Thomas, St.
Right.
Croix.
America's a little bit bigger than Australia. It's a little bit bigger. I'll give you that. But at least I can tell you all of the territories, all of the states. What the fuck?
We don't do
happened,
territories.
bro?
We don't even think about it.
Oh, there's 14 territories.
Whoa. Yeah, so you do territories, don't you, bruh?
No, we don't count them.
Yeah, that would make sense too, because we sum up all of those things as the Marinas. So that makes sense. You could get it down to 14.
So,
and some of them are uninhabited.
When do they become states?
I'm moving to one.
Like, we've got territories, so we've got.
When do they become states? Hawaii, I don't know the exact answer, but if you look into whatever Hawaii did, is probably exactly how you would do it.
I think really you should give Hawaii back to Japan.
No. That's a
They
defense.
didn't belong to Japan. They had their own culture and religion.
No, you stole Hawaii. Hawaii was owned by Japan before, bro.
Yeah, but the Moahihi, like they're not Japanese. They're not fucking.
I think you should give it back, and Australia used to have Papua New Guinea as a
Also, where do we get
territory.
all our mahi-mahi? We get mahi-mahi like exclusively from there.
You boys
We
are
have a lot of
pulling
really
it-
good fish sources.
You guys are pulling it straight out of the boats off the coast of America and sending the tuna to Japan. Because the time of year for the big tuna.
You can farm tuna now.
Not
You got
the
tuna and salmon farms.
Yeah, not the $1 million tuna. No.
Yeah, not the large size.
The big tuna.
Not the first of the season that Japan.
That's
would
literally what they
pay
call it in Hawaii,
$1 million.
big tuna.
But the thing is that Hawaii really should be given back to
No.
Japan.
We need that for defense.
Well, I know, I understand, but obviously we're calm, peaceful people, and there won't be any.
We don't even know what we're doing with Japan. They're asking for a military. Like I'm pretty sure.
Well, actually, now I've got a really good idea what you're doing, and basically they were allowed the F-22, but they're not allowed the heads-up display or some of the technology. But it's been worked out. F-35s were allowed years back. Australia's getting the subs, but the issue is that China buys coal and have power plants.
I think we should keep bases in Okinawa and Nagasaki, and I think we should allow Japan to build their own military complex.
They're allowed to actually, like, after World War II, they're now allowed to just recently have weaponized platforms.
Yeah, I mean they've been getting around that because they have this thing
Japan
called
did
like
something really bad.
it's like a localized defense force, and they basically have militarized equipment.
Yeah, the
But-
same thing happened. The same thing happened to Germany and certain European countries after World War II, in that they weren't allowed to have weaponized aircraft, and so they made gliders. The interesting thing is that another country in the last few years used gliders to go into a rave or music concert because they weren't allowed to have militarized weapons. And so
Yeah, but I
bunch of
could be
guys-
wrong. I'm pretty sure we're still under the agreement that if Japan gets attacked, you're basically attacking the United States.
Come on, with Trump, but then we go on to the Ukraine being attacked, and if it had been 20 years ago and the same thing happened, America would have reacted in one way.
No, I don't mean
Now,
because of
it's a
allyship. It's not just that we're allies. We are their military. We
but
are the
now
Japanese
it's a bunch of people saying that it happened 20 years ago, it happened 30 years ago, and we're the population.
That's what I'm saying.
we're
I don't
gonna
think it's
vote,
right.
who
I think
cares?
Japan should have its own military, but currently we are their acting military. If you are to attack Japan, you are attacking America.
So what's your position on the Ukraine?
The Ukraine stuff,
You need
that's an
that
ally.
too.
The ally is different. We don't have our own soldiers based there. To attack a military base in Japan is to attack an American military base.
Oh, so that's imperial takeover. Like America is taking
No,
over
Japan
the
Japan made a mistake. Is what they did.
Yeah.
No.
Well, it's more nobody
America-
cares.
America knew it was coming, and they had they'd been given notice that.
Like I said,
Hawaii
recently
was
they've been petitioning to be able to get their military again, and it's because they're afraid of what's going on in China. I'm pretty sure
Correct.
that's the first time they've appealed to get their military since losing it. They've just
I
kind
don't
of
know. I can't confirm if it's the first time. I doubt it. But yeah, you're on the right track. Yeah.
But yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just kind of like been very beneficial. It was crazy because we were great enemies, and now their culture is very intertwined with ours, and ours is now somewhat intertwined with theirs.
So what happened is you bombed the shit out of Japan, like boom boom in 2 cities, and you got to take it over, reap the benefits, and they built up, because they're such an intelligent, smart population, hardworking with good morals. They built up an incredible industry, and that's why names like Toyota, Nissan, many other companies. The spark plugs, NGK.
You know, I agree with this. I think they're one of our greatest allies. Like, I would value them over the UK, over
Alright,
most
so-
European
All right,
countries.
so what they are is a bunch of islands that is important, especially now that China has its prevalence. Yeah?
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think about the saying that Australia was populated with criminals? That's
Well,
what we
listen,
were
I
told.
don't believe also in just historical analysis to predict the future either. But every time you let Japan go up on China, they wind up invading half of that country and taking it over.
That's nice. Ruth, from my understanding, and last time I looked up, I think it's 12 to 20%. Excuse me, burping. 12 to 20% of Australians have any hereditary rights to convicts coming to the country. It's tiny, man. It's nothing.
Just like we go back to the white folks over here, if you know what I mean.
Well, in
didn't
America,
do that.
in America, whether you like it or not, you had English convicts. People were sentenced to America to go and live out their time they were supposed to send and do because they did crimes. You had that over there, and at the same time, Australia, we had islanders from islands up in the Pacific area, so Indonesia and Papua New Guinea and further east than that. We took people that were more acclimatized to do sugarcane, and they'd be pulled up, like they'd come to the boats and be offering fruit and so on, and all the strong men would just be pulled on board, and the women would go, or some of the women would go back to the shore after losing everyone that was just trying to trade. And they'd come here and do working hours. This went through to the 1900s in certain forms. Even now, we've got certain work visas that allow people to come here to work for 3 months, 6 months, 8 months, and they do it repetitively for a better wage, similar to what you've got from Mexico, that people have the ability to go back and forth over the border under a certain visa and work on the farms. But immigration is important. What's happened in the past is pretty fucked up.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure most countries have like some border laws like that, where for workers that do work over the border, where you can just cross every day.
Yeah, it's a fact. If you don't have borders, you don't have a country. That's a fact. That's just not being a smart ass.
Dude,
That's a fact.
No borders, no country.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, that's not the eroding of borders. You still have to go through the checkpoints to do that.
No, it's just I live on the biggest island country nation in the world, and borders are really cool.
Well, yeah, before October 7th, Israel and Palestine used to even have a similar arrangement to that, where like there's Palestinian workers that would come over the border and work in Israel.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's very common. Like
it. Yeah.
Those
you also had it
my
the other
opinion,
way
they'll always
around.
be in war.
You bring in the Israel thing, and I'm like, fuck, bro. Yeah, they also had people come over, and the other people's families would come over, and they'd burn out a Jewish person's house and bully them out of.
I was using an example because I was saying two countries that even have such terrible history together even have laws that allow stuff like that through the borders.
I believe that the Gaza Strip should become essentially Trump casino, and all the nations should invest.
There you go. I like that.
If that land is going anywhere, it's going anywhere but to Israel. You're wild.
And then we build a really big port with massive American boats, air conditioning, the lot, aircraft carriers, the lot, battleships, the lot, because that's the access point into the Middle East.
Yeah. And you know what? I got a great name. I got a great name for the casino too. The Gaza.
Oh no.
Yeah. No comment. We all know that's been done. Fuck. That was good. It's been alright, so that's been pre-told. Is that free will, or is that what?
Well, I mean, I don't think any of that land's going to go to Trump. I think if we ceased all support to Israel currently, Gaza Strip is still going to their pockets. So there's no stopping it at this point. It's over.
Alright, so you got the pyramids to the south. They won't let anyone over the border because they're like, you're troublemakers. Fuck off. And you got... It's a messy situation.
Yeah.
But
that's why, like, so you were asking about it earlier, Josh. That's why, like, people like Hassan Piker so desperately want the Palestinians to keep fighting Israel. It's because they want them to destroy Gaza so then they can say Western imperialism swallowed up Gaza and killed all of the people and committed another genocide. So they have something else to whine about.
I know good Catholics with big money high rises, or did know, like, big money, high-rise buildings in Gaza, and I can tell you they probably don't give a fuck anymore. They're just like, whatever, stop it. At least I've got the land.
I don't think those wars will ever end, to be honest with you.
Well, that's the whole idea, but Trump coming in with the casino is the best bet that it will stop. Like, it needs a heavy, heavy, heavy hand.
It's going to take
It's
one.
the only way, man. Only way.
For both
They
of them,
already
it's
got
gonna take a
everything
heavy
they want. Like, if Trump tried to do anything, Israel would literally just tell us to fuck off.
No, well,
That's what I'm saying. They can finish the job. What are they
that's
doing? They're
fucking
doing
retarded.
pager
Hang on.
attacks.
Wait, what?
Well,
what
then
lens? What
stop
lens
off
are you
funding
looking
to
at this
Israel
through?
then.
All
Because
right,
we're the ones
Their
that
highest
built their
effective
Iron
attacks are
Dome in the first
probably
place.
their highest
Fucking
effective attacks are
retarded.
probably like $10,000 altogether. How much do you think
Okay,
those pager bombs cost?
So Israel is funded by the international states, especially America. Gaza Strip, in my opinion, belongs to America because of that funding.
Well,
If they
it's a
can do
slush fund. It's a slush fund. Like, it's not really
if
being
they
used for
can
anything.
if they can do something nice, it'd be nice to maybe give the Arab, like the oil money, a little bit of space, build some
That's
nice
what I'm saying. It's a
buildings,
slush fund. We're
invest.
giving them money, but we're not giving them money so they can like buy fighter jets to fight the Houthis, to fight Hamas. These are people that they can squash down like bugs within a week. Like, it's a slush fund. It's not really the money. The money's not for the war.
They already have your money, and all
The
of
war is an
American.
excuse to send more money. It's like when a YouTuber adds a donation
The
because something
biggest
happened.
thing, the biggest thing in a war is having the knowledge and the information, and America has that. So whoever they decide to give it to, same as the Ukraine, bombing of boats, positions of things, America has the technology.
Well, we
So
already
if you
get
got
what we
a,
want.
if you've got a little
Israel's
bit of
aligned with
weapon,
the West, and
if
we
you've
have
got a
influence
little,
in Israel, and Israel's gaining power.
so you've got this
It all works
shield.
out Millhouse.
What's the name of the shield that blocks out all the missiles? Or the
Iron Dome.
Iron Dome. So American invention, but only Israel's got it.
Yeah, we're setting it up, Trump said. We're going to get one.
But
That's what he
only
said.
Israel. But only Israel's got it. But it's American. So the amount of safety
It's also just
protection.
it's just an anti-air system. It's not like
Yeah, if shit goes hot with Iran, and they manage to build a fort or not a fort, where do boats go? A port. Gaza Strip is perfect for a port, national infrastructure, and that's the entry point. Didn't you see
So are you
that like
still here right
2-3
now?
years back?
No, he's
Didn't you
asleep.
see? Didn't you see that was the entry point? Gaza is the entry point.
Damn, has anyone here played Borderlands 2?
No.
Oh, fuck. I know he did. There's this city that has like a force field around it, and I feel like when most people talk about the Iron Dome, they imagine it's like that. Like, you can't see it, and then like a missile goes to hit it, and it just hits this invisible force field and like explodes in the air.
Dude, in some places it does happen like that, but people are allowed to live in different places, and their taxes are lower. So you can live in really dangerous places, and your taxes are zero. I know Jewish people, like Israeli people that from Australia. I've lived with them. They are my friends, my lifelong friends. So there are.
Why does Israel need the Iron Dome to start with? I mean, that's pretty bad.
Because of crazy next door neighbors.
Well, yeah, I understand that. I'm just saying,
simple
think about
bombs.
Well,
I know why they have
for
it. I'm just
them,
saying why.
it would just
Okay. So if Mexico was doing the same thing to your farmers, what would you do?
We would have to fix Mexico.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think we need an Iron Dome in America, to be honest with you. I mean,
yeah.
If anybody that has like any I guess there's the ocean that separates us from like the main threats.
Yep.
Mexico ain't gonna do nothing because if we wanted to, we'd squash them in the dirt. Like,
yep,
dude, Mexico's been sending submarines to your country for 30 years.
have they ever done anything?
Nope.
Yeah, they've given a bunch of people drugs, gotten them addicted. It's kind of like
That's different. That's different than you start actually firing missiles. I mean, you start like you talking about drugs and stuff that can be handled with like boots on the ground kind of deal. But you start talking about missiles and stuff like that, then you need to get into like the Navy and air support and all that.
Naivety, I'm not sure. I think that
those Brits started that nastiness too.
If you could
say that again, I'm sorry, I missed it.
I believe
the
in MAGA.
Brits started that nastiness of sending each other drugs, trying to get each other addicted to drugs. That was a British tactic originally.
That was the British tactic in Hong Kong, China, the Opium Wars, yeah. And so what China's doing now is manufacturing plants in Mexico.
They're doing the reverse Opium Wars. Opium Wars 2.0.
Realistically, you can go and say it, but really, it's just people making money. Who knows? But the thing is, if America was MAGA, make America great again, you just make your own drugs. Why import them?
I think we manufacture pills here.
Yeah, I just say if you made all the best street drugs, illegal street drugs in America, no one would import them.
We make the best ones. They just cost too damn much.
Well, there's labor factors, but obviously you've got your illegal immigrants.
Portland has way deeper problems. They legalized like all drug purchasing in Portland for a while. So now they're all fucking addicts. Like they fucked Portland up.
Wait, what did they do? Say that again.
They legalized meth and heroin purchase in Portland for a while. It might still be legal, but like, yeah, they fucked shit up.
I'd stay away from that shit, boys.
Yeah.
No staying
It's funny.
up
It's
for
almost
20, 30, 48 hours. Don't do it. Sleep.
It's funny. It almost sounds like you're trying to make MAGA sound like make addiction great again.
Yeah.
Well, I think MAGA's
That's not now. Wait a minute.
Make America great again, and what that includes would be making
we have casinos, and we're going to have drugs, and we're going to make America great again.
Manufacturing. All right, so you got to do manufacturing. You got to do all the manufacturing in America, and that would include cars, steel, aluminium, food, milk, cheese, and fentanyl.
Yeah, you got to throw that in there, right? Wash down your steak with your fentanyl.
Yeah.
Jesus.
But that's realistically.
I like to drive down the road with a little fentanyl.
Yeah. You need to go down Dairy Queen and pick that up.
Rue, you picked
only
up what I was
5% of the
saying.
world's population. Did you know that? I heard it yesterday. It kind of dawned on me. We're only 5% of the world's population.
Yeah, man.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's just little.
Yeah, but we got a lot of land, though. Lots of land.
Yeah, but I've got, if I represent a certain country, a very similar amount of land at 26 million, not 330, 350, 370 with your illegals.
So you're what? 1%, 2% of the world's population?
Yeah, with China just at our north. Yeah.
Well, China's like, kind of big.
1.6 billion. 1.6 billion, 1.4. India is about the same number. Yeah, so you guys and the manufacturing ability. Yeah, they
How
can
long has China
build.
been at it though? How many years? Thousands, compared to the United
Yeah.
States in
No,
hundreds.
no. China government. No, dude, China was a third world country. Just
Well, I understand that, but the people. I mean, they were populated there before we were, according to history.
that doesn't. That's got no impact. The issue there is that
Well,
their percentage year on year on the ability to manufacture and develop is outpacing America by far. By far.
I mean,
And their
according to their
population.
numbers.
Well, of course they say make this or die.
But it is what it is. And
I don't
in
believe
the
anything that comes out of China.
in the time that they can build a B plus aircraft carrier, if they wanted to, but that's not the way warfare is now. A B plus aircraft carrier could take them 6 months. It'd take you guys 3 years. You guys have subs being built, Virginia class for Australia, but in those foundries or in those places, you're at like, I think three
Why
or
is that?
four, I think per year, but you can't even build one, or you do build one per year versus three.
You think we went into a wartime setting, we couldn't build them? Shit.
Oh,
No,
yeah.
I actually, with the training and the ability to make parts and so on, I think you're on the borderline that probably in 3-4 years, no, can't.
Well, it's also
As
too
a-
like Americans like to perfect stuff.
Yep.
Yeah, but the thing is that when a tool part gets made, what happens these days, guys, is I need a tool, I need a mold, I need this. They can just send in the design. It's made in China, put on a plane, and sent back to America. You don't tool it yourself. There's no tooling.
That's what I used to do for a while.
The trade's gone.
I know
It's
as of
almost
right now,
done.
I work for a company that builds naval ships, and it takes us, I think, 5 to 7 years, depending on if it's like a destroyer or an aircraft carrier,
Yeah, and China will
to build
do
it. But
China
if it
will do a
was,
B plus. China will do a B plus version, not the same, but a B plus version in 1 year. So in your 7 years, they'll have 7 B plus versions.
I think the reason that is though is because we ain't in like dire need of it right now. Like we have naval ships stationed all over the world, whether Hawaii, Japan. Like we have what we need. But if it got down to that point where we had to build them and pump them out, we could probably cut that time in half by hiring more people and
we would get the people
and get them out.
I think you could, but teaching someone to weld a nuclear submarine together, that's not 1 month, it's not 2 months, it's not 3 months, it's a long time. Whereas China has 1.6
It don't take that long to
billion.
learn how to weld and get
I think
certifications.
China's like a lot like Russia. I would love to see them try to mobilize against another country.
No, it's not their point to mobilize. They're already in South Africa. They're already in Australia. They're already in your country. They had
You mean like an embassy?
they had police stations in New York, all over the place, 3-4 years ago.
They're buying up bases,
They had
and they're growing pot or whatever, and
they
they're
had
buying up
their
land.
own individual police stations fully signed about 3 years ago in New York and other places. They did a full federal sort of thing to clear them out. They're still around, the same as they are here in Australia.
Are you saying they're trying to destroy us from the inside?
They have, the same as Russia did.
Not yet. Not yet. We got Russia back.
So the division of ethnicity, racism, all that sort of stuff, Russia predicted and caused a lot of this in the
Yeah, I've seen that documentary.
Bro, Bert's actually getting into the shit that I talk about. Like all of this, like this shit is just like it's a psyop from foreign countries.
It is. He's true. He's telling the truth. I can't remember the guy, but yeah.
You know the speech that I'm talking about, that the aim is to divide people to conquer, essentially.
That's what he wanted
The
to do.
weakness in the West. The weakness in the West is you're allowed to openly disagree, and they're using it against. Like, it's not really a weakness. It's one of our greatest features, but it's also one of our greatest weakness. So it's being used against us though, because it has a glaring weakness to it too.
Well, put Islam in on that as well, and they've certainly taken advantage and been put ahead by those powers. Yeah, I went to a park last weekend, and out of 300 women in the entire park, 2 or 3 didn't have a hijab or
So you
hair
better
covering.
beware right there, John Burt.
Dude, I live in a space that doesn't see any of that. They just
Where you're at now, will it expand though? Is what I'm saying. Will it come to you?
They don't like to ride horses, so I'm okay. Well, I thought I was okay, but money's money. Same reason I moved from my last place. Money's money.
Where's that happening now?
that
I can't remember. It's pretty bad. UK someplace.
UK.
Well, the UK is very different because of immigration policies. So
What
they can. So that would be pre. I'm not completely sure, but I'll talk anyway. So pre the UK leaving, sorry, pre England leaving UK. Oh wait, fuck. What's the dollar? You get the pounds, euro. All right. So after the UK leaving euro,
right?
Europe. Recently, before that, anyone could just travel freely, and there weren't really any policies. And so now you've got Germany, Dutch, Finland, all fighting against it. Essentially, it's just overpopulation.
The whole planet's tore up. It ain't just us. It's at what level it's tore up to right now. Yeah.
We could take a bite back on that in thinking that a lot of the illegal immigrants got put into what's the vineyard? Martha's Vineyard. What's the vineyard in America? Over here.
Martha's Vineyard.
Yeah. Yeah. So a lot of them got moved up there and trucked or bussed up there. Yeah.
Yep.
And we've got the cats and the dogs up in another space. So it's overdoing it. Like if you maybe take a street of 18 houses or a court or
we're doing that,
18
John.
houses. Maybe just do one house out of 18. Not
we're doing that. Motels, hotels, everything.
Yeah, the motels, hotels is horrible considering all the homeless people, American citizens that don't get the same treatment, or veterans especially.
Exactly.
That's fucked up.
It is.
But the big thing is that you got to keep it diverse. So you can't just put out of a street of 18 homes, you can't put 18 of the same type in there. You put one. And then you go to the next street and maybe put one. If
you want to keep your culture intact, you better.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, that was a big, yeah.
If you don't care, well, let it go like we did, and there you go. Or where we was headed.
But then you got money from the Chinese, and so that can get around it, but they're not doing that to that extent. So essentially, the immigration and dissolving culture is coming from the American government allowing it to happen.
How you figure that part?
Not China. Well, it's not coming from China. It's America letting it happen and doing it. It's kind of like it's not a war from the outside. It's a war from the inside.
Oh, it's coming from the inside.
Yeah, it's from the inside. So China's
degradation,
kind
baby.
of
eating
doing
our culture up.
Well, if it was 1 in 18 in a street, it wouldn't be the same. It's just they go and put them all in a hotel. They let them all go to the same park.
Absolutely.
They let them all. It's about yeah.
They're taking over. They're taking over the whole town, more or less.
But I don't think they're doing it on purpose, man. They're just being human.
Well, yeah, they're doing what humans do. They stick together because that's their culture.
So the idea on, I'm sure my forefathers and yours is that we came in and we became part of the culture.
Yeah, mine says I'm 80% Wales. I can't believe it, but that's what it says. My DNA.
So
I had it done.
so the issue is if you put 9 new immigrants in a street of 18, it's different to 1.
That's a hell of a lot different. That one's going to assimilate.
Yeah,
the 18 might not. The 18 might not do that.
Yeah, it's really expensive when you go to put with the price of housing and property.
Yeah, but I think we ought to take care of, not be isolationists, but take care of our own first. Get them in a house and get them, fed and whatever they need, and then we'll move on and help somebody else.
Look, but you had an open border, so that's your fault.
Well,
yeah, we should have never allowed that.
Nope.
Yeah, so
at this point, I think we just need to shut it all down for the next decade.
Guys,
the people that's been here.
All right, see, no, that's the stupid fucking. I don't mean to say you're stupid.
Well, the reason I say that is because we need to fix everything that's under our roof before we start bringing more people in, and then start helping other people.
All right, wait.
We've got to fix the problems here for us.
So let's start at birth rate. All right, let's think about birth rate, and the country needs more people.
There is that, right?
That. All right, well, we all agree to that. So the issue is that you are taking in people to the wrong places. You are taking the wrong people, and people should be allowed to immigrate. It's just you should be allowed to choose.
I don't necessarily disagree with that.
You should
with immigration.
I've got a final bit here that's really important, and you should be able to choose who is best to make the country better, and that's MAGA.
Yeah.
That's MAGA. Make America great again. Is good, smart immigration.
You can't make Australia great again. They were never great.
No, dude. I'm just aiming at mouths for Australia. Make Australia less shit.
But you're taking over. You're getting. I don't know how you say that, but you know what I'm saying about the peoples. It's happening to you guys faster than it's happened to us. I think.
With the Chinese
population.
It's been a big deal. We've ended up with a lot of Somalis, but they seem pretty cool. But
we just talking about what burkas a minute ago.
I live in a specific place that it's not the Hamptons. It's not this. It's kind of like this outer city area that people have horses and.
Like the old days, like the good days.
A little bit more. I could count on. Yeah. Even some places are shut on a Sunday occasionally.
See, that's good to me. I'm old. What I know.
It's been nice. I've been up here 10 years.
You can still put a scarlet letter on somebody up there. You know what I mean?
I know the name, but I can't actually think of what that means.
It's just you put a letter on somebody that marks them as, bad.
As they're going to be done.
Like a gold star?
No.
No. Like they're going to end up not around anymore.
Yeah, it's probably going to be a woman that get married.
Of course. Not quite that bad, but you're on the right track.
Yeah, everybody knows everybody, right? I guess that's what I'm saying.
Things have moved on. Money's come in. It's a little bit different now, but 10 years ago, yeah, kinda.
Yeah,
kinda.
Money destroys everything.
So you get a knock on the door. I know and they'll say, I know the deer are out, and someone with a mate will pull down the driveway, go all the way down the back. You hear a big pop, and maybe you get some nice meat afterwards. But that's finishing. Like it's where I am. That's ending. Like it's the last of it now. Like when things get up a few $1 million, it's the last of it. It's just lucky that a lot of the tradies earn really good money now. So a lot of them are pretty cool.
Right. I just hope it goes back to somewhat normal for all countries.
It's not going to go back.
Well, I'm normal. They can't go backwards, but normalize.
All right, so my suggestion,
whatever normalize is.
Rue, what I did 20-something years ago is I got a tattoo saying, "Will suck cock for food," in Chinese, in Mandarin. It's on my foot. It's on my foot. I'm not lying.
I believe you.
I got a Mandarin tattoo on my foot, and basically, I knew it 20+ years ago. Nothing we can do, bro.
You got to change or be left behind, but I'm just hoping, like I say, normalize in some, like the cultures and societies just calm the hell down for a minute.
Well, we definitely need to take a few steps back.
I think with the baby boomers, once the baby boomers disappear over the next 10 years, that's going to be, and now it's going to be a big change because they've got the assets in property, which is a massive amount of money, and people from overseas will come in and buy it out because the children of the baby boomers don't have the money until they die.
Well, the children don't have the pride we had in our, they just don't care. They don't want cars, they don't want anything.
Dude, I've had cars, I had it all, but I'm going to tell you, if I'm going to live the way I want to live, the way I have lived, it's really fucking expensive, man.
Yeah.
It's really, it's like from doing it on one wage, not a fucking chance. Not even close.
Money. If you live the way you really want to, you can burn through some money. And it'll keep the system will keep taking all you can make.
I like nice lawns. We don't have the property taxes you guys do. America's pretty fucking gay.
There's just too many taxes. I mean, your check gets taxed, then you get taxed on food. You have a property tax. I don't really understand the property tax. If you've done, you take a loan out for this property, ain't you paying taxes on that loan and interest and stuff like that? And then you still, after you have the deed to the land and you own the land, then you still got to pay a property tax on it.
Yeah. So this goes into a discussion I had with Jeremy a couple of months back. And it's like, if you do nothing, you don't pay for it, it doesn't exist. And it's like, he's like, you just keep it. It's yours. It's okay. It's like, if you don't pay your property taxes, it's not yours. And all the belongings, everything on the property ain't yours.
Okay, but if I buy a vehicle and I pay that vehicle off, I get the title and don't have to pay taxes on that vehicle. So why should I have to pay taxes after I've done paid in full for the property?
I'm not in agreement for property taxes or wealth tax.
Okay, maybe I misunderstood you. I'm sorry.
No, I'm not in favor of it. It is like Americans fucked up, man. Like you've got wealth tax, you got
I'm
property
sorry.
tax.
I think I misunderstood what you were saying.
Well, look, we've got kind of similar things to that, but it would be more like local council rates, is what we'd call it. But wealth tax and property tax, it's not like what you guys got. Not even close. Fucked up.
And even when you die, you got to pay a death tax.
Yeah, I believe that if you're wealthy, you should be able to give that wealth to your children. I strongly believe in that. And it shouldn't be taxed. Fuck off.
What else are you doing with it? That's what we work for, ain't it? I mean, we work to be happy.
You got taxed on earning it, and then when you pass it on to someone, it gets taxed again? That's crazy.
And they're going to get hella tax too because you passed it on to them.
There you go. That's fucked up, man. So
even with
but obviously, smart people using trust and all sorts of things can avoid a lot of that stuff.
Yeah, the top 1 or 2%, whatever it is.
Yes.
They own every damn thing.
Well, even like if you have a 401k, you put money into that 401k, then whenever you go to get it out, whenever you retire, then they tax the hell out of it.
All right, speaking of 401ks, and I pointed this out to Grid with 401ks. A lot of people are like, don't invest in China, don't do this, don't invest in other countries. America. Anyone with a 401k is investing in China.
I'll be honest with you. Once I put it in there, I don't really give a shit with who I'm investing in.
But the thing is that anyone with a 401k is investing in a foreign country.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's just the system that we have to work with. So if it's gonna make me more money in the end, okay, that's fine.
Good. What we're gonna do?
There's nothing more. There's nothing we can do about that.
We can't do anything about it, John.
Wait.
We don't make that decision.
But you go to war with them?
Well, the company you work for is going to have the 401k set up with XYZ. They're going to do what the hell they want to with it.
I understand all that, but the thing is that you guys want to be isolationists.
We guys want
to be
not isolationists. No.
But along those lines,
make it legal.
But your retirement plans are invested in a country that you want to shut down. It doesn't make sense.
I'm saying that this is the system we have to work with. If there was a better system, I would advocate for that.
Yeah, if
that meant cutting ties with China altogether, I'm good with that. But this is the system I got to work with now as a working, contributing member to society, and this is all I got to work with. And if I want to retire when I'm 62 or 64, then this is the system I'm going to have to use to be able to do that.
If you want to leave your kids anything or live yourself, that is what we have. I mean,
oh, trust me, if there was something better, I'm all ears. Give it to me.
Yep, I'd do it if there's something better.
All right, so the same as in the late 80s, early 90s, manufacturing went into China, and all the patents, everything was stolen.
And who did that?
The plans.
Your damn Clinton did that. Who did that?
All the plans got stolen. No respect to any of those things. America didn't do anything on those patents. Or fuck all.
I mean, I don't think we should have gotten to bed with China like that in the beginning. I mean, we were a booming economy back then. We were pretty much at the top as far as the stage goes.
But your 401k was looking for good investments, and so they put it into China.
Did they have a 401k back then? This is just an honest question. I don't know. Was 401ks a thing back then?
Yeah. I don't know if it's 401k, but yeah, we had retirement plans.
Something similar to it. Okay.
Yeah. It was still
So
you donate,
basically-
and they invest it where they see fit.
The American population built up the industrial China with their money, paying people less than you would work for. That's the reason
China
if you walk
says,
around
if you don't work, we're going to
that's
just
the reason if you walk around your house, you could probably find 75% of it is made in China.
Oh, it's more than that.
I'd go up to like 98% of it.
Yeah, it's a lot more than 75.
I'd go
Possibly.
like my computer monitors I'm looking at right now, made in China. The parts in my PC, made in China.
100%.
My PlayStation, made in China.
Look, the interesting thing is the clothing isn't essentially made there anymore. They've moved further south. All Chinese investment after Americans and the world invested in China because we could get cheap labor, cheap products.
Well, Taiwan and Vietnam make some clothing.
Dude, they certainly do.
Yeah, they do.
I really
Maybe
like
probably
my
don't
mate.
like the way they make
Dude,
it,
I'm
though.
gonna Rue, I've got to be honest. I really like going to Thailand and buying all my underwear for like years and years. I'll buy like 50 pairs of underwear.
And get them pretty cheap.
Oh, dude, but brand names, the whole lot from a factory across the road, same stuff, same material, and I can buy them at 20%. It's an investment. Underwear and brand name T-shirts. If I get good quality stuff,
right,
I can pay for my ticket easy.
Damn.
And the issue is that they don't do size 14 shoes. If I was a size 10, I'd be in heaven.
You fill the closet.
Dude, if I was a size 10 shoe, holy shit.
You never had to buy another pair after one trip?
No, look, the Jordans come up smaller depending what country they're made in.
But still,
I've got a nephew that's a little bit smaller, so I just give him all the things that.
It's still like it's crazy cheap, and there's no way we could ever do that.
I wear a 12 in Nikes, but like an 11 in Vans.
Yeah, see, I'm a 14 in.
A 14.
Most. Yeah, 14 US, 14
Damn.
US, and then. But
how tall are you? You wearing a damn 14?
He's probably about
6'3".
6'6" or some bullshit.
6'3".
Did I just spend all my gold? What the fuck?
But the Jordans are undersized, man. Like my nephew got possibly $1,500 worth of fucking Jordans that I really wanted. I bought them on the internet and nope. It's just like
He actually spent that much, or he bought enough to make that much.
I used to roll around in nothing more or nothing less than Air Maxes and like funky shit, and then I got dogs or puppies, and then they destroyed a lot of them. So now I wear really cheap shoes, and the rubber's not the same, man. I'm going through a pair of shoes every 2-3 months now.
I hear you. I really do. I hear you. It's some funky shit. I don't know what it is.
You also think about it though, if like we would have kept manufacturing over here on a lot of stuff, like washers and dryers, for example. Back in the day, they would last you damn near a lifetime. Nowadays,
20 years. 20 years was the lifetime of a decent, like full-size family. Yeah, you get a repair van. There were people that had jobs repairing them.
Nowadays, you're only probably getting 5 years out of it.
Yeah, and you got a repairman, you waiting 10 days on him to come by because it's broke already.
And then with all the electronics and stuff on them, then they charge you a hell of a lot more to work on it. Just like with vehicles, also. I mean,
Yeah, look, they're doing
You work on a
lot less.
like your shade tree mechanic is pretty much
And that's what I am. I'm out of
non-existent
business.
anymore, almost because of how because people want like heated and cooled seats and massaging seats and all these sensors and stuff on these vehicles. It's
And the whole dash is like an iPad. I mean, shit.
Yeah.
It's
Oh
crazy.
wait, random question. I'm sorry, this is a faux pas.
Bring it, John. I'm enjoying this.
All right. Hiace transit van. What is your favorite van?
It's like a what kind again, John?
A Toyota Hiace, or like a van, like something you can put 2 pallets in, 2
Like a
scooters in.
little Dodge or something like that. Would probably be my
No,
favorite.
well, yeah,
They make a little Ford. I like pretty good. I seen
they're
on the
not
road.
that. They're not that little. I'm looking at doing a camper van conversion so I can go and do half of the country.
Okay.
And we'd call it a van. Yeah,
I'm a van lifer. I like the. I like.
Yeah,
vans.
they all have one.
Chevy, Ford,
JS, I've been chilling with van people. Like
van people are cool. They're also crazy.
Yeah, dude.
girls are out of their mind.
Dude, I was all right. So like 12. What's the time? 14 hours ago, I was in a freezing cold lake. 14, 18, freezing cold lake, just to start the day.
What do you call that? Hell, Rogan does it. He talks about it all the time.
Yeah,
Van
it's not it's
ice-
realistically about being
ice bath.
clean.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's and you got to remember it's getting to almost freezing point at night time now, where I am.
You go in and take like a hot shower after?
Nope.
Damn. I ain't that brave. I gotta be honest.
Yeah.
I
haven't gone all the way in yet. My hair goes down to my shoulders, and trying to dry that shit off in the cold is not
That makes
okay.
me
Yeah.
shiver just thinking about it.
Yeah, but
they say it's good for you. I don't know. They say it's really good for you.
Anyway, that's my new stage of life. In that I'm going to travel the entire East Coast. Hopefully, I'll go up further north, which is warmer, in the next few weeks.
Get a van.
And, so I'm between a Hiace, Toyota Hiace, a Ford Transit, or I've got a little bit of a liking for a French van, and I like French. Yeah, a Renault Master.
Nah, get a damn Dodge Pro.
We can't get
is a
them.
Pro Master.
No,
you don't got Mercedes Sprinters.
Yeah,
the Mercedes Sprinter's
Sprinter's
nice.
the best. The Pro Master's nice because it's more square. It's easier to build in.
Wait. Send me a picture of what the Pro. Is that a Renault product?
It's Dodge.
Yeah, but it may be changing of names. If it's called Master.
Is it a Pro Master or am I thinking the?
Well, I think you're right.
The Dodge Pro Master. It's like a Sprinter van, but it's more square shaped.
Yep.
I'm
looking it up.
They're good to if you're doing van life. They're good to build in because they're already got squared walls. Whereas a Sprinter van is going to have curved walls, and you have to build. So you lose space because you're building square walls into a curved van. The Pro Master is already square. The Nissan.
No, I'm not doing the Nissan. Fuck that. I've got a GDR.
Yeah,
I'm not doing a fucking. Either. I'm not doing the Nissan.
I like the Pro Master and the Sprinter.
I'm putting a link in the Discord.
I'm
2019
stuff,
Pro Master for 17 grand. See, this is once I get the computer built and my studio done, the next The next thing is the new vehicle fund, and I'd like to save up 10 grand and get myself.
But I need the mid.
Something decent, something nice. I want to Escalade, but there's probably more better.
That's all of them, John.
I've had people tell me going by a Toyota Troop Carrier, like the big 4-wheel drive, like off road. I'm like,
I don't know what that is.
I need to be able to stand up halfway.
You can stand up in a Sprinter or a ProMaster.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think mid wheelbase, so not just the normal one, like slightly longer.
Wait, you were a size 14. How tall are you?
6'3".
So yeah, what you're getting to the point where
I'm not going to high. I don't want it for stealth. I'm not going to go a high wheelbase.
You're close to the height where you're not going to find something you can stand up in. But 6'3", I think you can stand up in a.
The mid wheelbase is okay. The issue is that I've got to put 2 dog cages and fans and a lot of there's going to be $5,000.
It's 6 foot. 6 foot to stand. If you're 6 foot tall, you can stand up in a Sprinter or a ProMaster. 6'3", you're gonna have to duck your head a little bit.
I just need to put my pants on. It'll be fine. The biggest issue.
And are you trying to build into it? Because if you're trying to put insulation,
I'll be doing
ceiling panels. You're gonna lose 2 inches there.
The biggest issue, with the ribs of the car, you don't lose.
There is a high roof variant.
I won't be going that because it stands out, no stealth. But I've got dogs.
I'd love to get a new Sprinter.
So the thing, I was hanging with a guy last night that was fishing, brand new Sprinter. In
new built-out Sprinter, 174 grand.
Yeah, dude, it was fully built out with the stripes down the side. Cool, dude.
Just a brand new basic Sprinter is 60 to 70K.
I was just hanging out with a dude, with all the pinstripes, with the paintwork, brand new.
I don't care about no damn pinstripes. I'm talking about. I'm talking about rugged tires. I'm talking about a towing cable. I'm talking about.
I think it was a 4-wheel drive.
Solar panels.
He was all he was doing.
Talking about
was
pinstripes.
I'm over it and I'm fishing. Yeah, it means that it's within 3 to 5 years old. It's $100,000. Anyway, the biggest thing for me is that I need to be able to fit 2 dog cages underneath my bed. So I need a mid height.
I mean, if you buy it stock empty, you can build it.
That's my plan, but I need to go mid.
You build it to fit your needs, so you can make the blueprints and you can build it. If you want to have your bed raised up and you want to have storage under your bed for dog crates, you can build all that stuff.
Yeah, I'm going to do 2 dog crates for 3 dogs, and
this van is sick. 174 grand.
I've got the solar.
What's it called? A Sprinter? I can't find it.
Yeah, Mercedes Sprinter.
Mercedes.
I've been. They're nice. They've used them.
Look up Sprinter van. It'll pull up.
They've used them as ambulances here a lot, and so you can find them. The issue is the Mercedes parts are just too much. So in Australia, Toyota Hiace or the Ford Transit is the go. Toyota is number 1. Toyota is the best reliability in the world. Toyota is number 1.
Look how many they build, how many different models. They make Lexus, all of them.
But parts. It's the issue. The big issue is that if you live in a place, what can you get? If you bump your front right guard, can I go and get one?
Somebody got a picture of me sleeping, you asshole.
You know who did that.
Did you really? Did you fall asleep, you motherfucker?
I was taking a little nap. Somebody in chat was like, is JS meditating? Did he become Buddhist? Dan said that.
Yeah, JS, that's a beast. I'm not in that range, man. I'm in a
I see a 78,000 one.
That thing I just put in the link. That thing is.
I had someone tease
It's not
me.
that one.
I actually had I won't say that. I had someone tease me the other day, today, just sell your GDR and you can get what you want. I'm like, no. No. Like, separate money. GDR's not getting sold for a van. Fuck off. Fuck off. I can't buy that. Like JS, I can't buy that van for like yeah, I can't buy that.
That's like my dream vehicle. I would love to have something like
Yeah,
that.
even if I sold,
I would not even live in an apartment anymore. I would just live in that thing.
Yeah, even if I sold my GDR, I can't buy that. But
that's a lot of money, dude.
I'll come back to something.
Yeah, you can get a house. I mean, it's like a house on wheels.
I'm trying to. The issue is at the moment I can't get money unless I'm fully employed. But I'm going to van life with 3 dogs, which means I can't be full-time employed. And I've been retired for a long time, so things are confusing. Anyway, this is a live stream. I shouldn't say that stuff. Things are difficult at the moment.
Yeah, I didn't hear shit. I didn't hear nothing.
Huh? What are we talking about?
Nothing.
Yeah, I don't know.
I know everything about politics, and you guys are fuckwits. That's why.
Yeah. You gotta get us triggered.
You're
triggered.
a fuckwit.
Yes, I am. Confirmed. Fuckwit. Correct. Where's my cigarettes?
Well, size 13 shooting 28-inch
14. Dude,
Dude, he's probably 5'4", size 7.
My sideburns are 6 inches long. Minimum.
Listen, we can't get a van to the whole Bigfoot, damn it.
I'm gonna get a fucking license photo taken, and I'm like, I don't think I want that for 10 years. So I might need to trim my beard. Sucks.
I hate doing that.
Wait,
I
what
hate
does
it.
this do?
I've shaved all my life, stayed clean shaven, doing the corporate crap.
Oh, dude, I look 30 if I shave.
Oh yeah, I look like it knocks 10 years off of me easy.
Yeah,
I don't want to do it. They made me do it.
They fucking shut down the fucking hairdressers. I'm like, fuck you.
Also,
Yeah,
you already.
I ain't shaving my beard. I keep it trimmed, but other than that, it ain't going nowhere.
Oh,
yeah, I keep her trimmed up pretty good, but not. I just don't shave anymore.
All right, JS or Chair.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck it. All right. How much do you reckon it costs to get your beard trimmed?
How much does it cost to get your beard trimmed? At the barbershop I go to, it's $35 for a haircut, and I think it's
10 or 15 for the beard.
15 extra to do the beard.
Fuck. 60
Yeah,
bucks.
I think when I go, I probably with tip
That's
off
50,
probably
but-
like $50.
Okay.
Yep.
50. Holy fuck.
Yep.
Really? 50 USD.
I don't do
wait,
the beard when I go there though. I do all that myself.
All right,
I ain't good at shaping my beard, so that's why I just let them do it.
Yeah, the shaving scares the fuck out of me. I've never done it. Rube, what's 50 bucks AUD?
I have no idea.
I don't know.
Is AUD the same as British money? Because I know that
no.
The euro is like it's like $1.50 for every American dollar.
Fucking retard.
Why am I retard? I don't know damn foreigner money.
Yeah,
so 50 will convert over to 77, 83 Australian dollars.
Damn. So your money's worth more than our money too. Send me some dang Aussie money.
No, opposite way. Your money's all right. So my $50 is worth 77
Oh wait,
of yours.
maybe I got that backwards. Yeah, I
Yeah,
got that
yeah,
backwards.
right, yeah. It's okay.
Yeah, your money sucks.
It sucks. Holy shit.
That's like Canadian money.
Yeah, but you guys earn like $80 an hour for driving a forklift.
What the hell?
No.
Where's that at? I'll go.
Yeah, not that much.
There are
Hey,
some professions where you can make like $45 an hour, but
those are rare, ain't they?
those you're most, from my experience anyway, you're gonna mostly find that out in like the oil and gas industry.
And you're gonna be skilled to get that right.
Oh, it depends. It depends because you can. Well, I guess you could.
Well, if you're a welder,
Skill. Well, oil and gas would be like out on the oil rigs or places like Chevron where it's processing the oil and gas that comes from the oil rigs.
Well, those boys are making big money now. I was thinking.
Oh yeah. Especially you start getting into overtime and all that kind of stuff.
It's
All right,
not-
so
it's-
overtime will be time and a half. So you take 45. Half of 45 is what?
It's not fair when you go and say the oil industry, like especially if they're on the rigs. It's not. It's a way of life. Like it's not the army.
Well, it
it's not-
depends on if you're talking about like a
It's
roughneck.
hard.
Like a roughneck would be the one that you see he's all covered in oil. He's pulling the drill and stuff
Yeah,
out of
but
the
he's
ground and
20
and all that. But
He's
there's
20 to
places, there's
27.
companies that
20
process the oil and stuff.
Yeah,
That you can go into there and you can get a certain degree of, I think it's called like process operating, or at least around my area. I don't know if it would be considered something different anywhere else, but you go to
No,
those
what-
courses.
What
Then
we've
you can
got
get
here in
hired on.
Australia, what we've got here in Australia is fly in, fly out, and because we have these deposits in certain places in the country, you'll live in a certain city, and then for 2 weeks, you'll rent an apartment and be flown out and live there for 2 weeks. But for that 2
Well,
weeks,
we kind of do that on oil rigs over here, where people go out
yeah,
for maybe
it's
a week,
like-
maybe
it's like-
2 weeks.
It's the same. So it's called FIFO over here, fly in, fly out, and it's really well paid. It's very well paid.
Yeah.
For that sort of job. But if you've got pets, you can't do it. Sucks. Nope.
It ain't good.
Is there a bosses in those
you make
little
a,
city towns?
I mean, you make a ton of money doing it, but as far as like
Oh,
if you
look,
have pets, a family, kids,
If I had a missus, everything would be fine. But it's not like that.
Gotcha.
but you also go out on the road, like on pipelines and stuff like that. You can make a ton of money.
I
doing that.
I did for about 4 years installation and servicing of gas, petrol. Yeah, that was my jam. 100 hours a week.
You can become an electrician, and go into work for yourself.
No, you can't hear that. I'd need 3 to 4 years to do that, and that would be on a very low pay. The gas and petrol, diesel thing was. I seriously sat in the truck and read the book, and then I went and set an open book test and got 100%, and that's what I did for a while. Yeah, it's easy if you know the rules.
Yep, that's my uncle.
And then I went into reconditioning certain things, essentially rebirthing. That was fucking awesome. Anyway, I can't talk about that part. Do you know what rebirthing cars is?
You mean like refurb, like refurbishing, maybe.
No, so you
Or
take
not maybe
crash
not
cars.
refurbishing, but
You take like famous crash cars, and you put all the things on them so they look legitimate, and then you sell them. Understand?
So basically a scam.
Yeah, but not that. Make it the pumps that you fill your gas up on. That's what I would
What
do.
happens to the serial numbers on those little bad cars?
Those little bad cars you'd get from legitimate places that you had access to because you gave good prices on contract for servicing. This is years ago, so I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, statute of limitations is over.
I don't. It's not even that. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. It was pretty cool. I really enjoyed like respraying, learned how to paint, knock metal out, servicing. It was fun. I had my hands in diesel and petrol all day long. I enjoyed it.
Ain't nothing like grease on your hands and bleeding knuckles.
Pays for a GDR, I'll tell you that much.
Yep. It pays pretty damn good. Kind of fun, too.
Dude, any hours I wanted, all I had to do was just sit down in a fucking warehouse and do what I do.
Do what you do.
It was nice. It was no people. Nothing like that. I could just turn a crashed piece of shit, combine it with another medium piece of shit, and give it new paint, give it new decals, check all the leaks. I really enjoyed it.
Move on to the next one.
at that point, I wouldn't mind taking like some office job.
I
guess for me, I'm just kind of tired of working in like the elements, like the heat and the cold.
That shit hurts after a while, doesn't it?
Well, I'm thinking
bad thing is, I'm only like 29.
Oh,
I'm
God.
thinking. Whoa!
But I've also been doing this kind of like I've been a metal worker since I was like 15.
For an American, that's not great. Like your McDonald's is way expensive.
Damn, be right back.
Huh?
Well, so $29 an hour.
No. I said I'm 29. I'm 29 years old.
Give a fuck. Go and move back home and find a slut. And JS, I'm not gonna be any good from now on.
You're not going to be any good at what?
Well, I'm probably going to be a lot worse at giving good advice.
Well, I never took any of your advice anyway, so.
Done deal. Yeah, so don't go and work on petrol stations or gas stations.
Oh, we're about to fight Diablo. Boss fight. He captured my damn, what's it called? My follower. That's Diablo.
I'm still wondering, is that master thing that he talked about, is that the Reno master?
Watch, I'm going to kill him in like 5 hits. I'm not even going to try. I'm just going to push some buttons. I'm going to button mash and look, watch.
Check this
Diablo's
myself.
dead in like 5 hits.
Diablo's fucking gay. Deal with it.
This is why this game, well, maybe I need to raise the difficulty, but, oh, what happened?
Master Van.
He just teleported me away.
Supposedly Master has a really good turning circle.
Oh shit, he just got bigger.
Are you a fabricator, Brandon? I'm just curious.
Yeah. I run like brake press and stuff like that. So I shape metal according to drawings that engineers or drafters will send down to us, and I shape it to the dimensions that they give.
So essentially, you've got a plan or a.
And he's dead.
You got a blueprint and a big old press.
So they give me a sketch sheet, which is just a drawing of what they want the piece of metal shaped to, and then I take and use a brake press to then shape it to their desired dimensions.
You have to put it through the press. Not the brake press, but like the stamping press or whatever.
A stamping press would be more of think of it like the Play-Doh molds, where you take and put Play-Doh in and you stamp it to that. What I do is it's different from that. I don't really have molds that I'm working with.
So does your machine have percentages of angles put in? Or by eye?
I can set the machine to bend a certain angle, where it's whether it's 45 degree angle, 35, 90.
But are you just doing little presses with your foot to make it just right?
Yeah, I use a foot pedal, and I'll take a template that I have made. Well, yeah, that I made that like I said, like maybe a 45 degree angle. I have a template that is at a 45 degree angle, and I'll take and set that template onto the metal, and then I'll bring it up to that template to get that 45 degree angle.
So you can do it over and over, stretch it, and do it. Yep. Got ya. That's cool, man. If you can make a business,
I can also take and like put radiuses. Like I'll take and like they may give me they may want like a 3-inch radius and something. Well, then I'll have to figure out where to put that bend in that metal, and then I'll shape that 3-inch radius or like a roll.
Yeah, I've got to catch up with the bait just to.
Don't get me wrong, it's a cool job. It's just after. Well, it's cool once you like you figure out and you're able to take metal and actually turn it into something. It's really an art form, and that ain't me bragging or anything. That's just
one of my first contractor work jobs was I assume you guys have these. Probably had them before us. You know how when at the supermarket they've got these roll cages they put all the goods on?
Yep.
They had Z cages, but then they turned into another type of cage that was a European. I had a contract for doing and fixing all of those in my state.
Dang.
So I had to add a jig, complete replacement from Europe. Even stuff would be flown in sometimes to keep the contract up. Yeah, I'm really good with a rubber mallet, or not rubber, plastic sort mallet, and bending.
Oh, a dead blow. You talking about a dead blow hammer?
It's kind of like a mallet with a certain tip. Like you can do different tips,
right,
on the mallet, and I got really fucking good at that. So I ended up with a contract for the entire state, and
that's a skill too.
Oh, dude, I could go back to it, but it's a lot bigger now. Like when I did it, it's from now to then, or then to now, it's got to be 20 times bigger.
How would I share something in the side chat?
You just open it and put it in there, I guess.
Essentially, Rue, I was the guys who used to
On a
do
phone,
the
I
trolley
don't
cart.
know.
I'm on
The guys
PC.
used to do
In
trolley
the
cart.
PC, in the top right corner of our little Discord call, there's a little chat bubble, and if you click on it, it'll open.
Okay, but how do I take like the link that I want to? I guess share the link.
Did you just copy and paste it in there?
Oh, okay.
Can I just ban him for asking? Can I just fuck?
Hey man, I'm slow when it comes to computers.
Yeah.
That's probably why you have a skill.
Yeah. You're a skilled tradesman.
But we all know that he was like the G on the Apple.
I was
TV.
getting there with Granite, but stuff happened and I stopped doing it. But I was fabricating and installing Granite countertops for like 2 years.
Yeah, I'm too dumb for this, so I'm just not gonna post
What?
it.
Just right click it. Open that
It'll
chat.
be
Did you get
fine.
the chat open?
Just give it another time.
Did you get the chat window to open?
Yeah. I got that to open.
Just right click on your link and copy, and then go in the chat channel, right click and paste. It's copy paste. That's all it is.
JS, the big thing for me was I was responsible for a fleet in a warehouse, like forklift, and someone got their leg crushed, and
Damn.
it fucking destroyed me.
Someone got their leg crashed. You mean you crashed a forklift into somebody's leg?
No, someone by fault on slopey land. The wheels didn't engage. The wheels didn't. So the landing.
I mean, if somebody
glitching-
just happened to get their leg crushed by a forklift, that's not a reason for you to lose your forklift job.
No, I didn't lose.
Depends on if it was his fault or not.
I was responsible for all of the maintenance on. He was my friend. I was responsible for all of the maintenance for the warehouse, the pad, deliveries, the warehouse, and I saw and saved one of my mates from.
Oh, I thought you were telling me like a story of why you didn't do forklift anymore or something.
Yeah, that is why I don't anymore.
Oh, okay. So that happened, and so you. I'm confused. Sorry, I missed.
Yeah,
maybe I missed some of the.
Yeah, so that's why I don't have my forklift license anymore, because I refused to renew it after that.
You roll it?
I was the warehouse manager. I had full responsibilities, and someone I liked got his
hurt.
leg completely crushed because of my ignoring.
Was it
something.
your fault, or do you just blame yourself for it?
I got a complaint in the morning saying that the wheels weren't quite right. He also unloaded something in a place he shouldn't have. And so
So
because
it's a little
of the
bit of
uneven
both.
ground,
It's kind of more his fault, but you were in charge, so
No,
you feel responsible.
it's my responsibility, and he was an import, so a New Zealander who needed a job, and so I actually gave him a promotion and then quit.
Huh.
Quit. There was space for certain people, and so essentially I quit and said, give him my job. Kind of. So, anyway, I did actually go back 2 weeks later temporarily to fix stuff, and I got the fuck out of there. If I want warehouse money, I'll go and do plastics for Jewish people. Love them. Plastic humor in Australia.
All right, I figured it out. But that what I posted in side chat is pretty much what I do.
Oh damn, that's not a baby.
Oh, that's tough.
No, it ain't.
Is it secret? Because I'm showing the
No,
Discord on the
you're
screen.
bending sheet metal. You're bending steel, man.
No,
Yeah,
no. This is
That's
just a
real
picture I
good.
found off of Google. There ain't nothing bad to it.
Okay.
That's real. All right. I sold machines like that with a previous company, and
Bro.
everything went. All right, all the patents went. Wait, all the patents were stolen by China.
But isn't that
but then
you're
we
just
took
sitting at
everything.
you're just sitting at a control panel typing in numbers, right?
Oh, some of it is that, but a lot of it is just can be by feel also. So you'll kind of sit there and watch how the metal's bending according to like the template that you're using and stuff like that.
Yeah,
There's technique that goes into it.
When I did granite, we would, to polish the profiles and stuff, we'd have to do the corners by hand, and we'd have to do the small pieces by hand, and we'd have to cut the bowls for the sinks and polish the inside of the bowls by hand. But we had a machine that looked kind of like that would auto polish long pieces, and then that guy, I did that too, and I hated that. I'd be falling asleep because it's just like you measure, you type in the numbers, and then the machine sits and does its thing, and you gotta wait. And then
that's it. I haven't done manufacturing. I'm purely 99% logistics. Like I'm really, really good at doing warehousing. Really.
So I can take my machine and set it up, like make a program for it to where like it'll even bring up like a backstop for you to slide the metal up to, and then you make your break, and then you can then it'll move to a different measurement, and you slide it up to the backstop again. You can set up programs like that, but I deal with like so many different shapes and sizes of everything that it takes more time to build out a program rather than just do it manually.
Brandon, have you ever heard about coom?
No.
All right. I'd like to engage yourself with
What is wrong with
Trucker. K2 Trucker and I both enjoy logistics, and you are part of the manufacturing division. If you'd like to become part of the coom, I hope K2 Trucker makes contact with you.
Man, that sounds like, man, I want to get in that club.
Yeah, I want to tattoo on my foot.
Dude, it's a crew. It's coom crew, not a club. It's a crew. Come on, bro.
Oh, I thought you were saying coom, and then you said crew, and I was like, I don't know if I want to coom with a crew.
You better be careful there, Brandon.
Whoa, Brandon.
Talking to Bigfoot.
Brandon.
Yeah.
We're run by Exo Kuma Cougar. Exo. The Kuma crew was completely funded.
The Kuma crew.
Kuma Cougar.
Oxy cat. I got it now. I know what
The Coomer crew is funded by Cialis.
Well, there is a farm.
Blue Chew. That's the new thing.
Look, 36, 37. She is a cougar for me. Too old.
Golly.
Come on. Golly.
She's got money.
37 is a cougar for you? How old are you?
I'm 42.
Well, that's not a cougar for you then.
Yeah.
It's like a right perfect.
No, a cougar is older than you.
Like 70.
Like a lot older than you. If you're 40, a damn cougar is like 60 or 70.
Yeah.
No,
you're not young enough. You're not young enough to call a middle-aged woman a cougar anymore.
She can cougar the shit out of me. I don't care.
That's too old. No.
Damn, cougar coomer.
36, 37. Fuck off, bro. That's too old. Come on. What do you take me for? Some loser? 27, 28. Let's go.
That's not a cougar.
Damn.
She's a cougar, man.
You're a
Too
damn
old for
diaper
that.
We'll have to
sniper.
rethink. We'll have to rethink everything we talked about, John.
Robbing
Cougar, your
the
definition of a cougar.
You're robbing the cradle.
Damn.
Dude, she's too smart and too old.
Too
Not
rich.
gonna happen. She's a cougar. Well, Anson did this, and she is a Kuma cougar. Okay, and far too old for me. Like she's not making babies for me. She's a cougar. She's gonna steal me away. Get my Australian green card.
So
Isn't she married? I'm joking around. She's married, I think,
Who is?
and has some.
Oxy. He calls her Oxy.
Well, she's a pharmacist. You know, I can't help it.
Oxycat makes her sound like she's like a drug addict.
Yeah, that's the whole point. I think she did that because of being a pharmacist. She's got a C8 Corvette and a bunch of other cars.
Yeah, we've been through this. I know that that's a 1% chance. Like, she's claimed to been shooting in South Africa, been here, been that, paid for this and that. If that's the case, holy crap, that's
Her
amazing.
family is from big money, though. They own coal mines.
I don't often meet people that max out 500 a day.
Yeah, fuck, she's dropping that 2 times
On
a day.
super chats.
I
On super chat at work.
Like, imagine what she spends on stuff she really really wants.
That's what I'm thinking about. I told her she could rent me for like a day or two. I'd come and watch her shit. I don't care.
But the real deal is
I do
money
chores.
is money.
Yeah.
Money is money to different people. So it's hard to tell from maybe our positions, different positions.
Yeah, I can't. Especially, well, like even you guys, like, yeah, for me, like some, like, yeah, it's crazy to me.
What, dude? A week, 2 weeks worth of food.
And I see people that
environment.
do like $100, yeah, that spending that on like a super chat or something. That's crazy.
Yeah, I don't want to say anything because I'm obviously not a streamer or anything like that, but I see some of the generosity and I'm like, wow, that's legit.
She is
Fucking
generous.
cool.
Really is.
But it's relative because if you have,
Yesterday,
if you got $1 million in the bank account, throwing $100 at somebody is like kind of like throwing pennies at people.
Yeah.
She
bought 50 memberships for whatever yesterday, and then kept donating. It was funny as hell.
Yeah, I saw that as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's really cool. That's awesome. If she is, I hope
she'd have to
she's
be
happy, and I
was
hope
it
it's
boss fight?
fruitful.
It's
And
not a
it's
one-day
not-
thing. I mean, she does it all the time just for fun.
No,
Just for-
dude, on all the streams, man, she's very, very, very generous.
Yeah,
it's
for
awesome.
real. Yeah.
I love it, and she's funny and cool about it. Yeah.
Have you heard her voice? Have you heard her talk?
Yeah, I give her shit all the time. It's like she's cool as fuck.
Yeah. Yep. She's just one of the boys, but she
understand
sure don't look like one of the boys.
All
Her face, anyway. I don't know what the rest of her looks like.
right, from what I've seen, she's got a couple of usernames. Obviously, goes through the one credit card. She's cool as fuck.
Yeah, she has fun. She's first damn thing she asked me is, "I'm supposed to be making you a sandwich." I was like, "What? Who are you?"
Did she
What the hell are you
really?
talking about? I really did. I was like, "What?"
All right, Sally. All right, that's fucking. All right, she's cool.
It cracked me up. I mean, it really cracked
she's
me up.
or he or it or whatever. Oxy's cool.
Yeah.
And generous.
Yeah, no offense to her, but I don't trust nothing on the internet, so I don't even. I've heard her voice, so I believe she is a woman, but
I've seen. I
but that
think I've seen
profile
the.
pic's definitely AI.
Yeah, I got on about that too. I was like, you need to change this shit if that's your real picture, because first it's a good picture, but it's really you.
It did. It was a different color previous to now.
Yeah, it was red before.
Yeah, it's none of my business.
That was a
I
real
think.
picture, she said. I mean, she thought about it. The next day, she had that shit changed.
Yeah,
I
it's
told her
probably
I was
Andrew Wilson. Yeah, it's probably Andrew Wilson.
It could be. It could be.
With a voice,
Yeah,
with a voice changer, like.
I'm
No, that would be
joking.
funny.
I'm joking. I just who
That
knows,
would be
man?
funny.
Who cares? Seems decent. Seems reasonable, but probably realistically a leftist that's pharmacist, leftist, years of training.
Yeah,
Can't
she's
be
in
that
West Virginia as well. See.
West Virginia.
Yep.
I thought she was Texas.
No.
Oh fuck no, she's Maryland.
I gotta stop talking crap about West Virginia then.
Yep.
No,
She's got like a 50 acre farm.
no. All right, so this is the cat from Maryland.
I love Maryland. Maryland's one of my favorite. When I was traveling around doing sales, Maryland was one of my high days.
Dude, that was
agree
place
with you.
I was going to go to.
She's a nice lady.
And it's close to Virginia Beach. That part of the country, that East Coast, like far East Coast, like Virginia Beach, Maryland. It's a really nice part of the country.
Maryland girls have the biggest hips. Biggest
Jersey's
thighs in the
cool too,
world.
because Jersey you get that
New York.
northerner like
Yeah.
you get that northerner like no bullshit attitude with a little bit of taste of the southern hospitality still there.
But Rue.
Then once you get to like New York and stuff, then it's like,
We were both in on the conversation on her cars that she had a week back. That doesn't exist. Like if that does exist, that's a 68-year-old man that's got an incredible garage. That doesn't exist.
Yeah, I've got 9 cars.
Yeah,
I
don't have 9.
I got no cars.
Yeah, JS don't even want a damn car. He's got the.
I got a scooter.
I've got 5. But
we're gonna work on a vehicle
from that
soon.
age bracket, man. Not.
I don't know. She's got. She's got different. I don't know.
I don't like obligations.
All right, C8.
If I gotta pay insurance every month, it's like, damn, another bill.
All
I
right,
don't like bills.
Wait, where's Oxy? Where is Oxy?
I don't know, but C8's my brother's got one. They're around 150.
I'm gonna fucking message the fucking hoe. Smart
Messenger.
hoe. Yeah, I will. Give me a second.
Yeah, bring her over.
Get her in the chat. Tell her I'm fundraising.
Fuck you, no. I'm gonna tell her the opposite. Fucking.
Oh, what's this guy's name? Something the Blasphemous? Sinjin the Black. Dude, this game sucks when you're overpowered. I'm too good. I kill everything without even trying.
CT says you have nobody to chat or JS.
Huh? I got
CT.
somebody. I got people in my chat.
I'm just telling you what she said.
What the hell? No one is in chat. Well, there's people. I think everybody fell asleep, but there's people watching. They're just not talking.
They went to the Uno stream.
Yeah.
What the fucking call her? Because
she supports multiple creators. She's extremely generous. 37 is middle age. We're dying at 47 now. I agree.
Oh my god!
I'm 37. I ain't no middle age. I'm a young boy. I'm a young boy.
We go in coin hearts here. Come on, fuck off.
I'm still a young boy. I feel like, and me and my mom were talking about in my, because I colored Easter eggs on Easter, and she's like, "What the hell are you? Like 12 years old?" And I was like, I don't know. And she's like, yeah, Ben and Joey, they're like, yeah, he's like the youngest of all of us, but he's older. He's the oldest, but he's like the youngest. Cause I don't know. I'm like a child at heart. I don't know.
Wait, have you got Karens?
We would have never guessed
trying-
that.
have-
Never.
Have you boys got Karens trying to protect Oxy? For real?
I don't know, but when I visit my brothers, I'm like, let's go have an adventure. Let's go like walk around in the swamp and like find some frogs. And they're like, let's not. It's my day off of work. I just want to sit and watch football. And I'm like, you guys are gay. Like, let's go do something cool.
Yeah. Let's go touch grass, man. Get outside.
Yeah. And they like make fun of me.
Yeah, I'd rather be outside. I just can't. My damn knees. I gotta have it replaced here soon. Couple weeks.
Every time I go visit, I'm like, what can we do? What's
Yeah.
something cool to do? And they're like, nothing. Watch TV.
Whoa,
I'm on
you
the dirt.
You gotta get your knees replaced.
Yeah, I'm starting with one of them. I can't have them both done the same time, or I would.
Yeah, I've heard that before. So, what? You're 60?
I'm 63.
Damn.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm old enough to be your daddy.
You old as fuck.
I'm old as fuck. I'm out in the damn dirt.
One at a time.
God made dirt.
When God said
God
that
made,
be like,
God made Are You Crazy? Then he made the dirt.
Yeah, I had a neighbor years back, and her husband kind of got it done. He died from cancer, but she got it done one at a time. She was walking, fuck man,
like 6 weeks,
8K a day, just weeks after. It was so quick, man. It was amazing. It was like, holy fuck! I'm watching this old lady outwalk me at 30 years old. I'm like,
absolutely. That's why I'm having it done. My heart's like, in my heart and my mind, I'm like 30. In my knees, I'm like 80.
Yeah, look, be careful, but it was pretty. The turnaround time was amazing.
They say it is, yeah.
Like I went from being 125 kilos down to 95 kilos, just doing a shitload of work. This is.
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, what does that translate in pounds?
Yeah.
I'm just trying to think, what did it translate in years? How old was I? 27, 29? And she was. It was cool. It was really cool.
I had a guy. I was in the store. I was at Walmart actually, and the guy come up to me. He see me walking. He knew what it was. He's like, "Yeah, they fixed mine. I was 68, and he looked like he was 40. I kid you not. I think he could have run around the damn Walmart like the Bionic Man."
I don't like it.
That guy sticks with me for whatever reason.
I don't like it because I
cat.
I've got dogs that should be de-sexed that aren't because of personal choices.
We're talking about you, Cat.
Cat, we're spreading rumors about you, how nice you are.
Cat, come up. Cat, come up. I'm talking shit about you.
He said he thinks you're Andrew Wilson.
Oh, yeah.
You
Andrew.
With a voice changer.
It's going to kill you.
I'm going to get in trouble. Oh, shit. I'm actually scared. Oh, no. Oh, no. I'm in the chat. What's up? Oxycat, get online. I need that sweet, sweet southern sound.
Yeah.
Oxycat's a liar.
Yeah, come up here, Oxycat. We need to interrogate you.
I think he's a liar. I think it's a voice changer, the whole lot. And,
Click the links. We'll get you in here.
Like $500 a day. Come on, guys. Who's got that?
Andrew.
Yeah, Andrew. Exactly.
He makes $4,000 an hour, something like that.
Yeah, there you go. Andrew.
Where's the link for the Discord? Get her up here.
And the one, Mate, the
I think I
places that I
fixed it.
see,
I think if
the
I could do
places that I
this.
see Oxycat around, whatever, all these different places, I'm like,
This should give
I
a.
know that she
You're staging
has
there, Oxy.
another
You're in the
account
staging.
with her name or a name. Can't be real.
Nightbot got it for me. That's the real link.
It can't be real.
But then if you
Like,
come
can't.
in, you got to go to the staging room, and I have to pull you in.
Oxycat, jump up.
She's
Otherwise,
coming.
I'll never talk.
She's on the way.
Southern voice is gonna get me. No, it's Cougar.
It's not
Kuma
Oxycat.
Cougar.
Stop making her sound like a damn junkie.
No, it's Kuma Cougar. Her name is Kuma Cougar.
It's Jungle Shell there.
She's super old.
There she is. Pull her in there, JS. I gotta hear this.
Super old. Oh my god, I'm in trouble.
You're in trouble now. You're in trouble. I'm gonna mute because you're in trouble. I'm just gonna say it. She won't be muted.
Hola.
What's up, my sweet Kuma Cougar? Hey.
Hey, how are y'all?
Oh shit! I can't fight against that. It's so sweet. Fuck. Can't do anything. My powers are like nothing.
Where's all that badass talk now, John?
I don't know. My Steve Irwin has gone away.
What were you saying about me, John?
It
I was
wasn't good.
saying that I just thought of
He
things
said
I should have
you're
said.
too old for him.
Yeah.
He said you
Yeah,
was Cougar,
well,
and he was
I am
Andrew
pretty
Madison.
old. I am pretty old. I am pretty old. I'm not a
you know-
cougar, and I'm not Andrew Wilson.
Well, hang on, wait. All right, you're too old for me, and I'm 42.
I'm 37.
Exactly, you're too old for me, lady. Come on,
That-
man,
That's fine.
darling. Yeah.
He's like 7 foot tall, got a 20-foot shoe, and I don't know what all he said.
Yeah, he
What
made
the
it up.
He said he was Andrew.
All right. Oh wait, I am not Chase. Okay, I'll let her chase. I am not Chase.
I'm not chasing. I'm
talking
not
about?
chasing anyone. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Oh my god,
I'm talking about how good you are, Cat.
It's wishful thinking from John.
No, she's been trying to put a ring on Chase, the beaver.
No, he wants me
Yes.
to tame him.
He wants you to take his pails.
You got a country accent. Where are you from? You're West Virginia?
Yeah.
They said West Virginia.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I thought you were Texas. What the fuck, bitch?
No, I live in
Yeah.
West Virginia, but I also I live part time in Tennessee as well.
Yeah,
That's where I'm at,
sounds
buddy.
like that's what it sounds like.
You're in that's like Maryland, basically. Fuck.
Hell no.
He keeps bringing up Maryland.
Yeah, because
No.
I almost
He's over on that
guys,
freaking
I-
island in Australia or
I
something.
almost moved to Baltimore. Okay, give me a break. I didn't realize
ew.
people had guns.
You would have a whole new accent if you do that. Wouldn't you, Cat?
That would not be advised.
Yeah, I didn't quite realize that I couldn't just talk to people freely. Yeah.
Yeah, to do that,
Yeah.
you gotta go to the south.
Yes. We got some manners. We polite.
But you're in Virginia.
I'm not in Virginia. I'm in West Virginia.
See, I told you. I told you.
Yeah, they're different. James always gets mad at me for
What is with that, Cat? The West Virginia thing. What is that? What's the beef there?
I think they were on
the-
opposite sides in the Civil War, right?
West Virginia is the best Virginia.
Yeah, so you've got an interesting thing in 16 states. I believe if the
I'm gonna be
country went
honest.
down, if the
I'm in
country
Virginia
went
every 2
down,
weeks. I don't like it.
there are
I'll be
certain
honest,
countries or certain states.
I have land in both states, so I really don't care either way. I just like to give people shit.
Oh, Kat, tell me, do you like a transit van or a Toyota Hiace?
A Sprinter.
No, the Sprinter
Yeah,
is
no, they're
Mercedes.
vehicles now.
Did
dude,
you say the Toyota Hilux?
Hiace.
Oh,
Not
I
the
don't know what
Hilux.
that is.
I don't even
but
know
I
what
like
that
the
is.
Hilux.
Nobody
It's a
knows what
van.
that is.
It's a van.
Hilux, but that's what we rode when I was in South Africa.
No, the Hilux. I haven't had one of them, but the Hilux is
Basically, it's
Yeah,
Tacoma, right?
You've been traveling. You've been to South
Pretty
Africa. That's
close.
women's
All over
privilege.
the planet.
So the
I've been all over the
Hilux,
world.
the Hilux is like the Japanese truck.
Yeah. I really like the Land Cruiser truck that they've got, but I can't get one imported over here.
Yeah, I can't
Which one?
fit 2 dogs. I can't fit 3 dogs in a. I should get one, but I can't do what I want to do. I'm gonna
Oh, is
get
that
a
what Mercedes
mid wheelbase, mid roof,
Mhm.
in a Toyota Hiace or Transit.
We found one. It's like $120,000, $150,000.
What is the?
Yeah, that.
Hold on,
Oh,
Kat. What is the Appalachia? What was the Appalachia name change? What is that about? I don't get it.
One morning on your stream, you and James were like picking on me about Appalachia, so I was just kind of.
Oh, okay.
Picking on you.
I was-
Use of language, young lady, ma'am. Settle down.
I was being
Use
a
of
turd. I was
language.
being a turd. I was being a turd.
Okay, yeah, no, okay, I remember. Yeah.
But I actually get to give you shit. This is good. All right.
You go on safaris and stuff, don't you? Literally.
Yeah, for real. I do.
thought so.
You
That's what Angry
ever like?
Beaver wants you to take his pelt.
I was gonna say, do you hunt or like?
Yeah, I hunt.
She's a hunter, yeah.
You done like exotic hunts?
Yes.
New Zealand, South Africa.
She's fucking crazy, bro. She's fucking crazy.
She'll freaking hunt you down.
When I was in New
My
Zealand,
balls-
when I was in New
balls
Zealand, I
rock.
hunted red stag and the Sitka deer.
A red stag, that's pretty neat.
That's cool.
Yeah. And then like 15 animals in South Africa. It was like
You mount 'em?
2 months.
15.
Did you mount them, Cat? Or have 'em
Yeah.
Oh,
No,
attached to
yeah,
your
I
underwear?
do.
Coom, coom, coom. Coom. She mounted them. Coom.
Yeah, I have.
Such a DJ.
I mean, I have a.
My
have
cougar. My cougar cougar. My cougar cougar.
He's the only
So
lady
I
I've seen
have all
too.
my. I have all my taxidermy in my cabin.
You do
What?
what?
We were talking about
I have all my-
taxidermy last night. All the serial killers are like taxidermists.
Oh, you have it?
Well,
Okay, I got you.
I have the taxidermy in my cabin on the lake because it's kind of that aesthetic.
Is that where all the bodies are hidden too?
Guys,
He's taking out the lake and talking off.
this cougar makes me blush, and it's horrible.
Why is that?
She makes me blush.
She's truly a southern lady.
Horrible. I don't know what to do, boys.
I'm old and I'm married. I don't give a shit. I'll tell
Just remember, John. I'm too old. It's all right.
Yeah, you're a cougar.
You're correct. You're correct. You can't make the 10 babies I want. Correct.
Oh God.
Well, she's far too smart. She wouldn't
Damn,
do
that's like what?
I can make like 2, probably.
Well, I'm
That's
just,
about
I'm just saying, you're far too smart to actually do that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty smart. I am pretty smart.
I know 5 degrees. I know.
5 degrees.
Yeah, I have a doctorate, a master's, 2 bachelors, and an associate's.
She's no joke.
Oh,
boys-
she's an educated woman. Uh-oh.
You boys have no idea. Way beyond me, and hopefully
She's way the hell
Wait,
beyond
she's
me.
taken. Man, she's taken. What the fuck am I talking about? She's always talking about her. No, she's always talking about her boyfriend / husband's car collection.
No,
Wait,
that's
Broncos
my
No,
The Bronco is not hers. It's a
Yes,
lie.
it is. I bought
not.
all of those cars myself with
No,
my
you
money.
didn't.
Yeah.
My
Well, actually, no.
money.
One of the cars is my car from when I was 16. It was my first car.
What would you say that was? Yeah, I can't remember. When you said you had the C8, I lost my mind.
The first car, my first car was a '68 Mustang.
There you go. V8.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Go
No.
It's 289 stroke to a 347.
All right, 7071 was the nicest
I don't like it
because it
anymore.
was just previous to emissions. 7071.
But then my Bronco's
That
a
was-
67, and then my other Mustang is a 65.
You got a 65. too.
You can't.
Ooh, an old Bronco is nice.
Yeah, the
seriously?
Bronco is not finished yet. It's being restored right now.
Does it just have
I'm gonna-
2 doors and you got to climb over the... I like those.
Damn it.
That
I want the C8 in the Mustang.
I feel so
I want both of them. I'm greedy.
I feel so
That's impressive,
poor
really.
right now. My GDR
I
doesn't come to a hand.
Do you actually turn the bolts?
Female.
Do you actually turn the bolts, Cat?
Do I what?
Do you actually turn the bolts and stuff on the cars? Or you haven't done? Or?
A little bit. I've tinkered with my dad, but when something big has to be done, I have it done by a
Hey,
professional.
whoa. I've never turned a fucking, not in a long time on my GDR. Like, fuck that. Give it to someone that knows. Fuck that.
I don't mess with my C8 because
I bet not.
no.
Yeah, I don't mess
bet
with
not.
Japanese turbos. Fuck that. I'm out. My hands are too big, like my feet. It's just, I can't put my hands in the right places.
Well, the
I will
C8's a
change-
computer on wheels. It's just a
I
computer
will
on
change
wheels.
I will change the oil on my beaters though. I don't care about that. But
Wait, the beaters don't need oil changed. What the fuck? What are you talking about? They just
Yeah, they
keep
leak it out.
going.
They leak it out in between.
Like that 1 year, 12 months. Fuck off. 3 years. Come on now. I don't drive it.
all right.
Yeah, you put synthetic oil, you get 10,000 miles. Yeah. Have a half a quarter once in a while.
10,000 miles. How?
On oil change, 9,000.
20.
20. Damn.
20.
That's a
You'll
lot.
be all right. Look, buy a Toyota, cunt.
Well, I did screw up my truck a few weeks ago. So
No, that was the mechanic's fault. The diesel mechanic's fault. It was all their fault.
that was my
You tried to claim in chat that they fucked you over.
Well, no, they were fixing it, and then they didn't fix it right. But
They didn't fix it right. What did you do?
I originally effed it up.
What kind of truck is it, Cat?
It's a F-250 Super Duty diesel.
Oh, the farm truck.
Yeah.
What? Yeah.
But
Gotta go with Dodge Cummins.
it's a 22.
Oh, fuck off. Holy shit. I'm looking at vans that are like 15 years old. Fuck.
That's a road truck.
I feel poor.
And it's not a pavement princess. I use it on the farm. But I poured the DEF in the gas tank. In the diesel tank because I was being a retard. And yeah, that was like
that is retarded.
It kind of clogged everything up.
Oh my god.
That was a $13,000 mistake.
Damn.
Bitch. Hey, whoa, bitch.
This is why women should not have big trucks.
I'm gonna have my piece here. Alright, so Kat, you didn't go to any of those big parties. Didn't go to any of those things where you took things you probably didn't know about.
I've
And-
never done a D word. I've never been drunk. No.
I imagine you being like 5'4" climbing up on the side of this big truck trying to put something in it.
You destroyed a perfectly good truck.
Yeah, she just
without any drugs.
I was okay. So, to be honest, I know this isn't an excuse, but I was distracted because I had
my
a
big
really.
truck.
I was I was distracted. I had a really sick sheep at the moment, and I was on the phone with my friend who is like an expert about sheep. So I was like trying to get info from him about how I should handle it, and I needed to put.
Also him. Why didn't he ask a husband?
You could have bought like 10 sheep with.
You don't have a husband.
Cost of
I
that
don't have
mistake.
a husband. I don't have a husband.
Yes, you do.
I thought I heard
really
you say on
don't.
a stream you were married.
No, people say
what?
that I am, but
Well,
I'm
shit.
not.
My name's Josh. I'm 37. Also, you know.
And Chase, Chase is after that green card. Okay, let the beaver in.
Oh
Let the beaver in. Come on now, girl.
No. But oh yeah, so I was on the phone, and then I needed to drive to the farm store to get the medicine, and I get in there, and it says that my DEF is low, blah blah blah. So I'm still on the phone, and I poured it in the wrong tank.
Wait, did you put it in the wrong hole?
You put it in the wrong hole.
You put it in the wrong
See,
hole.
I was careful.
Man, that's a mistake a man usually makes. Not
in the wrong hole.
Yeah, it was an.
I'm telling you guys, this is Anson. This is Austin Cat.
It's Anson with a voice changer.
Yeah, exactly. This is Anson.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right.
My little Kuma Cougar. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I imagine you're about 5'4". Am I close? You don't have to tell me anything else. I don't want to know. I'm just seeing you climb this big old truck. That's in my mind. I can't help it.
I'm 5'7".
All right, so when you get down from the horse, does it look like a clip from Tomatoes channel?
I don't have horses, actually. I don't have horses.
You better live in Texas with horses, and she lives in West Virginia with sheep and big ass trucks.
Oh, dude, she likes her fucking peanut butter and jam sandwiches.
I really do.
Crust. No crust.
Jam or jelly?
I like jelly. I like. But I do like the crust. I do like the crust.
No, you need to cut the crust. All right.
No,
if you like the crust.
No, James like damn 6 years old cutting crust off.
I make my bread, so it's a little bit different than.
All right, how far away are you from James?
I don't know where James.
I've been trying to set these up.
He's in Virginia, so it's pretty close.
This girl that keeps on putting up pictures and sending pictures to people, she's got an amazing stream with Wally.
No.
Yep. So she was meant to teach James how to make proper sandwiches. Could you help?
I will.
James?
I will, King. I gotta call my mom. You're right. I gotta remember that. I'll probably call her when I get off the stream. Otherwise,
I'm going to see my mother today.
Fuck them.
Last time I talked to my mom was after Easter. I don't call it. Yeah, well.
Wait. When's the last time
you don't call you?
I don't call her a whole lot. I told her she can call me. Apparently, the phone only works one way.
It does.
Look, February. I think it was last time I talked to my mom.
I just drove like six hours to get these specific flowers that my mom wants for her garden.
Oh, my mom's about to give me a shitload of money, but fuck the bitch.
God, what the?
I'm not getting any money from my parents. They're broke.
Oh, they said say washing. Do you say washing?
No, I say washing.
Okay.
Proper. Martinsville, that's what I was trying to think of, Cat. That's where James is at, up around Martinsville racetrack.
Yeah.
I've worked out there before.
All right,
Yeah,
so
please.
he needs to learn how to make sandwiches without getting them in plastic from the government.
Yeah, James. Oh, God.
Wait, you can get sandwiches from the government?
I think I'm pretty sure that the crustless sandwiches are government checked.
You can get
No,
cheese.
he gets the cheese from them.
You can get cheese from the government.
I've never done that.
You never got
I've
government
been
cheese?
trying
Government
on Rob
cheese?
Noah's. On
Good
Rob
stuff.
Noah's, I've been promoting
Don't. It's like
government cheese
plastic.
and Vegemite for everyone.
You what?
Like if government cheese and plastic, so Vegemite and plastic cheese for the world.
I tried
Yeah.
the Vegemite. I wasn't a big fan of that, honestly. I'm sorry.
Oh my god, I was about to say it. No, fuck it, I'll say it. I'll put it on my dick and you'll love it, bitch. Sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm in a.
You slipped.
Oxycat.
I'll be one. It was a damn sandwich, but he slipped.
Don't ever forgive me for that, but I had to say it if I felt it.
It's
I'm
okay.
so sorry.
Honestly, I'm
so
pretty
sorry.
chill. I'm pretty chill. I don't take offense to it. It's all right.
Kids, you'd love it. Yeah, bitch. Sorry.
What?
Sorry.
Okay, I don't like the bitch.
Damn.
All right.
Damn, John Beer T.
Wait.
Damn.
But I gotta.
Are we not men? I'm from West Virginia, but I live in Tennessee sometimes.
And I live in Tennessee. I know. He does.
Wait. Kuma Cougar, you forgive me, yeah? That was just me getting
I was never upset. It's all right.
So you still.
You just thought it was funny as hell, didn't you?
I was upset, Barrett. I'm gonna fucking block your ass now. How dare you talk to him that way?
Yep. There you go. Now you brought out the damn wrench on you. That's what you did.
We get our simp action. We get our BLK simp action.
Get him back in the cave.
Fuck, I got caught. Dang it.
You're going to have to go to the lake. You got to go back to the lake now. Cool off a
You
little
know
bit.
Tim Pool?
You gotta swim with the fishes, Barrett. Have you ever swim with the fishes, John?
Dude, well, part of my thing is getting in my van, going next to the river. That's like Tim's been talking about it for years and years. I'm like, fuck it.
No, he did.
Tim Pool?
Didn't he do
Okay,
Didn't he do van life for a bit?
So he built some vans and he used them to. I can't talk about it, but I.
What do you mean you can't talk about it? Like you got some insider Tim Pool information.
Yes, absolutely. I know employees, I know staff and producers, and yes, over 5 years, yes.
Cool story,
not
bro. You
being,
watch Tim Pool podcast. Cool story,
Yeah,
bro.
you're in the Discord and you watch his thing. Like,
no,
Are we not men? My grandma used to say washing machine.
No, I'm not in his Discord. I'm banned. Just to be clear, I'm banned from his Discord, and there are reasons for that. So, but yes, I know people's and Raymond
How did you get that
was
job?
a friend for 5 years back.
I lived in a van for like 2 months. It was pretty cool.
I've always wanted to, but I have too many pets.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
If you have animals and a lot of possessions, it doesn't work.
Well, I wasn't going to sell my possessions. It was going to be more of a novelty thing.
Dude, you're gonna keep the fucking house so you can keep your fucking kitchen table, and then you're gonna do the
Was it down by? I did park down by a river sometimes. Yeah.
That's what John said. That's what Tim said.
It's really tricky. But anyway, I'm gonna try it. I think do the East Coast
I've always wanted to.
with the pets.
It depends on how much you rely on like amenities and like running water and things like. If you're comfortable with taking showers in gas station sinks, you know.
Well, see, I go off
off-grid camping all the time. So you just have to set up beside a pond or something, and you take your bath in a pond.
Do you go? Do you go camping or do you go glamping?
No, camping in Newfoundland.
I'd be more glamping.
So not you don't have like some big nice RV that you take.
No.
Yeah.
This is like completely off the grid. There's no electricity. There's
Yeah.
no cell phone service. Like in a tent, you're dropped in by helicopter, and you're there for 2 weeks.
Helicopter. What the fuck, bitch? Chat, what the fuck?
Come on, kid. I got
That's kind of glampy. Like
There's literally no roads for like not.
You're supposed to track in the woods with all the bugs and everything for like 10
I put
miles,
supplies in a
and then
backpack
camp.
and I hike up into the mountains. And she's like, "Well, I'll fly a helicopter into."
Well, we did.
Well, no, you can
We
afford
do.
that shit. It's all right. You don't have to hike.
We do hike. I mean, we go for a moose hunt, so you have to hike.
Who's we?
You drop.
My
I
family.
mean, it does make it easier to get a moose back with a helicopter.
You're what?
So.
Oh, just to be clear, you're not married. You're
No,
what?
that's cheating.
My
you gotta cut that
family-
thing up and haul it back
You're
in 3 trips.
You cut it up and bring it back.
Right. When you said family, that did actually sound like James. That's interesting.
You field dress it, bring it back, Cat? I bet she does.
Do I do what?
Do you field dress it and bring it back if you can't or get one?
I don't field dress it, but someone with me does.
A big strong man does it.
Yeah, I don't do that shit.
Fair enough.
Shit.
Fair enough.
He makes the sandwiches. They clean the moose.
That's right.
It's,
I cook the moose ribs when we get back to camp, right?
Right, she's oh fuck. I hate to say it, she's legit.
She's pretty based, ain't she? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't believe it all.
It ain't
but I
Israel
do.
either.
But you can't have you can't have that like 36, 37 and that car collection. It's like what?
I'm used.
It's real.
What?
She's in America. It's real.
Okay, listen. When I first finished college, I worked 5 jobs at one time so that I could like get a lot of
hours.
money.
Hours on feed. Oh fuck! I used to go and work a lot of hours and then go out to night.
Well, see, I worked at
up.
like two hospitals, 2 independent pharmacies, and I also taught in the doctorate program. So.
Yeah, so you were.
I know she's
getting
making me
around
question my
in-
life decisions.
dude. Oi, you should talk to your brother. You should talk to your brother, and he might have some advice on wearing fluoro and
My which brother?
your brother that was on VK.
Yeah, you talking about Jay? I'm not talking to him about nothing. He don't.
Dude, that was
No,
classic.
my other brothers are pretty smart, and yeah, they're making good
No,
life choices. They learned from my example.
I'm talking about the brother that was on VK with the.
Yeah, fuck that
PPE.
guy.
Jason.
He was legit, man. Like seriously, he's gonna. I think he should move to Australia and run things.
I think he's gonna go far, don't you?
I think so.
He's got some crazy shit going on in his brain, but he'd be all right.
Whoa.
Bless his heart.
Bless his heart. What the? Oh my
He got that
god!
crazy thing with his right hand too. It just goes all to hell sometimes. He just dirt.
That's not fair. You can't say that. Bless my heart.
I tried to
Fuck
tell him
me.
I tried to tell him Tourette's isn't real, and he just keeps doing it.
He keeps doing it. He keeps doing it. I'm sorry. He keeps doing it. Even though he don't believe in it and it's not real. You don't.
Well, he believes in it.
Yeah, he evidently. He's got it.
Well, I was cracking up watching Jason try to drink through his mask. That was pretty funny.
That was pretty good. That was pretty good. And he kept
Did
doing
you find a way? Well, will is the way. Yeah,
it. He did get a funnel, right?
Yeah,
He
it
went a
worked
big little
out.
funnel.
Yeah, we needed to get Jason a beer bong.
Yeah, exactly.
Or a straw.
The cool thing is, it stopped the glasses fogging up.
I'm gonna have to get him like a rainbow straw set, like some flexi straws.
Oh yeah, the ones that go around your eyes and stuff.
I don't condone this. I don't listen to her. Cougar's being a cougar. Don't listen to her. It's just
Lord.
I'm not a cougar. I'm more like a mountain lion. I'm not even a cougar.
You're definitely a cougar. You're too old for me. Fuck.
Yeah, I'm ancient.
Yeah, like 28, 32.
Yeah, that was my peak. I will agree there.
Well, that's where I go to if I can get it, okay? And you're way too old, and I don't want to go to America, so I'm sorry.
I'm sorry too.
Yeah, I am, but you can't have me. I know you want me, but you can't have me.
Can't have me. Can't have me. That's kind of, yeah, what I was doing there. Yeah. Yeah.
It's all
You
right.
can knock it, but you can't come in.
And your cars are driven on the wrong side. Don't want none of that. Fucking
I actually live really close to a really good like fun road that I can take my cars to.
Yeah, I live on fun roads too. And
I live near a drifting road.
I can't technically tell you that I drive cars on certain roads because they're not registered anymore. So, yep. But I'm telling you that my GDR is better than your C8.
Oh my god!
I could maybe see that. I looked at a GTR actually.
John, say D as in dog.
Dog.
Just say the letter. What's the letter that dog starts with?
D.
D.
Okay, and what's the letter that troll starts with?
T.
Say it.
T.
Oh,
DT?
no, John. I want John to say it. I know you can say it, but
I don't know where this is going, but I'm gonna go with it.
Oh, he's taking you down a dark road. Wait.
What's the letter that troll starts with, John?
T.
Okay, and what is the car that you're talking about?
GTR.
There you go.
Anyway,
you say GDR.
GDR.
GDR. Yeah,
GDR.
GDR.
What's a GDR?
A GDR.
Gooder.
Her car makes the same power as mine does modified, and with all the electronics and rear engine or mid engine. How the fuck?
Raise itself.
You are the weirdest chick in the world. Like, seriously, the only girl I ever dated that was better at driving a manual than me drove an STI, bug-eye STI. And she was
So how come you can say STI, but you can't say GTR?
I never said I was good at driving. I've flipped quite a few cars.
Yeah, that's why she has a collection.
Yeah. Look, this girl was she was an anesthetic nurse, and super cool. Anyway, don't know. Yeah,
Anesthetic nurse.
We call them nurse anesthetist, CRNA.
There you go. She was like high-end nurse. She was super hot, bro.
Hanging out with a woman that can just make you go unconscious at any point. That's dangerous.
No, dude, she was really she was a few years younger than me actually. Blonde, hot.
Wait, what's the difference between an anesthetic nurse versus an anesthesiologist?
Anesthesiologist is a doctor. A nurse anesthetist is a nurse that has additional training.
I'd like to mention that it was a lawyer before that, so
they do all the work.
John wins.
Yeah, the nurse anesthetists do the cases.
Yeah,
I've got a really good.
The difference is one of them went to school for a longer time.
Yeah, one of them makes a lot of money. The other one don't.
One of them makes a lot more money.
Actually, they They both make a lot of money. CRNAs
Actually,
can make like 200,000 or 300,000.
Yeah, she did very well, but shit hours and stuff. She beat me that way.
What was that? That was Cat. Who was that? What was that?
That was a yawn.
Oh.
That was a yawn.
That was a yawn?
I thought it was
more of a
cat.
sneeze, but
I even turned my mic away so y'all couldn't hear that.
I didn't hear
I
nothing.
fucking heard it. That shit was loud.
Wow,
I can't even be part of this. I'm. Oh my god, Kat, you're so intimidating. You're scaring off all the men.
I've heard that before.
You're so scary. You're intimidating. You're scaring off all the men.
I've heard that before, and I've also been accused of not being real, and I've also been doxxed, so that's fine.
You got doxxed? I got doxxed.
Yeah, I've
had
been
some
doxxed.
bitch. I had some bitch that went under the name of Cat or Kitten on Timcast. That was a mod.
Never
And she
thought
doxed
you
me.
weren't real, but that person that was on Grid's panel last night, dude. I still think that was AI.
Oh, the below me girl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That scared me. I'm like, did I get on that panel? And I don't remember.
No, that was sus. But I don't know. I don't know who that is.
I don't know, I still think that's AI.
It's below me, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've seen that name.
Oh, have you? All right. I had never seen it before.
I've seen the name in chat. I haven't seen them.
So
on a
below
page.
me would be
AI. She sounded like AI.
below me would be like below me, and also below me, as in looking down on someone giving you a blow.
Yeah. Well, she didn't put her cam on, but I understand that. I don't put mine on either because people are weird. So
I've seen you
I
on
can't.
cam.
No, you've not seen me on. I've never cam. No.
You serious? I'm
Yeah,
sure I've seen you on cam.
I've never cammed up because I don't trust the doxers because they are among us.
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter. Whatever.
Yeah, King.
They're always watching.
No, they really are. Like, they are, and they like tried to expose like my family's information and like posted pictures of my house and.
Yeah, to do this internet stuff and cam up all the time, you either you got nothing to lose, or you're like a narcissist sociopath.
Yeah, so I'm like,
and I kind of fit into all those categories.
I'm not.
There's another option there. Because I fall into a third option, which is I got nothing to hide.
Or that.
Yeah,
don't have to worry
nothing to
about
hide.
anything.
Yeah. We're not looking on your Google fucking record. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's more what it is. I have nothing to hide. I'm not scared of nothing.
Step further,
Yeah.
my name is actually the name that I'm using on you. I'm literally fucking advertising my name to you.
Yeah, he is.
Dude, you've got 3 accounts.
I wouldn't say I necessarily have anything to hide, but I would prefer people not to know my home address.
Yeah.
True. No, true enough.
Yeah, my thing is I not to scare you guys, but with my degrees in information security and whatnot, I know enough to know that if somebody wants to know that, they know that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I've always said, well, my name is Josh Smith, and it's like, good luck. Like, how many of those are there? Or I don't have anything to hide. And
Oops. Did I fuck up by using my real name?
You're in Australia. You're all right.
Yeah, nobody cares about.
Yeah.
Y'all ain't even real over there.
Exactly.
I tell people, if you want my identity, please take it.
No, not me. But I don't know.
I've got no guns, only fluffy white dogs.
I have fluffy white dogs too.
My fluffy white dogs are better than your fucking dogs. Fuck you, bitch. Don't fucking
hey.
Wow, Mr.
Watch the B word.
Christ.
I have
Bitch.
two Anatolian shepherds.
I know.
I love those.
You've got real dogs. I've got Samoyeds. So
My friend had one of those.
Well,
And
he's
then
saying
I've
he's got real
got-
dogs, and he's basically saying he's got fake dogs.
Yeah,
I've got
yeah.
eight Australian shepherds.
8. You told me 1. You don't have 8.
That it was a mistake.
I've heard this
mistake.
before.
Yeah, no shit.
I've heard this before, Chase. What do you call a
I've
lesbian
heard
dinosaur? A lickalotopus.
I know. Yeah.
Oh, I have one for y'all. I have one for y'all.
Bring it, Cat.
Just one.
All right.
I want 2.
If
And 3. And 4.
if I
And 5.
if a red bird has red babies and a blue bird has blue babies,
Purple.
what kind of bird has no babies?
A blackbird.
A swallow.
Oh shit! That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
I thought, I thought she was a good girl. That's dirty.
She is a good girl.
That's dirty as
He's one of the good girl from the south.
No, you
she's
can
dirty
tell
as
by
fuck.
the giggle. There's good girl, but there's a dark side.
There's an evil in there too.
There's no forgiveness there. She's dirty as fuck. She's gonna be definitely Kuma Cougar forever.
She'll drive your ass crazy.
Kuma Cougar forever.
Who cooks in a lesbian relationship? Neither. They both eat out.
Oh Lord.
Pretty good.
At least they don't have beards.
You guys, hang on. Y'all gotta tame it down. James is here now.
It's what's the one?
Hi, James.
Are we gonna hurt his virgin ears?
Yep.
Yeah, probably.
Maybe this is not appropriate with Cat here, but
don't tame anything down for me. I'm good.
two gay guys.
James.
Hold on. 2 gay guys and 2 lesbians are going on a trip from the same point to the same point at the same time. Who gets there first?
Okay.
The lesbians, because the gay guys are busy packing their shit.
Oh.
When you talk about gay guys, it's just
How do you fit 4 gay guys on one bar stool?
Flip it upside down.
Flip it over.
Ain't nobody packing my poop chute ever. Over my dead ass body.
We like to call that cracking a pack or packing a crack.
Yeah. Oh yeah. You did the other day. Yeah.
I think I know like Shish Kebab.
Shish kebab.
Cracking a pack.
Okay, for the record, she's far too dirty for me. I'm sorry. It's not going to work out. Cougar, it's not going to work out. I'm sorry.
This sounds like
It looks like
Cope,
Bigfoot,
John.
Cat. Don't worry
This
about
sounds like Cope.
Yeah,
Sounds
Yeah,
like
it sounds
Cope.
like
I feel more bad for the corruption that's going on to James right now.
right.
James probably
James.
can't hear
You
this.
guys
Really.
should be fucking ashamed.
Well,
of
James ain't
yourself.
talked in like 3 hours.
Sorry,
James.
James.
Wake up,
He woke
James.
up.
He is currently suffering
He woke
shell
up.
shock. You guys have corrupted him. He's fucking broken.
PTSD.
He ain't heard nothing yet. Get him, Cat. Wake him up. See, wait.
Wake up. Wake up, James.
She's coming for you, James.
I gotta say it in like a sexy
James. Speed dating with
Oh.
James.
Yeah, it'll take
I
you
don't-
about 20 seconds.
I don't have a sexy voice. This is what you get.
What you get, what you hear is what you get.
This was a show plan we had a while ago to just have girls from the chat come up and James do speed dating with James, and he's gonna.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
And just like every other attempt, James sits silently and not saying anything.
But the one time we gotta go, and he's like, "Well, where are we gonna go on a date? You gotta meet me halfway there. We're going to Taco Bell."
Meet me. Yeah. You gotta meet me, and then we're gonna split.
We're
the
going to
meal.
Taco Bell to split the meal, and you gotta meet me
Hey,
halfway there.
Those nacho fries are all right.
Yeah. If you don't get diarrhea.
The fact is, though, Kat, would you go on a date with somebody if they told you, meet me halfway there?
Halfway to Taco Hell.
Well, meet me
Okay,
halfway.
so I actually have before, and I feel a little safer doing that. Like if I get there and I want to leave, I can leave. So that's actually all right with me.
Yeah, with modern dating and like internet stuff, you kind of got to meet them in a public place because you don't know if that's like Jeffrey Dahmer or something.
Right.
I don't want them to know my address.
Well, that's meeting them there. They're at the date. James said that you have to meet him halfway to Taco Bell, and then you can get into his car, and he'll take you the rest of the way.
And you're gonna pay half, by the way.
James a gangster. James ain't playing no games.
In a public place because they could be Jeffrey Dahmer. Jeffrey Dahmer met his fucking victims in a public place.
That's true. Exactly. And brought them back. Well, he rizzed them up and brought them back, right?
Just what it takes.
Dude, that's crazy. The one dude escaped after having the hole drilled in his head, and he was like walking around on the streets, and everybody just thought he was like a junkie.
Yeah.
Well, that's literally what he said. Because the police came to his house, and Dahmer told them that he was just drunk.
That's crazy.
Yeah, while he had bodies in his street, he had a body in the back bedroom. Is what it was. Yeah, a body in the back bedroom. And
yeah, I don't know how much like Netflix like
wrapping it up. Yeah, and then Dahmer was like, yeah, he totally lied to the cops. He was like, oh yeah, he's my boyfriend. He's just really drunk.
Yeah, he had the barrels of acid.
Yep.
He was a crazy freaking shit.
Yeah, weird, bro.
Wait, no, Dahmer didn't have the barrels of acid. That was Gacy.
No, Dahmer had it too.
Did
Didn't Gacy bury all of his victims under his house?
Well, no, based on the
clown guy.
At least the
clown
Netflix
killer.
show. I don't know how much truth there is to that, but in the Netflix show, Dahmer had acid and he was like,
plastic barrels.
Oh yeah,
He had
like
acid in his closets, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
When I just had a bunch of barrels and stuff scattered throughout his house,
Who's your favorite serial killer?
Oh shit!
What the fuck?
I gotta go now.
I couldn't answer that.
I just mean like
research to
No, honestly, I guess if I had to say a favorite, I would say the Zodiac because he never got caught.
That's true.
Okay. Like who's the most interesting one to you? I guess I should have.
I like Dahmer and like Ed Gein.
My favorite is H.H. Holmes, The Murder House, The Murder Castle.
Yeah, I watched a thing on that too. That was pretty crazy.
Actually, like American Horror Story Hotel was based on him.
That's
H.H.
morbid
Holmes.
as fuck. That's morbid as fuck. Who's your favorite? What the? I'm canceling out. I'll never like this person again.
Look, if you can't talk to a woman about serial killers, then
you know, every woman. What we're talking about that earlier.
It's not meant to be.
You're not. You know.
We're just part of what will do to you.
Serial, man. That's just delicious in the morning.
This is not a strange topic. This is
This
not.
is all they want.
Yeah.
They're planning on what they're going to do to you.
Topic for a lunatic doctor. Yeah, got
I
you.
eat a bowl of cereal all the time.
Ain't that right, Kat? You're coming up with a good plan in case the man pisses you off. You can take care of things.
Allegedly, I have a plan. Allegedly, I have a plan.
I bet you do.
I'm just kidding.
Here.
Wait. Australia's full. No, I'm sorry.
I've actually never been to Australia.
You mean Australia?
Good, I know. LD, everyone wants you over here, but I'm busy and we're full.
She said, hell with it. I'm going to Africa.
Yeah, I reckon.
I do love Africa.
JS is pretty.
But it ain't America.
But I'm full. Yeah.
New Zealand was pretty cool when I was there, but they're a little wokey now.
Are you running a cold?
New Zealand. Oh, Jacinda's a freaking sweetheart. She just got taken over by woke.
You got a whole bunch of dudes that just
She
follow
was
you around.
hot.
You running a cult or something?
Jacinda was hot before her term. Okay, she was kind
Yeah,
of
no,
hot.
I agree.
I'm a
I agree.
necromancer.
So it's
Yeah.
basically a
What
cult.
are you
Yeah,
playing?
pretty
What are you-
much. Yeah.
What game is that?
Diablo 3.
Oh.
Okay.
I'm trying to
I played
find.
Diablo 2 one time. A little too grindy for me.
Yeah, I think games are pretty gay. Actually.
Well, then you're gay.
If it's got blow, in the title, it's pretty gay.
Dude,
I was pretty gay.
with your brother the other night, it followed on, and you are gay.
Gay ass.
No, he plays
You
freaking
need to see the damn
Minecraft and
backstory
Pokemon.
thing, right?
Guys, if y'all say gay enough times, Shiva's gonna come up here and tell us what gay really is.
I'll hop in here like Beetlejuice.
For those who
I
are
like
uninitiated, gay means. Oh, wait, that was more Australian. Gay
Oh, wait a
means
minute.
sucking a dick.
Yeah. What's going on? I'm sorry. I didn't want to.
Or he could come up as Colonel Potato and tell us.
He's pretty cool.
I like Colonel Potato. That guy's cool.
No,
Potato
I
from
tell you, boy, what a gay
America.
man is don't exist. Boy.
Originally from London.
You kill me, cat. I'm a hillbilly, though. I know that life.
I'm a
That's
clown.
an evil little life. Right? You giggle when you're thinking about evil shit.
Like I get that. I get that. Southern accents is easier for British people to do, but like fucking Colonel Potato is like straight out Foghorn Leghorn.
Yeah,
I think he's something like that. He's not a good guy. He said he's a pedophile or whatever, but that House of Cards.
I think
Colonel
Ed
Potato
Gein,
sounds like a.
Ed Gein had the most movies based off of him. Like Hannibal was loosely based off of Ed Gein. Psycho was Ed Gein. Like he was like the OG of making like skin lamps and stuff.
There's a video game that's based off of my favorite serial killer, and I want to play it.
What was his name again?
What's that?
I never heard of him.
H.H. Holmes.
Oh, yeah. What's the game?
He had the murder castle, like back
Yeah,
when
he made
the
a
World's
hotel.
Fair, the
Yep.
World's Fair was over here. He was actually a pharmacist, so that's pretty cool. Cause,
Shit,
like,
that's why you like him.
And he have people come
Samesies.
stay at his little hotel, and he'd just be killing people.
Mm-hmm. And he
Yeah.
like he designed the hotel to be like it had trap doors and
And
back
secret passages. Yep. That is pretty cool.
Yeah, the video
I'm
game
looking
is called The Dark Pictures Anthology: The Devil in Me, and I'm gonna play it.
I've never heard of that. I'll have to check it out.
Yeah, it sounds
It's a series. It's a series. So
Dark Pictures.
I just
Dark Pictures Anthology.
One.
The Dark Pictures Anthology:
I
The
ain't trying to-
Devil
I
in
ain't trying to
Me.
be no killer in a video
Devil
game.
in me.
His hat give it away. I should have knew it. That damn hat.
I'm
Yo,
gonna play it.
go
Maybe I'll stream it. Maybe I'll stream it.
There you go.
See, James, this is the key to a woman's heart. You got to know your serial killer.
Right. They watch it all the time. 24 hours a
dude,
day.
Stop eating them Uncrustables, man. You got to start eating cereal.
What's with all these ladies and serial
They want
killers?
serial killers. They just don't want you to kill them.
I think maybe
I don't know.
secretly
I'm not
they kind of do, but
Yeah, I'm not scared of death. It's all right.
somewhere deep down inside, that's what they want.
They want to be tortured to death. Yeah, that's what all women want. I think we're going down a wrong path here, ladies and gentlemen.
Isn't that marriage? Isn't that marriage?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess, yeah, you're
Out of
right.
marriage.
It's a very long, slow, torturous death.
That's the end of the marriage.
Oh, I forgot about this crazy woman. No, I'm thinking out loud. Sorry.
Thought you're talking about me, crazy.
Yeah, what was the crazy
Oh.
woman?
No, are you Googling? Are you over there Googling?
They made that movie about that one woman that was a prostitute killing people.
Monster
Yeah,
in
Monster,
Tampa.
yeah. Yeah.
Charlize Theron.
That's the actress. I don't think she's actually
Yeah,
a serial killer. But
No, they're showing the last interviews with the serial killer. I found a video. Pretty good.
oh, who's the chick that Lorena Bobbitt?
Oh,
She
Lord.
wasn't a
She cut
serial
it off?
killer.
She cut it
Yeah,
off.
she's chopping it.
Cut it off.
Yeah, that's my nightmare. That's like my scariest.
That was pretty bad. That was cold. That was really bad. She must have been really pissed off at him.
Yes. Or she just was having a bad day. Like,
yeah, could have been. You never know.
She's just a woman, dude. That's all.
yeah, she's just a woman having a bad day. Like,
It's
Bad day. No, she just woke up wrong.
Right.
Chicks are fucking crazy. Like, y'all should know this.
She probably just got a little bit hangry. Her blood sugar dropped, and
she needed a Snickers. Either cut your boyfriend's penis off or eat a Snickers. Hungry, why wait?
Yeah, throw it out the damn window.
I haven't been more intimidated in years. Oxycat, you're scary as fuck.
Yes, she is.
Like, you know, after
What? Oh my God.
he had to come up with he had to make like an adult film to show that it still worked after the fact.
Choose the
scared.
Snickers.
Like,
Chase,
maybe
where's
a
the
big,
damn
massive
merchant?
thing of
I can't
pasta.
find the damn city.
Is it okay if I keep on eating pasta and stay online?
Yeah, but
It's
please,
not
mute. Listening to people eat is disgusting.
It's pork and noodles with chicken.
Cool. Can you mute when you eat? Because it's disgusting. I hate listening to people eat. I can't stand watching Josh eat pizza in his microphone.
Fuck, dude! I saw you
What?
on like VK or some shit one night. When you were in your little camper, ice camper thing, and fucking eating shit, and the crumbs and stuff all crumbling down in your beard and stuff. And here you're gonna talk about I can't hear somebody eating.
Hey,
What?
but you couldn't
What?
hear me. Could you hear me eating it?
No.
No, you no, you fucking could not.
You don't watch
what's an
mukbangs?
ice camper? What's an ice camper?
Yeah, I'm not telling you. He's for yourself.
Ice fishing.
Oh, you were
So
ice fishing. Awesome.
Yeah, my-
Okay, all right. I know.
Yeah,
I've
he was
been-
glamp. He was glamp fishing. He had like
Yeah, Alright,
Damn.
I saw that clip and his ice camper fishing thing. Holy fucking shit! That's
Yeah, it was pretty sick.
Do you have a heater in there?
It's like an RV with no floor in it that you drop on the ice.
Hold on. It has a floor in it, but there's holes cut in the floor. But yes, it's pretty much an RV that I wheel out onto a frozen lake. It's got a bathroom, it's got a shower, it's got all that. Yeah.
I've been, but ours was like a shitty little shack we went to.
Oh, I had one of those too. I did. I started with one of those. Actually, I started out on the ice without a shack, and then you slowly get portables, and then you get your first ice house, and now I have an ice castle. It's literally called an ice castle.
When I go ice
I'm
fishing,
not
I
a
have to
cold weather
claw
girly.
through the ice with my fingernails.
I'm not a cold weather girly. I only did that a couple times.
When I go ice fishing, I just open the fridge and grab the ice right out of there.
There you go. I'd rather fish on the lake in the summer. It's like 80 degrees.
No, you can't
Are you
drink
talking about
that.
largemouth or smallmouth? Which one? Cat.
Striped bass. Striped bass.
Strap? Okay. That's
If
good
I'm
too.
fishing, I'm on a boat
Bigger.
fishing. I'm not in a fucking camper or on the
Yeah,
side.